This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Gu Qinghwan stood at the school gate, enunciating the name of the school word by word. Private Mingda Middle School. There are at least 20 or 30 high schools with the same name nationwide. As for the word private, it should have nothing to do with her. The summer after graduating from junior high school, she and her parents went on a road trip. On their way back, they were involved in a traffic accident, overturning their car and falling into the water. The road was crowded, so they called the police and rescued them immediately. All 3 people were rescued safely, with minor injuries. The local TV station even came to interview them. Gu Qinghwan knew in her heart that she and her parents had almost died. She was sitting in the back seat, and she saw her parents faint as the car overturned. The window shattered, allowing water to pour in. She choked on the water and quickly lost consciousness. She thought she was going to die, but as her consciousness drifted away, she heard someone ask her, "Do you want to live? Do you want to save your parents?" Of course, who wouldn't want to live? Well, the voice spoke again. Then let's sign a contract. She had signed a contract with the entity known as the system. It would help her and her parents survive, and Gu Qinghwan would replenish the energy it expended in rewriting fate by completing tasks. As for what tasks? First, Gu Qinghwan had to attend the private Mingda Middle School. Mingda was quite famous in this city, with a strong faculty, high admission rates, a good school environment, and advanced facilities. In short, there was nothing bad about it when people mentioned it. Therefore, those who attend Mingda come from either wealthy or aristocratic backgrounds, or perhaps even talented individuals, whose backgrounds are humble, but whose brilliance is unmatched. Given Gu Qinghwan's financial situation, attending Mingda was a bit of a stretch, to be honest, but the system said it wasn't a problem. After Gu Qinghwan's father was discharged from the hospital, he said that the family, having survived a tragedy, would surely enjoy good fortune in the future. He excitedly bought a lottery ticket and won 5 million. After taxes, he still had 4 million left. With her grades meeting the standards, she suddenly had enough money to send Gu Qinghwan to Mingda. Gu Qinghwan was stunned. Is this really a good idea? Won't it take away someone else's chance of winning? No, the system said casually. To use an analogy from a novel you read, luck is a fixed number. Even if someone who wins the lottery doesn't win this time, they win next time. If they win less this time, they win more next time. What about our family's luck? Gu Qinghwan was a little nervous. Her family would have died in the car accident, right? How could they have won the lottery? The system hesitated for a moment. Let me think of a better explanation. I appropriated your future luck. As long as you complete the task I assigned you, it will benefit the entire world. As a reward, your luck will improve. I appropriated some of your luck. Gu Qinghwan was silent for a moment. Isn't this just a loan and advance spending? This is all based on her completing the task, right? What would happen if she didn't? Gu Qinghwan was uneasy. After 5 minutes of anxiety, she lay back down. The fact that the system had allowed her family to survive, regardless of its motives, was a tremendous favor to her. Now her family had won another prize, giving her the opportunity to attend such an excellent school. Considering it the system's investment in her, she naturally owed it a debt of gratitude by completing her tasks diligently. The first day of school was a beautiful, clear sky. Gu Qinghwan had taken a stroll around Mingda during registration and knew which building to go to. As she was about to enter, someone passing by suddenly bumped her arm. She staggered, and looking up, she saw the girl who had bumped into her walk away without a backward glance. "Are you okay, classmate?" A hand reached out and firmly supported her arm. Gu Qinghwan steadied herself and shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." The girl who had supported her withdrew her hand, nervously clutching the strap of her school bag. Do you know where Class 3 Grade 1? Huh? Gu Qinghwan then looked at the girl more closely. "Are you in Class 3 Grade 1? Me too. Let's go together." The girl relaxed considerably at this, her grip on her school bag gradually loosening, and her speech became more fluent. By the time she reached the classroom door, Gu Qinghwan already knew the girl's name was Yu Xian. Because her family had registered her, she hadn't come to school in advance, so she didn't know where the classroom was. Gu Qinghwan remembered that when she registered, the teacher who liaised with her family had recommended that students be present in person, as measurements of height, shoulder width, and other factors were needed to prepare the school uniform. Of course, not all students came in person, some didn't even come as parents. It was either the housekeeper or the assistant who provided even more detailed physical data than the school required. However, Yu Xian's uniform was clearly ill-fitting and was completely empty. Yu Xian was already thin, and Gu Qinghuan suspected a strong wind would blow her away. Amingda class only had 4 rows and 7 columns of seats, meaning no more than 28 students at most. When Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian entered class 3, 7 students were already there, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting. The seats had no student numbers or names, and it was unclear whether they were assigned by the teacher or chosen by the students themselves. Gu Qinghuan didn't know anyone, and Yu Xian was even more nervous than she was, so the two of them simply found a table in front of each other and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Gu Qinghuan heard Yu Xian's stomach rumble. Yu Xian lowered her head in embarrassment and muttered, "I was in a hurry to leave this morning, so I didn't eat much. Did you bring anything to eat?" Gu Qinghuan was already rummaging through her school bag. "No." Yu Xian's voice was still low. "I'm afraid my parents will dislike me." Gu Qinghuan paused rummaging through her school bag, feeling baffled. Why would her parents dislike her breakfast? Since she just met them, she didn't want to ask too many questions. She dug out the egg crust toast her mother had given her for break and handed it to Yu Xian. "Here." Yu Xian quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not that hungry." It stopped barking after a while. Gu Qinghuan tore open the plastic wrapper and stuffed it into Yu Xian's hand, saying firmly, "It's already been opened. If you don't eat it, the teacher will smell it and take it away." This was pure nonsense. The classroom was so large, and they were sitting by the window. Even if there was a smell, it would dissipate soon, not to mention that the teacher wouldn't necessarily care about such a trivial matter. But Yu Xian was clearly intimidated. She took the toast, at a loss for words for a few seconds, but she swallowed her saliva, held the toast in her hand, and took a small bite. As soon as she took a bite, Yu Xian's eyes lit up. After swallowing, she explained, "It's delicious. Salty, sweet, and soft. The sauce inside is sweet too, and there's pork floss." She was dark and thin, and had been timid before, but now she looked much more energetic. That's right, Gu Qinghuan thought. She had thought Yu Xian's eyes were quite pretty. She also took out the milk carton. She wanted to open it, but worried about Yu Xian's lactose intolerance, so she put the milk back and ran to the pantry to get her some warm water in a disposable paper cup. Yu Xian watched her running around. As she took the warm water, her eyes suddenly reddened, and her voice sounded a little choked. "Thank you, you're so kind. It's nothing." Gu Qinghuan really didn't take this little thing seriously. She really wanted to ask if Yu Xian's family was poor, but it was impolite to ask such a question after just meeting her, so she tried to hold back her words. After finishing her meal, Yu Xian tossed the packaging and paper cup into the trash can at the back of the classroom. By the time she returned to her seat, her mood had calmed down considerably, and she even smiled at Gu Qinghuan. "Well, let me correct you. It's not just her eyes. Yu Xian also looks beautiful when she smiles." Chapter 2. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian sat in the middle of the 4th row by the window. Gu Qinghuan, being a bit nearsighted and short, chose the 3rd row, with Yu Xian sitting behind her. Students began arriving one after another, and the seats were becoming increasingly scarce. Gu Qinghuan was just wondering how many students were in the class, when a figure suddenly appeared before her. "Hey, I want to sit here. You move." A somewhat capricious female voice rang out. Gu Qinghuan looked up, and saw a classmate standing by her desk. The slender girl, with her hair tied in a high bun, revealed a full, smooth forehead, fair, rosy skin, and a pair of watery almond-shaped eyes, with a small mole at the corners. She looked lively and cute, but her words weren't very friendly. Gu Qinghuan stood up. The girl, assuming she was offering her seat, just as she showed a hint of satisfaction, said, "My name is Gu Qinghuan. What's yours?" The girl paused for a moment, then instinctively replied, "Jiang Chu Chu." "Hello, Jiang Chu Chu." Gu Qinghuan spoke confidently, "I'm not sure if we choose our own seats, or if they're assigned by the teacher. If you insist on sitting here, why don't you wait until it's confirmed?" Yu Xian folded her hands, looking back and forth between Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chu Chu, bewildered. At some point, the class fell silent, and everyone's attention focused on her. "Wow," one boy exclaimed softly, "who is that girl named Gu Qinghuan? How dare she speak to the Jiang family's little princess like that?" "I don't know," the person next to her replied, hesitating, "but she doesn't seem to be wrong." Gu Qinghuan's ears were sharp, and she overheard the boys' whispers. "The Jiang family's little princess? What Jiang family?" "Lottery winners." Gu Qinghuan looked bewildered. Jiang Chu Chu hadn't heard anything. After a moment's reflection, she felt that Gu Qinghuan was right. She tossed her bag onto the seat in front of Gu Qinghuan, raised her chin, and said, Then we talk about it until the teacher arrives. Sit here for now, and don't make a mess. Okay. Gu Qinghua agreed and sat down again. After tossing her bag, Jiang Chuchu didn't sit down. She saw a girl she knew in class, and went to the front row to chat. Yu Xian was stunned. She poked Gu Qinghua on the back and lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid of her? Why should I be? Gu Qinghua was puzzled. It's just a seat. But what if she hits you? Yu Xian was worried. Gu Qinghua picked up her stainless steel kettle and said, Then I hit her with this. Yu Xian gasped. She had just thought Gu Qinghua was kind and considerate, but she hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Gu Qinghua thought for a moment and decided to maintain her image. I won't hit her in the head. Hitting her shoulders and arms is easier. With my strength, it won't do much damage. Yu Xian was even more frightened. She had even planned where to hit her so as not to escalate the situation. Seeing that Yu Xian was genuinely frightened, Gu Qinghua couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, No kidding, I just think she's not unreasonable. If she really wanted to throw a tantrum, she would have just pulled me away. She spoke calmly. She didn't tell everyone she reserved the seat. I think that's why she chose to negotiate with me. Although her tone was certainly not very nice. As long as there's room for negotiation, then just talk it out. I don't absolutely need the seat, but I don't want to give it up just because someone tells me to. It would make me look like I'm easy to bully. Gu Qinghua curled her lips. Yu Xian nodded in realization, then seemed to recall something, lost in thought. Gu Qinghua saw she was lost in thought, so she didn't interrupt her. Instead, she mentally asked the system, I enrolled as you instructed. What should I do next? The system was silent for a moment, then replied, Follow your own ideas. I assign you tasks when necessary. Her system is quite free, Gu Qinghua thought. Clearly, in the novel she read, systems were always harsh, punishing those who failed to complete their tasks. They were like slave owners and kidnappers. But this was fine. It was rare for her to attend such a high school, and Gu Qinghua wanted to enjoy her high school life. Besides, she wanted to get into a good university in 3 years. Gu Qinghua asked again, Do you know Jiang Chuchu's identity? The systems in novels are omnipotent, possessing every intelligence imaginable. I wonder if her system will work. I know, the system replied, but I think it's best for you to slowly learn about it on your own. Oh, it seems her knowledge or lack thereof doesn't have much of an impact. Or rather, the system acknowledges her attitude and approach toward Jiang Chuchu. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghua relaxed a bit. A laissez-faire system is preferable. She doesn't want to be constantly controlled. The bell rang, and the students who had gathered in groups to chat dispersed and returned to their seats. Jiang Chuchu also sat down in front of Gu Qinghua, her posture somewhat casual, her backpack unpacked, as if she didn't consider this her official seat. The first row of seats in Gu Qinghua's row was still empty. Perhaps no one dared to sit in front of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Other teachers passed the door of class 3 and headed for the classes behind. The students, anticipating their homeroom teacher's arrival, fell silent. That's when the boy barged in. He was still wearing his school uniform, but a pair of baggy gray-green overalls. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a silver necklace. His dyed brown curly hair looked messy yet fluffy, reminding Gu Qinghua of a teddy bear. Teddy, no. The boy glanced around and rushed to the seat in front of Jiang Chuchu. He sat down carelessly, his gray shoulder bag neatly slung under the desk. The boy was tall. Gu Qinghua estimated him to be about 1.80 meters tall. Sitting there, she was instantly thankful for her window seat, where she could look at the blackboard at an angle, unobstructed by the boy's back and head. Jiang Chuchu screamed, Qinyu. Sit somewhere else. The boy called Qinyu turned around and put on a scoundrelly smile. I don't want to. Getting closer, Gu Qinghua could see Qinyu's face clearly, and suddenly, she could only sigh at the abundance of beautiful women and handsome men in Mingda. His hair was messy, but his features were delicate. His fair skin and puppy-like drooping eyes made him look both well-behaved and endearing. Jiang Chuchu was about to say something, but the homeroom teacher had already walked in. She could only glare at Qinyu fiercely, then reluctantly avert her gaze. Chapter 3. The homeroom teacher was Chen Zilan, probably in his early 30s. He wore full-frame glasses and had short, messy hair, but his eyes were fierce. He taught English, and he looked every bit the homeroom teacher he was. As usual, the homeroom teacher first said a few words of congratulations on their promotion to high school. Then, he picked up the roster and called on everyone by their student numbers to introduce themselves. Gu Qinghua's expression grew numb as she listened. Although there wasn't the Xiao Xiao group is my family's business plot she imagined, Still, I'm good at math, and I won first prize in a certain competition. The kind of self-introduction that hurt her even more. When it was Jiang Chuchu's turn, she actually introduced her family's business. Yongchang Group is my family's. It sounded so familiar, and Gu Qingwan fell into deep thought. However, just by saying that, she had no concrete idea of Jiang Chuchu's family background. She would check on her phone after class. When Gu Qingwan's name was called, she stood up decisively and said, "My name is Gu Qingwan. Gu means to take care of me." Qingwan is taken from Su Shi's poem Wang Xixia, where the only joy in life is pure joy. I hope to get along happily with everyone over the next 3 years, and work together towards an ideal future. Since they were all students still looking forward to the future, Gu Qingwan's words were well received by everyone, and the homeroom teacher nodded in agreement. A few days ago, when the homeroom teacher learned that a student had been paid to be admitted to the class, she was a little skeptical. Mingda does have such a place, but it depends on the school board's approval. This time, the board of directors gave immediate approval to the students who paid to be admitted, especially Gu Qingwan, who was in his class. The board of directors said that people like him, who had survived a great disaster, were obviously blessed. It seems this little girl has a pretty good personality, down to earth, steady, and graceful. There's no need to worry about her getting into trouble. Gu Qingwan introduced them, and sat down. Soon it was Yu Xian's turn. She was a little nervous when her name was called. Gu Qingwan leaned slightly to look at Yu Xian and encouraged her. Yu Xian relaxed a little, her voice still trembling as she spoke. "My name is Yu Xian, the U from Yumarin, the Xian from admiration. I want to get into Peking University. I work hard." With that, she quickly sat down. Peking University? Gu Qingwan's eyes widened. She hadn't dared dream about that since 3rd grade. She decisively applauded. The other students were clearly impressed. Mingda had students who had been admitted to Peking University or recommended for admission, but to say it so directly was truly courageous, and they all applauded. For a moment, the classroom was quite lively. The homeroom teacher was also very pleased. As a teacher, seeing students eager to learn is naturally a joy. The self-introductions were quickly concluded, and the homeroom teacher then discussed the class leadership issues. He opened the form for everyone to fill out. He would first assign positions based on the results, then arrange for elections for positions with multiple candidates. Perhaps pleased by Yu Xian's ambition, the homeroom teacher conveniently assigned Yu Xian to collect the forms and hand them to him. Jiang Chuchu raised her hand high. "Teacher, how are the seating arrangements?" The homeroom teacher waved his hand. "You decide for yourself. Sit for a while, and we adjust later." What freedom! Gu Qingwan sighed inwardly. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's eager gaze, she said cheerfully, "We change after class." It wasn't like she had to sit in that seat, so she gave it up. Besides, she didn't want to argue with the older girl. Jiang Chuchu was clearly pleased with Gu Qingwan's thoughtfulness. As soon as the bell rang and the homeroom teacher left, she pulled something out of her bag and thrust it into Gu Qingwan's hand without further ado. "Take it. Consider it your seat transfer fee." Gu Qingwan's lips twitched as she took a closer look at the item in her hand. The young lady, true to her word, handed her a watch. Gu Qingwan didn't know the brand of the watch, but she instinctively knew it wasn't cheap from the design, so she shoved it back. "No, I didn't buy the seat." Jiang Chuchu frowned, then quickly relaxed her brows, pulling out her phone and saying, "Let's add each other on WeChat." Gu Qingwan figured they were classmates, and adding each other would happen sooner or later, so she simply let Jiang Chuchu scan the QR code. As soon as they added each other as friends, Jiang Chuchu sent a transfer. A transfer, not a red envelope, for a full 1,000 yuan. Gu Qingwan was stunned. "Huh? If you think the watch is too expensive, I give you some money." Jiang Chuchu put away her phone with satisfaction, looking like she finally gotten her way. Although her family had just won 5 million yuan, her allowance wasn't so much that she could just casually give someone 1,000 yuan. Gu Qingwan's mind was immediately filled with thoughts of "I'm going to fight you rich people." Jiang Chuchu seemed genuinely unconcerned about this small amount. Gu Qingwan suspected she'd lose her temper if he didn't accept it. After a moment's thought, he asked, "This money is given to me. I can do whatever I want with it, right?" "Of course." Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Gu Qingwan walked up to the podium, fearlessly in the full view of the crowd. "Jiang Chuchu just sent me a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. I'm using it as a favor." The students who had been closest to Gu Qingwan and Jiang Chuchu burst into laughter. They all came from well-off families, knew Jiang Chuchu, and could tell she wasn't one of their inner circle. Now that she was exposing her shortcomings, they actually found her quite amusing. It's rare for us to be in the same class, so let's celebrate. I used this money to buy some drinks this afternoon. No more than 50 yuan per person. Let me know when you've chosen. Gu Qinghwan said this before stepping down from the podium and switching seats with Jiang Chuchu. Xin Yu looked Gu Qinghwan up and down and commented, "You're quite good." Although she was using Jiang Chuchu's money as a favor, she had asked her first and pointed it out publicly, so she wouldn't seem like her lackey. No one really needed a drink, but getting one for free and being able to choose according to their tastes was something no one would refuse, even if it was just for fun. I can't just accept the money like that. It's not that I feel guilty about it, but I just feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Qinghwan scratched his cheek. Xin Yu smiled and pulled out his phone. "Come at a friend. Once you've chosen, I send it to you." Gu Qinghwan had another friend. Xin Yu quickly chose, and soon Gu Qinghwan received the drink he sent. Iced lemonade? Gu Qinghwan's eyes widened. "You're just drinking this." "No," Xin Yu argued. "No, this is too cheap. I thought you ordered something else." Gu Qinghwan saw that he knew Jiang Chuchu, so he must be a young master from some wealthy family. And yet he was drinking this? "You don't understand." Xin Yu's expression was deep. "My mom doesn't usually let me drink these. She says they're unhealthy." "But I just want to," Xin Yu said forcefully. "I think you reached your rebellious phase." Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but complain. The girl who was about to come over to order drinks suddenly realized what Xin Yu said. "Right. My family doesn't know about this." The girl grabbed Gu Qinghwan's shoulder, her expression enthusiastic. "Gu Qinghwan, since you can order anything, drinks and snacks are pretty much the same, right? I want to try this place's fried chicken legs. My mom won't let me order takeout." She quickly flipped through a book review and showed it to Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan hesitated for a few seconds. "I can order if you want, but this one isn't very good. The skin is overcooked, and the meat inside isn't flavorful. I recommend another place. Their fried chicken legs have a crispy crust, are crunchy, and aren't too greasy. The meat inside is juicy, and the cumin flavor is the best." The girl's eyes lit up. Okay, let's add each other as friends. You can recommend me something else." Gu Qinghwan added Xie Xiangqiu as her friend. After adding her, she looked up and saw the other classmates eagerly surrounding her. She concluded. First, being disciplined by her parents had nothing to do with family background. Second, ordering takeout without your parents knowing is the most exciting and delicious. Chapter 4. The takeout ordering spree on the first morning of school ended with Gu Qinghwan adding everyone in the class on WeChat. Gu Qinghwan's family wasn't very strict about her takeout ordering, mainly because her parents weren't very good at cooking, let alone her. They ordered frequently, so she tried almost every takeout restaurant in the city. So, while helping with the takeout ordering, Gu Qinghwan offered plenty of suggestions. Yu Xian had a phone, but wasn't very good at using it. Gu Qinghwan taught her how to download WeChat and register an account. She volunteered to help record the takeout orders from her classmates, which immediately put Gu Qinghwan at ease. Yu Xian also had a very good memory. She could memorize the order after someone told her once. Typing on her phone wasn't very smooth, so she wrote everything down by hand. She handed the paper with the takeout order to Gu Qinghwan. Although Jiang Chuchu was between them, it was just an arm's length away. Jiang Chuchu didn't care, stepping aside briefly. Glancing at the words on the paper, she blurted out, "Your handwriting is so ugly." Yu Xian froze. She couldn't continue to offer her hand, nor could she withdraw it. She felt awkward and embarrassed, her whole body trembling. Gu Qinghwan took the paper and turned to ask Jiang Chuchu, "My handwriting isn't great either. How's yours?" Jiang Chuchu hadn't considered the extent of her words' hurtful impact on Yu Xian. Just listening to Gu Qinghwan's words, she picked up her pen and scribbled the 3 characters Gu Qinghwan in a flamboyant style. "Let me show you. Your handwriting is truly beautiful." Gu Qinghwan was being honest. Jiang Chuchu's handwriting was as graceful as silver hooks, soft and elegant, full of style. Jiang Chuchu raised her nose in triumph. "Write Yu Xian's name, too." Gu Qinghwan's face was sincere. Jiang Chuchu, having just been praised, was in high spirits, so she wrote Yu Xian's name with a flick of her hand. Gu Qinghwan took the paper and walked directly over to Yu Xian, handing it to her. "Yu Xian, look, your name is so beautiful." Yu Xian's hand was still shaking a little, so Gu Qinghwan held it firmly, asking her to trace the 2 characters with her index finger. Jiang Chuchu's handwriting was truly beautiful, much more beautiful than the printed characters she had seen in books, and completely different from her own handwriting. Perhaps because of the warmth of the hand holding hers, Yu Xian's mood suddenly calmed, and the shame she had felt just now dissipated without a trace. She raised her head and smiled at Jiang Chuchu. Your handwriting is truly beautiful. Jiang Chuchu felt a little uncomfortable when someone she had just called ugly praised her so sincerely. She coughed dryly and said, "It's nothing. If you practice more, you can write beautifully too. My grandmother taught me to hold a brush when I was 3. If my handwriting still doesn't look good, then all my learning would be in vain." She shoved her newly used fountain pen at Yu Xian. "Here, practice with it. I find you some calligraphy books tonight. You'll be good in a few months." The fountain pen is not good enough. Used, Yu Xian returned the pen. She had also noticed that Jiang Chuchu was quite fond of giving gifts. As for calligraphy copybooks, I really need them. My middle school teacher also said that if I could write well, my grades would improve. Jiang Chuchu was used to being rejected by Gu Qinghuan that morning. When Yu Xian returned the pen, she didn't take it seriously and casually asked, "Why don't you practice calligraphy? My family didn't buy me stationery before, and I had to take care of my younger brother in my free time. And do the laundry. It was okay in the summer, but in the winter, I got chilblains on my hands that were itchy and painful." Yu Xian's voice trailed off as she spoke. She had never dared to complain. Her mother would have beaten or scolded her if she even hinted at any bitterness, and over time, she stopped talking. But now, it seemed like she could finally speak out. "Damn it." Jiang Chuchu's voice was a little slurred. "What did you say?" Gu Qinghuan didn't hear clearly. Jiang Chuchu grimaced. "I said I really deserve to die." Qin Yu, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, burst out laughing. Jiang Chuchu raised her eyebrows and glared at him. "Qin Yu, you eavesdropped. And you dare to laugh at me? Who laughed at you? I'm reading a novel. You can't laugh." Qin Yu yelled. Jiang Chuchu ignored him and said to Yu Xian, "I teach you calligraphy. I talk to you tomorrow when I bring the copybook. Go buy a fountain pen when you have time. Nowadays, you don't even need to refill pens. There are those pre-installed cartridges. You can just replace them." Seeing Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian chatting, Gu Qinghuan withdrew her hand with relief and returned to her seat to wait for class. Qin Yu, taking advantage of Jiang Chuchu's inattention, turned around, leaned over the back of his chair, and winked at Gu Qinghuan. "You're really good. You don't read novels anymore?" Gu Qinghuan stared at him. Did this guy really think she was a joke? Qin Yu said seriously, "I'm being serious. Jiang Chuchu has such a bad temper that even our dog has to avoid her since she was a kid. Not only did you not cause a fight with her, you actually made her reflect on herself. You're really good with words." "I just believe Jiang Chuchu means no harm," Gu Qinghuan said. Qin Yu glanced at Gu Qinghuan a few more times. "Where do you get your confidence from?" Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. "Or rather, I want to believe every girl. She would be wary of strangers, but she didn't want to assume anything malicious about any girl from the outset." "What about the boys?" Qin Yu asked excitedly. Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes. "It's better to trust a puppy than a man." Qin Yu's face fell instantly, and he snorted, turning away and ignoring her. Mingda's school was closed at noon, so students ate in the cafeteria. After school, students from other classes were heading to the cafeteria, only to see 3 people from class 3 rush out and return from the school gate with a pile of colorful takeout bags. Gu Qinghuan was carrying 4 pizza boxes. Qin Yu slowed down. Qin Yu's hands were swirling with milk tea bags, yet he was still running so fast. "Your legs are too short." Gu Qinghuan was furious. If she hadn't been afraid of the pizza falling, she would have kicked him in the butt. Another boy who came to help was carrying a pile of other takeout bags, but he still had one hand free to sip his drink. "Chew, this bobo, chew, it's delicious." The boy's name was Song Yi. He was 5 feet 4 inches tall and had a righteous, imposing appearance. He introduced himself as a local Sanda champion. When ordering, he hesitated and asked for a strawberry bobo. His family said it was a drink only for girls, and he had never had one. Gu Qinghuan not only ordered a strawberry bobo for him, but also a cheese peach from another place, insisting on a pinkish hue. "They're so good at separating drinks for men and women." Gu Qinghuan's outburst moved Song Yi so much that he declared her his real sister. By the time Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi arrived at the classroom, Yu Xian had already distributed almost half of the drinks. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian immediately took the pizza box and handed her ice cream tea. "You should take a break." Jiang Chuchu also entered the classroom with 3 other classmates. "I brought back the cafeteria's set meal. If takeout isn't enough, come get some." Gu Qinghuan looked over. "Jiang Chuchu, you're so thoughtful." Jiang Chuchu put on disposable gloves, picked out a fried chicken leg, took a tentative bite, nodded with surprise and satisfaction, and replied, of course. She took another bite of the chicken leg, and couldn't help but say, "This fried chicken leg tastes good." Her family had never made this kind of food, so it wasn't a sign of her chef's skill. Her mother, to maintain her figure, ate light meals, and wouldn't ask the kitchen to prepare anything greasy. Her father often ate out, and didn't care for the family meals. Maybe she could ask the chef to make it next time? Jiang Chuchu pondered, as Qinyu pushed another glass of iced lemonade into her mouth. "Come on, have this." Jiang Chuchu took a sip and frowned. "Why does lemonade taste like this?" Qinyu replied confidently, "It's delicious, and only $4 a glass." $4? Jiang Chuchu stared at the large glass in her hand. Had she ever drunk something so cheap? And why was it so sweet when it was clearly lemonade? While Qinyu wasn't paying attention, Jiang Chuchu took another sip. Because she didn't want to waste anything, she reluctantly finished it. Chapter 5. Lunch was a lively affair. Students from other classes couldn't help but sniff as they passed by the door. Then, catching a glimpse of the colorful drinks on the table, their defenses instantly dropped. Takeout isn't necessarily healthier than the cafeteria, but it smells so good. It's so delicious. Gu Qinghuan asked everyone to open the windows for fresh air, so they wouldn't be overwhelmed by the aroma when the teacher walked in during the afternoon class. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone felt sleepy and collapsed on their desks. Gu Qinghuan wasn't used to sleeping prone. Just as she was debating whether to play with her phone or go for a walk, Jiang Chuchu tapped her shoulder. "Do you want to take a nap?" "I can't sleep prone," Gu Qinghuan said. "Me too," Jiang Chuchu said, pleased with their common ground. "Come on, I take you somewhere you can lie down for a nap." Since they had nothing else to do, Gu Qinghuan followed Jiang Chuchu. She researched Yongchang Group during lunch and had only one comment: "They're really rich." How rich is that? Some people buy houses one by one, others buy buildings by the block, but Jiang Chuchu's family can afford to buy them one block at a time. The eldest lady was willing to take care of her, and Gu Qinghuan was happy to accept it. Who wouldn't want to live a more comfortable life? Jiang Chuchu took Gu Qinghuan to a tall building on campus. There was no sign in front of it, and she had no idea what it was used for. Jiang Chuchu found the elevator, and swiped her card to go to the 16th floor. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Chuchu pulled her inside, quickly stopping in front of a door. "This one." Jiang Chuchu nodded, and swiped her card again to enter. Gu Qinghuan was already feeling a little sleepy, and she squinted her eyes as she was dragged inside. It turned out to be a living room, complete with a sofa, recliner, desk, chairs, coffee table, sink, refrigerator, TV, air conditioner. It was quite well equipped. Jiang Chuchu turned on the air conditioner, and slumped down on the recliner. She fumbled for an eye mask from somewhere, and put it on, waving at Gu Qinghuan. "You sleep on the sofa." Gu Qinghuan gave up thinking. The young lady's family is so well off. What's wrong with having her own lounge at school? She decisively threw herself onto the sofa, hugged her pillow, and quickly fell asleep. In the National Tsinghua University Library, a young man studying noticed his phone vibrate. He casually swiped it open, and saw a message from a friend, Qin Min. "Ask your brother for me. How's Chuchu doing on her first day of school?" Qin Min put down his pen, and couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Jiang Yuxuan, this sister Khan, was being too nosy. It had only been the morning of the first day of school, so why was he so anxious? She was already in high school, so why was he still interfering with Jiang Chuchu's friendships? But if he didn't ask, given Jiang Yuxuan's personality, he'd probably bombard him with messages. The thought gave him a headache. He sighed slightly and sent a message to Qinyu. "You and Chuchu are in the same class, right? Her brother wants to know how she's doing today." Qinyu, who didn't have the habit of napping, replied quickly, "She's doing fine. She's fighting for seats with classmates, giving them watches, giving them red envelopes, calling their handwriting ugly, giving them pens, coaching their handwriting, treating them to lunch, and now she's taking them to her lounge for a nap. This morning has been quite eventful, but aren't there a few things that seem off? Sounds interesting, tell me more." Qin Min sent another message. Qinyu quickly sent a long message. It must be said that his younger brother was quite good at cutting the melon, and Qin Min found it quite amusing. He forwarded Qinyu's message to Jiang Yuxuan, who was thrilled. This little girl named Gu Qinghuan is a good person. Qin Min inwardly rolled his eyes. Anyone who treats her sister well is a good person, right? Of course, he admired Gu Qinghuan's attitude and approach to handling the situation. According to Qinyu, Gu Qinghwan wasn't from their circle. To have achieved this level of skill without any special training was truly remarkable. Jiang Yuxuan continued to post, but the name Uxin looks a little familiar. Wait for me to check it out. Qin Min ignored it and continued reading. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuxuan sent a new message. I was saying it looked familiar. Uxin is the daughter the Yu family just found. Qin Min sat up straighter, taking it a little more seriously. He had heard a little about the Yu family. It said that the third son of the Yu family, while competing for a major project, clashed with a colleague. This colleague, with a shady background, stole the third son's newborn daughter in revenge. The Yu family remained unaware of this until a few years ago, when authorities investigated the colleague's supporters and he was arrested. He confessed his crimes and revealed the incident. Only then did the family realize they had raised a fake daughter. It wasn't until this year that the third son of the Yu family finally found their real daughter. However, after raising the fake daughter for so many years, the third son and his wife couldn't bear to part with her, so they kept both daughters together. If I remember correctly, the Yu family found their real daughter before the high school entrance exam. It's been over 3 months, and they didn't even buy her calligraphy. Jiang Yuxuan's focus was quite biased. It didn't seem so biased. At least this proves that the third son and his wife probably haven't seen Uxin write yet. As a student, she had plenty of opportunities to write. For example, if she brought her a midnight snack or a glass of water while she was doing her homework, she'd be able to see her handwriting. While this could easily be done by a servant, Uxin was their biological daughter, separated from them for over a decade and then searched for years. Wouldn't any normal parent want to spend more time with their child? Given the Yu family's circumstances, handwriting wasn't necessarily expected to be perfect, but at least passable. If they noticed Uxin's handwriting wasn't good, they'd definitely ask her to practice. Clearly, the third son and his wife of the Yu family didn't value Uxin, their daughter. Qin Min sighed, but this was someone else's family affair, so he couldn't say anything. He held a pen in his hand, twirling it between his fingers. He then casually replied, "Isn't your sister going to send her a calligraphy copy?" Jiang Yuxuan, you know how to talk. Gu Qinghwan naturally had no idea she'd become the talk of the town. She slept on the sofa all afternoon, and her neck was a little sore. She was still twisting it as she and Jiang Chuchu returned to class. Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but laugh at her robot-like movements. "What are you doing?" "My neck's sore. The sofa isn't as comfortable as a bed." Gu Qinghwan was blunt. That's true. Although Jiang Chuchu slept on a recliner, it still couldn't compare to a bed. She rested her chin on her hand. How about putting 2 beds in there next time? It seems like it would be too crowded. Gu Qinghwan perked up and tempted. Do you know any human dog beds? She already had her eye on one. Perfect recommendation for Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was about to check on her phone when the teacher came in, forcing her to suppress her curiosity. Gu Qinghwan also perked up and attended class, imagining the future. She should be able to continue to sleep in Jiang Chuchu's lounge. When the time comes, she will buy 2 human doghouses, one for herself and one for Jiang Chuchu, and consider it as rent. Perfect. Chapter 6. After the first class in the afternoon, Gu Qinghwan was promoting the human dog kennel to Jiang Chuchu while filling out a class leader application form. The application form was designed by Mingda. Each class leader's position was listed at the top, with a description of responsibilities on the back. Simply tick the box and fill in the reason. However, there was an optional section at the bottom. Recommend a candidate for class monitor and your reason. Although Gu Qinghwan had added everyone's WeChat, she wasn't familiar enough to tell who was capable of being class monitor, so she simply left it blank. As for herself, Gu Qinghwan decisively chose the Student Affairs Committee. She had been a Student Affairs Committee member in junior high school and was quite happy managing class funds. More importantly, she could sneak out of school and buy things without a problem. After completing the form, Gu Qinghwan handed it to Uxin, who glanced at it, a bit surprised. Gu Qinghwan, you want to be a Student Affairs Committee member? Yes, I can use class funds to buy things, Gu Qinghwan replied. Jiang Chuchu looked away from her phone. I see, you're really good at shopping. This human dog bed looks so comfortable. She picked a fluffy one. Gu Qinghwan raised her chin confidently. Qinghwan's selection is meticulous, trustworthy. The first day of school went by quickly. Mingda didn't have evening self-study classes, probably because students, given their financial situation, would find tutors to help them. But Mingda does have clubs, and there will be a 3-day promotional event starting tomorrow. After military training, which begins next week, it will be time for club activities to resume as normal. The bell rang, and everyone started heading to the school gates. Gu Qinghwan had taken the bus there that morning, so she take the bus back too. Her parents didn't get off work until 6, and it was only 5:30 now, so they might not have finished by the time she got home. So she asked Yu Xian, are you in a hurry to get home? If not, do you want to go shopping for stationery together? Yu Xian had already decided to start practicing calligraphy, and was about to go buy a fountain pen as Jiang Chuchu had suggested. She nodded and said, okay, we go together. Anyway, when the brother had dropped her and her sister off this morning, he told her that their parents weren't home tonight, and gave her 200 yuan, telling her to get dinner and go back. Jiang Chuchu was packing her school bag when she heard this, and immediately turned around. Going to buy a fountain pen? I want to go too. Are you going to Qiansheng Plaza? Qin Yu also came over. Take me with you. The sneakers I ordered have arrived, and I'm going to pick them up. Qiansheng Plaza is a new shopping district that opened in the city last year. It focuses on culture and entertainment, and is home to many internet-famous stores. Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu often shop there. Jiang Chuchu was annoyed. Why are you, a guy, always hanging around us girls? Your brother asked me to take care of you, Qin Yu said confidently. Jiang Chuchu was about to lose her mind. How come Jiang Yuxuan is even more controlling than my mom? In the end, the four of them went to Qiansheng Plaza together, riding in Jiang Chuchu's family car. Gu Qinghwan had no experience with cars, so she, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu sat in the back seat, surprisingly not feeling crowded. Qin Yu sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Chuchu pulled 2 bottles of sparkling water from the car refrigerator and handed them to Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian. Here, have a drink. Gu Qinghwan didn't recognize the brand of the drinks, and the writing wasn't in English, but there was a pattern on the bottle. Is this grape flavored? You don't like grape flavor? Jiang Chuchu asked. I like tangerine and orange flavors, Gu Qinghwan replied. Jiang Chuchu took the grape-flavored sparkling water back, and found her another bottle of orange flavor. Gu Qinghwan thanked her and noticed Yu Xian holding onto the peach-patterned sparkling water. She asked Yu Xian, do you have any other flavors you like? No, I really like peach. Yu Xian quickly shook her head. Yeah. I never had it before. She had actually seen this kind of drink in the refrigerator at home, but the last time she tried to take it, she was scolded, asking why she was stealing from her sister. Since then, she's been afraid to take anything from the fridge, and usually just drinks plain water at home. Gu Qinghwan had already unscrewed the bottle cap, and taken a long hearty sip. Hearing this, she urged, then you might want to try it. Go ahead, I think it's delicious. Jiang Chuchu nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I think it's delicious too. It's low in calories, so you don't have to worry about gaining weight. Yu Xian nodded and slowly unscrewed the cap. The sound of air sizzling as the cap was unscrewed echoed in the car. Yu Xian could see the cheerful, fine bubbles bubbling from the translucent bottle, but they didn't come out. A sweet, refreshing peach fragrance wafted from the small bottle, filling her nose and reminding her of her childhood, when she lived in the village. One summer, starving, she secretly picked up a peach that had fallen from someone else's tree and ate it. The peach was overripe, and when it fell, it had a chipped edge, and a few ants were crawling on it. She brushed the ants away, hid the peach in her arms, ran to the river to wash it, and eagerly bit into it, skin and all. It was so sweet, almost rotten, the juice dripping onto her hands, sticky and greasy. That was when she began to love peaches. Yu Xian took a cautious sip, and immediately narrowed her eyes. Delicious. Jiang Chuchu was proud of it. Right? Delicious, right? You like peach flavor. I buy some extra for you next time. Qin Yu was playing dirty in the front. Where's mine? I want some too. I want the watermelon flavor. Shut up. There's no chance for you. Go buy it yourself after you get off the bus. Jiang Chuchu ignored him. The four of them arrived at Qiansheng Plaza in a noisy atmosphere. Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian weren't familiar with the place, but it didn't matter. With Jiang Chuchu, the eldest lady dragged them straight to the pen counter on the 4th floor. Yu Xian tried a few and finally settled on one that felt right in her hand and looked nice. It was only when she paid that she noticed the price and was shocked. So expensive. The 200 yuan her brother had given her this morning wasn't enough. She had no extra money in her purse. Jiang Chuchu grabbed Yu Xian's wrist and said, You don't have any money, do you? She curled her lips into a sly smile and quickly thrust her card into the salesgirl's hands. Quick! Swipe my card. Right now. The salesgirl suppressed her laughter and swiped her card. Yu Xian tried to stop her, but she wasn't as strong as Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan was laughing beside her, and Yu Xian's face flushed with anxiety. Gu Qinghuan. Help me. Gu Qinghuan patted Yu Xian's shoulder. Just let her swipe it. You can pay her back later, she said in a no-big-deal tone, and Yu Xian calmed down. She said to Jiang Chuchu solemnly, I pay you back when I have money. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand, but didn't say no outright. After watching them make a fuss, Qin Yu came over, shoebox in hand. Still shopping? Yes. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. That store we just passed has so cute cultural and creative products. I want to check it out. The three girls ran off to look at cultural and creative products again. Jiang Chuchu even gave Qin Yu Xian's pen. Qin Yu resigned himself to being the bag carrier. As he was following, his phone rang. He put on his Bluetooth headset and asked, Brother? Qin Min asked, after school? Yeah, I was just shopping with those three girls at Qiansheng. I was just the bag carrier. Qin Yu complained even more. Qin Min chuckled, Choo-choo, and what about Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan you mentioned? Yes, Choo-choo just bought Yu Xian a pen. Yu Xian didn't have enough money, so she rushed to swipe her card. Yu Xian blushed in frustration, and the salesgirl laughed at her. Qin Yu found it amusing to think about it. Gu Qinghuan didn't help. Qin Min asked. She was just watching the fun, saying Yu Xian could just return the money to Choo-choo later. Qin Yu smacked his lips. Choo-choo definitely won't take it. Gu Qinghuan will find a way to mediate when the time comes. Qin Min was certain. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Brother, you're optimistic about her, aren't you? Yes, at least she's more useful than you. Qin Min was blunt. Qin Yu, struck with disappointment, hung up the phone and sauntered over to Gu Qinghuan. My brother just called me, Qin Yu said. Gu Qinghuan was surprised. What did this have to do with her? He thinks I'm useless. Qin Yu deliberately lowered his brows, looking pitiful. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. If you're useless, does that mean he doesn't love you anymore? Qin Yu was startled by the word love. Ugh! You're so corny! He rubbed his arms, and followed Gu Qinghuan's train of thought. Although his parents always said he couldn't compare to Qin Min's insults were mostly joking. He actually cared deeply for him. Even after going off to college, the two brothers kept in touch. It was Qin Min who had even helped him find the sneakers this time. Qin Yu thought about it, feeling increasingly moved. He pulled out his phone and sent Qin Min a message. Brother, even though I'm useless, it's great to have a brother like you. After a long pause, Qin Min finally replied, What are you being cheesy about? Qin Yu's face immediately fell. Just as he was about to complain to Gu Qinghuan, Qin Min sent another message. Please collect payment. Qin Min, stop being a bag-carrying kid. Go buy yourself something. Qin Yu was stunned. Gu Qinghuan truly is useful. Chapter 7. Gu Qinghuan strolled around, satisfied and content. Yet she didn't buy a single thing. Yu Xian had already bought a pen, so she just looked. Jiang Chuchu had bought the entire product line from a co-branded IP. Seeing that Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian were both empty-handed, she couldn't help but ask, Why aren't you buying anything? Yu Xian pointed at the pen bag Qin Yu was carrying. I bought it, you paid. Gu Qinghuan spread her hands. I'm not buying anything. I have stationery, I just like browsing. After enough shopping, of course, they all had to go home. Jiang Chuchu generously offered to take them home. As for Qin Yu, he was going in the same direction as Jiang Chuchu, so she reluctantly gave him a ride. According to the distance, Gu Qinghuan got off the car first. She sat on the side, and Yu Xian sat in the middle. She noticed Yu Xian twirling the string of the pen's packaging and casually asked, What's wrong? Throughout the day, Yu Xian's trust in Gu Qinghuan had skyrocketed, and she hadn't even noticed she was starting to feel like she was her lifeblood. Without hesitation, she explained, I'm worried that if I take this home, my family will scold me for wasting money. I don't spend a penny of it carelessly. Jiang Chuchu said immediately, As long as I'm happy, it's worth it. Gu Qinghuan gave Jiang Chuchu a thumbs up. If nothing else, her spending attitude was excellent. She turned to Yu Xian and asked, Does your family need this money? In fact, the answer to this question was clear to Gu Qinghuan. Definitely not. She felt that Yu Xian's family was likely wealthy. Although Yu Xian seemed poor, when Jiang Chuchu offered to pay for the pen earlier and suggested that she pay it back later, she agreed without a second thought. What does this mean? It means that although the pen seemed expensive to Yu Xian, she could easily pay it back. Honestly, this conclusion was quite contradictory. After much thought, Gu Qinghuan could only conclude, Yu Xian's family had money, but they just didn't let her spend it. For example, the family often discussed tens or even millions of yuan. Even if Yu Xian only received a few tens or hundreds of yuan in pocket money each month, she wouldn't consider a few hundred yuan worth of things a burden on the family. As expected, Yu Xian shook her head decisively. Gu Qingwen felt she had guessed the point. After a moment's thought, she asked Jiang Chu, "Do you mind if Yu Xian is a bit of a bully?" This was the first time Jiang Chu had heard someone claim her influence and give her a heads up, and she was intrigued, especially because Gu Qingwen always came up with something so interesting. She said cheerfully, "Tell me what you're going to do." "I'm going to have Yu Xian tell her family that she bought the pen because you're interested in teaching her calligraphy," Gu Qingwen said. "Isn't that the truth?" Jiang Chu didn't think this was a case of bullying. "It's different for the Yu family," Qin Yu couldn't help but interject. "As long as we can befriend you, buying a pen is nothing." During the afternoon break, Qin Min had given him a brief overview of Yu Xian's situation, and he felt sorry for her. "Yu family?" Gu Qingwen pondered. It seemed Yu Xian's family was also quite powerful, but not in the same league as Jiang Chu's. She continued, "But you can't say Jiang Chu paid for it, and don't say you two have a good relationship." Yu Xian was a little confused. "Why is that?" "I understand." Qin Yu spoke excitedly. "It's to get the Yu family to invest in Yu Xian. After all, school has just started. If you claim to be close to Jiang Chu, the Yu family won't believe you. Changing it to saying you found an opportunity to build a good relationship with her will make it more likely. And then, to strengthen your relationship, they definitely give you resources. A pen is nothing." Qin Yu finished his speech with a flourish, mentally patting himself on the back. "That's about it." Gu Qingwen nodded. "That way, they won't scold you for buying a pen, and they even support you buying things." After their explanation, Yu Xian finally understood. She felt a little uneasy. Will this work? Let's try it first. Gu Qingwen had never met the Yu family, and wasn't sure how effective this tactic would be. She was simply thinking from a profit-oriented perspective. "If it doesn't work, message me again." Yu Xian looked at Jiang Chu again. "Can I borrow your name?" "I don't even think it counts as borrowing." Jiang Chu shrugged. "Compared to that, I'm even more upset with your family's attitude. Why should they scold you for buying a pen?" "How petty," she said angrily. "That's what you said. I wonder if they scold you again." Jiang Chu, remembering Yu Xian's earlier words, felt nothing but disgust towards the Yu family. She herself had never gotten frostbite, but the thought of her hands getting red and swollen made her scalp tingle. It must be excruciating. As they spoke, the car arrived at the gate of Gu Qingwen's residential complex. Gu Qingwen opened the door, got out, and said goodbye to the other three. Before she'd taken 2 steps, she heard her mother's voice. "Wan. Hey!" Gu Qingwen responded, and seeing her mother carrying a takeout box, she immediately went over to her. "Mom, what delicious food did you buy?" Gu Haiyan frowned but didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Why did you get out of someone else's car?" "Oh, that's my classmate's car. There were 2 other classmates in it. We went shopping at Qianxing after school." Gu Qingwen grabbed the takeout box and opened it to take a look. It looked like fried rice from old Wang's at the corner. Hopefully, it wasn't made by his son. His son's rice was so soft and not at all dry. "You didn't buy anything?" Gu Haiyan was a little worried. She knew that most of the students at Ming Deli were young ladies, and the car looked expensive. She had just won a lottery, but she couldn't afford to squander it. She and her husband were planning to buy their daughter a house someday. She wondered if her daughter's classmates would think her family wasn't as well off as they were. The thought made Gu Haiyan worried. "No, I don't need anything. I'm mainly buying a pen for one of my classmates." Gu Qingwen noticed her mother's worry. "Don't worry, Mom. My classmates are all very nice. I even added all of them on WeChat today." Gu Haiyan, thinking of her daughter's popularity since childhood, felt a little relieved. "You need to do well in school. Learning is the most important thing. Don't take advantage of others just because they come from wealthy families." Listening to her mother's rambling, Gu Qingwen rubbed her nose guiltily. She even taught Yu Xian how to use Jiang Chu's prestige to intimidate the family. Ahem, better not tell Mom and Dad. Even then, Jiang Chu also dropped Yu Xian off at the entrance of the Yu family villa. The servants cleaning the courtyard were so shocked to see Yu Xian exit the luxury car that they opened their mouths wide and hurried to report to the housekeeper. The housekeeper hurried out, barely catching sight of the back of the departing car. However, that was enough time for him to clearly see the car and its license plate number. He immediately recognized it as the Jiang family's, and hurried to report it to Yu Xian's parents. Yu Xian clutched the pen packaging, her body stiffening again. She remembered Gu Qinghuan's words and took another deep breath. She actually dreaded going home, dreading seeing her parents and brother, dreading seeing them happily interacting with her sister. It made her feel superfluous. She envied her sister, sometimes feeling jealous and aggrieved. However, she could never receive that kind of affection, always receiving only disappointment and disgust. Even the servants were indifferent to her, sometimes even treating her as if she didn't exist. But today, when she returned home, the servants not only brought her slippers, but also her school bag. The kitchen quickly prepared dinner and served it up. The dishes were simple, but freshly made, and the taste was excellent. In an instant, Yu Xian clearly realized Jiang Chuchu's influence. She suddenly panicked. Her past experiences of harsh treatment made her doubt whether she was doing the right thing. She was so miserable. Wasn't it inappropriate for her to be associated with Jiang Chuchu? Did she deserve such care? But then, another voice echoed in her mind. Yu Xian, look at your beautiful name. She suddenly calmed down. Jiang Chuchu agreed to Gu Qinghuan's suggestion. She didn't want to let their kindness go to waste. She wanted to return the money for the pen to Jiang Chuchu and write beautifully. Chapter 8. After dinner, Yu Xian returned to her room. She didn't have much homework today, but she needed to review what she'd learned and preview the lessons ahead. When she lived in that house, she always had endless chores to do, so she had to squeeze in every minute of study while at school. Over time, she developed a habit of previewing. After organizing her notes, she spotted the pen pouch on the table and took it out. The pen was a vibrant cyan, looking very refreshing. When Yu Xian tried it out, just holding it made her realize that it didn't suit her scarred fingers. But Jiang Chuchu said, as long as you like it, it's suitable. She also felt that her handwriting was so ugly that she didn't deserve such a fine pen. Gu Qinghuan said, when your handwriting becomes beautiful, you can say it was practiced with this pen. Anyway, if I had this pen, I'd be so proud. She said seriously, it will accompany you as you improve. Yu Xian ultimately chose it. There was a knock on the door, and a servant's voice rang out. Miss, the master and mistress are back. Please go down to meet them. This was the first time Yu Xian had heard the name Mississippi. Usually, the servants would just greet her with you come, you go. Yu Xian put down her pen, walked out of the room, and went downstairs to the living room to meet her parents. The two men were already sitting on the sofa in the living room. When Yu Xian came down, they cast scrutinizing glances at her. Xiao Xian, did you take a classmate's car back today? Yu Wenli studied Yu Xian calmly. He knew his daughter, who had been found, was in the same class as the Jiang family's jewel, but he hadn't expected her to have such connections. Yu Xian felt a dryness in her throat. She took a deep breath and said, yes, it's the classmate who sat in front of me. Her name is Jiang Chuchu. Cui Wanning, remembering the housekeeper's comment about Yu Xian returning with a bag, pretended to ask casually, did you go shopping with her? Yu Xian replied, well, she thought my handwriting wasn't pretty and asked me to practice more. So I asked her to take me to pick out pens and teach me how to write. Yu Wenli frowned, a little dissatisfied that Yu Xian's handwriting had caught Jiang Chuchu's attention. Never mind. He had long known his daughter had nothing to offer. If Jiang Chuchu really took a fancy to her, that would be truly unusual. Cui Wanning gave her husband a look, reminding him not to get angry. She was the Jiang family's little princess. Any opportunity to connect with her should be seized. She looked again at Yu Xian, who stood timidly, feeling a pity. How could this daughter have caught Jiang Chuchu's eye? Her unimpressive appearance, no match for Yuan, was truly a headache for her. She tried to speak gently. Since Miss Jiang is willing to teach you, you must study hard. Yes. Yu Xian nodded obediently. Yu Wenli looked at Yu Xian's bare wrist, thinking of his youngest daughter, Yu Yuan's new watch, and couldn't help but add, I transfer some money to your card later. Buy anything you need. Don't embarrass yourself in front of others. I understand. Yu Xian continued to respond. Yu Wenli waved his hand, not asking any further questions, and sent Yu Xian back. Yu Xian returned to her room, and had just sat down when she received a text message from the bank alerting her that the money had been deposited. Yu Wenli was quite prompt. The 50,000 yuan had been transferred right away. Balance, 0.43 yuan. When she first returned home, Yu Wenli gave her a card, saying that pocket money would be deposited into it. She had never had her own bank card before, and didn't know how to use it. Her brother Yu Jinxin offered to teach her how to use it, so instead of going to the bank, he took her and Yu Yuan shopping. In the end, All her expenses that day were charged to her bank card, and the only thing she actually received was a free backpack that came with a yuan suitcase. The card had originally held 100,000 yuan, but only a few hundred remained. Later, she went to the bank. The manager was very friendly, and taught her how to change her password and withdraw money. She also suggested that she open a third-party payment platform to buy things online. With those few hundred yuan, she bought all the stationery she needed for school online, leaving her with less than 300 yuan. Now, in less than 10 minutes, she had 50,000 yuan more. Yuxian clutched her phone, feeling unsettled, when a message suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. Gu Qinghuan, picture Gu Qinghuan, look. My dinner? Gu Qinghuan, the fried rice here is delicious. But the owner's son isn't very good at it. Luckily, the owner made it today. Gu Qinghuan, next time, I treat you. Yuxian suddenly got excited. She took a screenshot of the incoming text message and sent it to Gu Qinghuan. Yuxian, picture Yuxian, I treat you. I'm rich. After sending it, she became nervous. Would this seem too arrogant? This wasn't her own money, and she was just borrowing Jiang Chuchu's influence. Gu Qinghuan's message interrupted her thoughts. Gu Qinghuan, thumbs up Gu Qinghuan, then I want the most luxurious beef, ham, and egg fried rice. And a cup of sour plum soup. Gu Qinghuan, quick, show Jiang Chuchu how rich you are. Next time, she won't be the first to swipe her card. With a click, Yuxian realized she was crying. She bit her lower lip, stifling a sob as she sent a screenshot to Jiang Chuchu. When she previously offered to teach her calligraphy, Jiang Chuchu had also added her on WeChat. Yuxian, my family gave me money, thank you. Jiang Chuchu, why thank me? Jiang Chuchu, the Yu family is so stingy. Only 50,000. Jiang Chuchu, don't rush to pay for the pen. What can you buy with 50,000? Jiang Chuchu, let me know when the Yu family gives you 200,000. Yuxian wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. All the grievances she endured had wrapped around her like a spider web, suffocating her. But now, it seemed like they were all gone. In the Jiang family villa, Jiang Chuchu lay sprawled on her bed, staring at the screenshots Yuxian had sent her. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She jumped up and ran to the study without even putting on her slippers. Her father, Jiang Yue, was in the study, looking through documents. Seeing her run in barefoot, he quickly called for slippers. My dear little ancestor, why did you come here like that? Jiang Chuchu squatted in front of the cabinet, rummaging through the contents. Without even turning back, she said, I'm looking for a copybook. Is the copybook my grandma used to help me practice calligraphy still there? It should be, Jiang Yue thought, and seeing the slippers were brought, he urged, put your shoes on first, or you catch a cold. Jiang Chuchu stood up and put on her shoes. Aunt Wu, who had brought the shoes, took over the task of finding the copybook. As she searched, she said, I remembered it from the book's drawing earlier. I find it soon. Jiang Chuchu didn't have to do anything herself, so she simply sat in the rocking chair nearby and watched. What are you looking for? Jiang Yue asked. Lend it to a classmate, Jiang Chuchu said. The girl sitting behind me has bad handwriting, so I promised to teach her. Jiang Yue was just wondering if someone from the Jiang family had deliberately come up to him when Jiang Chuchu asked, Dad, do you know the Yu family? Is your classmate from the Yu family? Jiang Yue pondered. Of the several brothers in this generation of the Yu family, he only had some contact with the eldest, Yu Wenren. He wasn't familiar with the others. Qin Yu said she is. Jiang Chuchu blinked. Her name is Yuxian. Dad, can you help me find out? This was beyond Jiang Yue's expectations. This little BS actually took the initiative to find out about someone. He wrote down Yuxian's name and agreed immediately. I help you find out tomorrow. Jiang Chuchu was satisfied, and the frustration she felt from seeing the screenshot faded a lot. Yuxian's screenshot wasn't cropped, so she saw the first 3 messages. There were only 3 transactions in over 2 months. She watched her balance go from 362.57 to 337.72, then to 292.25, and finally to 277.43, feeling increasingly infuriated. Since Qin Yu could even mention the Yu family, they must be wealthy, right? Why wouldn't they give her money to spend? Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth. She had to get to the bottom of this matter. Chapter 9. As the night deepened, Chen Zilan, the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 1, pulled out an application form from his bag, then a piece of scratch paper, and a new form, and began to decide on the class leadership positions. Mingda's class leadership system established 7 positions: monitor, vice monitor, study committee member, discipline committee member, physical education committee member, publicity committee member, and life committee member. Class 3 had only 22 students, and class leaders made up roughly 1/3 of the class. Chen Zilan didn't rush to choose a monitor, but began by screening those with less influence. For the life committee member, 2 had volunteered. Someone was definitely trying to sneak out under the guise of purchasing class supplies, so Chen Zilan wrote down their names for now. For the publicity committee member, Mingda's publicity committee member also served as the arts committee member for another school. Only 1 student had volunteered, and it was unsurprisingly this student. For the physical education committee member, a student named Song Yi had signed up. If I remember correctly, Song Yi was the tallest boy in the class and also excelled in Sanda. Chen Zilan decided on him. No one signed up for the disciplinary committee position, which wasn't surprising to Chen Zilan. Enforcing discipline was a bit of a hassle, so it was normal that no one wanted to be one. He left it as is. Only Yu Xian signed up for the study committee position. Chen Zilan had a good impression of this student, who was hoping to get into Peking University, so he immediately made her his choice. Qin Yu filled out the position of vice class monitor, but Chen Zilan took a closer look and saw that he even written a request. If Gu Qinghuan is class monitor, I be vice class monitor. He even recommended Gu Qinghuan as the class monitor, saying she was quite capable. What a joke. No one had nominated themselves for class monitor, so he started looking at the other people's recommended candidates. This stunned Chen Zilan. Unconvinced, he flipped through all the class lists and was shocked. Everyone except Gu Qinghuan had actually recommended her. Some reasons were outgoing personality, generous demeanor, others organized and knowledgeable. Song Yi was the most outrageous, filling out I do whatever my sister says. Yu Xian had written numerous reasons for her recommendation, and Chen Zilan read through them, finding them all filled with good. Jiang Chuchu had actually recommended Gu Qinghuan too. As for the reason, she's the right one? Where did that overbearing CEO come from? Chen Zilan exhaled, put down his watch, leaned back in his chair, folded his hands flat on his stomach, and closed his eyes peacefully. Some homeroom teachers appear alive, but in reality, they've been dead for a while. Even if not all of it, the application form reveals some of the students' personalities. At least the part Chen Zilan saw convinced him that the next 3 years wouldn't be easy for him. He sat up straight and decisively chose Gu Qinghuan as class monitor. The popular choice. The people's choice. Who else could be class monitor? The student who volunteered will be the student life committee member. Qin Yu will be the vice class monitor. Since there's a girl and a boy, he'd be in charge of the boys' side. Now all that's missing is a disciplinary committee member. Chen Zilan is undecided and plans to discuss this with the head and vice head tomorrow to see if they have any recommendations. The next day, Gu Qinghuan, who was called into the office with Qin Yu, was completely stunned when she learned the homeroom teacher had chosen her as class monitor. Huh? Gu Qinghuan pointed at herself. Me as class monitor? Qin Yu had already turned his head away, stifling a laugh. Yes, this is the unanimous choice of the other students. Chen Zilan handed Gu Qinghuan the application form and said slowly, to have everyone recommend you on the first day of school is a testament to your ability. Gu Qinghuan flipped through the application form with a clatter. Generous? Jiang Chuchu's pay was for the dinner, not hers. Organizational skills? Does she mean she's ordering takeout from a group? Broad knowledge? Doesn't that mean she's trying every takeout snack in the city? Yu Xian is fine, but what Qin Yu and Jiang Chuchu wrote is nothing. Gu Qinghuan returned the application form to Chen Zilan with a sullen face, saying carefully, Teacher Chen, look at me. My grades, talents, and physical fitness are all average. No, I don't have any talents other than snapping my fingers. Puff. This time, it wasn't just Qin Yu who was laughing, the other teachers in the office laughed too. Chen Zilan almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but quickly held it in place. But everyone recommended you for class monitor, which means you must have the ability to be trusted and recognized by everyone. That's right, Qin Yu chimed in. I think Gu Qinghuan is perfect for class monitor. Gu Qinghuan wanted to step on him. Actually, being a class monitor isn't a big deal. Teachers and other class leaders participate in major events, so gaining the support of your classmates is what's most important. Chen Zilan coaxed, if you're not sure, give it a try first. If that doesn't work out, we can find someone else later. How about that? Since it had come to this, Gu Qinghuan couldn't resist the head teacher and dutifully agreed. Chen Zilan perked up. Then Qin Yu will be the vice class monitor, essentially your deputy. Gu Qinghuan turned and looked at Qin Yu meaningfully. You're in my hands, kid. Qin Yu pretended not to notice Gu Qinghuan's threat, holding his head high and saying, I do my best. Chen Zilan added, the other class leaders are almost decided. Only the disciplinary committee position is still vacant. Do you have any recommendations? Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan spoke without hesitation. Qin Yu was startled, turning his head sharply to look at her. Chen Zilan choked and asked dryly, why choose her? To be more realistic, her family background is the most powerful, and she's in charge of disciplinary matters. Even if others have objections, at least they won't dare to openly oppose her. Gu Qinghuan wasn't shy at all. Chen Zilan thought to himself, what else can I say? From the perspective of class leaders, Jiang Chuchu is the most exemplary. Gu Qinghuan explained, although her family is well off, she doesn't disregard discipline. She arrives on time, dresses appropriately, treats other students equally, doesn't disrupt the collective atmosphere, and reflects on her own shortcomings. She concluded, these may sound ordinary, but considering Jiang Chuchu's family situation, she is still able to do this, which shows she has strong self-discipline. Even if everyone initially listens to her simply because of her status, over time, they surely recognize her excellence, trust her, and align themselves with her. I think this is the true meaning of a disciplinary committee member. Chen Zilan began to understand why everyone had chosen Gu Qinghuan as class monitor. I consult Jiang Chuchu for her opinion, Chen Zilan nodded. You two can go back first. Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu left. The teacher who had laughed earlier slid over from her swivel chair. Hey, new class monitor, what's your status? You're young, yet you speak so eloquently and seem to be quite perceptive. No, I don't have any status. I'm just a student who paid to get in this year. Chen Zilan shook his head. But it's truly remarkable that she could speak so highly of Jiang Chuchu. She said that Jiang Chuchu's ability to discipline herself was remarkable given her circumstances, but wasn't the reverse also true? Despite the disparity in family circumstances, she could still clearly see the other person's strengths and acknowledge them, a truly rare and precious quality. Gu Qinghuan, completely unaware of the two teachers' high praise for her, returned to class and desperately tried to stop Qin Yu. Chuchu, let me tell you, Gu Qinghuan just recommended you to the class committee for discipline. Qin Yu clung to Jiang Chuchu's desk, desperately trying to finish his words. Qin Yu, you loud. Gu Qinghuan was on the verge of tears. Saying something like this in front of others was fine, but saying it in front of her was utterly humiliating. After hearing this, Jiang Chuchu looked at Gu Qinghuan. Is that what you said? Gu Qinghuan, feeling unsure, looked down at her shoes. So will you be the class monitor? Jiang Chuchu continued. Right. Wait a minute. Gu Qinghuan suddenly looked up, gritting his teeth. I haven't even asked you yet. Why are you pushing me to be class monitor? This time, Jiang Chuchu looked away. You pushed me to be the discipline committee member, and I pushed you to be the class monitor. Isn't that fair? Then if I do, you have to be too. Gu Qinghuan said fiercely. Originally, I wasn't interested in being the discipline committee member, but someone praised me so much in front of the homeroom teacher, so I give it a try. Jiang Chuchu crossed her arms. The two glared at each other for a moment, then laughed at the same time. Qin Yu raised his hand. I'm the vice class monitor. None of your business. Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan said in unison. Chapter 10. During recess, Chen Zilan summoned Jiang Chuchu to his office to inquire about her role as discipline committee member. Jiang Chuchu readily agreed, and during English class, Chen Zilan announced the new class leaders and had them deliver their declarations of office. Aside from a few familiar faces, the Student Affairs Committee member, whom Gu Qinghuan had been longing for, was Ming Xiaolin, and the Publicity Committee member was Xie Xiangxue, whom she had previously added on WeChat. Everyone's declarations were excellent. Perhaps because of the group takeout meal yesterday, the classmates had become familiar with each other much more quickly than in other classes. When it was Gu Qinghuan's turn to deliver her declaration, she stood up and blurted out the words she had been holding back. I'm truly shocked to receive the recommendation votes of everyone except me. The classmates burst into laughter. The student sitting in front and behind her had actually discussed this while filling out the forms yesterday. Some had the excuse, since you filled it out for Gu Qinghuan, I might as well fill it out too, but hearing Gu Qinghuan say this now was quite amusing. For a class like this to have such rapport on the first day of school, isn't that a good sign? Who doesn't want to live in a friendly environment? Actually, I'm not exactly sure what the class monitor does. Specific matters are handled by other class leaders. So my approach, Gu Qinghuan scratched his cheek, is this: No matter what happens, please come to me if you need anything. If I can solve a problem, I find a way to help. If I can't, I try to find someone who can, like a teacher or a parent. If all else fails, I can even contact the police. Gu Qinghuan was interrupted by Chen Zilin. He wiped his sweat off his forehead and said, "Forget the police. I get scolded by the head teacher." The classmates burst into laughter again. Gu Qinghuan laughed too, his eyes narrowed into crescents. "Just kidding. I don't even want to contact the teachers or parents unless it's absolutely necessary." A group of people silently echoed, "That's right, who wants to involve adults in student affairs?" Xinyu rubbed his chin, agreeing. Actually, he subconsciously agreed with the first half, right. If Gu Qinghuan deemed it truly necessary, then no one could stop her from seeking help from teachers, parents, or even society. Anyway, I be the class monitor from now on. Please give me your guidance. Gu Qinghuan finished, and sat down, and everyone applauded respectfully. After class, as soon as Chen Zilin left, Gu Qinghuan pulled out her phone and quickly created a WeChat group. Gu Qinghuan, wow. I added everyone's WeChat yesterday, and it's finally coming in handy today. The other students spontaneously changed their nicknames to their real names, and emojis flew everywhere. Xinyu strode onto the podium and patted the desk. Let's come up with a group name. Can't we just call it Class 3 Grade 1? Yu Xian had just learned how to use WeChat and didn't quite understand what the group name was. Of course not. Xinyu immediately protested, it's too rigid. The boys all chimed in, echoing Xinyu's words. Yu Xian silently shut up and continued practicing her calligraphy. She had no problem with the group name anyway. What are the group names of other classes? Gu Qinghuan's words instantly silenced the boys. Ming Xiaolan pushed his glasses up, nodded secretly, and added fuel to the fire with a cold tone. Our class's group name can't be worse than the others, right? Xie Xianxue also blinked innocently. How about we first ask around for names from other classes, and then come up with one that's better than the others? Several of the boys who had been the most enthusiastic gathered together, discussing asking people they knew from other classes to gather their names. I leave that to you. Gu Qinghuan patted Qinyu's shoulder. You have a veto over the new group name. Qinyu patted his chest. Just wait. After that, he went back to discuss things with the boys. Jiang Chuchu poked Gu Qinghuan on the back with her pen cap. Are you really going to let them choose? She didn't trust the boys' naming skills. I have the final say. Gu Qinghuan shook his head. Jiang Chuchu burst out laughing. Club recruitment starts today, right? Which club do you want to join? Gu Qinghuan asked. Forget about sports clubs. I don't want to sweat it out every day. Look for arts clubs, Jiang Chuchu said. Yu Xian, what club do you want to join? Gu Qinghuan raised her voice slightly. Yu Xian looked up. Are there calligraphy clubs? I think there are. Gu Qinghuan thought calligraphy clubs were pretty common. Then I'd like to join a club where I can practice using a fountain pen, Yu Xian said. This morning, Jiang Chuchu gave her 2 calligraphy books suitable for beginners and explained some related knowledge during break, but it's best to have a systematic approach. She agreed. That's great. Let's go check out the club booth together at noon. The club's promotional booth was set up directly on the path from the teaching building to the cafeteria, in a small plaza to avoid occupying the playground and disrupting physical education classes. After lunch, the 3 of them ran over there together. The small plaza was bustling with activity today. There was even a sign at the entrance, marking the locations of each club and showing which clubs were involved. The calligraphy club that Yu Xian had wanted to join was indeed there, divided into hard pen calligraphy and soft pen calligraphy. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but marvel at the detailed divisions. Yu Xian went to the hard pen calligraphy booth first, while Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan were still looking at the club overview. The baking club? I wonder if there will be a lot of delicious food, chiffon cake, towel rolls, caramel pudding. Gu Qinghuan was a little tempted. She was just debating whether to go to the baking club when she noticed a sudden commotion in the bustling crowd. From a distance, the noise wasn't clear enough. Gu Qinghuan was initially only slightly puzzled when a deliberately raised male voice suddenly rang out. Don't be so shameless. I already said I didn't mean it. The female voice that followed, a familiar one. It was Xie Xianxue's voice. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged glances, then decisively squeezed their way to the center of the circle. The weather was still hot, and the crowds were crowded, making it quite tiring. Gu Qinghuan heard 2 more male voices, but she didn't listen closely. Xie Xianxue's voice gradually faded. She spotted Xie Xianxue from a gap in the crowd and decisively moved over. I'm coming. Her sudden cry interrupted everyone's thoughts. Xie Xiangxue, already furious and anxious, was almost speechless, but now her thoughts paused, giving her a moment to breathe and clear her mind a little. Gu Qinghuan stepped directly in front of Xie Xiangxue, not even glancing at the three boys across from him. He raised his voice. What happened? Is this bullying? Is this bullying? Bullshit! One of the three boys immediately became furious and shouted, This woman threw a drink all over our brother Yin. We just want her to apologize. I apologized. Xie Xiangxue's anger flared up again. I told him to take him to the logistics office to get a spare uniform. I take the dirty clothes home, wash them, and give them to him tomorrow. But he said, Xie Xiangxue couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. Instead, the boy standing in the middle across from her snorted disdainfully, You're just trying to get close to me by trying to get involved. I'm just telling you not to try to be so clever. I've seen countless people like you. As soon as he finished speaking, you. Gu Qinghuan clutched her chest and said sincerely, Sorry, I just ate, and hearing such offensive words makes my stomach feel uncomfortable. The boy's face darkened instantly. Chapter 11. The students watching nearby were also amused by Gu Qinghuan, and their laughter only made Brother Yin face uglier. You? Stop, stop, Gu Qinghuan paused with his hand. Let me ask you something first. Brother Yin, what's your name? Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter again. They hadn't noticed when Brother Yin's younger brother had called him that earlier, but now Gu Qinghuan hesitantly called him that, sounding ashamed to even say it, and they felt awkward too. Brother Yin was about to respond when Gu Qinghuan yelled again, Ah! Brother Yin held his breath, almost choking. Gu Qinghuan turned to look at Xie Xiangxue. Do you know his name? Xie Xiangxue's head shook like a rattle. How would I know his name? Gu Qinghuan turned back to Xie Xiangxue, his eyes fixed on Brother Yin. No way. How could someone not know the name of someone they're deliberately trying to connect with? She's lying. Brother Yin raged. She knows. I'm Yin Zhengqing. Who? Gu Qinghuan was bewildered. She truly didn't know. Yin Zhengqing's face was nearly purple with rage. Of course you don't know. Jiang Chu finally pushed through the crowd and stepped in. You don't even know me, let alone him. Seeing Jiang Chu, Yin Zhengqing's expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chu stood in front of Gu Qinghuan and Xie Xiangxue, completely ignoring Yin Zhengqing. She simply poked Gu Qinghuan in the forehead and said, Stay away from this guy from now on, okay? You can't afford to pay if you bump into him. Oh! Gu Qinghuan responded, then turned to Xie Xiangxue and shouted in frustration, Stay away from him. You can't afford the compensation. Some of the students watching were already practically laughing. Yin Zhengqing gritted his teeth, Jiang Chu, don't use your family background to stand against me. So you're not using your family background to bully others? Gu Qinghuan peeked out from behind Jiang Chu. Yin Zhengqing choked, unable to think of a rebuttal. Jiang Chu folded her arms and sneered, My last name is Jiang. So what? I'm just relying on my family, so what? I'm not like you, constantly causing trouble for the Yin family. It's only the second day of school, and you're already delusional? Who would try to get close to someone by provoking them? Yes. Gu Qinghuan poked his head in again. It's like that in idol dramas. The heroine accidentally spills coffee on the CEO on her first day, but the CEO thinks her clumsiness is cute, and then Jiang Chu grabbed Gu Qinghuan's mouth. Who would apply the plot of a brainless idol drama to real life? Is he brainless? Gu Qinghuan was speechless, trying to signal with her eyes. The one across from him was a brainless one. Yin Zhengqing's face was livid, and he turned and strode away. His two younger brothers followed him, calling him Brother Yin. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the small square returned to its former bustle. Jiang Chu released her hand. Next time, don't rush forward so impulsively. Don't even look at who it is. I really don't know him, Gu Qinghuan paused. Even if I knew him, I would still rush forward. In that situation, she couldn't leave Xie Xiangxue alone. She had to at least let her know she wasn't alone. Xie Xiangxue finally relaxed, tears streaming down her face. Wiping away tears, she said, Thank you. Gu Qinghuan pulled a napkin from his pocket, tore off a piece, and wiped her face. Then he asked Jiang Chu, Is Yin Zhengqing that powerful? Just SOSO, Jiang Chu shrugged. His family's in the entertainment industry. They've been mass-producing idol stars, and monetizing their popularity. They're making a lot of money, but they don't have a strong foundation. She scoffed again, Look at him. The Yin family will be doomed sooner or later if he gets his hands on them. Gu Qinghuan seemed to understand, But Jiang Chu, seeing her like this, poked her in the forehead again. You better hope he doesn't care about you. He can't touch me, but it's easy for him to deal with you. Her words made Xiangxue uneasy. She looked at Gu Qinghuan guiltily. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't worry about me. He might give you trouble too. Gu Qinghuan patted her arm. Besides, this isn't your fault. You're clearly the victim. Why blame yourself? But if I hadn't thrown the liquid on him, Xiangxue stammered. Gu Qinghuan shook his head decisively. With his egocentric personality, even if you hadn't thrown the liquid on him, just looking at him for a second longer would have made him think you had ulterior motives. Focus more on others, not yourself. Gu Qinghuan spoke earnestly. You realize there are truly many insane people in the world. Xiangxue laughed at her, feeling more relaxed. She nodded vigorously. Yeah. I won't take that guy to heart. Gu Qinghuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as Xiangxue left to find the club she wanted to join. Jiang Chu said softly, you better be careful these days. You too, Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chu was a little amused. What can he do to me? He can't do anything to you. That's the biggest hidden danger, Gu Qinghuan said gravely. Jiang Chu was slightly startled. Gu Qinghuan said, actually, I think he might be more interested in dealing with you than me and Xiangxue. A self-righteous person like that, who has lost to you in status, and was publicly humiliated by you, would definitely want to redeem himself from you. But he can't do that. If he does, he only dislike you even more, even resent you. He try to find your mistakes and omissions, waiting for an opportunity to bite you. Gu Qinghuan said seriously. Jiang Chu was a little incredulous. It was just a small argument. Gu Qinghuan didn't respond, just looked at her quietly. Jiang Chu rubbed her temples and said after a moment, I discussed this with my brother when I get home today. Although she felt a little disappointed that Jiang Chu didn't discuss it with her parents, her brother was still the elder and should have been more knowledgeable. Gu Qinghuan thought about it and separated from Jiang Chu under the pretext of going to see the club. When they reached a quieter place, she calmed down and spoke to the system. System, do you have any defensive functions? The system asked, why do you think I have such a function? Well, it seems I don't. Gu Qinghuan felt a little disappointed, but still answered confidently, if something happens to me, won't the mission be completed? The system was silent for a moment before speaking. If you're worried about Yan Jingqing's retaliation after what just happened, then you can rest assured. When you and your classmates participate in something together, the impact will generally only affect your classmates. Gu Qinghuan was a little confused. The system patiently explained. For example, if Yan Jingqing intends to retaliate this time, he only take revenge on Xiangxue and Jiang Chu. He won't care about you. Why? Gu Qinghuan asked. Because your presence is currently weak, the system said. Chapter 12. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but point at herself. I've been chosen as class monitor. She was actually a little proud of this. I'm not talking about a weak sense of presence. I'm just trying to figure out how to explain it. The system paused for a moment. You and your parents are still alive, because I used my energy to presuppose the possibility of your survival, and continue to do so. Although I obtained the world's permission, this is only temporary. If you fail to complete the mission and the contract is void, you will die according to your original destiny. To mitigate the impact of mission failure, the world will do its best to prevent you and your parents from intertwining the fates of others. Because the world is formed through the interweaving of fate, one person's choices will connect with others, extending indefinitely. Gu Qinghuan patted his head. I think I understand. For example, if someone suddenly feels unwell while walking down the street and asks for help, the person they're asking for help might refuse or agree. She might give money out of gratitude to the person who helped her, or she might resent the person who rejected her and seek revenge. A whole range of possibilities arise. But even if Gu Qinghuan and her parents were to encounter that person, they wouldn't be asked for help, they wouldn't be involved in her choices or her fate. Although you can interfere with others' choices, others won't choose you, in return. The system said. Then why did my classmates choose me as class monitor? Gu Qinghuan was troubled by this. I said, this assumes you and your classmates are together. The system said, under normal circumstances, your and your parents' lives won't be significantly affected, but as long as your classmates are involved, it's a special case. Gu Qinghuan had a bad feeling. What's wrong with him? The system replied, someday in the future, they may be reborn. Deceived, hated, hurt, destroyed. When their pain reaches its peak, something will covet them, offering them a pill of regret called rebirth. If they choose to accept, their once intertwined destinies will be instantly disrupted. That thing will seize the opportunity to steal their fate and wreak havoc on the entire world. Even if they achieve a so-called good ending through rebirth, the world will gradually fall into destruction. Why? Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but ask. Because, for the world, fate doesn't distinguish between good and bad. What matters is whether it can continue. The system replied, rebirth may seem like the optimal solution, but that's just one possibility of fate. When a reborn person makes a new choice, they effectively negate their previous choice, completely erasing the future that choice would have shaped. The cumulative effect of this would be unimaginable. So I chose you. Your task is to intervene in their choices, or to create more options for them. Even if there are still those whose every choice is the worst, ultimately leading to despair, as long as there are more or less bad fates, those things will be abandoned because rebirth is too difficult. It sounds like it wouldn't be easy for everyone to be reborn that way. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. Yes, after all, it's about turning back time. The more possibilities there are for fate, the more difficult it becomes. The system said. It's like picking up spilled candy back into a basket. The more candy there is, the more time and energy it takes to find it. Then I want to fill everyone's baskets. Gu Qinghuan smiled. What basket? The system couldn't keep up with Gu Qinghuan's worrying thoughts. Gu Qinghuan didn't answer it, instead pulling out his phone and sending a message in the group chat. Gu Qinghuan, question. How do I join the student union? Qinyu, Qinyu. Mingda's student union members are recommended by student union cadres. An internal meeting finalizes the list of candidates. After passing 2 assessments, a written exam and an interview, they become probationary members. After another month-long probation period, they can become full members. Qinyu, Gu Qinghuan, don't count on it. Gu Qinghuan, Mingda's student union is so strict. Qinyu, that's right. Gu Qinghuan, so who are the current student union cadres? Qinyu, are you even listening to me? Qinyu pinched his phone, feeling like his nose was crooked with anger. He kindly told Gu Qinghuan how difficult it was to join the student union, just to save her some effort. Look at her like this, she's not going to turn back until she hits the wall. He didn't reply, but the group chat got going on about it. Someone mentioned a few names of student union officials, but the focus was mostly on how powerful Mingda's student union was. Gu Qinghuan clutched his phone, watching everyone's scientific discussions unfold, feeling a sense of refreshed perspective. While clubs can attract external sponsorship, student unions go beyond that. They also have dedicated funding and dedicated office space on campus. Many university student unions simply manage student discipline, participate in tasks like dormitory inspections, and organize student activities. At best, they offer suggestions to the school and make demands of faculty, ultimately negotiating a mutually agreeable outcome. This doesn't guarantee that students' demands will be met. In the worst-case scenario, they might even be completely ignored. But Mingda's student union holds considerable power. The idea that the school board would allow it to do what it wants, or even provide support, is absurd. Gu Qinghuan, after reading countless gossips about the Mingda student union in the group chat, realized something. Maybe, perhaps, her desire to join the Mingda student union was truly difficult. But Gu Qinghuan was open-minded and decided to give it a try. Even if she failed, at least she could show her face to the student union officials, and maybe even get close to them later. The system had already said so, and the students in Class 3 would undoubtedly face many difficulties in their future, just like today. Xie Xiangxue had been slandered by Yan Zhengqing. If it weren't for Jiang Chuchu, Xie Xiangxue wouldn't have been able to explain herself. How would others view her? Gu Qinghuan was all too aware of her own abilities. In Mingda, she had no connections at all. What was the point of being the only one protected from retaliation? Even without mentioning her mission, she couldn't just stand by and watch her classmates face a tragic future. The student union was her most likely path to success, and Gu Qinghuan wouldn't be content without giving it a try. She secretly noted down the names and classes of the student union officials mentioned in the group chat. It didn't matter if she didn't know their appearance. With the student union being so powerful, the officials within it were bound to be equally impressive. She might even look online for reports of them winning awards. Photos would make it easy to find them. If all else failed, she could just ask them in their class. Gu Qinghuan was confident in her own thick skin. Well, she meant persistence. She was just trying to cheer herself up when she suddenly received a private message from Qinyu. Qinyu, do you really want to join the student union? Gu Qinghuan, yes, I have something I want to do. Qinyu, business card, Min Qinyu, add me, this is my brother Qin Min. He used to be in the student union. He should be able to help you. Gu Qinghuan, exclamation mark Gu Qinghuan, Qinyu, You're truly my best friend. Chinyu nearly smashed his phone. He only given his brother's WeChat number out of sympathy, seeing her pathetically interrupting him, jumping up and down to get information. What does good friend mean? Chapter 13. Although Chinyu had already given a heads up, Min couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw the friend request. Just as he finished reading Chinyu's message, a friend request notification popped up at the top of the screen. Gu Qinghwan's efficiency was truly astonishing. The note was also very direct. I am Chinyu's classmate, Gu Qinghwan. Min clicked accept, and as soon as the screen switched to the dialog box, it said the other party is typing. Gu Qinghwan. Hello, Senior Min, I'm Gu Qinghwan. I'd like to ask you about joining the student union. Min. Hello, do you know the basic process? Gu Qinghwan. You told me. Gu Qinghwan. I'd like to ask about the student union's membership requirements. Min tapped his fingers on the table. He could tell that Gu Qinghwan was implying whether the student union valued a student's family background. Chinyu explained Gu Qinghwan's situation, stating that her admission to Mingda was purely accidental. He didn't answer Gu Qinghwan's question, but instead asked, why do you want to join the student union? Gu Qinghwan. Because I'd be causing trouble at Mingda for the next 3 years, and I need someone to back me up. Min chuckled, remembering what Chinyu had told him. Gu Qinghwan had unhesitatingly recommended Jiang Chu for the position of discipline committee member. She was truly bold. He tapped on the virtual keyboard, typing, what does causing trouble mean specifically? Gu Qinghwan. For example, embarrassing Yan Zhengqing in public, being sarcastic to him, and maybe even beating him up in the future. Min had some impression of Yan Zhengqing, mainly because he was the only child in the Yan family, and he was incredibly spoiled. Gu Qinghwan's description was so detailed that it wasn't just for example, but rather something she actually done, right? It seems she's done something awful again between this morning and noon. Chinyu's updates aren't timely, Min thought regretfully. Min, even if you're a student union official, you'd be retaliated against if you do this. Gu Qinghwan. I know that. I just want to get into the student union, so I can take advantage of the situation and find a backer who can completely crush people like Yan Zhengqing. For some reason, despite her mercenary nature, Min didn't seem to be offended at all. He thought for a moment and attributed the reason to Gu Qinghwan's motives. Her thoughts were innocent and pure. So pure that they didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Although she said she wanted a backer because she offended Yan Zhengqing, why had she done that? From what he knew, Gu Qinghwan wasn't such a reckless person. Min sent Chinyu a message. Go check and see what trouble your class monitor has gotten herself into again. Chinyu. Chinyu. Damn! I should have thought of that. Knowing she's not qualified enough, yet she's still insisting on joining the elite student union. Gu Qinghwan isn't a fool. How could she suddenly have such an idea? What good things has she done during her lunch break? Chinyu went straight to ask Jiang Chu. They'd been to the club together at noon, so she should know what happened. Min ignored his increasingly worried brother and continued chatting with Gu Qinghwan. In that case, you should go directly to the most powerful backer. Gu Qinghwan, for example? Min, the student union president. Gu Qinghwan. I heard he's moody. Min, Gu Qinghwan. And I heard he hates people who curry favor with the powerful and bully others. Min, Gu Qinghwan. Senior, don't you think I'd be dead if I go looking for him? Min, ha. Gu Qinghwan was mad. What was she laughing at? What was so funny? Didn't she know the student union president was the most powerful? But judging by what the classmates were discussing, her attempt to curry favor with him would only get her kicked out of school. Min sent another message. Go ahead and give it a try. I think you can do it. Gu Qinghwan clutched her head. Where did Chinyu's brother get his confidence in her? Min, after school, go to the student union's dedicated office building. If the access code hasn't been changed, it should still be 5555. Once inside, go to the 6th floor and find the president's office. He usually stays there. Gu Qinghwan held up her phone. Did Min mean he given her a heads up? Gu Qinghwan. Then I give it a try. If anything goes wrong, senior, you have to help me. At least keep me from getting expelled. Min. It's not that serious. Min felt like he could imagine Gu Qinghwan's anxiety on the other end of the line. It was quite amusing, after all, she always acted so calm, right? He was even more curious about what exactly was driving Gu Qinghwan so desperate. Chinyu's messages bombarded him. Brother. Listen to me. That Gu Qinghwan. And Chu. They're really bold. Chinyu. Oh no, Chu's acting pretty normal. Gu Qinghwan is the real deal. Great. Qin Min's lips curled up. There was something exciting to watch today. Although he was nervous, he still had to attend class. Such excellent teachers were rare. Even if it was just to recoup his tuition, Gu Qinghwan calmed down and threw himself into studying. But once the afternoon classes ended, realizing he had to go see the student union president, Gu Qinghwan's nervousness returned. Jiang Chuchu patted her shoulder. Are you going home together today? No, I have something to do. Gu Qinghwan, unfazed, wish me good luck. Jiang Chuchu stared at Gu Qinghwan's departing figure, bewildered. She turned to Qin Yu. What's wrong with her now? Thinking of Qin Min's words. Just wait and see what happens. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. Let her be. Right now, he just wanted to go home and talk to his mother. Being the vice class monitor was a bit exhausting, and he needed some advice on social etiquette from her. The student union office building was just to the right of the administration building. It was only 6 stories high, not very tall, and the landscaping was well done, with lush evergreen trees surrounding the entire building. As Gu Qinghwan walked towards it, she noticed a boy walking ahead of her, about 10 meters away, heading in the same direction. Most likely a member of the student union. She stepped more lightly, keeping a distance from him. As the boy entered the office building, she hid behind the wall, debating whether to wait a little longer. If I go in now, he might be cleaning up his office. Should I wait a little longer? Gu Qinghwan muttered to herself. Sister, are you from the student union? A sudden male voice startled Gu Qinghwan. She turned so quickly she nearly fell, but luckily, she grabbed hold of the wall in time. The boy standing behind her had a slightly parted head of black hair, and was a few centimeters shorter than her. He stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at her like a kitten sitting upright with its chest puffed and head held high. I'm a freshman. Gu Qinghwan looked at the boy's uniform. We should be in the same grade. So calling her sister sounded a bit corny. The boy murmured, oh, and said, anyone taller than me is my older sister. Acting cute, huh? Gu Qinghwan's lips twitched, and she simply squatted down, saying confidently, now I'm shorter than you. Her action clearly caught the boy off guard. He paused for a moment before laughing, sister, you're so funny. Gu Qinghwan stopped arguing with him, stood up, and looked toward the office building's door, casually asking, are you looking for someone from the student union? If she were a member of the student union, he wouldn't be asking her if she was, which meant this boy wasn't from the student union either. Well, I heard that Mingda's student union is very powerful, and I need to ask them for something, the boy said. Since they were kindred spirits, Gu Qinghwan asked, what's your problem? Oh, I'm being bullied, the boy said lightly. Gu Qinghwan turned her head sharply, looking directly at him, and saw the boy extend his hands from behind his back. The insides of his arms, which should have been smooth, were now covered with several bloodstains. Although they had already scabbed over, the black and red scabs looked even more hideous. Chapter 14. The boy said slowly, because the girls liked me, and the boys said I was pretending to be cute and disgusting, they cut me with a knife. Have you disinfected the wound? Have you had the injection? Gu Qinghwan interrupted him. The boy continued smiling. It's a freshly opened ceramic knife. It won't give you tetanus. By the way, I hate injections. Gu Qinghwan wanted to pull him away, but was afraid of tearing the wound. Come with me. I take you to see the student union president. She walked quickly to the office building and entered the access code. Great, the code hadn't been changed. Then she asked the boy to follow her, and took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. She found the president's office and knocked on the door. A voice called come in from behind the door, and Gu Qinghwan opened it. Hello, I'm Gu Qinghwan from Class 3, Grade 1. A student is being bullied, and I'm here with him to report it to the student union. The boy followed her, mimicking her. Hello, I'm Xia He from Class 1. The boy standing in the office was the same man who had just walked in front of Gu Qinghwan. Only now did she see his face. The boy wore black framed glasses, his hair meticulously styled. He wasn't so much aloof as expressionless. He was clutching a stack of folders, seemingly about to put them on the bookshelf. Upon seeing Gu Qinghwan and Xia He enter, his expression remained unchanged. He simply looked calmly at Xia He, who was hiding behind Gu Qinghwan. Are you being bullied at school? Xia He's smile remained undimmed, completely unremarkable. Yes, it was me. To Gu Qinghwan's surprise, after taking a closer look at Xia He, the president sighed heavily, his tone tinged with impatience. You again? Gu Qinghwan looked at Xia He in surprise, who blinked innocently. The president put his hand to his forehead and said to Gu Qinghwan, what grade do you think he's in? No way. Gu Qinghwan's mouth twitched. Could it be sophomore? That's right. The president's answer shattered Gu Qinghuan's hope. He's been saying he's been bullied since first grade. Including you, 7 students have been deceived by him. Gu Qinghuan covered his forehead with his hand, then lowered his hand and looked at Xia He. Give me your hand. Xia He obediently held out her left arm. Gu Qinghuan grasped Xia He's arm, carefully examining the blood scabs, and tried to scrape the edges with his fingernails. The transparent tape lifted. Gu Qinghuan peeled off a layer of the incredibly realistic scar sticker, bit by bit. She held the sticker between 2 fingers, her expression indescribable. Xia He stuck out her tongue. Ah. Ah. What? Ah. Gu Qinghuan crumpled the sticker into a ball. The president said, you saw it too. He wasn't injured at all. He was just playing a prank. Before he finished speaking, Gu Qinghuan had already grabbed Xia He's other arm. She looked down at the scar, unaware of the president's surprised expression. Xia He's smile instantly changed from innocent and cute to the excitement of someone discovering something special. This time, her nail didn't scrape off any of the tape, but instead scraped off a small blood scab. Gu Qinghuan was startled. After confirming that the wound had healed completely and no more blood had seeped out, she whispered I'm sorry and turned to look at the president. This is a real wound, Gu Qinghuan said. I don't know if it's from bullying or masochism, but shouldn't the student union intervene in this situation? The president was silent for a moment, then said, I investigate, Gu Qinghuan? You can go back now, Xia He, you stay. Gu Qinghuan was unusually dazed as she left the office building. What had she come for? To ask how to join the student union, to see if she could find support from the president, but why had it turned out like this? So, did this mean she was kicked out? Did she leave a good impression on the president? Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples. It was better to consult Qin Min first. The sound of cheerful humming emanated from the president's office on the 6th floor. The president, who was talking to Gu Qinghuan, had a headache on his face. He placed the folder he was holding on the table and sighed deeply. This is the first time. Xia He hummed a tune as she walked behind her desk and sank into a comfortable armchair. He leaned on the armrest, his fingers tapping delicately as he hummed, as if playing the piano. Xiaobai, you lose. Xia He smiled brightly. I'm Bai Han's Han, so please don't call me Xiaobai. Bai Han's Han pushed his glasses up. I keep my promise. If you don't want to handle the president's work, I do it for you. He glanced at Xia He's scarred right arm, hesitantly wanting to ask, but Xia He had already raised her eyes to meet his, her smile devoid of warmth. Xiaobai, don't meddle in other people's business. I get it. Bai Han looked away. He had always thought this was just Xia He's way of testing people's hearts. He's seen her apply scar stickers to her arms before, but when he thought about it, he realized every time he saw her, she only applied them to her left arm. But the most surprising thing was that girl named Gu Qinghuan, right? She knew she was being tricked, yet she guessed the scars on Xia He's arm were fake, and even proved her suspicions with her actions. Why wouldn't she give up so much as to check Xia He's other arm? Xia He pulled her phone from her pocket, continuing to hum a song while texting Qin Min. Qin Min, have you met her? Xia He, I like her. I love her so much. Qin Min, she's not a toy. Xia He, I found it. It's mine. Xia He, anyway, once she joins the student union, you won't have any control over it. Qin Min was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although he assumed Gu Qinghuan would win Xia He's favor, the current situation seemed a bit unexpected. Qin Min, what did she do to make you so attracted to her? Xia He, I won't tell you. Qin Min didn't want to continue arguing with this childish guy. Just then, Gu Qinghuan's message arrived, so he simply went to listen. Perhaps because there was too much to say, Gu Qinghuan felt typing was too slow, so she said several voice messages of over 50 seconds each. Qin Min listened, and felt like holding his head. Xia He had fooled many people in the past with his deceptive appearance, and now he was actually playing the same trick on Gu Qinghuan. Only someone outside her circle would fall for it. However, when Qin Min heard that Gu Qinghuan discovered that the scar on Xia He's other arm was real, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hasn't he gotten over his self-harming habits yet? Qin Min switched to Xia He's chat, wanting to type something, but ultimately gave up. According to Gu Qinghuan, Xia He only had scratches on her arms now, which was much better than a few years ago. It would be better to leave the professional matters to a psychologist. He returned to Gu Qinghuan's chat and soothed her. I asked, and he's very pleased with you. He'd probably contact you soon. Gu Qinghuan, really? I found a backer? That simple? Qin Min, well, you have to have confidence in yourself. Gu Qinghuan put away his phone, still a little incredulous, and couldn't help but poke the system. System, you haven't stolen my future luck again, have you? The system glanced at the information about Xia he displayed in the background and replied with mixed feelings. No. It underestimated its host. No, it was mainly because of her mental faculties, which most people don't possess. The system asked, why did you confirm Xia He's other arm after discovering the sticker? Because he only extended one arm to me. When he first told me he was being bullied, he extended both arms. I felt like he was deliberately avoiding it. Gu Qinghuan replied. Just because of this? The system couldn't understand. Yes, since there's suspicion, it's necessary to confirm. It doesn't take much time. Gu Qinghuan shrugged. It would be best if it's fake, but what if it's real? I don't want to miss that possibility. If I just spend a few more minutes, I could potentially change someone's fate. Nothing could be more cost-effective. Chapter 15. As Qin Min had said, the next day during recess, Gu Qinghuan's name appeared on the broadcast. Gu Qinghuan, Class 3, Grade 1, please come to the Student Union President's office at noon today. This short sentence was repeated 3 times, and by the last time, the entire class's attention was on Gu Qinghuan. Qin, you hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. His eyes widened. You didn't really go to the Student Union and recommend yourself yesterday, did you? Yu Xian was sitting in Jiang Chuchu's seat, explaining to Gu Qinghuan the example problem the teacher had left in the previous math class. There was a small trap in it. When checking the answers, Gu Qinghuan realized she had made a mistake and asked Yu Xian to explain it. Jiang Chuchu and her classmates had gone to the cafeteria to buy snacks, leaving Yu Xian to sit anywhere. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Gu Qinghuan rubbed his cheek with the cap of his pen and said awkwardly, I did go to the student union, but I didn't have time to recommend myself. Then why did the president want to see you now? Qin Yu asked. I don't know either. I tell you when I get back at noon. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Yu Xian rarely spoke in the class group, but she always read any messages. Naturally, she had learned about the student union incident from yesterday's chat logs. She was a little worried. Is everything okay? No. On that point, Gu Qinghuan was certain she hadn't done anything wrong. She changed the subject. Let's not worry about that for now. Where were you just now? She acted so calmly that the other students, who had been quietly watching her, didn't think it was a big deal, and went back to their own business. At noon, Gu Qinghuan hesitated between going to lunch first and going to the student union first, ultimately choosing the latter. The announcement didn't elaborate, and she wasn't sure if the president would wait for her. It would be bad if she delayed his dinner, so she decided to go to the student union first. This was her second time in the student union, but she still didn't see anyone. However, upon entering the president's office, she saw Xia He and the president from yesterday. Xia He sat on the reception sofa, a glass filled with what appeared to be cola on the coffee table beside her. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Xia He's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully raised her arm in greeting. Sister. You're a sophomore and I'm a freshman, so don't call me sister. Gu Qinghuan grumbled inwardly, then said sternly, Senior Xia He, you're here too. Xia He's eyes widened. Why call me senior? Just call me by my name. Gu Qinghuan didn't want to dwell on the subject of address, so she looked at the president. The president coughed lightly and said seriously, I forgot to introduce myself yesterday. I'm Bai Han, the vice president of the student union. Vice president? Not president. Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised, but she still said, What can I do for you? Bai Han pulled a form from the drawer on his desk. Turning it toward Gu Qinghuan, he pushed it across the table. This is the student union application form. Please fill it out. Gu Qinghuan walked to the desk, picked up the form, and asked uncertainly, Does this mean I can join the student union? Yes, Bai Han replied in the affirmative. I heard that after being recommended, you still have to go through internal meetings and 2 assessments, and there's also a 1-month probation period. Gu Qinghuan tentatively asked. Bai Han pondered. Actually, because of the president's influence, the student union is very capricious and informal. He had meant to say willful, right? Gu Qinghuan stared at him speechlessly. Bai Han pretended not to notice Gu Qinghuan's gaze, and continued, Mingda is a private school, after all. You're well aware of the student situation. If the rules and regulations were strictly followed, there would be too many loopholes. Considering the power of the student union, you should be able to guess that this is just a gathering place for students capable of committing crimes. The fact that they haven't committed any heinous crime so far is due to the mutual restraint among the members, and the president's strong suppression. Bai Han spoke calmly. This didn't sound like a good thing at all. Gu Qinghuan was shocked. The president has already agreed to your joining, so all that superficiality can be disregarded. Bai Hanhan looked up at Gu Qinghwan. However, whether you can continue to enjoy the president's protection and gain the approval of other members and cadres is your concern. Gu Qinghwan said calmly, then I better find a way to cling to the president's leg. Xia He laughed out loud. He leaned over the back of the sofa, stretched out his arm to tug at the corner of Gu Qinghwan's shirt, and asked excitedly, why only the president? Wouldn't it be better to have someone else help? Gu Qinghwan tried to shake his arm off, his elbow raised. Noticing that it was his right arm, still scarred, he lowered it and pretended not to notice. Xia He's smile widened. Senior Bai should know I joined the student union to find support. Honestly, I haven't even considered what I do after joining, Gu Qinghwan admitted honestly. I think people should be self-aware and not expect too much. Bai Hanhan glanced at Xia He and decided to ask, I'm curious. Why are you looking for someone to back you? You don't have to answer. It's not a big deal, actually, Gu Qinghwan said calmly, having already thought of the answer. I know my personality. To put it nicely, I'm helpful. To put it bluntly, I'm reckless. If someone I know is being bullied, I immediately rush to their defense. Unfortunately, my own strength isn't enough. If I want to protect others, and myself, the most direct way is to find someone to back me. Gu Qinghwan spread his hands. Bai Hanhan seemed to disagree. Can't you improve your own strength, or be more selective in the help you provide? Gu Qinghwan wanted to shake his head, but held back. She couldn't say she had to do it to save others, or even the world, could she? Finding someone to back me is part of my skill. Gu Qinghwan said with a smile, if Qin Yu didn't trust me, he wouldn't have recommended his brother to me. If his brother didn't believe in me, he wouldn't have introduced me. If the president hated me, he wouldn't have let me join the student union. It's all because I'm me, Gu Qinghwan said firmly. I have outstanding abilities, just of a different kind. Xia He withdrew her hand. If this continued, he would really want to capture Gu Qinghwan, lock her in a glass case, and make her his own shining star. Bai Hanhan was a little surprised, then said seriously, I'm sorry, my thinking is too narrow. It's okay. Gu Qinghwan accepted Bai Hanhan's apology calmly. She waved the form in her hand. Then I fill it out now. Of course. Bai Hanhan handed her a pen. Gu Qinghwan slumped over the coffee table, filling out a form. Xia He leaned over, calling her sister and chatting, taking down her answers. Speaking of which, Senior Xia, why are you here? Gu Qinghwan asked without looking up. Oh, Xia He rolled her eyes, because I'm part of your job description. Gu Qinghwan slowly raised her head and looked at Xia He, a huge question mark looming above her. Xia He smiled brightly in response. The president said your first responsibility is to keep an eye on me, so I don't lie anymore, otherwise it caused misunderstandings. He pulled out his phone, his eyes sparkling. So, sister, let's add each other as friends first. Bai Hanhan clutched his forehead with a slight headache. If the other members of the student union saw Xia He like this, they'd probably think she's seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 16. After handing the completed form to Bai Hanhan, Gu Qinghwan added his WeChat account for easy contact. It was getting late, and Gu Qinghwan was craving lunch. As she left the office, she noticed Xia He had followed her out. Gu Qinghwan was wearing thick-soled sneakers today, adding a bit of height to her. Xia He looked even more like a younger brother beside her. Gu Qinghwan looked at him, asking what he was doing. I haven't had lunch yet. I want to go with my sister, Xia He replied politely. Gu Qinghwan tried to convince herself that this was her first assignment from the still unseen president, and she had to do it well to earn their approval. Although she was adept at extending kindness to others, she wasn't used to accepting it, especially since Xia He's attitude was more than attentive. As an only child, Gu Qinghwan had admired older sisters and brothers, but she felt a bit lost when it came to younger sisters and brothers. She took a deep breath. Then let's go together. Xia He happily followed Gu Qinghwan to the cafeteria. He was indeed delicate and adorable, with a slender figure, like a BJD doll, except for the scars on his arms, which were a bit scary. Gu Qinghwan noticed that he also clasped his arms behind his back as he walked, a somewhat artificial, coquettish gesture. But was it mainly to hide the scars? She thought for a moment, stopped, and walked around to Xia He's right. Just walk normally. I be on your right, blocking anyone's view and keeping your arms hidden. Gu Qinghwan finished, a headache returning. Of course, the best solution is to stop hurting yourself. Xia He nodded, as Gu Qinghwan walked a little ahead, his left arm partially overlapping his right. Unless the angle was very deliberate, no one would see his right arm. He watched Gu Qinghuan's left hand sway slightly as he walked, wondering if he would anger her if he suddenly grasped it. She'd probably be surprised and puzzled, but she wouldn't be angry. She'd just push his hand away and move away. He curled her lips inwardly, thinking, forget it, I wait until he and Gu Qinghuan get to know each other better. By this time, most students had finished their meals and were heading back. Gu Qinghuan, heading to the cafeteria, stood out. Especially with He, whose appearance alone was enough to catch people's eyes, beside her. Gu Qinghuan, is this your brother? When they bumped into Xianxue, returning from lunch, she came over to greet him with some surprise. No, this is He, a senior from the second year of high school. Gu Qinghuan replied gravely. Just treat me like your sister's younger brother, that's fine. He was much more enthusiastic. Xianxue decided to listen to Gu Qinghuan. Hello, Senior Xia. Is there any food in the cafeteria? Gu Qinghuan asked. Mingda's cafeteria provides 3 free meals. To be more precise, the cost of meals is included in the high tuition. It's a buffet-style setting, with no restrictions on personal consumption. Waste is strictly prohibited, and those who exceed a certain limit will be criticized and assigned to work in the cafeteria for a week. However, this only applies to the first floor of the cafeteria. The second and third floors require a fee. The second floor houses a fusion Chinese and Western restaurant, offering even higher quality and delicious dishes. While the menu is based on the ingredients available at the time, it's still quite varied. The third floor is even more upscale, consisting entirely of private rooms. Reservations are accepted only, and orders can be made from a chef's list. It's primarily used for entertaining, though occasionally wealthy students might treat guests. The first floor provides direct access to the second, but to reach the third floor, one must take the elevator from the reception hall on the other side of the first floor, bypassing the main entrance to the cafeteria. It's practically independent. When Gu Qinghuan first learned of this level of quality for a school cafeteria, she was simply impressed by Mingda's ability to constantly refresh her understanding. Yes, but since you're going now, some popular dishes might be gone, Xianxue said. Gu Qinghuan didn't mind. As long as there's something to eat, it's fine. She said goodbye to Xianxue and continued on her way to the cafeteria. He tilted her head and looked at her. Sister, I take you to the second floor. If you want to eat, you can go by yourself. I won't. Gu Qinghuan refused decisively. But I want to eat with you. He looked like she was about to make a scene. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and said, that's fine. 10 minutes later, Gu Qinghuan and he sat down on chairs on the second floor, carrying the food they had ordered on the first floor. When she brought it up, it was quite eye-catching, shocking the students and teachers on both the first and second floors. He, however, remained unmoved and sat down to eat. He ordered a seafood rice dish, pouting, I clearly wanted to treat you. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the menu. The seafood rice he had ordered was priced at 158 yuan, a similar price at other Japanese restaurants. Next time, Gu Qinghuan said, and the next time I treat you. If you want to eat here, we can, or I can take you out. He was slightly disappointed when she said, I treat you, but the second half of her sentence instantly changed his mind. Eat the food you recommend? He stared at her face. Yes, Gu Qinghuan said thoughtfully, stuffing a potato into his mouth. First, tell me if there's anything I shouldn't eat. He had initially assumed Gu Qinghuan was treating him, because she didn't want to owe him anything, but their spending philosophies were completely different. He could always take her to the third floor, let alone the second floor. In this situation, if Gu Qinghuan had thought, I treat you back for whatever you treat me to, he would have thought she was being pretentious. But the second half of Gu Qinghuan's words conveyed something else entirely. If he wanted to eat on the second floor, she'd treat him there. If he wanted to eat out, she'd recommend something she thought was delicious. She was just dining with friends, a give-and-take affair. The price of the food wasn't the point. I eat anything, he said cheerfully. Okay, we choose then. Gu Qinghuan continued to eat his meal. His seafood rice arrived. While the spoon wasn't in use, he scooped a large spoonful onto Gu Qinghuan's plate. Try mine. Gu Qinghuan sighed. Senior Xia, please realize how intimate this behavior is. We only known each other for less than 24 hours. That being said, there was no way Gu Qinghuan would stuff the rice back, let alone throw it away. It was called seafood rice, but the spoonful he scooped contained only a small handful of rice and a single sweet shrimp. How could he possibly throw it away? Gu Qinghuan angrily stuffed the sweet shrimp into her mouth. Damn it! Soft, sweet, and delicious. If you don't want people to misunderstand me, I can explain to everyone. Seeing her eat, he was even happier. As for the explanation, it would probably be something like sending a warning message to everyone at Mingda except Gu Qinghwan. Forget it, Gu Qinghwan said, of course, not knowing what was going on in this person's mind. No one should misunderstand. After all, you call me sister. Xiaohe's smile froze. Facts aside, why did it sound so harsh? Chapter 17. After lunch, Gu Qinghwan returned to class. He wanted to follow her, but Gu Qinghwan refused. Eating together could be explained as just passing the way, but bringing a sophomore back with her was too strange. She felt that he was a bit clingy, perhaps because she had exposed his little tricks, and he was very interested in her. It was really hard to resist. As soon as she entered the classroom, Qin Yu pulled her to her seat and interrogated her. Why does the student union want you? Gu Qinghwan gave a victory sign. I joined the student union. Qin Yu's eyes widened. This was no longer a question of efficiency. She really did what she said. What the hell? A classmate from the next table came over. Class monitor, you joined the student union? Another person posted in the group chat. Class monitor joined the student union. Class 3 instantly became lively, and the students immediately surrounded Gu Qinghwan. Jiang Chuchu, whose family was the most affluent in the class, had no interest in the student union. The other students, from better-off families, were more or less in awe of it. Add to that Gu Qinghwan's shout yesterday, and everyone's discussion grew increasingly uncertain, so they simply gave up on the idea. Now, hearing that Gu Qinghwan had joined the student union was, of course, big news. Jiang Chuchu asked Gu Qinghwan, how did you join? Qin Yu might not know, but her father had subtly warned her not to be too curious about the student union. If anything went wrong, she could ask someone at home to handle it. There was no need to join. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment, and decided Xiaohe's situation was serious, so it was best not to tell anyone. She simply said, the president was very pleased with me and agreed. However, I don't think I have any real power, so it's best not to have any expectations. Have you met the student union president? Someone interrupted. What does he look like? After all the conversation yesterday, no one knew the president's name or appearance. They only heard from the sophomores and juniors that the student union's behavior has become even more brutal since the current president took office last year. Gu Qinghwan shook her head. I didn't meet the president in person. I only met Vice President Bai Han, and he told me. Bai Han. The screamer was from a boy who always wore headphones during recess. Gu Qinghwan remembered his name as Su Xinghe. My goddess's younger brother. The girl sitting in front of him obviously knew who he was talking about and immediately chimed in, Bai Qin. The conversation turned back to Bai Qin, the singer-songwriter who had shot to fame 3 years ago on a talent show focused on developing music idols, and had become quite famous. Jiang Chuchu was about to say something when her phone suddenly lit up. Someone she hadn't messaged since she added them at a party last year had sent her a message for the first time. Xiaohe, don't tell anyone the student union president's name. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched, and just as she was about to reply, why, Xiaohe's message arrived. Xiaohe, otherwise, some of the Jiang family's eldest daughter's misdeeds will get to my aunt's ears. Jiang Chuchu, Xiaohe. Jiang Chuchu gritted her teeth. Who knew how much of her sincerity Xiaohe knew? If her mother found out, it would probably be the end of her. She had no choice but to endure it, her anger subsiding a little. She was puzzled. Why did Xiaohe say student union president? Did she not want anyone to know that he was the student union president? What was there to keep secret? Just as she was wondering, she heard Yu Xin ask Gu Qinghwan, so what do you do in the student union? Gu Qinghwan replied, currently, I'm in charge of a senior named Xiaohe. I'm supposed to tell him to stay out of trouble. Jiang Chuchu nearly choked on her own saliva. She grabbed Gu Qinghwan's arm and asked, who are you talking about? Gu Qinghwan was surprised by her reaction. Xiaohe, the Xia of Xiatian, the He of He Miao. What? Someone you know? This was why she was told to keep it a secret. Jiang Chuchu nearly gritted her teeth. Stay away from him, Jiang Chuchu said vaguely. His family situation is complicated, so his personality is radical. She was just about to say perverted. Gu Qinghwan thought of the scars on Xiaohe's arm and nodded in understanding. I understand. Jiang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. After joining the student union, Gu Qinghwan thought Yin Zhenqing would feel more confident. If Yin Zhenqing came to pick a fight again, she could take some of Jiang Chuchu's hostility away. But that wasn't enough. She still had to find a way to completely suppress Yin Zhenqing. The problem was that she had no idea about the rules of the so-called circle, and there might be some things she hadn't considered. She wondered if Qin Min was willing to teach her. Xie Xiangxue? Someone's looking for you. A classmate sitting at the door suddenly called out. The others didn't pay much attention, but Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu looked up and saw a girl with shoulder-length hair standing at the classroom door. Since they were across the room, Gu Qinghuan couldn't see the girl's face clearly, but from her stance, she could tell she was a little timid. Xie Xiangxue walked to the door and looked at her in confusion. Excuse me, who are you? The girl didn't answer, but stared at her blankly. Then, her eyes reddened and tears welled up. She quickly said, sorry, and ran away. The students at the door were stunned. Why did she run away crying? I don't know. Xie Xiangxue felt deeply wronged. It was as if she had beaten the girl. When Xie Xiangxue returned to her seat, Gu Qinghuan curiously asked, who was that girl just now? How should I know? Jiang Chuchu said. So, she doesn't look like a rich kid or something like that? Gu Qinghuan thought, and suddenly heard Yu Xian say, I know the girl. Gu Qinghuan exclaimed, and Jiang Chuchu turned her head. Seeing their interest, Yu Xian felt strangely nervous, but she continued, the girl just now is called Lin Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue means small snow in the 24 solar terms. She was born on November 22nd, hence the name. Was she your classmate? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Xian nodded. Yes, Lin Xiaoxue and I went to the same junior high school. She often participated in dance performances at school. I didn't expect she'd come to Mingda. But you and Xie Xiangxue didn't go to the same junior high school, did you? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Yu Xian shook her head. Then how did Lin Xiaoxue know Xie Xiangxue? And why did she come to see her and then run away crying? Jiang Chuchu was also puzzled. I don't know about that, Yu Xian said honestly. The three of them couldn't figure it out, so they simply gave up thinking about it. However, by the afternoon after school, they knew why Lin Xiaoxue had come to see Xie Xiangxue. As the bell rang, the teacher of the last class had just left the classroom when Yin Zhengqing walked in with the two younger students from earlier. A student was about to leave when one of the younger students pushed him back. Why are you running? Yin Zhengqing looked around the classroom, his eyes landing on Xie Xiangxue. Gu Qinghuan immediately ran to Xie Xiangxue's seat in the second row, blocking her, staring at Yin Zhengqing without hesitation. Jiang Chuchu walked up to the podium and asked, Yin Zhengqing, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Yin Zhengqing's expression was filled with rage, but he chuckled. It's clearly your fault. Song Yi also walked over from the back of the first row and stood before Yin Zhengqing. He was half a head taller than Yin Zhengqing, and more robust. His aura suddenly rose. What are you doing? Yin Zhengqing's words were resounding. Your name is Xie Xiangxue, right? What did you say to Xiaoxue? She's been crying all afternoon, and even told me not to see her again. Gu Qinghuan quickly formed an equation in his mind. Xiaoxue equals Lin Xiaoxue. Yin Zhengqing equals Lin Xiaoxue's boyfriend/admirer. So, here's what happened. Lin Xiaoxue came to see Xie Xiangxue, ran away crying, and Yin Zhengqing, assuming Xie Xiangxue had bullied her, came to settle the score. Gu Qinghuan fell silent. Jiang Chuchu was clearly thinking the same thing as Gu Qinghuan. She moved her lips and uttered 4 words. Crazy husband and wife. Chapter 18. Qin Yu quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chuchu. He had already inquired about what happened yesterday afternoon, and didn't think Gu Qinghuan and the others were wrong at all. It was simply Yin Zhengqing's fault. The Yin family versus the Jiang family was incomparable. If Yin Zhengqing had any sense, he wouldn't have argued with Jiang Chuchu directly. However, looking at the current situation, Qin Yu felt that Yin Zhengqing might have lost his mind. The other students were whispering among themselves, completely confused by the situation, not understanding what was going on. The student sitting at the door took advantage of Yin Zhengqing's younger brother's inattention, hid his phone under the desk, and quickly sent a message. Bao Song, I know a little about this. Bao Song, that Xiaoxue is probably the girl who came to see Xie Xiangxue this afternoon, but Xie Xiangxue didn't even recognize her. Bao Song, she started crying when she saw Xie Xiangxue, said I'm sorry, and ran off. Ming Xiaolan, looking at the attitude of this guy who's looking for trouble, is Xiaoxue his girlfriend? Does he think Xie Xiangxue is bullying her? Yu Xian clutched her phone, thinking before sharing Lin Xiaoxue's information in the group chat. Su Xinghe, the more I listen, the more confused I get. Su Xinghe, why would Lin Xiaoxue want to see Xie Xiangxue? Gu Qinghuan blocked Xie Xiangxue's path, giving her a chance to check her phone. As someone involved, Combined with what Yu Xin and Yin Zhenqing had said, she immediately understood. Jiang Chuchu's words about crazy husband and wife were absolutely right. Xie Xiangxue abruptly stood up and, before Yin Zhenqing could lose his temper, shouted, "I didn't say anything." She quickly recounted how Yin Zhenqing had framed her yesterday and reiterated, "I don't know what Xiaoxue told you, but I didn't do anything." Although Xie Xiangxue's words weren't entirely coherent due to nervousness, everyone understood. An uproar erupted, and the whispers turned into accusations loud enough for Yin Zhenqing to hear. Poor Xie Xiangxue. She just accidentally bumped into someone, and now these two crazy couple are harassing her like this. It's hilarious. I haven't seen such a confident, no, narcissistic man in ages. Does he think he's some overbearing CEO who's always stood up for love? He's so slick I decided to have porridge tonight instead. I'm just curious what Lin Xiaoxue is thinking. I'm curious too. I don't understand her logic at all. Yin Zhenqing's face darkened. Song Yi calmly adjusted his stance, ensuring he could quickly counterattack if Yin Zhenqing attacked. From what Xie Xiangxue had said, it seemed she hadn't done anything to Lin Xiaoxue. Perhaps Lin Xiaoxue had misunderstood. The question was, could he admit I was wrong now? No. He already been criticized like that by the people in Class 3, how could he possibly admit his mistake? Where would his dignity be then? If Gu Qinghuan knew what he was thinking, she'd probably roll her eyes. Didn't he bring this upon himself? Yin Zhenqing decided to put the blame squarely on Xie Xiangxue. If you had explained it properly to Xiaoxue, how could she have misunderstood? What did she misunderstand? Why should I explain? I don't even know who she is. Is she RMB? Everyone needs to know her? Xie Xiangxue spoke quickly and hurriedly. Perhaps because she was in her class today, with Gu Qinghuan protecting her and a skilled fighter like Song Yi, and all the other students on her side, Xie Xiangxue felt more confident. You? Yin Zhenqing, furious, took a step forward, seemingly about to attack. The two younger brothers rushed ahead of Yin Zhenqing, ready to hold Song Yi. Gu Qinghuan immediately turned his back, shielding Xie Xiangxue and moving to the back of the classroom. He pulled out his phone, ready to call by Hans Han, and urged the students near the window, "Quick, open the window and call the teacher. There's a student trying to jump." The classmates couldn't help but look sideways. Class monitor, you're just talking nonsense. Shouting about a fight wouldn't necessarily get anyone to come, but shouting this. Someone would definitely go find the teacher, and the teacher would run faster than anyone else. The situation was momentarily complicated, but before the students could start shouting, a clear male voice rang out. "Is my sister there?" Xia He stood at the doorway, slightly bent over, hands behind her back, as obedient as a Pomeranian waiting to be fed. He seemed oblivious to the impending fight between Yin Zhenqing and the others. He peered around, his gaze darting around until he found Gu Qinghuan. He smiled brightly. "Sister, let's go home together." Jiang Chuchu shuddered. Who is this person? This is definitely not the Xia He she knew. If this wasn't the right time, Gu Qinghuan would have shouted, "I told you I'm not your sister." She desperately winked at Xia He. "I have something to do here. You go back first." "What are you interrupting?" One of Yin Zhenqing's younger brothers started yelling. Xia He, somewhat confused, tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the younger brother. "You just interrupted me, didn't you?" Although Qin Yu didn't recognize the boy who called Gu Qinghuan's sister, hearing him say that sent a chill down his spine, and he instinctively took 2 steps back to protect Jiang Chuchu, nearly stepping on her. My younger brother didn't take Xia He, a hothouse flower, seriously at all. After hearing what he said, I wanted to teach him a lesson. I think you want to suffer a little. Enough. Gu Qinghuan grabbed a broom from the cleaning corner at the back of the classroom and shoved it into Xie Xiangxue's hands. Then, raising his voice, he rushed over to Song Yi. "We made it clear. It has nothing to do with anyone in our class." Gu Qinghuan stared at Yin Zhenqing. "Are you sure you really want to start a fight in our class?" If they really wanted to fight, they certainly couldn't be the first to strike. Even if Yin Zhenqing and the others had indeed been the ones to start the fight, fighting was a completely different matter. It had only been a few days since school started, and a big fuss wouldn't be a good thing. Yin Zhenqing's face darkened. He had been humiliated twice in a row by these 3 women. For him, it was unbearable. "Are you done? Can I go home with my sister?" Xia He kicked the door frame idly. "I heard the Yin family is having a dinner tonight. Aren't you going home?" Yin Zhenqing's eyes narrowed, finally resting on Xia He's face. Xia He smiled innocently in response. "Let's go back today," Yin Zhenqing said, frowning. "I'm taking Xiaoxue to the dinner, so you two should come with me." The latter part of his words was addressed to his two younger brothers. The younger brothers, somewhat unwilling to accept the loss, hurled a few harsh words before leaving. After the three men left, the class erupted in heavy breathing, and many people chattered about Yin Zhengqing. Xia, he was about to approach Gu Qinghuan when she saw her turn and run towards Xie Xiangxue. Xie Xiangxue was now beginning to feel a sense of dread, her hands shaking so much that she couldn't even hold the broom. Gu Qinghuan tossed the broom aside and immediately picked him up. "It's okay, he's gone. It wasn't your fault at all, it was those two crazy people who were mentally ill." Xie Xiangxue was amused. Hugging her was a bit cheesy in the heat, but she truly felt at peace. She only realized she was crying as she spoke. "I clearly didn't." "Of course not. You didn't do anything wrong," Gu Qinghuan said firmly. The classmates gathered around, chattering about how inexplicably Yin Zhengqing and Lin Xiaoxue were acting. The girls were either hugging her or patting her on the back and shoulders. Gu Qinghuan was shoved aside, feeling worried. She hadn't expected Yin Zhengqing to come so soon. She had only just joined the student union and hadn't even touched the edge of power. Qingyu rubbed the back of his neck as he approached. "I think if we want to resolve this Yin Zhengqing situation, we have to start with Lin Xiaoxue. It seems like Yin Zhengqing really likes her. Come on, I still don't understand why she came to Xie Xiangxue, why she was crying, and why she said those words to Yin Zhengqing," Jiang Chuchu said angrily. "Well, I might know." Yu Xian weakly raised her hand. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her. Yu Xian swallowed. Could it be? She heard about Xie Xiangxue and Yin Zhengqing, and came to see what kind of girl Yin Zhengqing wanted to be with. Then she decided Xie Xiangxue was better than her and more suitable for Yin Zhengqing, and she didn't want to compete with her, so she stepped aside. Or something like that. She trailed off, mainly because everyone's expressions were so grim. Jiang Chuchu looked like she was about to scream. What kind of brain circuit is this? I feel like vomiting again. Gu Qinghuan clutched his chest. The classmates were shocked. Is this what love is all about? Chapter 19. After finally understanding Lin Xixue's logic, the entire class was left feeling severely disturbed. Gu Qinghuan paused, his expression serious. If that's the case, then Xinyu is right. We must first make it clear to Lin Xiaoxue that Xie Xiangxue has no feelings for Yin Zhengqing. Lock this crazy couple to hell, and keep them from harming the world. Jiang Chuchu spoke. After being delayed for so long by Yin Zhengqing, several students who had to leave quickly. Xie Xiangxue felt a little apologetic, feeling that her own affairs had delayed everyone's time, only to be comforted instead. It's not your fault. This is Yin Zhengqing's fault. Ming Xiaolan was one of those rushing to her cram school. Besides, it didn't take too long. Su Xinghe, also shoving things from the table into his bag, nodded vigorously. Yes, next time something like this happens, don't leave me out. How can watching the fun be considered a waste of time? I can even help out if a fight breaks out. Seeing the situation calm down, Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to return to her seat to pack her bag, she noticed Xia He, still standing beside her. She was startled. Oh! Sorry! I forgot about you. Xia He shook her head. It's okay. I understand. Sister has her own things to do. It's okay for me to wait a little longer. Jiang Chuchu's expression was blank. Is this really Xia He? His words made Gu Qinghuan feel even more embarrassed. Yin Zhengqing's departure was thanks to Xia He's reminder of the dinner. Although she was still a little uncomfortable being so clingy, she was much more relaxed at this point. Wait a minute, I pack my things and we go together. She didn't even bother asking if Xia He was on her way. Since Xia He knew about the Yin family dinner, she must have some family background. Even if she wasn't, it would probably just be a bit of a drive to get him. Jiang Chuchu wanted to say something, but Xia He gave her a smirking look. Ultimately, she cautiously reminded him, pay attention to your social distance. Gu Qinghuan knew she was referring to Xia He, but she was clear-headed. Xia He wasn't causing her much trouble right now. At most, the term sister was a bit corny. Under that premise, she would do her student union work well, and keep a close eye on him. Gu Qinghuan walked towards the school gate, Xia He following her, her voice still fussy. Sister, are you going to look for Lin Xiaoxue? We have to. First, we need to resolve her misunderstanding, and stop bringing Xie Xiangxue into this. Gu Qinghuan sighed. As far as she knew, Xie Xiangxue's family owned a company, but it wasn't comparable to the Yin family. She enrolled at Mingda because of its better international exchange student resources. Xie Xiangxue was a dance student, and planned to study abroad someday. She wanted to take advantage of an exchange year during high school to get a first-hand understanding of the situation. Studying abroad wasn't something Gu Qinghuan had in mind, but it was clear that if Yin Zhengqing intervened, Xie Xiangshua's application for an international exchange student spot would be extremely difficult. But I don't think Lin Shishua's brain would make sense. Xia, he said slowly and harshly. Gu Qinghuan's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Why not have those two people change their target? Xia, he suggested. There are definitely girls who truly want to hook up with Yin Zhengqing. If we create a little opportunity, he'd definitely shift his focus to someone else. Gu Qinghuan stopped and turned to look at Xia He. Xia He felt strangely nervous. He'd never been nervous around the old man from the Xia family. Sister? I don't want to involve anyone unrelated, Gu Qinghuan said. No matter how bad your hypothetical girl trying to get close to Yin Zhengqing is, I don't want to offer her that kind of ladder. She didn't go into further detail. After all, she was so insignificant, she didn't have the right to make any more grandiose claims. Let's start with Lin Xiaoxue, Gu Qinghuan breathed. First, find out her class, then talk to her in person. Xia He raised her hand. I'm guessing she's in class 12. Mingda is enrolling 252 first-year students this year, divided into 12 classes, with around 20 students in each class. How did you know? Gu Qinghuan asked. Because Yin Zhengqing is in class 12, I guess she's there too, Xia He said. It's very likely that, judging by Yin Zhengqing's behavior, he wants to be in the same class with someone he likes. As they were talking, the two of them had already reached the school gate. Gu Qinghuan was about to head to the bus stop to wait for the bus when Xia He waved, and a black sedan drove up to them. Xia He flung open the car door. Let's go, sister. By the way, where's your home? Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. Never mind. She should have expected this. Better get used to it. Xia He's car was different from Jiang Chuchu's. It wasn't the interior features or the space, but there was a certain inexplicable sense of oppression. Gu Qinghuan was a little nervous. Instead of giving her home address directly, she mentioned the nearby food court, saying she was going to get some food. They chatted pleasantly on the way, and as they neared the food court, Gu Qinghuan prepared to get out of the car. Sister, when are you planning to go see Lin Xiaoxue tomorrow? I want to go too, Xia He said. It wasn't impossible to ask Xia He, but Gu Qinghuan was worried that if there were too many people, Lin Xishua's way of thinking might lead to misunderstandings. She shook her head. I'm planning to ask Yu Xian if she's willing to go with me. Yu Xian understood Lin Xishua's perspective and should be able to help, but it depended on her own willingness. If Yu Xian didn't want to go, she would go alone. Xia He was a little frustrated, but she still said, if anything happens, please feel free to contact me. If there's anything, I contact everyone I can, Gu Qinghuan said. Xia He pouted. Okay, don't rush. You can't rush relationships quickly. He was just wondering if he should stay in the dark tomorrow when he noticed Gu Qinghuan looking at his arm, or rather, at the scratches. Are you looking at this, sister? Xia He held out her arm. Yes, Gu Qinghuan admitted readily, the number of scratches today is the same as yesterday. She counted them yesterday when she tried to pick them out. There were 7 in total. The closer to the wrist, the older they looked, and the newest, the 7th, was already very close to the elbow. No more scratches, isn't that good? Gu Qinghuan said. Xia He tilted her head. Will sister be happy if there are no more? Yes. Gu Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. I'd be even happier if I could reduce them. Then I try, Xia He smiled. You have to praise me then. I can even treat you to milk tea and fried chicken. Gu Qinghuan spotted a fried chicken shop outside the window. It's settled. Xia He was satisfied. After Gu Qinghuan got out of the car and saw her walk into a braised food shop, Xia He said calmly, back to the villa. The villa he was talking about wasn't the Xia family's, but a villa owned by the old man of the Xia family. Xia He lived there alone and only visited occasionally. Actually, staying in a hotel for a long time wasn't bad either, but the old man got angry and thought it was outrageous, so he readily changed his mind and asked for the villa. Yes, the courtyard is over 1,000 square meters, the interior is nearly 1,500 square meters, and there's 1 floor below ground and 3 floors above ground. He also really liked the basement library. When the old man said he would give the villa to him, the two couples were furious. Recalling the couple's expressions at that time, Xia He couldn't help but laugh again. I wonder if I can take Gu Qinghuan to see that villa someday. She'd be shocked, right? Chapter 20. Gu Qinghuan's dinner tonight consisted of steamed buns her father, Wang Jian, and braised beef she had purchased herself. Her mother, Gu Haiyan, Had to work overtime tonight, and would be back later. Comrade Wang Jian's life story was quite fascinating. He was born with a large birthmark on his face, and was born prematurely. Perhaps because he was too weak, his family abandoned him at the doorstep of a local orphanage. He was quite capable, having survived despite his frail health. However, no one was willing to adopt him because of the birthmark and his condition. The orphanage named him Shuqi after the child's number, and took his surname, Wang, after the director. Wang Shuqi struggled through compulsory education. Because of his excellent grades, he enrolled in a private high school that was willing to cover his expenses for 3 years of high school. He successfully achieved the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination. Although not the provincial top scorer, it was still attractive enough for that private high school. With the help of local incentives and corporate sponsorship, Wang Shuqi applied for a student loan and continued his university studies. During college, he changed his name to Wang Jian. Because he was an orphan, his greatest desire was to have a family. He then worked part-time while studying, and before graduation, he used the money he saved to have surgery to remove his birthmark. After graduation, he found a job in sales, using his commissions to pay off his student loans. Finally debt-free, he decided to enjoy life and travel. It was during this travel that he met Gu Haiyan. Gu Qinghuan hadn't heard much about her parents' love story. Her mother would comment on it when she came across old photos, but her father would always blush and run over to take the photos away. The reason Gu Qinghuan took her mother's last name was simple. Her father felt that Gu was the last name of his true family. The orphanage director's treatment of him wasn't exactly kind, and she had passed away while he was in college. If he hadn't already secured a stable job by the time he got married, changing his last name would have affected his connections and communication. Wang Jian even considered taking his wife's. He had a colleague named Gu Jian, and they couldn't distinguish between Jia and Jia in spoken communication. Wang Jian worried that after changing his name, people would confuse the two and lose his business to his peers. Wang Jian broke open his steamed bun, placed pickled mustard greens on the cut surface, took a bite, and then said gravely, "Huan." "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan picked up a piece of braised beef. "Grandma Zhang from the neighborhood told me you came back today on a classmate's bus." Wang Jian frowned. She saw a boy sitting inside. "Oh, his name is Xia He, a senior from high school." Gu Qinghuan realized something was wrong after answering and cried out, "Wait! Dad, don't overthink it. I'm not in a relationship. I'm not trying to stop you, I just don't think the time is right." Wang Jian muttered. "I really am not in a relationship." Gu Qinghuan enunciated each word. "Really?" Wang Jian looked at her suspiciously. "It's even more real than the birthday present you gave my mom this year." Gu Qinghuan raised her hand and swore. This year, Wang Jian's birthday present for Gu Haiyan was a solid gold bracelet. Wang Jian felt relieved. "Okay, I was overthinking it." Gu Qinghuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Wang Jian asked again, "Then how do you know the senior? And he even gave you a ride home?" He frowned, wary. "He's not interested in you, is he? He thinks of me as his sister," Gu Qinghuan exclaimed. Wang Jian was stunned. "Senior? Brother?" Gu Qinghuan nodded vigorously. Wang Jian stuffed the remaining steamed bun into his mouth and placed his palm against his forehead to test the temperature. "He doesn't have a fever?" Why didn't he understand? Gu Qinghuan explained vaguely, "He might be a little lacking in love. I took care of him once, and he insisted on calling me sister." Wang Jian was silent for a moment. Kids these days are really different. Gu Qinghuan was embarrassed. Fortunately, her father, understanding that they weren't in a relationship and knowing Xia He's situation, didn't say anything. He simply reminded Gu Qinghuan to be polite to the senior, and not to treat him like a younger brother. Gu Qinghuan nodded, but she grumbled inwardly. She hadn't figured out Xia He's background yet, so how could she dare? The next day was Friday. After today's classes, she could happily welcome the weekend. But the thought of going to see Lin Xiaoxue today gave Gu Qinghuan a headache. After arriving at the classroom, she asked Yu Xian if she wanted to accompany her. Yu Xian readily agreed. "Okay, we go together. You can just give me some advice." Gu Qinghuan rubbed her temple. "I'm worried she have another misunderstanding. I just don't fully understand her way of thinking." This was a bit amusing, and Yu Xian pursed her lips and curled her lips. "I understand." Jiang Chu, who sat in the front row, hadn't arrived yet, so there was no need to worry about her hearing what they were talking about at Yu Xian's seat. Since everything was decided, Gu Qinghuan had nothing to worry about. She finished her 2 morning classes diligently. During the break, She called Yu Xian along and they rushed to class 12. Yu Xian walked a little nervously, but Gu Qinghuan was much more relaxed. After all, they didn't know anyone. Arriving at the entrance of class 12, Gu Qinghuan politely inquired, "Hello, is Lin Xiaoxue in your class?" Lin Xiaoxue. The other person looked Gu Qinghuan up and down and asked cautiously, "What do you want to see her for?" It seemed she was indeed in this class. Gu Qinghuan's smile grew even friendlier. "I'm Gu Qinghuan, the monitor of class 3. There was a minor misunderstanding between her and a classmate, and I wanted to find out what happened. We're all classmates, and it would be bad if the misunderstanding got out of hand." She gave her name and class, and introduced herself as the monitor, which softened the other person's attitude. If she were truly looking for trouble, she wouldn't have revealed her identity so readily. Furthermore, as the monitor, coming here on behalf of a classmate made the other person feel quite favorable, at least much better than the monitor of class 12. Yes, the monitor of class 12 was none other than Yin Zhengqing. The student turned and called out to Lin Xiaoxue, and she soon arrived in front of Gu Qinghuan. Lin Xiaoxue also wore her hair short, shoulder-length, today, making her face look even smaller. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows long and thin, and her eyes drooped at the corners. Most importantly, she was as timid as yesterday, appearing quite frail. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Lin Xiaoxue asked softly. "I'm the monitor of Xie Xiangxue's class. My name is Gu Qinghuan." Gu Qinghuan got straight to the point. Lin Xiaoxue shuddered, and she said nervously, I don't know him. Yin Zhengqing brought someone to our class yesterday, and almost got into a fight with everyone in our class. Gu Qinghuan didn't give her a chance to escape. I didn't let him go." Lin Xiaoxue waved her hands frantically. Gu Qinghuan said, "I'm not here to hold you accountable. I just want to clarify the situation." Lin Xiaoxue looked at her blankly. Gu Qinghuan spoke patiently. "Who told you that Xie Xiangxue bumped into Yin Zhengqing? Was it the same person who told you that Xie Xiangxue did it on purpose, that she wanted to be Yin Zhengqing's girlfriend, or something like that?" Chapter 21. There's an invisible figure in Lin Xiaoxue's misunderstanding. If Lin Xiaoxue had witnessed the farce, she would have known what Xie Xiangxue looked like, and wouldn't have needed to come to Team 3 to confirm it. Yin Zhengqing's words also indicate that he never mentioned this matter to Lin Xiaoxue. Furthermore, anyone who witnessed the farce would clearly understand that Xie Xiangxue didn't mean that. He knew about the farce and specifically told Lin Xiaoxue, but he didn't fully disclose the truth. It's clear that someone was deliberately inciting Lin Xiaoxue to misunderstand Xie Xiangxue. Gu Qinghuan speculated that this invisible figure might also be plotting to harm Lin Xiaoxue. After all, Jiang Chuchu was present at the time. Lin Xiaoxue's misunderstanding of Xie Xiangxue led Yin Zhengqing to come to her, which might have angered Jiang Chuchu, and she might have made this troublemaker Lin Xiaoxue suffer. Yu Xian, standing nearby, was stunned. With her good grades and sharp mind, she immediately understood what Gu Qinghuan had pointed out. Yes, Lin Xiaoxue must have heard something from someone else that prompted her to go looking for Xie Xiangxue. Why would she have ignored this someone else? Lin Xiaoxue was momentarily bewildered before she recalled, "Yes, Yu Yuan told me." Yu Xian inhaled sharply, and covered her mouth tightly. Gu Qinghuan didn't turn around, but she could tell something wasn't right with Yu Xian's movements. She suppressed her urge to question him and continued, "I understand, but I want to tell you that Xie Xiangxue doesn't like Yin Zhengqing, and she doesn't want to be his girlfriend." She observed Lin Xiaoxue's expression closely. Seeing no change, she guessed her words hadn't penetrated her. It seems a different approach is needed to deal with a love-struck person. Gu Qinghuan changed the subject. "Yesterday, when Yin Zhengqing came to our class, he got really angry at Xie Xiangxue. It seems he really hates you misunderstanding him with another girl." After saying this, Lin Xiaoxue's attention was immediately drawn, and a hint of shyness crossed her face. Although she had been planning this all along, seeing her words actually work, Gu Qinghuan felt a bit mixed. She cheered herself up and continued, "What about you? Don't you hate Yin Zhengqing being with other girls? If so, why did you let him go? You should trust him, right? Why not only doubt him, but also push him to someone else?" Lin Xiaoxue stammered, "But he's so outstanding. I can't compare to him at all. I don't have anything to show for myself." Gu Qinghuan pressed on, "Is that why Yin Zhengqing fell in love with you?" Lin Xiaoxue felt as if she had been struck by a stern warning, and was speechless. Gu Qinghuan said calmly, "I'm just here to explain the situation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As the class monitor, I don't want any conflict between the two classes, especially over something so completely fabricated. Recess is almost over, and we should be leaving." Goodbye. With that, Gu Qinghwan stopped looking at Lin Xiaoxue and, pulling Yu Xian along, strode back to the classroom. As they turned the stairs, Yu Xian glanced at Lin Xiaoxue, who was walking into the classroom in a daze. She turned back to the cheerful Gu Qinghwan and whispered, "Will this work? Let's try it first, but I think the success rate is quite high." Gu Qinghwan replied. Lin Xiaoxue's way of thinking made no sense, so it was better to attack her most pressing concerns. While she felt it was unfortunate that she had developed such a stubborn love-brain disease in her first year of high school, especially with someone like Yan Zhenqing, she hoped Lin Xiaoxue could cure her love-brain problem if possible. But realistically speaking, she had a better relationship with Xie Xiangxue than with Lin Xiaoxue, and since they were to be classmates for the next 3 years, she had to prioritize Xie Xiangxue. Yu Xian thought about it and agreed. Let's see how it works. When they returned to class, Jiang Chuchu was already waiting with her arms folded. Seeing them, Jiang Chuchu raised her chin and threatened, "You better explain what you were doing?" Qinyu stared at the wall, as if he had discovered a new world within it. Traitor, traitor. He must have heard her talking to Yu Xian. And he even told Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghwan looked away. "Oh, it's not a big deal, actually. I'm over 80% sure I convinced Lin Xiaoxue. Aren't you afraid of running into Yan Zhenqing again?" Jiang Chuchu glared at her. Jiang Chuchu's thoughts were reasonable. Yan Zhenqing, that lunatic, only held back a bit around Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghwan was completely outmatched in front of him. If the system hadn't assured her that Yan Zhenqing's hatred wasn't directed at her, Gu Qinghwan wouldn't have been so direct. Of course, to the unsuspecting Jiang Chuchu, Gu Qinghwan was being too blunt. Gu Qinghwan shrank back, her voice shrunken. "I'm fine." Jiang Chuchu was about to say something, but Gu Qinghwan, quick-witted and quick-handed, rushed over and hugged her neck. "I know you're worried about me, Chuchu. I'm sure. Trust me." Miss Jiang hadn't hugged anyone her age so affectionately since she started elementary school. Gu Qinghwan's sudden attack startled her so much that she momentarily forgot what she'd been about to say. "You, what are you doing?" Then she realized what Gu Qinghwan was calling her. "Who are you calling Chuchu?" "What?" Gu Qinghwan, possessed by a sense of drama, looked aggrieved and visibly upset. "I thought we were friends, but can't I still call you Chuchu?" Jiang Chuchu nearly bit her tongue. Friend or something." Gu Qinghwan blinked eagerly. "Not that I can't." Jiang Chuchu turned away. Yu Xian, initially a little worried about Lin Xiaoxue's name, suddenly brightened by seeing Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu's antics, and burst into laughter. Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu, still arguing, turned to look at her, then exchanged a glance. They said in unison, "We both have 3 character names. Since we're friends, just call me by the last 2. But what should we call you by your 2-character name? Xiao Xian? Xian? Doesn't that sound a bit childish? I can't distinguish between nasal sounds, so Xian and Xing sound the same." Yu Xian felt embarrassed by their words, and quickly tried to stop them. No, that's fine. Just call me by my full name." "That won't do." Gu Qinghwan flatly refused. "It's not intimate enough." "That's right." Jiang Chuchu chimed in. "Why can't you let me call you by my nickname?" Yu Xian was at a loss for words, and could only let them discuss it. During lunch break, Gu Qinghwan, holding a piece of paper, joined Jiang Chuchu at her table and enthusiastically introduced them. "After much deliberation, Chuchu and I have come up with the following options. First, Xian." A bit corny, Qinyu, who was listening in, interrupted. Then Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu each kicked the chair leg, nearly causing him to slip. Second, Jiang Chuchu continued, "Xianer." Yu Xian rubbed her arms, and said hesitantly, "This one sounds a bit like something out of a costume drama. Isn't it a bit contrived?" Gu Qinghwan stared at the ceiling, refusing to admit that she had come up with it. Third, Xinbao. Gu Qinghwan recited the last nickname. Qinyu sighed. "Why are you getting more corny?" Jiang Chuchu, furious, slammed the table and shouted, "What do you care?" Yes, it was Jiang Chuchu who suggested the nickname. Gu Qinghwan was about to watch the fun when she noticed Yu Xian froze. She scratched her cheek sheepishly. "Well, it seems a bit corny." Before she finished her words, she saw a tear roll from Yu Xian's eyes. Frightened, she quickly grabbed Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu looked back stunned, and stammered, "No, it's not that bad, is it?" Yu Xian lowered her head, frantically trying to wipe away her tears. "No, I just didn't expect someone to call me Bao." Since she was little, she only heard her mother, no, her adoptive mother, call her brother Bao. When it came to her, she'd been called money loser and debt collector. Not even Bao, she wasn't even human. She thought she'd forgotten those unpleasant things after leaving there, but she still remembered them, and still felt sad. Gu Qinghuan picked up a pen and drew a beautiful star on the name Xinbao on the paper. Then it's settled. From now on, I call you Xinbao. Jiang Chuchu was very proud. This was her name. She didn't bother to beat up Qingyu. She shouted to Yu Xian, Xinbao, let's go eat fried skewers after school today. The last time Gu Qinghuan and her group ordered takeout, they had fried skewers, and she thought they were delicious. I want some starch sausage. Gu Qinghuan immediately responded. Yu Xian nodded vigorously. Then I want some chicken legs. She now has everything she once couldn't get. Chapter 22. After school, Xiaohe ran over again, wanting to go home with Gu Qinghuan. She learned the three of them were going out for fried skewers, and she wanted to tag along. Jiang Chuchu wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare. Just as she was struggling with the idea, Gu Qinghuan said, I take you with me next time. Today's our intimate dinner. Xiaohe put on a cute face and said, I can pay for my sister. We have money. Gu Qinghuan refused without hesitation. Xiaohe's expression fell. She folded her arms behind her back, rubbing the ground with her toes, and muttered, I just want to spend more time with my sister. But I have an appointment today, so let's wait for next time. Next time, you can message me first and wait for my reply, so we don't have to go out for nothing. Gu Qinghuan shook his phone. Even though they had only known each other for a few days, Xiaohe knew that once Gu Qinghuan made a decision, he wouldn't change it. He said in a sweet, understanding tone, then I go home alone today. Gu Qinghuan nodded and held out her hand again. Arm, let me check it out. Xiaohe held out her arm. There were 7 scars today as well. The scab closest to the wrist looked quite old, and would probably fall off after the weekend. Gu Qinghuan released Xiaohe's arm with satisfaction. Keep it up. Maybe I treat you to fried chicken and milk tea on Monday. Xiaohe was a little surprised. He thought she'd have to wait until all the scars disappeared, but Gu Qinghuan meant to treat her once each one disappeared. Luckily, he should have had a dozen scars on his arm. Wouldn't that have given him more? His regret was so obvious that Gu Qinghuan was speechless. She decisively ignored him. After saying goodbye, she immediately followed Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, got in Jiang Chuchu's car, and the three of them headed for the snack street. It was already school's end, and the snack street was bustling with people. They got off the bus early at the previous intersection, so the driver could turn and head to the parking lot on the other side. Yu Xian, caught between Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu, nervously wanted to lower her head, but Gu Qinghuan stopped her. Xinbao, do you want anything else besides fried skewers? What's that? Jiang Chuchu pointed to a stall. Egg burgers, Yu Xian replied, looking over. Burgers? Jiang Chuchu gestured in disbelief. This wasn't what she imagined a burger to look like. Gu Qinghuan rushed over and bought 3 non-spicy egg burgers, returning to shove them into Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian's hands. Eat. Since they'd been sitting there for a while, the egg burgers weren't very hot, and since it was still quite cool today, they were just the right temperature to eat. Jiang Chuchu took a hesitant bite. The crispy, seared crust broke with a crackling sound, revealing a chewy filling inside. The tender egg white and soft yolk blended with the savory meat patty, creating distinct layers of flavor. The egg burger also had some pickled mustard greens, which were both sweet and crunchy. The combination created a rich texture. Yu Xian finished first, while Gu Qinghuan was slower. Seeing Jiang Chuchu still eating, the two of them dragged her off to buy some fried skewers. Arriving at the skewer stand, Jiang Chuchu finished her egg burger and mumbled, it tastes pretty good. Judging by the filling, it's definitely a burger. Gu Qinghuan shoved the basket from the skewer stand into Jiang Chuchu's hands, and said, choose your skewers. As it turned out, Jiang Chuchu chose a ton of skewers that she couldn't finish on her own. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian finished their selections first, and went to the stall next door to buy some hand-pressed lemon tea. When they came back, they saw 2 baskets piled high in front of Jiang Chuchu. They were shocked. You picked so much, we can't finish it. I take them home to eat. Jiang Chuchu remained expressionless. Did your mother let you eat them? Gu Qinghuan poked her arm. Her family was quite tolerant of takeout, but Jiang Chuchu's family situation was different. Jiang Chuchu thought about her own family's food and felt a little guilty, but she still said, I eat them in my room when the time comes. Luckily, the driver quickly came over and helped Jiang Chuchu carry the bags, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to carry such a large pile of fried skewers. The three of them ate and chatted in the car. Jiang Chuchu dropped Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian off one by one before returning to her own home. When the butler arrived to pick her up, the door opened and the aroma of fried skewers hit her face, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Jiang Chuchu poked her head out of the car and asked, "Is my mother back?" "The mistress is already back." The butler looked sympathetic. Jiang Chuchu's face froze, but she managed to hold on. She asked the housekeeper to help her take the fried skewers and walk slowly towards home. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Chuchu called out, "Mom, I bought some food." Jiang Chuchu's mother was Zhu Qinlan. When the marriage was arranged, the Zhu and Jiang families had been a powerful alliance. However, something happened to the Jiang family at the time, and the Zhu family found an excuse to change the original marriage partner, replacing their most favored daughter with a less prominent Zhu Qinlan. After Zhu Qinlan gave birth to Jiang Chuchu, the Jiang family's problems were resolved and even further developed. Jiang Yue and Zhu Qinlan had a good relationship, and the Jiang family had a good impression of her, so they didn't dwell on the Zhu family's change of marriage partner. Zhu Qinlan knew she had been used as a shield by the Zhu family, so she had lived cautiously for years, striving to be the Mrs. Jiang. Zhu Qinlan, having heard the servant announce Jiang Chuchu's return, was about to greet her with a smile when she heard her shout. Then came the overbearing, rich aroma of fried skewers. Zhu Qinglan's face froze, but she couldn't help but inhale. Her older sister, Zhu Manyu, had previously been the most favored. Because Zhu Manyu pursued a slim figure, her family indulged her, ensuring her 3 nutritious meals a day. However, at least for Zhu Qinlan, low-salt, low-fat foods were not tasty at all. Back then, she often sneaked out to buy food after school. Her parents were too busy with Zhu Manyu to pay her any attention. Until something happened in the Jiang family. They decided that Zhu Manyu couldn't get involved in this mess, and wanted her to fulfill her sister's engagement. They thought she was too fat, so they ordered her to lose weight. After the marriage, the Jiang family wasn't happy about the change in engagement partner. While they weren't harsh on her, they did occasionally complain. Zhu Qinlan was anxious and had lost her appetite. She suffered from severe morning sickness during her pregnancy, and now she needed to regain her figure after giving birth, so she continued her light diet. But today, smelling the fried skewers her daughter brought home, Zhu Qinlan suddenly began to doubt whether she had truly developed this eating habit, or was it just a form of obedience. For her daughter's health, she had researched extensively. She was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 60 kilograms. Where had she gained weight? Why had her parents forced her to lose weight? It was simply because Zhu Manyu was too thin. At the same height of 1.7 meters, she only weighed 45 kilograms. She was the unhealthily thin one. "Mom?" Jiang Chuchu called out cautiously. Was Mom mad about the fried skewers? Zhu Qinlan came to her senses, feeling a wave of relief. "It's okay. Did you buy something delicious? Let Mom have a taste, too." Jiang Chuchu felt relieved and urged the housekeeper to bring the fried skewers over. "Fried skewers? My classmate took me there. She said the place has the best business around here." Zhu Qinlan picked out a skewer of fried pork tenderloin and bit into it. The rich, meaty flavor instantly filled her mouth. This one's still delicious, she thought, taking another big bite. Chapter 23. Gu Qinghwan burped as soon as she got home. Combined with the reek of fried skewers, Gu Haiyan could easily guess she'd gone out for fried skewers again. "Are you eating tonight?" Gu Haiyan asked. Gu Qinghwan shook her head. "I'm full." Wang Jian was in the kitchen, busy adding sugar to the mung bean soup. He poked his head out and asked, "You're not drinking mung bean soup?" Gu Qinghwan was a little tempted, but after rubbing his belly, he shook his head. "I drink it after I finish my homework. Keep it in the fridge for a while." Gu Haiyan let her go, noting the time on the wall clock and calculating in her mind. "Did your classmates send you back again?" "Yes, Chu-Chu took Xinbao and me out to eat today," Gu Qinghwan replied. "Chu-Chu, Xian Bao." Gu Haiyan realized, Jiang Chu-Chu and Yu Xian, right? They're all calling each other by nicknames. Although Gu Qinghwan hadn't planned on telling her family about the system and the rebirth prevention, she discussed her interactions with her classmates, so Gu Haiyan knew a few of them by name. Wang Jian brought out a pot of mung bean soup and said hesitantly, "It's not good to always have classmates send you off. How about we buy another car? I pick you up next time?" The family used to have a car, but it was totaled in an accident not long ago, and the insurance claim is still going through the process. Although the lottery winnings are more than enough for a new car, the two of them are still feeling the effects of the accident, so they've been trying to sit in the back seat lately. "It's okay. We can buy a car when you feel better. Gu Qinghwan waved her hand. But Chu Chu's family has a dedicated driver who picks us up every day. A ride for us is really nothing to her. She could just remember this favor. If she really retaliated against Jiang Chu Chu, she'd be unhappy. Wang Jian thought about it and said nothing more. He poured a bowl of mung bean soup and put it in the refrigerator. He and Gu Haiyan had dinner, mung bean soup and steamed buns. Gu Qinghwan went back to her room to do her homework. She was used to finishing her homework on Friday night, so she could have a good rest on the weekend. Mingda's teachers were good, but the homework wasn't much less. In fact, the questions were more flexible. She didn't know where the workbooks came from. The local government was currently using the new college entrance examination, which didn't distinguish between arts and science. Gu Qinghwan hadn't decided which of her 3 elective subjects to take yet, but she planned to study them all first and then decide based on the difficulty level. She only had a few short answer questions and an essay left in Chinese. She held onto her slightly swollen head and went to the window to get some fresh air. She'd do the essay tomorrow and the short answer questions. Wait until she finished her mung bean soup. She was hungry too. Actually, she still had a few questions she couldn't solve, so she planned to see if anyone in the group asked about homework this weekend, and then she asked them along. Gu Qinghwan stood up and headed for the kitchen, picking up her phone to check for any messages. The class group was discussing what they were doing over the weekend, but by the time Gu Qinghwan checked her phone, the conversation was mostly over, and she wasn't planning on joining in. There were a few private messages though. Jiang Chu Chu had sent her a photo with her mother. They were each holding a skewer of potato tarts and a toast, probably smeared with their own homemade sauce, giving them a vibrant red. Gu Qinghwan sent a thumbs up emoji. What a good eater. Auntie is so pretty. The other person who sent her a message, to Gu Qinghwan's surprise, was Bai Han's Han. What did the student union vice president want to see her about? Gu Qinghwan, puzzled, opened the chat box. Bai Han's Han, are you free this weekend? Gu Qinghwan cautiously replied, what can I do for you? Bai Han's Han had messaged her half an hour ago, but as soon as her message went through, the other party immediately displayed typing. Bai Han's Han, the student union will resume normal operations next week, and they need to clean up. Gu Qinghwan's face immediately fell. Who would want to go to school to clean up on the weekend? As if seeing through her thoughts, several more messages followed. We have someone to clean up, but it's best to choose your own office. Other equipment needs must also be ordered, such as laptops, printers, filing cabinets, office chairs, sofas, and, if needed, a coffee machine. Gu Qinghwan's eyes widened. She had underestimated Mingda. No, she had underestimated Mingda's student union. Gu Qinghwan, okay. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Bai Han's Han, is 10 a.m. okay? After work, we can go have lunch. I explained the student union specific work to you. Gu Qinghwan was about to agree, but then thought, okay. By the way, can I ask Senior Bai for help with a few questions? Bai Han's Han, sure. Excellent. Tutor solved it too. Gu Qinghwan clenched his fists, finished his mung bean soup while standing in front of the refrigerator, and then hurried back to his room to continue working on the short answer questions. Bai Han's Han rubbed his brows, ended his conversation with Gu Qinghwan, and messaged Xia He, are you really not coming tomorrow? Xia He, although I love to come, I can't. I have to go and piss off those idiots tomorrow. Bai Han's Han hesitated for a few seconds before admonishing, calm down. At the beginning of every month, the Xia family holds a family dinner. The specific time is set by the Xia family's old man, and all Xia family members in the city must attend, unless there is a conflict with work. Originally, family dinners, like these were supposed to be a way for the family to bond and exchange information. But for Xia He, meeting the people who indirectly caused his parents' deaths was more disgusting than eating a fly. A few years ago, he tried not to go, or when he did, he minimized his presence. But 2 years ago, after a conflict at a family dinner, he changed his ways, not only showing up every time, but also causing a scene. His motto was, better to go crazy than to fight internally. Xia He, I'm very calm. Bai Han's Han had a headache. Xia He, please take good care of her tomorrow. Buy her everything she wants, the best. She's incredibly wealthy, but knowing Gu Qinghwan, she definitely wouldn't want it, Bai Han's Han thought. Even then, Xia He tossed her phone aside and lay back on the bed. She was lost in thought for a moment, then reached under her pillow and felt around. A small ceramic knife appeared in his palm. He removed the sheath and held the ceramic knife against the ceiling light for a long moment, instinctively tempted to press the blade against his arm. But just as his skin felt the cool blade, he snapped back to his senses, sheathed it back on, and tucked the ceramic knife back under his pillow. I'm done playing around, he thought, glancing at the 7 scratches on his arm again. By the time there's one less scratch next week, he can go out for fried chicken and milk tea with Gu Qinghwan. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. It's possible to cut somewhere less conspicuous, but if Gu Qinghwan found out, she'd definitely be furious and sad. He was a little unsure. After a moment's thought, he didn't bother to think about it anymore. She'd definitely be angry anyway, so to avoid angering her, he better hold it in. Chapter 24. A little after 7 on Saturday morning, Gu Qinghwan woke up. Wang Jian was cleaning the stove, and was surprised to see her. Why don't you sleep in a little longer? Gu Qinghwan opened the refrigerator to see if there was anything to eat. She still had mung bean soup, but drinking anything cold so early in the morning would give her diarrhea. She closed the refrigerator and said, I plan to finish the rest of my homework. I have to be at school at 10 o'clock, and I have something going on with the student union. She thought for a moment and added, Senior Bai treated me to lunch, so I won't be back. Wang Jian became wary. He had heard from Gu Qinghwan that Senior Bai referred to Bai Han's Han, and that Bai Han's Han had a sister named Bai Qinyin, a singer. The old father was worried. Although his daughter had been popular in junior high, high school was a different world. Every one of her classmates was more impressive than the last. He was worried about whether this would affect Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan didn't notice her father's anxiety. I go get an omelet. There's a breakfast shop at the entrance to the complex. They make soft crust omelets or crispy pancakes. Gu Qinghwan prefers the former. After breakfast, Gu Qinghwan rested for a while, then took advantage of the morning's active mind to finish her essay from last night. She finished just in time to leave, arriving at the school gate with 20 minutes to go before 10. There are usually 4 security guards at the Mingda entrance, but only 2 on weekends. Seeing her, the security guard came over and greeted her. What are you doing here? I'm a student in class 3, grade 1. The student union needs to see me, Gu Qinghwan replied. Student union? One of the security guards checked the computer in the duty room, then reached out through the window, and waved to the other security guard still guarding Gu Qinghwan. There's an application record. Check her student ID to see if it's Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan immediately pulled out her student ID, and after the security guard confirmed it, they let her in. When she arrived at the president's office, Bai Han's Han was still sitting behind the desk, handling some matters. Gu Qinghwan didn't know if he was really like this every day, or if he was just putting on an act, but it would definitely be tiring for her. Good morning, Senior Bai. Gu Qinghwan greeted him loudly. Hello, Bai Han's Han nodded. Let me take you to choose an office first. The student union building was a whole building, and not all of them were open to Gu Qinghwan's selection, but there were still plenty left after counting. Even though there was an elevator, Gu Qinghwan declined any rooms above the 3rd floor. Bai Han's Han had told her that the core members of the student union were mostly on the 4th and 5th floors, and as a newcomer, who gotten in through connections, it would be best for her not to trespass. She wandered from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, then from the 2nd to the 1st, finally settling on a sunny-facing room on the 1st floor. For a single office, this one was quite large, about 30 square meters. A row of wooden cabinets lined the left wall, and 2 sets of 5-section cabinets were placed on each side of the right. The empty wall in the middle was covered in the student code of conduct. There were 2 ceiling fans, and 2 desks and chairs were placed by the window opposite the door. As for the open space inside, it was cluttered with miscellaneous items and covered in dust. Bai Han's Han held out his hand in front of him. The dusty smell was overwhelming after he opened the door. Are you sure you want this room? Yes. Gu Qinghwan gestured. Clear out the clutter, replace the ceiling fan with a standalone air conditioner, and I'm thinking of replacing the wooden cabinets with display cases with glass doors. Then, I replaced the 2 sets of 5-section cabinets with a wooden bookshelf. I could also put a flower rack in there for spider plants and pothoes. She chattered happily, then realized it wasn't quite right, and scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Well, I really like playing decoration games. Bai Han's Han nodded. Anything else? A coffee machine or something? Forget it, I don't like coffee. Gu Qinghwan put her hand down. But you mentioned chairs and sofas before. Can I buy a few human dog beds? She had wanted to buy them before, but she hadn't been in the mood to choose because of Xie Xianxua's situation. Now that things were temporarily resolved, and she had this opportunity, she wanted to take advantage of the student union's benefits. What's a human dog bed? The word didn't exist in Bai Hanshan's vocabulary. Gu Qinghwan pulled out her phone and flipped to the product page. This is it. Bai Hanshan understood. It was a folding bed that lay flat on the floor, just plush and soft. Although it was still hot, the office had air conditioning. Just thinking about lying in the plush comforter with the cool air on was comforting. Bai Hanshan was tempted to buy one for himself, but decided to address Gu Qinghwan's needs first. How about this? The air conditioner and display cabinet you mentioned, as well as the interior renovations, will all be arranged by the student union. Bookshelves, flower stands, dog kennels, and so on. I give you a 10,000 yuan credit. You can purchase them on your own, and I reimburse you with the invoices when you're ready. Gu Qinghwan nodded repeatedly. Okay, thank you, Senior Bai. Now that the decision had been made, Bai Hanshan contacted the cleaning and renovation companies. Gu Qinghwan returned to the president's office, pen and paper in hand, to make a list. He also created 3 small groups, including Jiang Chuchu and Uxian. Jiang Chuchu, stop! You haven't bought your human dog bed yet. Gu Qinghwan, no, I wasn't. I was just about to ask what style you guys wanted. Uxian, you don't have to buy me one. Jiang Chuchu, that's perfect. The human dog bed I bought will be delivered next week. I send it over when your office is finished. Jiang Chuchu, I also bought Xinbao's. Don't tell me I didn't choose a good one. Uxian, then I buy something too. Uxian, my family gave me money last time, so I can afford it. Qinghwan, what else do you need? Gu Qinghwan, how about 3 small quilts? Jiang Chuchu, quilts. I actually forgot. Okay, Xinbao, you're in charge of that. Gu Qinghwan, wait, that's not right. I'm asking what you want to buy. Uxian, you should buy your own desk and chairs first. Gu Qinghwan thought about it and realized that the student union would also provide her with a computer, so she needed a suitable desk and chair. She was overwhelmed by the choices, but her spirits were actually rising. She was happy to be able to buy a bunch of things she loved without spending any money, even if they could only be used in the office. After Bai Hanshan finished his arrangements and saw he still had time, he walked over to Gu Qinghwan and asked, "Where are the exercises you discussed last night?" Gu Qinghwan immediately put down her phone, pushed the shopping list aside, and pulled out a workbook from her canvas bag. She respectfully presented it to Bai Hanshan. "Thank you, Senior Bai." Just as she heard, Bai Hanshan was a master student. She'd been racking her brains last night, but Bai Hanshan explained it with ease, even noticing at a glance that she made a mistake. When she was corrected on a question, Gu Qinghwan wanted to bury her head under the table. But her hand never stopped grasping the pen. Embarrassing herself in front of a master student was nothing. With a master student teaching her, she was the winner no matter how you looked at it. After finishing the exercises, Bai Hanshan saw that time was almost up, so he stood up and said, "Come on, I treat you to dinner, and I also tell you about the situation within the student union." Chapter 25. The lunch Bai Hanshan mentioned was actually on the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. Gu Qinghwan managed to maintain her composure as she stepped onto the red carpet in the entrance reception hall. However, once she reached the private room on the 3rd floor and the waiter handed out the menu, she couldn't hold back. "I didn't expect to end up eating here so soon." Gu Qinghwan picked up the menu. Bai Hanshan didn't bother flipping through the menu, letting Gu Qinghwan choose. He then picked up the teapot and poured tea into their cups before saying, "It's not as outlandish as you think." Gu Qinghwan looked up at Bai Hanshan. "Senior Bai, you're just used to it, so you have this perception." Bai Hanshan didn't deny her statement. "It's mainly because the current president has a private room here. He can come here to dine at any time under his name, and it's charged to his account." Gu Qinghwan was genuinely curious about this president, but for now, she decided to order. Today's menu in the 3rd floor cafeteria was all Cantonese cuisine. Gu Qinghwan glanced over it and asked hesitantly, "If I say I want clay pot rice, will it seem unrefined?" Bai Hanshan nearly burst out laughing, then relaxed his expression. Since the chef put it on the menu, it's for people to order. Eat if you want. If she were dining with Jiang Chuchu, Gu Qinghwan wouldn't have asked and would have simply ordered. But with Bai Hanshan sitting across from her, Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but pick it up. Hearing him say this, Gu Qinghwan felt a little embarrassed and readily ordered the clay pot rice. Bai Hanshan also ordered a cup of mango pudding for her, while he himself ordered shrimp balls and rice noodle rolls. While waiting for the food to arrive, Bai Hanshan explained the current structure of the student union to Gu Qinghwan. Mingda's student union differs somewhat from other schools, primarily because the person who took over last year was too casual. Because he disliked being called the student union president, he changed his title to president. Besides the president, there's only one vice president in the office, and there's no longer an organization department. Relevant tasks are handled by the vice president, with other officials collaborating. Important matters are decided at cadre meetings or general member meetings. As for the study department, propaganda department, arts and literature department, sports department, life department, and discipline department, they're not much different from regular student unions. Each department has a director and a deputy director, and the maximum number of secretaries per department is 5. Gu Qinghuan calculated. So, the maximum number of people in the student union is 44? Including you now, the maximum is 45, Bai Hanzhan corrected. Gu Qinghuan blushed. Don't I belong to any department? No, you're in the office now, serving as the president's secretary, Bai Hanzhan said. Rather than a secretary, it's more like a toy, isn't it? Gu Qinghuan internally complained. She perked up. Besides watching over Senior Xia He, what else do I do on a daily basis? She already been given her own office, and she'd feel a bit embarrassed if she didn't do some work. Bai Hanzhan thought, as long as he could keep Xia He in check, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't have to do anything else. Of course, Xia He didn't want to reveal her identity just yet, so he wouldn't say much. The specifics of my duties will depend on the president's arrangements. I send you his WeChat address later, so please add him, Bai Hanzhan said. The WeChat account Xia He had used to add Gu Qinghuan was a special account he applied for. The main one was for him as president. Finally, the president was going to be appointed. Gu Qinghuan was a little nervous, but after submitting her application and receiving no response, she gradually relaxed and began to enjoy the clay pot rice. It's no wonder that this place is located on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. A seemingly ordinary clay pot rice tastes completely different. The rice grains are moist and fragrant, each distinct and distinct. The rice crust is crispy and fragrant, without being burnt or blackened. The sausage is just the right amount of fat and lean, with a salty and sweet taste, not too greasy or too dry. The greens look lush and green without even a filter, and there's no earthy or bitter taste at all. The pork ribs are so tender that the bones fall away with a sip. The ribs, still attached to the fascia, are a satisfying sight to chew. Gu Qinghuan devoured an entire bowl of clay pot rice, her eyes narrowing in delight at the delicious meal. It's so delicious. Bai Hanzhan was tempted to order another serving. Seeing Gu Qinghuan enjoying it so heartily had piqued his appetite. He asked, anything else? Gu Qinghuan quickly shook her head. No, I'm already full. Bai Hanzhan felt a little regretful. He couldn't add more. Forget it, they talk about it next time. After lunch, Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to Bai Hanzhan and took the bus home. At the Jiang family, who had also finished lunch, Jiang Chuchu felt a bloating in her stomach. It wasn't from being too full, but from being angry. Her father, Jiang Yue, had previously promised her that he would investigate the Yu family, but he only handed her the compiled information today. The people Jiang Yue found investigated even more thoroughly than the Yu family, and even sorted out Yu Xian's past life experiences in chronological order, and attached some photos and information obtained by asking teachers, classmates, and neighbors. Over a decade of a girl's life was condensed onto a few thin sheets of paper, each word written in black and white, yet each one was shocking. Unable to bear a son, the adoptive parents paid a fortune teller, who advised them to first raise a child destined to have a younger brother before they could bring home the son they longed for. They happened to encounter the person who had abandoned Yu Xian on the road. Instead of calling the police, they believed the child was a gift from heaven. They took Yu Xian home and lied to the neighbors, saying they were adopting her from an orphanage. Within 6 months, the adoptive mother became pregnant. For the first few years, the adoptive parents, wary of the fortune teller's words, worried that if they drove Yu Xian away, their son, whom she had brought with her, might also be taken away. They would at least give her food and, when she was sick, would take her to a small rural clinic for medicine. But as time went on, their recklessness grew. Harsh treatment? No, it was pure abuse. Sometimes, it wasn't Yu Xian's fault, but rather their own bad moods that led them to beat or scold her, or even blame her for their own mistakes. Yu Xian had grown up thanks to a few kind-hearted people in her neighborhood and school who were willing to help, but they could only do so in secret. If her adoptive parents found out, they would only think Yu Xian was embarrassing them, and she would be beaten and scolded even more severely. Jiang Chuchu held her breath, feeling a growing pain in her heart the more she watched. Although the Yu family had found Yu Xian before the high school entrance exam, to prevent her presence from affecting the fake daughter Yu Yuan's exam, They booked her a hotel, and had her stay there until the exam. But they hadn't considered providing anything else for Yu Xian. Her clothes remained shabby, and their true identity was never announced. As a result, rumors spread throughout her junior high school that Yu Xian was spending every night in a high-end hotel and only emerged in the morning, raising suspicions that she was being kept by someone. The homeroom teacher's desperate attempts to clarify the situation were futile. It was only when she finally allowed Yu Xian to live in her own teacher's dormitory that the rumors finally died down. Yu Xian didn't even get to enjoy the luxurious and comfortable hotel suite for half a month. Instead, it severely impacted her pre-exam mentality, causing significant fluctuations in her grades. Thankfully, she managed to adjust her mindset and return to the level of a key high school student by the high school entrance exam. After the exam, before the results were released, the Yu family reappeared. They didn't check Yu Xian's results, only noting a decline in her grades in the final half of the semester. The Yu family, disappointed, immediately arranged for her to attend Mingda. Jiang Chuchu looked at Yu Xian's scores. Although they were from different regions, just looking at her scores in each subject showed how outstanding she was. She wanted to curse the Yu family, but Jiang Yue was sitting across from her. It was unkind to scold someone older than her in front of her father, so Jiang Chuchu held back. She continued to look back. Yu Xian's life after returning to the Yu family was even worse than she had imagined. Chapter 26. Before the high school entrance exam, the Yu family, out of consideration for Yu Yuan, had Yu Xian stay in a hotel, and showed no concern for the rumors surrounding her. Afterward, even after they brought Yu Xian home, their attitude toward her didn't improve at all. Yu Xian's biological brother, Yu Jinxin, used the card Yu Xian had obtained to buy things for himself and Yu Yuan, while Yu Xian only received a gift backpack. Yu Xian's father, Yu Wenli, and mother, Cui Wanning, have not held any banquets to announce Yu Xian's identity, nor have they proactively mentioned her situation to the public. The arrest of their colleague caused quite a stir, and many people knew the child had been swapped and that Yu Yuan was a fake daughter. Despite this, when questioned by outsiders, the two simply said the child is innocent, and clearly stated that Yu Yuan was their daughter, and this fact would not change. The documents showed that although Yu Xian's current household registration had been moved from her adoptive parents, it wasn't registered under the names of Yu Wenli or Cui Wanning. Instead, she was registered under the name of a long-term, live-in nanny with the same surname, employed by the Yu family as an adopted child. Jiang Chuchu's head was buzzing, and she couldn't help but ask, why doesn't their own daughter share the same household registration? If Yu Xian is officially recognized, then Yu Yuan will become an adopted daughter, Jiang Yue explained. What's wrong with her being an adopted daughter? Isn't she? Jiang Chuchu complained. Jiang Yue chuckled. I don't know what Yu Wenli thinks, but I suspect they feel that if Yu Yuan is adopted, she might be looked down upon in the future. But with a little research, everyone knows their real daughter is Yu Xian, right? Jiang Chuchu couldn't understand it at all. Besides, they love Yu Yuan so much, and with their support, why would they worry about her being looked down upon? That's their logic, and it's understandable that we can't understand it. Jiang Yue replied. He couldn't be too explicit with his daughter. According to Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning, whether the child was their biological child or not wasn't important. What mattered was that the commodity they had carefully nurtured couldn't depreciate. If it depreciated, it would be equivalent to a loss of the cost they had invested, so of course they had to do everything they could to protect it. At least, in their eyes, Yu Yuan was more valuable than Yu Xian. Jiang Chuchu's brows furrowed even more. The information didn't cover Yu Xian's life at home, so Jiang Yue didn't need to investigate in such detail. What he had was enough to understand Yu Xian's current situation. After reading the information, Jiang Chuchu tossed the folder onto the coffee table and pulled a pillow from the sofa, frowning. Jiang Yue asked, angry? Angry. Jiang Chuchu's words were stiff. Jiang Yue sighed. She's much better off now than if she stayed in her old family. But all this was hers. Jiang Chuchu cried out. Jiang Yue looked at her quietly, waiting for her emotions to calm down before saying, do you think Yu Xian would have become what she is now if she had really lived in the Yu family since she was a child? Jiang Chuchu was speechless. She didn't believe Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning could raise a child well. She did lose a lot and suffered a lot in her old family, but she also gained another possibility. Jiang Yue looked at his daughter. Her future depends on herself, and also on the help of you and others. Can I help her? Jiang Chuchu asked softly. All my things were given to me by my family. Even this information was researched by you, Dad. Hearing his daughter say this, Jiang Yue was a little surprised, but also relieved. Although he didn't know what the turning point was, his little princess had actually realized the difference between her own power and that of others. He patiently said, "Why not? We gave it to you, and it's a resource you can freely use. Since you're a member of this family, you have the right to use everything in it." Jiang Chuchu remembered what Gu Qinghuan had said last time. People like Yan Zhengqing, even if they back down publicly, might be waiting for an opportunity to do something bad behind the scenes. If she relied on her family to support Xie Xiangxue, she might get herself into trouble and bring trouble to the family. Jiang Yue continued, "It's important to clearly understand who you're helping and whether your help is truly effective. You're still young, and you have plenty of opportunities to try things out. Your family's financial situation is sufficient for you to make mistakes." Jiang Yue stood up and patted Jiang Chuchu on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid of making mistakes. As long as you can learn from them, your mistakes are meaningful." Jiang Yue had work arrangements for the afternoon, and after talking with his daughter, he was about to leave. Jiang Chuchu sat on the sofa for a while longer, her brow still furrowed. She knew she had many immature aspects, and even though she wanted to help Yu Xian, she didn't know how to begin. But she knew her feelings wouldn't change. Yu Xian was a good girl and didn't deserve to be treated like this. She wanted to help her. Jiang Chuchu hesitated for a moment before sending a message to Gu Qinghuan. "Jiang Chuchu, I asked my dad to check Xinbao's family situation." Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu, "I want to help her better, but I don't know how." Gu Qinghuan, "Then I suggest we talk openly." Gu Qinghuan, "Given Xinbao's personality, she probably wouldn't accept the help." Gu Qinghuan, "You need to clearly convey your intentions to her." Jiang Chuchu thought about it, and realized that Yu Xian was always afraid of causing trouble for others. Her help might be self-righteous, and might even cause trouble for Yu Xian. Jiang Chuchu, "You're right." Jiang Chuchu, "How about this? I invite you two to my house. And then we can open up." Gu Qinghuan, "Go to your house. I'm suddenly feeling stressed." Jiang Chuchu gave him a sly smile in return. She had great faith in Gu Qinghuan's resilience. Besides, coming to her house would also facilitate Yu Xian's fox borrowing the tiger plan. Of course, for Jiang Chuchu, having friends over was a delight no matter how she thought about it. She quickly sent out the invitation to the three-person group chat. Yu Xian was hesitant at first, but when she saw Gu Qinghuan's immediate agreement, she agreed. Jiang Chuchu tossed her phone aside and went to her mother, Ms. Yu Qinglan. "Mom, my friend is coming over tomorrow." At that moment, the Yu family's situation didn't matter anymore. She had so much to show her friends. "Isn't this more meaningful than that bunch of scumbags? Oh, and that sparkling water we mentioned last time?" She had to check if she had any peach, tangerine, or orange flavors at home. Chapter 27. Dinners at the Yu family were always warm and cozy. Unless he had an engagement, Yu Wenli would stay home for dinner, sharing his time with his wife and children. Cui Wanning would tell her husband about the children's recent progress, and share any news she heard from the other wives. Yu Jinxin, having graduated from university this year and newly joined his own company, spoke endlessly about his work. Yu Yuan always made the other three laugh, and sometimes shared small troubles to comfort her family. However, amidst the warmth of these four people, Yu Xian was absent. She was like a transparent person. Even if they sat at the same table, sharing the same food, she wouldn't become the subject of conversation. Yu Xian usually finished her dinner early, whispered, "I'm going back to my room," and hurried away, leaving the laughter and chatter behind her. But today, she had something to say. Yu Yuan had just finished recounting a small incident at school, and just as the others had stopped laughing, Yu Xian nervously called out, "Father." The table fell silent, like a smooth stage play interrupted by an intruder. Yu Wenli's smile was still on his lips, but his eyes had grown cold. "What's up?" "Jiang Chuchu invited me to her house tomorrow, and I thought I'd let you know first," Yu Xian said. She subconsciously wanted to call her Chuchu, but instinctively felt that such a familiarity wasn't appropriate at the moment, so she forced herself to change her words. Yu Yuan had been slightly annoyed by Yu Xian's interruption, but her expression immediately stiffened after hearing her words. Of course she knew Jiang Chuchu. When she had attended a banquet with her family before, the organizers had also invited the Jiang family, and she had been able to meet Jiang Chuchu. However, given the Yu family's background, she couldn't approach Jiang Chuchu on her own in that situation without an introduction. Jiang Chuchu had her own little circle, and she didn't stay in the banquet hall for long, going off to a private room with her friends. Although they knew Jiang Chuchu also attended Mingda, Mingda didn't dictate which class a student was assigned to. If such a loophole were opened, not to mention the impact it would have on the faculty, it would likely turn the school into a place of fame and fortune. In that case, the more powerful the position, the less likely they would send their children to Mingda, and Mingda's reputation would plummet. So, which class a student was assigned to was purely a matter of luck. By the way, when Xia He told Gu Qinghuan that Yan Zhengqing and Lin Xiaoxue were in the same class, it wasn't a guess, he already knew it. Their being in the same class was just a coincidence, not Yan Zhengqing's initiative. Xia He simply misled Gu Qinghuan slightly, but the result was correct, and it helped Gu Qinghuan. Back to the point. Yu Yuan was already upset when she discovered she wasn't in the same class as Jiang Chu, and she was even more upset when she learned Jiang Chu was in the same class as Yu Xian. What had she heard now? Yu Xian, completely unloved and unpopular at home, was actually invited to the Jiang family by Jiang Chu? Why? Yu Yuan unconsciously clutched the tablecloth, her tone a little stiff. Sister, you and Miss Jiang are so close. Yu Wenli rarely failed to listen carefully to his beloved daughter's words. He was a little excited, and his eyes turned loving as he looked at Yu Xian. What time tomorrow? Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. She said they arranged for the Jiang family's car to pick me up. Yu Xian replied. Actually, she wanted to take a car there herself. As long as she said she was going to the Jiang's house, her father would probably arrange a family car to take her. But Jiang Chu objected, saying that if she was going to borrow the power of the tiger, she should be a little arrogant. The kindness in Yu Wenli's eyes grew even stronger. Okay, very good. Then dress up nicely tomorrow morning. He remembered the casual clothes Yu Xian wore at home during summer vacation. Although he had only seen them a few times, he didn't have a good impression of her. He frowned and said to Yu Yuan, your sister doesn't have much taste. Pick out a few suitable pieces from your closet for her. Don't embarrass our family. Since Yu Wenli had said this, Yu Yuan couldn't refuse and reluctantly agreed. Still uneasy, Yu Wenli gave Yu Xian some additional instructions, and asked Cui wanting to choose a gift for Yu Xian to bring to Jiang Chu tomorrow. Yu Xian felt unreal. When she first moved into the Yu family, she had hoped to talk to her family like Yu Yuan did, but she didn't. She couldn't use a knife and fork. Cutting steak made a rasping noise, and she didn't know how to roll up pasta with a fork. Whenever she made a mistake, Yu Wenli would get impatient, Cui Wanting would be disappointed, Yu Jinxing would scoff, and Yu Yuan would say, let me show you, then demonstrate the correct and elegant way to use the cutlery, earning praise from the others. But she was actually quite skilled with chopsticks. If she accidentally picked up her brother's favorite dish or dropped it, her adoptive mother would smack her hand with the chopsticks. Being smacked with chopsticks was truly painful. The skin on the back of her hand would bulge like earthworms, burning and taking a long time to subside. She also knew how to wash each vegetable thoroughly without wasting water. She also handled the knife expertly, slicing, dicing, and julienne. She could do it quickly and neatly, otherwise her adoptive mother would call her a useless piece of shit. Thankfully, she was a quick learner, so as long as she watched her family's movements before eating, she wouldn't make a fool of herself. Then, she didn't even get that level of attention anymore. But now, she was the talk of the dinner table. Back in her room, Yu Xian closed the door and leaned back against it, stunned. This was the attention she had longed for so long before, so why wasn't she excited now? Yu Xian pressed her chest, her heartbeat strong and steady, without aching or suffocating. The door was suddenly kicked twice. Startled, Yu Xian frantically opened it, and saw Yu Yuan, clutching a pile of clothes, retracting her kick. I brought all my old clothes. Take your pick. Yu Yuan walked past Yu Xian, walked straight into the room, and tossed the clothes onto Yu Xian's bed. She looked Yu Xian up and down. Sister, you're too skinny. My clothes won't hold you up. Yu Xian blushed immediately. Since returning to the Yu family, her diet has indeed improved significantly, but a body malnourished since childhood couldn't possibly recover quickly in a few months. She didn't know Yu Yuan's behavior was body shame, and just wanted to end it quickly. Just pick something. No, Dad said, we can't bring shame to our family. Yu Yuan picked up a slit dress, gestured at Yu Xian, and shook her head. She then picked up an off-the-shoulder chiffon blouse, and shook her head again. None of them fit. What should I do? Yu Yuan looked troubled. How about you tell me you're sick tomorrow, and I go to the Jiang family in your place? Chapter 28. For a moment, Yu Xian thought her ears were failing. She wanted to get angry, to scream, but before she could move her gaze toward Yu Yuan, she looked directly at the desk, and saw the pen Jiang Chu had given her. Her anger instantly dissipated. Yu Xian turned her head and looked directly at Yu Yuan, the sister she had always felt inferior to, and dared not meet her gaze. Are you jealous? She said calmly, even a hint of a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Yu Yuan's face fell, and she became furious. Why should I be jealous of you? What is there for me to be jealous of? Mom, Dad, and brother don't like you. They only like me. Yes, they do. Yu Xian nodded, acknowledging the truth. Although it still stung a little, it wasn't as unbearable as it could be. Perhaps it was because she had friends who supported her. Before Yu Yuan could even get proud, Yu Xian added, but it was me, not you, who was invited by Chu Chu. I have something you don't, so of course you're jealous. You? Yu Yuan was furious. She glared at Yu Xian, slammed the door, and ran out. Yu Xian looked at the clothes scattered on the bed, neither intending to choose from them nor reaching for them. She stopped a passing servant and said, "These are Yu Yuan's clothes. Take them back to her, and tell her I don't need them." The servant hesitated and refused to move. Yu Xian pursed her lips and said in a deliberately cold voice, "I'm going to the Jiang family tomorrow. How can I sleep like this? If I don't get enough rest and the Jiang family gets upset, you be responsible." The servant immediately hurriedly carried the clothes out. Yu Xian closed the door again and breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly laughed. The fox borrows the power of the tiger. So it works? The next morning, Yu Winley left without breakfast because of company matters. When Yu Xian came downstairs, the other three were already sitting at the dining table, chatting and laughing. Seeing her, her brother Yu Jinxin snorted. Does someone think that just because they climbed the phoenix, they're no longer a sparrow? Even for breakfast, they have to put on airs and arrive last. Her mother, Cui Wanning, said nothing, simply, "Since you're here, let's eat." Yu Xian clenched her fists, wanting to say something, but in the end, she kept silent. She simply sat down at her seat and began to eat in silence. She could still argue with Yu Yuan, but with her blood brother and mother, she felt helpless, wondering if she could ever get a little affection and love from them. After finishing a tasteless breakfast, Cui Wanning wiped her mouth with a napkin and said calmly, "Bring the gift." A servant brought the gift Cui Wanning had prepared the previous night to Yu Xian. Yu Yuan took one look and cried out in dissatisfaction, "Mom, I asked for this necklace last time, and you didn't buy it for me. It was out of stock then, and then you asked for something else." Cui Wanning soothed, "I had the store send this one last night." Yu Xian looked at the exquisite necklace in the velvet box, and a pang of pain stabbed her heart. If they could get the store to send her a necklace, why couldn't they send her clothes? Was she unworthy of new clothes, only of Yu Yuan's discarded hand-me-downs, or did they just not know her size? Whatever the reason, it left her breathless. She lowered her eyes. "Isn't this too expensive? We're just visiting a friend." "What do you know?" Cui Wanning said, a little annoyed. "When you visit a family like the Jiang family, you should have a gift of this magnitude. But besides me, there are other friends." Yu Xian wanted to refuse. And then, there was Gu Qinghuan. What would he do if she gave him such a valuable gift? Even if she was naive, she knew how awkward this would put him. "All right." Cui Wanning's tone hardened, and Yu Xian subconsciously fell silent. She raised her hand and rubbed her brow, seeming a little tired. "I told you, you've never been exposed to these things since childhood. How could you possibly know anything?" Yu Jinxin replied sarcastically, "A gift of this magnitude isn't that expensive." "You're so petty, Yu Xian." Yu Xian's hands trembled slightly. If he disdained her so much, why didn't he teach her? She could learn. The housekeeper suddenly hurried in. "Excuse me, madam, the Jiang family's car arrived early, and there's a little girl in it." Yu Xian looked up sharply, stood up, and ran outside. The Jiang family's car stopped in the Yu family courtyard. When Yu Xian saw Gu Qinghuan, she had just gotten out. Gu Qinghuan was delighted to see Yu Xian and raised her hand to greet her. "Good morning, Xinbao. Sorry I'm early. Chu Chu saw the sauce-flavored pancakes I gave out, and said she wanted some too." Before she could finish her words, Yu Xian threw her into his arms. Gu Qinghuan paused, patted Yu Xian's back, and said, "Xinbao, good morning." "Good morning." Yu Xian's voice was choked with sobs. "Are you ready to go?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "I want to leave here right now," Yu Xian replied. "Then let's go. Jiangxiang pancakes won't be crispy if they're left out too long, and Chu Chu made me order a whole one." Gu Qinghuan's voice remained cheerful. "Okay." Yu Xian sniffed. "Yu Xian, is this also your classmate?" Cui Wanning walked out with a gentle smile. Gu Qinghuan looked up at the woman in front of him, who was probably Yu Xian's mother. A young man with a face somewhat similar to the woman's, and a girl about Yu Xion's age, also appeared. The three of them stood together, looking quite harmonious at first glance. "Hello, Auntie," Gu Qinghuan said with a smile. "I'm Xinbao's friend. My name is Gu Qinghuan." "Gu Qinghuan? Is there a daughter with that name in a Gu family?" Chui Wanning pondered subconsciously. "You don't need to guess what my background is, because I don't have one. My dad won the lottery, which gave him the money to send me to Mingda." Gu Qinghuan's smile continued, having perfectly guessed Chui Wanning's thoughts. Chui Wanning's smile froze. "Is that so? If Auntie is alright, Xinbao and I will be leaving first. Chu-Chu is still waiting for me to bring her food." As Gu Qinghuan spoke, he helped Yu Xian to her feet and opened the car door. The aroma of the sauce-flavored pancakes permeated the air so intensely that Chui Wanning felt as if the air in the garden had been polluted. She forced a smile. "Then you guys go ahead. Oh, Yu Xian, take the gift." A servant hurried over with another gift. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the box. "Ah, I've seen this logo before. Chu-Chu told me a few days ago that the department store had sent all the new products for this season to her house. They even had custom pieces made just for her." Chui Wanning practically dug her nails into her palms. Does this little girl named Gu Qinghuan even know how to talk? Chapter 29. Gu Qinghuan had never seen or recognized the logo, though she could easily identify various milk tea packaging bags. But just by looking at the box, Gu Qinghuan could tell the contents were expensive. Combined with the gift Yu Xion's mother mentioned, it was obvious that this was something Yu Xion had asked Jiang Chu-Chu to give. A scale appeared in her mind, and she compared the gift with the Jiangxiang pancake, then shamelessly tilted the weight toward the Jiangxiang pancake. So now it was time for a lie. Gu Qinghuan racked her brain, combining the little she learned about rich people and luxury goods from idol dramas, and feigned composure as she spoke. Something about this season's new products and custom-made, she just made it up. If she was caught, she'd just say she misremembered it. She was so calm that it didn't sound like a lie at all. At least the three people standing at the door believed her. Yu Jinxin's face turned grim. He had just finished criticizing Yu Xian for being petty, and then he was slapped in the face like that. He couldn't contain his anger. But could he direct this anger at Gu Qinghuan? No, she said right off the bat that she was just an ordinary family who gotten into Mingda by sheer luck. She seemed shallow and uncommunicative. Yu Jinxin felt that arguing with her would only embarrass him. He was just simmering with anger when Yu Yuan beside him suddenly spoke up. "Since Miss Jiang already has it, this gift is a bit redundant. Why not give it to Miss Gu? It could be resold for quite a bit." Yu Xian gritted his teeth. Just at the dinner table, Yu Yuan had said she wanted this. So why would she be so kind as to give it to Gu Qinghuan now? She was clearly trying to mock Gu Qinghuan's poverty. She was about to say something when Gu Qinghuan grabbed her arm, smiling. "Okay, then give me the invoice." Yu Yuan's face darkened. "My sauce-flavored pancake is getting soft, and we're in a hurry. Go find the invoice first. Just give Xinbao the invoice, and the gift to school tomorrow." Gu Qinghuan's face was sincere. As he pushed Yu Xian into the car, Gu Qinghuan said in a voice loud enough for everyone else to hear, "Although there's a sister version that's nice, it's still more cost-effective to exchange it for cash. Let me tell you, President Bai took me to the third-floor cafeteria yesterday. The food there is amazing. Once I get the money, I take you and Chu-Chu there to eat." The Jiang family's car drove away, leaving only the smell of the sauce-flavored pancake lingering in the air. Yu Jinxin couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming in exasperation, "What kind of person is this? Yu Xian actually hangs out with someone like that. No wonder she's like that. Wait, brother, that girl just now said President Bai took her to the cafeteria on the third floor for dinner." Yu Yuan grabbed his arm and paused before saying, "President Bai, are you talking about the student union's vice president? Bai Hans Han?" Hearing the name Bai Hans Han, Yu Jinxin was speechless. If it were just Bai Hans Han, he wouldn't be afraid, but Bai Hans Han was Xia He's right-hand man. "Okay, stop talking." Chui Wanning held her forehead, feeling a throbbing pain in her temple. "Old Zhao." She called the housekeeper over, her tone tinged with annoyance. "How much is this necklace? How could someone just use the invoice for something the Yu family bought to return something?" Gu Qinghuan would return it the moment the storekeeper spread the news to everyone in the community. How would she face the other ladies then? So the best solution was to just give them the money. The housekeeper, surnamed Zhao, gave the amount, and Chui Wanning instructed, "Make it an even number, transfer it from my account to Yu Xion's. When she returns, explain everything clearly, and have her transfer it to Miss Gu tomorrow." With that, she stopped interfering, saying, "Keep the gift, Yuan," and went back to her room to rest. Yuan stared at the necklace box. She didn't want it anymore. Compared to the Yu family's depressing situation, the other side was much more lively. Gu Qinghwan screamed as she got in the car. "Ah, I'm so brave." Yu Xian was still half-conscious when Gu Qinghwan quickly pulled out her phone and made a call. "I just borrowed Senior Bai's name. I need to let him know." Bai Han, having been told the entire story of Gu Qinghwan's slapping of the Yu family, had a hard time keeping from laughing over the phone. He was thankful it wasn't a video call, so he couldn't see her face. Otherwise, his expression, straining to suppress a laugh, would surely have startled Gu Qinghwan. Bai Han clutched his lower abdomen, his stomach throbbing. "You don't have to report this. Feel free to use my name." Gu Qinghwan's panic immediately subsided. After hanging up the phone, he winked at Yu Xian, boasting as much as he could. "My acting skills are so good, I'm sure I win an award, right?" Yu Xian nodded solemnly. "Yes." By the time they arrived at the Jiang residence, Yu Xian's mood had calmed down. Rather, the Jiang family's size had shocked him more than their troubles. "I don't understand," Gu Qinghwan said, questioning her fate as she got out of the car. "This sloping platform. What's it called? Isn't it usually built in front of hotels? I thought the Yu family was already quite large, but driving from the main gate to the entrance, past the flower beds and lawns, the plant maze, the glass greenhouse, the fountain landscape pond. Isn't there something wrong?" Yu Xian was also a little dazed. "Qinghwan, that's called a porch." Jiang Chuchu suddenly appeared. "Actually, I think this looks like a hotel too. I originally wanted to make it more residential, but my brother said this would be more convenient." Gu Qinghwan was startled. "Where did you come from?" Jiang Chuchu pointed to the rope ladder dangling from the top of the porch. "I was just watching you guys coming up." She confidently reached out. "Where's my jiangsheng pancake?" Gu Qinghwan pulled the pancake out from the back seat. "It's a little soft. Do you have an air fryer? Reheating it would help." Jiang Chuchu waved her hand, and the apprentice, who had been waiting, immediately took the pancake and ran to the kitchen. "Don't worry, Uncle Lu will find a way." "Is Uncle Lu your chef?" Yu Xian asked. "It's my family chef in charge of pastry." Jiang Chuchu said he heard I bought some jiangsheng pancakes and wasn't convinced. He said the ones outside weren't as good as his. "Why would you buy them if he could make them?" Gu Qinghwan was also puzzled. "He didn't prepare jiangsheng pancakes this morning." Jiang Chuchu stuck out her tongue. "I saw you posted the photo, so you just wanted to eat them." The three of them chatted as they walked inside. Gu Qinghwan was the first to know someone would build an elevator in their home, including both a freight elevator for transporting large items and a circular sightseeing elevator. She seemed to have underestimated the Jiang family's wealth. Her earlier lie should hold up, but she still had to explain things to Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghwan coughed twice. Chuchu, something just happened at the Yu residence." Jiang Chuchu's expression was a riot of emotion after hearing this. Amidst Gu Qinghwan's anxiety, she spoke with regret. "I shouldn't have called a car to pick you up. I should have gone with you. Damn it! I didn't see this coming." Jiang Chuchu grabbed Gu Qinghwan's shoulders. "Why don't you start a live stream? I could give you a tip." Gu Qinghwan regained her composure. "Okay, she got it. I give you a harder slap next time." Chapter 30. After Jiang Chuchu's regret, she saw Yu Xian and quickly explained, "Xinbao, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I understand." Yu Xian remained calm. She truly wanted to be loved by her family, to have that elusive affection. However, she wouldn't allow her friends to be humiliated. There was nothing wrong with Gu Qinghwan's counterattack. They had brought it upon themselves. Both Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu had always been thinking of her. She certainly wouldn't misunderstand them and think they hated her because of something like this. The three of them didn't go to the restaurant, but went straight to Jiang Chuchu's room. Although it was called a room, the entire floor was hers. Gu Qinghwan was dazzled and finally collapsed on the sofa. "I finally understand what Granny Lu felt like when she entered the Grandview garden." Jiang Chuchu also sat cross-legged on the sofa. "What would you like to drink?" "I'd bring it over with the jiangsheng pancakes later." "Soy milk with sugar?" Gu Qinghwan raised her hand. "I already eaten at home. Just give me a glass of water." Yu Xian also slowly sat down. "How about that sparkling water from last time? Peach flavor. Do you want it chilled or room temperature?" Jiang Chuchu said immediately. "Room temperature will do." Yu Xian felt a little warm. She had only mentioned it last time, and Jiang Chuchu had actually remembered. Jiang Chuchu ordered milk for herself, and the sauce-flavored pancakes and drinks were soon served. I don't know how Uncle Lou managed it, but the reheated sauce-flavored pancakes hadn't become dry or hard at all. The crust was as crispy as when it came out of the pan, and the core was still chewy. There were forks, chopsticks, and disposable gloves. Gu Qinghuan put on the disposable gloves and grabbed the sauce-flavored pancakes and started to bite. She had been busy this morning and was already hungry. Jiang Chuchu had been thinking of using chopsticks, but seeing Gu Qinghuan's reaction, she changed her gloves. They were eating so deliciously that Yu Xian, for once, felt a little greedy. Just as she was about to sip some water, Gu Qinghuan had already raised a piece to her lips. Jiang Chuchu, seeing this, quickly grabbed her gloves and shoved them towards her. Eat. You can't finish it anyway. Gu Qinghuan took a sip of soy milk. How can I have a good appetite eating with all those people from your family? Xinbao, let's eat together. Jiang Chuchu burped. It's delicious, but it's a bit greasy after eating too much. I usually only buy 3 or 5 yuan. Who could finish a whole one? Gu Qinghuan complained. Yu Xian relaxed completely at the sight of them laughing and joking. When you're at a friend's house, forget about those spoiling the fun family members. At least, she didn't want to dampen her friend's spirits. After eating and drinking her fill, Gu Qinghuan collapsed on the sofa, wanting to throw a tantrum, but Jiang Chuchu pulled her aside and asked for details about the embarrassing incident. She was embarrassed to say it, but Yu Xian was right there with her. He went into such detail that Gu Qinghuan wanted to crawl under the ground. Jiang Chuchu was still unsatisfied and wanted to convince Gu Qinghuan to do a live stream next time, but Gu Qinghuan quickly interrupted. Let's talk about how to cover up the lie first. What lie? Jiang Chuchu realized. You said I have all the new products and custom-made items? Well, I'm not asking you to actually buy them all, but if anyone asks you about it, you need to know. Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. I see. What you mean is that if someone asks me if I said this to you, I have to say yes. Yes, it doesn't have to be that brand. I can explain it by saying I misremembered it, but the story has to be true. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Do you remember what the logo looked like? Jiang Chuchu asked. It looked like a pattern made up of several letters. Gu Qinghuan recalled, gesturing in the air. Yu Xian had already searched for the brand and handed the phone to them. This is it. Gu Qinghuan glanced at it. Yes, this is it. Xinbao, you have a great memory. Yu Yuan really likes this brand of jewelry. She's mentioned it a few times before, so I remembered it. Yu Xian looked at the prices displayed on the screen. She clicked on any of them, and it was a 5-digit number. She had no idea what the necklace was going for today. This one. Jiang Chuchu clearly knew the brand too. She patted Gu Qinghuan's shoulder. Your mouth is like a blessing. Huh? Before Gu Qinghuan could react, Jiang Chuchu had already grabbed her, and Yu Xian's arms, and dragged them towards the jewelry room. Pushing open the door, Jiang Chuchu withdrew her hand, turned to face them, and pointed domineeringly at the large and small packaging bags piled in a corner of the room. Here. Gu Qinghuan looked at the familiar logo on the packaging, incredulous. You really have this? Jiang Chuchu shrugged. My mother is a shareholder in the company that owns this brand, but she's a silent shareholder, so not many people know about it. Gu Qinghuan decided to discard the term she didn't understand. So these are benefits for the company's shareholders? Are there really custom pieces for you? There aren't any custom pieces for me, but there are special gifts for shareholders. Jiang Chuchu rummaged through the packaging and found a small box, barely bigger than a palm. Yu Xian also leaned over curiously to take a look. This box, in its very appearance, was even more exquisite than the one she'd seen with the necklace. The logo wasn't embossed but embroidered with silk thread, and the corners were also embellished. Inside the box was a pendant, a red gemstone carved into a 3-dimensional flower shape. The sunlight shone through it, reflecting an intoxicating crimson wave, like red wine swaying in a glass, vivid and lifelike. So beautiful, Yu Xian exclaimed sincerely. Compared to the necklace she'd seen earlier, this pendant was far more beautiful. Gu Qinghuan also agreed, saying, beautiful, and then dragged Yu Xian along to retrieve the gift the Yu family had prepared. She only saw the box, and had no idea what was inside. Fortunately, Yu Xian had seen it before, and she quickly found the necklace. After browsing the official website for a while, Gu Qinghuan confirmed the price of the necklace, 96,000. Her eyes widened. Why is it so expensive? This is the brand. Jiang Chuchu didn't even blink. Gu Qinghuan stunned, then excited again. I made a killing. I give the money to Xinbao. Yu Xian quickly interrupted. Wait, I said it's for you. I don't need it. Your family's money belongs to you. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. Of course, we still have to go to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, but it's your turn to treat. Yu Xian was about to say something, but Jiang Chuchu was already shaking her head at her. Give up. Do you think you can outsmart Qinghuan? It seemed impossible, and Gu Qinghuan always had a variety of reasons to convince others, so Yu Xian had no choice but to give up. Jiang Chuchu looked at the pendant again, grabbed Gu Qinghuan's shoulder, and forced it on her. The chain was hers, plain, but it only accentuated the pendant's exquisiteness. What for? Gu Qinghuan had a bad feeling. This is a reward for you. Jiang Chuchu, with a domineering air, said, wear it well next week, and show it off to Yu Yuan. This is expensive, isn't it? Gu Qinghuan tried to take it off, but Jiang Chuchu held her hand back. It's a style not available to the public, so how can it have a price? In other words, it's something money can't buy. Gu Qinghuan felt her neck heavy. Seeing Gu Qinghuan still struggling, Jiang Chuchu gestured to the pile of unopened boxes on the floor. Do you think I can wear all this jewelry? Then, she gestured to the various jewelry racks and display cases in the room. Do I have enough to wear? With brand gifts like these, unless I find something I like, most people give it away as a favor. I'm going to give it to someone anyway, so why not you? After saying this, Jiang Chuchu went to the closet to find another necklace, and put it on Yu Xian. Okay, you two will work together then. We're sure to make that fake rich girl jealous. Jiang Chuchu raised her chin in satisfaction. I never lost at this level of display of wealth. Chapter 31. The necklace Jiang Chuchu gave Yu Xian was the brand's anniversary model, launched in the first half of this year. It wasn't sold directly, but rather given as a gift to regular customers. As for the length of time or amount of purchase required to qualify as a regular customer, Yu Xian hadn't seen this necklace at home. Gu Qinghuan had originally tried to convince Jiang Chuchu to return the necklace once she finished scorning Yu Yuan. But Jiang Chuchu put her hands on her hips and said, what's the point of arguing? I'd be furious if you refuse again. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian exchanged bewildered glances before finally giving up. Jiang Chuchu's lip curled. She had encountered people before who deliberately tried to curry favor with her and snatch valuable gifts from her. At the time, she couldn't see through it, and since her family was wealthy, she didn't take it seriously. But after meeting Gu Qinghuan, she realized it shouldn't be that way. Friends should share happiness and help each other no matter what happens, not just one person constantly demanding things from the other. She believed that even if Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian accepted the necklace, they wouldn't constantly brag about its value or how close they were to her. Nor would they use the excuse of losing it to secretly sell it after a while. Perhaps, after they were done being jealous of Yu Yuan, they would put the necklace away and keep it safe. She preferred friends, like Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian to her previous friends. After leaving the accessories room, Jiang Chuchu took Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian for another walk, exploring the Jiang family courtyard, which Gu Qinghuan actually considered a park. Taking advantage of everyone's good mood, Jiang Chuchu nervously explained her investigation into Yu Xian and her desire to help her. Yu Xian thought for a moment and said calmly, I won't be angry about this. After all, this isn't my first time being investigated. When my biological parents found me, they also investigated my life from childhood to adulthood. Jiang Chuchu was stunned for a moment, then began to rage. They investigated? Why would they treat you like this? Gu Qinghuan quickly grabbed Jiang Chuchu's arm to prevent her from losing her temper. Yu Xian felt warmed by Jiang Chuchu's genuine anger for her. Maybe after the investigation, they decided I couldn't possibly be the good daughter they envisioned. She was a little surprised that she could actually face this fact. Yu Xian took the initiative to walk over to Jiang Chuchu, opened her arms and hugged her. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Chuchu felt a little embarrassed, but she hugged Yu Xian and whispered, well, I just want to help you. If you need anything, just tell me. Yu Xian instinctively wanted to refuse, but met Jiang Chuchu's sincere gaze and stopped. She said earnestly, when needed, I definitely ask you, Qinghuan, and the others for help. Jiang Chuchu suddenly brightened up and nodded vigorously, okay. Gu Qinghuan, watching from the side, was also in a good mood and chatted with the system. By the way, since Xinbao is a real daughter, then her rebirth was originally like the novels about real and fake daughters? When Jiang Chuchu mentioned the information she had found, Gu Qinghuan felt it was very similar to the plot of a novel. The system replied, after reviewing the definition of real and fake daughter novels in this world, my answer is, indeed. Gu Qinghuan asked again, then, in terms of completion, To what extent have I influenced Shinbo's rebirth? The system reported a number, 9%. Only 9? Gu Qinghwan was shocked. I thought it would be more like 10 or 20. The system explained, to achieve this speed at the beginning is already quite impressive, not to mention that it involves the fate of others. Yu Xin's family environment was a key factor in her rebirth, but fundamentally, it was her inner longing for love. Her family couldn't give it to her, and in the future. At this point, the system paused for a few seconds. I can't tell you about the future. Gu Qinghwan understood. I understand. Create possibilities, not stifle them. According to the cliches in novels, the heroine before rebirth is always misjudgmental, and always betrayed by scumbag men. It's only after rebirth that she finally reunites with a hero who silently protected her in her previous life, and then laments her own blindness and stupidity in her previous life. But within the system's logic, all this is normal. Gu Qinghwan's mission isn't to prevent the scumbag from appearing before the heroine, nor is it to tell her about the hero's existence in advance, as that would eliminate the possibility. When the heroine encounters the scumbag, she can guide her to discover his true face, or, when betrayed and in tears, encourage her to embrace a new life. The heroine should be the one making the real choice, and she is responsible for her choices. The system was pleased with Gu Qinghwan's attitude. Anyway, you're doing great. Don't worry. The three girls continued to stroll happily through the courtyard. Jiang Yuxuan wasn't very happy, and ran to Qin Min to complain. I called Chu Chu last night, and she actually told me not to let Qin Yu monitor her anymore. How can that be called monitoring? I was just worried, so I asked Qin Yu to take better care of her. Jiang Yuxuan was indignant. Qin Min called the waiter over, and ordered a latte. Just listen to me. Jiang Yuxuan was annoyed. I'm listening. Qin Min was calm. But based on what I heard from Ah Yu, you're overly nervous. Qin Yu complained to him, saying Jiang Yuxuan was asking too many questions. Originally, Qin Yu and Jiang Chuchu were just in the same class by chance, and since they'd known each other since childhood, he wanted to help his friend's brother keep an eye on his friend. But being too observant would also make Qin Yu embarrassed. Jiang Yuxuan was silent for a moment, then snorted twice. I'm just worried that some malicious guy might be after my sister. You don't know, girls this age are the easiest to be deceived. Qin Min had no older sisters, so he couldn't empathize, but he could understand. He thought for a moment and said, then you can't push her too hard. She's grown up, so give her more personal space. Jiang Yuxuan said sullenly, I try to adjust. I don't think you need to worry too much. She probably doesn't have time to think about things like that right now. Qin Min's latte arrived. He took a sip, feeling a little clearer. What do you mean? Jiang Yuxuan looked at Qin Min. Qin Min thought, if it were him, with such a boisterous Gu Qinghwan by his side, his days would surely be filled with excitement. He wouldn't have time to think about a relationship. Thinking of Gu Qinghwan, Qin Min thought of Xia He, and used her as an explanation. The current Mingda Student Union president is Xia He. You know her, right? That crazy little from the Xia family? Jiang Yuxuan frowned. Qin Min said bluntly, as far as I know, Xia He is currently supporting a friend of Chu Chu's. Is it the real daughter of the Yu family, Yu Xian? Jiang Yuxuan was surprised. He had heard Qin Yu talk about Jiang Chuchu's recent situation, and the two names that came up most frequently were Yu Xian and Gu Qinghwan. Because of the incident with the real daughter, Yu Xian had a deeper impression of him. No, it's the girl named Gu Qinghwan. Qin Min announced the answer. Huh? This time, Jiang Yuxuan was shocked rather than surprised. I remember that girl's family was quite ordinary, right? Compared to us, it's true. Qin Min nodded. Why would Xia He support her? Jiang Yuxuan didn't understand what Xia He saw in Gu Qinghwan. She came to her on her own. She thought she might clash with Yan Zhengqing in the future, so she wanted to support her. Qin Min spread his hands. Why is Yan Zhengqing involved again? Jiang Yuxuan's thoughts were a little confused. Apart from anything else, this little girl named Gu Qinghwan is really quite provocative. Chapter 32. Wait, speaking of Yan Zhengqing, Chu Chu seemed to have mentioned him to me the other day. Jiang Yuxuan recalled the previous incident. Jiang Chuchu's explanation was rather vague, perhaps because she had offended Yan Zhengqing over a minor matter, and was worried about potential retaliation from him. She asked him what he was going to do. What was he going to do? Jiang Yuxuan almost rushed to the Yin family, and gave the boy a slap in the face. He assured Jiang Chu that nothing would happen, then immediately arranged for someone to monitor Yan Zhengqing's movements and report any problems immediately. Yan Zhengqing had been quite well behaved so far. The report he received only stated that he was dating a girl in his class, and Jiang Yuxuan felt relieved for the time being. Qin Min said, "It's the same thing. Gu Qinghuan's situation is completely outmatched by Yan Zhenqing, so she went to the student union to seek support. I told Xiaohe about this. Although I don't know the specifics, he's very satisfied with Gu Qinghuan." Jiang Yuxuan was amazed. He couldn't imagine Xiaohe being satisfied with someone, but since Qin Min said so, it couldn't be a lie. If that's the case, it should be fine. Jiang Yuxuan's worries immediately subsided. Being on the same side, no matter how crazy Xiaohe got, he would just applaud and cheer. Qin Min noticed the topic was drifting further and further away, so he temporarily changed the subject. "Are you going back home for National Day?" "Of course I am." Jiang Yuxuan said, "I have to go back to see how Chu-Chu is doing. By the way, there's someone in our school who I think is good. I have her create a project plan and bring it back to see if I can get some investment from my dad." "Is it the one who runs a self-media platform in your school?" Qin Min had heard of it. "Self-media? Oh, you mean that guy named Tong Li?" Jiang Yuxuan had obviously heard of him before. He shook his head. "No, I've seen Tong Li's videos. While he captures hot topics well, they're too superficial and lack a long-term vision. They're just short-lived. And..." He pondered for a moment, checking to see if anyone was around, before muttering, "I doubt he built his account on his own. His style before and after college is quite different. The girl I'm interested in does have some of his early style." "I hear they went to the same school," Jiang Yuxuan said. Qin Min raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to check it out? Let's take a look at her project proposal first." Jiang Yuxuan shook his head. "That girl hasn't mentioned anything yet. I think she probably has her own plans. It's best if I don't get involved too much." The two chatted about other things, beyond college life and other things in the social world, sort of exchanging information. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian, accompanied by Jiang Chu-Chu, strolled through the courtyard and spent some time with the Jiang family's cats and dogs. Gu Qinghuan's favorite was the border collie, a sturdy dog with a smooth, shiny coat. It was also very intelligent, ready to fetch anything at a single call. Unfortunately, it was wary of a stranger, and even with Jiang Chu-Chu holding it, it only let her touch it briefly. Lunch was at the Jiang residence. The chef came to ask if there were any dietary restrictions or allergies, and the dishes served were all delicious. Jiang Chu-Chu's parents were not home, so it was just the three of them at the table, enjoying a relaxing meal. In the afternoon, they watched a comedy in Jiang Chu-Chu's private cinema. Surprisingly, it was a terrible film. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chu-Chu complained about it as they watched, and Yu Xian couldn't help but chime in. "Are you really not staying for dinner?" Jiang Chu-Chu was a little reluctant. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. "I already been here a long time. If I don't come home for dinner, my mom will be mad. The main thing is that school starts tomorrow. Staying out late today would be a no-no by Gu Qinghuan standards. It shouldn't matter if I don't go home for dinner. After all, my family wants me and you, Chu-Chu, to spend more time together." Yu Xian said, "But if I'm the only one left, I think it'd be unfair to Qinghuan." "That's not a problem for me," Gu Qinghuan said. "Also," Yu Xian paused, a rare moment of shyness, "I also want to go home early and tell them about my experience today, like the necklace Chu-Chu gave me." Gu Qinghuan couldn't contain his laughter. It turns out it doesn't take long to learn to be bad. Jiang Chu-Chu looked at Gu Qinghuan with emotion. "How can this be called learning bad things?" Gu Qinghuan protested vehemently. "It's just a reasonable counterattack." Yu Xian also laughed. "Qinghuan, do you still want to come with me?" "Yes, yes, yes." Gu Qinghuan was very excited and immediately carried Yu Xian to the car. "I'm wearing a necklace too. We show it off later." "Ah! Then I won't be able to see the live show again." Jiang Chu-Chu came to her senses and was immediately annoyed. "No! You have to live stream this time. Pointing your phone at me will definitely get you." Gu Qinghuan complained. "Then forget the video call and just talk." Jiang Chu-Chu was going all out for the gossip. "With my phone's reception, can I really hear it clearly?" Gu Qinghuan was a little hesitant, but it all depended on the equipment. So, Jiang Chu-Chu brought out a clip-on wireless microphone. "I'm impressed. How do you even have this?" Gu Qinghuan was stunned, so she could only let Jiang Chu-Chu clip the microphone to an inconspicuous spot on her shirt. "My brother wants to start his own media business. Oh, not as a streamer, but to invest in people with potential." Jiang Chu-Chu adjusted the equipment according to the instructions. He's bought all the equipment on the market, so he could understand the price-performance ratio and avoid getting ripped off in the future. I thought this kind of thing would be handled by professionals? Yu Xian asked curiously. My dad said, being an investor doesn't mean being a sucker. You can know a little, but you absolutely can't know nothing. Otherwise, you end up getting ripped off. Jiang Chuchu finally installed the microphone for Gu Qinghuan, finished adjusting it, and patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Okay, now it's up to you. Jiang Chuchu was high-spirited. Go! Yu's house. When the servant announced the arrival of the Jiang family's car, Yu Yuan was sitting on the sofa, boredly scrolling through her phone. Hearing the servant's words, she stood up reflexively and headed for the door, bumping into Yu Jinxin on the way. Yu Jinxin, a bit embarrassed, explained vaguely, I wonder if she's embarrassed our family at the Jiangs. To put it bluntly, these two people just wanted to see how Yu Xian was doing. They feel better if she was unhappy. The problem was, Yu Xian, who had gotten out of the car, and that unsophisticated girl named Gu Qinghuan, didn't look unhappy at all. Hello. Gu Qinghuan happily raised her hand, and greeted them upon their arrival. Xinbao introduced me to you. You are her brother Yu Jinxin and sister Yu Yuan, right? The term sister was quite jarring to Yu Yuan. If Yu Xian hadn't returned, she would have been the Yu Wenli family's only daughter, receiving the entire family's exclusive love. Yu Jinxin, maintaining a polite demeanor, said, Yes, I'm her brother. How was your day? I had a blast. Gu Qinghuan immediately pulled out the necklace from her neck, boasting, I told Chu about your plans to give her the necklace, and then, I said, if I remember correctly, she did have the full set, and she even gave me the exclusive piece. Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Chu, listening to the scene through the microphone, collapsed on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. Gu Qinghuan's naive acting was truly amazing. Chapter 33. What beautiful. She wanted to rip the necklace off Gu Qinghuan's neck. Yu Yuan gritted her teeth. She didn't doubt the necklace's authenticity. After all, the overall design and theme matched the brand. She had also seen photos of this exclusive model, and it was exactly the same as the one on Gu Qinghuan's neck. That only made her even more angry. Jiang Chu casually gave away something she couldn't even get, and the one she gave to someone as superficial and vain as Gu Qinghuan. Why? Gu Qinghuan secretly asked the system in her heart. She seems furious. Will she realize I did it on purpose? Not likely, the system replied. Given Yu Yuan's personality, she'd probably be more willing to believe you were the one who said that. More willing to believe. That statement was quite interesting. Yu Yuan might have known the truth, but she refused to admit it. In other words, she was deceiving herself. It wasn't that she wasn't smart enough, she just didn't want to admit she'd lost to Yu Xian. That's right, it's Yu Xian, not Gu Qinghuan. Because both Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chu are Yu Xian's friends. She looked down on Yu Xian, believing herself to be superior to her, but now she's been slapped in the face by Yu Xian's friends. How could she possibly admit such a thing? So it's better to assume that Gu Qinghuan was just being pretentious, and that Jiang Chu, who gave Gu Qinghuan a gift, was also foolish. Then Yu Xian, who became friends with him, isn't worth mentioning. Gu Qinghuan pondered. I can kind of understand what you said. Proving yourself to be less pathetic by belittling others' possessions, right? That's quite a sharp point. The system agreed. Compared to Yu Yuan, whose face was distorted, Yu Jinxin's expression was slightly better. He had no appreciation for jewelry, but seeing Gu Qinghuan receive the necklace, he put on a smile and looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian, did you get one too? Yu Xian glanced at Gu Qinghuan, who was secretly cheering her on. She nodded and pulled out the necklace from her neck. Yes, Chu also gave me one, saying it's an anniversary piece. Yu Yuan took one look and confirmed. She's seen this one before. She's seen it in person at someone else's party, and it was the same one Yu Xian was wearing. Damn it, why couldn't Mingda assign classes? Jiang Chu should be in the same class as her. Why was Yu Xian always so lucky? Yu Jinxin didn't notice Yu Yuan's jealousy. He was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yu Xian to benefit from Jiang Chu so quickly. It was rare for him to feel a bit of satisfaction with her. It seems you two really have a good relationship, Yu Jinxin said in a complimenting tone. Seeing you made friends at school, I can rest assured. He acted like a caring brother, and not only Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan, but even Jiang Chu felt a little nauseous. Jiang Chu wanted to vomit. As a sister truly spoiled by her brother, Yu Jinxin's words sounded incredibly disgusting to her. He wasn't happy for his sister at all. He simply realized that Yu Xian, as a link to the Jiang family, was being put to good use and could bring him benefits. He was happy about that. It was disgusting. Jiang Chu clenched her fist. wanting to smash Yu Jinxin's head. Gu Qinghuan's feelings weren't as deep as Jiang Chuchu's, but she was also disgusted enough that she almost couldn't keep her fake smile. She coughed dryly, her expression softening. Chuchu and I are both Xinbao's friends, so of course we get along well with her. As for Yu Yuan and Yu Jinxin, these so-called family didn't need to get along well. Yu Jinxin frowned, wondering if he was overthinking it, feeling there was more to Gu Qinghuan's words. But he didn't dwell on it much. It had to be said that the system authentication's weak presence was really useful in this regard. Gu Qinghuan exchanged a few more pleasantries before saying goodbye and leaving. Honestly, she felt a little regretful. After all, Yu Xian's mother wasn't around, and she wanted her to see the necklace too. After getting in the car and turning off the microphone, Jiang Chuchu's message came over, so satisfying. Gu Qinghuan was speechless, and simply replied with a string of ellipses. Jiang Chuchu continued posting, just hearing the voices isn't enough. I've been imagining the expressions on those two people's faces. It must be quite fascinating. Gu Qinghuan recalled, it's okay. Yu Jinxin is fine. Yu Yuan's expression is rather grim. She's probably jealous. Jiang Chuchu looked at the text on the screen, and couldn't help but snort. Jealous? Why should she be jealous? It wasn't her fault that her identity was replaced, but all the resources she now enjoys originally belonged to Yu Xian. It's fine that the Yu family favors her, but Jiang Chuchu wants to call her shameless for trying to take what Yu Xian already has. And Yu Jinxin, that bastard, even dared to use Yu Xian's card to buy things. Jiang Chuchu is furious just thinking about it. Adding to the disgusting words she had just heard, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but send a message to her brother, Jiang Yuxuan. Jiang Yuxuan? Jiang Yuxuan. What are you angry about? Jiang Yuxuan was very experienced. His sister wouldn't usually call him by his full name like that. That usually meant she was angry. Jiang Chuchu tapped at her phone screen. She wouldn't send voice messages when she was angry, but tapping felt like a better way to vent. Jiang Yuxuan didn't interrupt, waiting patiently for Jiang Chuchu to finish her message. But as he watched, he felt overwhelmed. He heard about the Yu family's true and false daughters, but he hadn't expected such indifference. As a brother, he couldn't understand how someone could treat their own sister this way. Yu Xian had suffered so much outside before returning to the Yu family. After all the hard work of finding her, shouldn't he take good care of her? What if Jiang Chuchu had been switched? No, he couldn't think about it. Just thinking about it brought tears to Jiang Yuxuan's eyes. Gu Qinghuan had no idea the Jiang siblings were united in their hatred. She had a lively day, skipping and skipping as she returned home. She opened the door and called out, Mom. Do you have a jewelry box? Gu Haiyan emerged from her bedroom. You're back? Why do you need a jewelry box? Gu Qinghuan untied the necklace from her neck and presented it to Gu Haiyan like a treasure. This is it. Chuchu gave it to me. I'm going to keep it safe. Gu Haiyan wasn't familiar with luxury goods. She simply thought the necklace was exquisite. She initially assumed it was a gift between good friends, but then realized it wasn't. Jiang Chuchu is the daughter of the Yongchang group. How could the necklace she gave her be cheap? Gu Haiyan stared at Gu Qinghuan. Do you know the value of this necklace? Gu Qinghuan didn't even blink. Yes, it's something money can't buy. Gu Haiyan stared at her for a moment longer, then turned and went into the bedroom. I see if there's a jewelry box. If not, go buy one yourself. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Her daughter isn't the type to take advantage of others. She must have her own reasons for accepting it. In that case, there's no need to worry about it. Chapter 34. Another unhappy Monday. Gu Qinghuan yawned loudly as she got off the bus and groggily made her way to the school gate. She had barely taken 2 steps when he scurried out beside her like a groundhog. Good morning, sister. He greeted with a smile. Gu Qinghuan, still half-conscious, raised her hand and pressed it. Good morning. Huh? A furry touch on her palm jolted her back to reality, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Senior he rubbed her head, thinking she could do the same thing next time. He was in a good mood. I told you, sister, you can just call me by my name. Gu Qinghuan muttered to herself. Forget it. She still didn't know He's true identity, so it was better to keep her distance. What's up, Senior Xia? Gu Qinghuan changed the subject. Nothing, I just saw you and wanted to say hello. He readily replied. He extended his arm to Gu Qinghuan, his eyes sparkling. You should treat me. Gu Qinghuan counted and saw only 6 scratches left. The oldest scab had fallen off, leaving only a faint white mark. Okay, so which fried chicken place would you like? And which milk tea? Gu Qinghuan agreed readily. It was just takeout. She could eat it herself. No need for fried chicken, just milk tea. You can choose the flavor, sister. I'm all for it. Xia, he withdrew her arm. So when do you want to drink? Gu Qinghuan asked. Noon? Xia, he tilted his head. The main thing was that if it was at noon, Gu Qinghuan would probably order it in advance and pick it up after school. Then he could have lunch with Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan certainly thought so. Then I send it to you when the time comes? I just asked my sister to get it. Xia, he smiled brightly. The first and second year high schools were located in different buildings, so after entering the school, Gu Qinghuan and Xia, he separated. When she arrived at the classroom, Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu were already there. Good morning, Gu Qinghuan greeted them. Good morning, they said in unison. What's wrong, Xinbao? Gu Qinghuan felt a complicated look in Yu Xian's eyes. Yu Xian said, It's about that necklace my family said they were giving you yesterday. Huh? Didn't they agree to return it and keep the money for you? Gu Qinghuan was confused. You don't have to make a trip. Her family just transferred the money. Jiang Chuchu interrupted, and they rounded it up to 100,000. Gu Qinghuan touched her chest. She suspected that after 3 years of high school, her perspective on money had truly changed. Why? Gu Qinghuan asked. You think returning the goods is too embarrassing, right? Jiang Chuchu understood. If you're selling them, that's fine. If you return them with the invoice, the store will immediately know who they belong to. Gu Qinghuan thought it was a bit of a shame. She really didn't mind making the trip herself. Opportunities to embarrass the Yu family were rare. Then let's do this. The money has been transferred to Xinbao's account. Isn't that perfect? Gu Qinghuan said. No, the money has to be transferred to you. If it's in my account, they know you did it on purpose. Yu Xian shook her head. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. It's just in your account. How could this expose you? The system popped up. I just told you yesterday that people like this have their own logic. Since they think you're vain, they won't believe you'd be willing to put money in someone else's account. Jiang Chuchu also explained, because if they come across something advantageous, they definitely try their best to stuff it into their pockets. If you don't do the same, they suspect you have a problem. What benefit? Qingyu walked over, overhearing Jiang Chuchu's words, and interrupted. A windfall, Gu Qinghuan said. I'm considering what to do with it. It had to be used on Yu Xian, but it wouldn't be appropriate to use it in Gu Qinghuan's name. After all, in the eyes of the Yu family, Gu Qinghuan was greedy and vain. How could he possibly spend the money on others? But using the money to buy something for Yu Xian in Jiang Chuchu's name didn't go along with the Yu family's logic either. That was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She had given her a commemorative necklace that couldn't be bought with money. How could she give her something so worthless? 100,000 yuan wouldn't buy many things, and what she bought might not even be what Yu Xian truly needed. Gu Qinghuan had a headache. She finally understood the meaning of I'm not afraid of bad people, I'm afraid of stupid people. Yu Xian said, Don't worry. This money is yours, Qinghuan. I already know how to treat my family. I never be short of money again. She spoke confidently, and Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged a look of surprise and relief. Jiang Chuchu patted Yu Xian's shoulder and said, That's the way it should be. If they don't treat you well, then don't care about them. Just take the resources they provide. In Jiang Chuchu's view, whether it was money or other resources, it was the Yu family's right to give Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded. Her experiences over the past few days had made her realize that the Yu family only valued her value. When she was invited by Jiang Chuchu and received gifts, she gained her family's attention, even to the point of causing Yu Yuan to envy her. She felt saddened by this realization, but it also made her even more determined not to disappoint her friends. Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan were both trying to find ways to get her treated better, so she should also consider herself more. Qin Yu was completely bewildered. His intuition told him that he missed out on a big news item, perhaps even a lot of it. He said decisively, What happened? I want to know too. It's none of your business. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand, still lost in the feeling of Xinbao has become strong. No, tell me. Qin Yu persisted, but an idea struck him. I can help you find a way to handle that windfall. Gu Qinghuan finally spared a glance. What's your plan? Spending money isn't a big deal, Qin Yu said confidently. Donate. I saw a fundraising appeal posted on the bulletin board when I got here. Fundraise? Jiang Chuchu's attention was riveted. She pointed down at the ground. At Mingda? There were indeed students from poor families at Mingda, but these students had earned tuition exemptions and scholarships from Mingda thanks to their excellent grades. How could a Mingda student possibly need donations under those circumstances? That's right. I read that appeal twice. Qinyu patted his chest. It's not the student herself who needs donations, it's her family. That's why they just posted the appeal. Jiang Chuchu understood that. While a student's family situation could affect their academic performance, it was still a barrier. It's fine for the school to offer some financial support, but they can't cover all the medical expenses. Posting a petition to appeal for support is the most I can do. Chapter 35. Gu Qinghuan finally shared some of the weekend gossip with Qinyu. Qinyu enjoyed it immensely, repeatedly suggesting that he'd bring him along next time if the opportunity arose. If all else failed, he could always listen to the broadcast like Jiang Chuchu did. As for the fundraising initiative Qinyu mentioned, Jiang Chuchu wasn't particularly interested. The Jiang family had its own charity foundation. She had been with her mother, Zhu Qinglan, since she was a child, and had seen many impoverished families, donating some of her pocket money every year. Since they weren't acquaintances, Jiang Chuchu planned to glance at the bulletin board later and donate as needed, without paying too much attention. There weren't many students like Jiang Chuchu in Mingda, and as long as they weren't seriously ill and needed long-term hospitalization, they could generally raise enough donations to tide them over. Comparatively, Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan were more concerned. Yu Xian had experienced hardship herself, and she empathized with the suffering of others. Gu Qinghuan, on the other hand, was a bit curious. She had lived an ordinary and stable life since childhood, and the biggest disaster she had ever experienced was the car accident. This was her first time encountering a fundraising campaign by students from her school in real life, so she was naturally curious. It wasn't that she lacked empathy, but she wasn't yet clear on the specifics of the situation. Naturally, curiosity outweighed sympathy and pity. After morning reading, Qinyu took Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian to the bulletin board and pointed to the proposal. Here, this is it. The person in need of donations was the mother of Su Lin, a student in class 12 of senior high school. Gu Qinghuan read the introduction and smacked her lips. The top scorer in the city's high school entrance exam. Her father disappeared shortly after she was born, and her mother raised her alone. She was recently in a car accident and is now in a coma. The donation is for a craniotomy to remove the hematoma. The fundraising goal, including the cost of surgery and various post-operative recovery expenses, is 100,000 yuan. Yu Xian had already read the last part. Gu Qinghuan felt a bit awkward when she heard this figure. She had just received 100,000 yuan, and then she met a student who needed another 100,000 yuan. What a coincidence. The system popped up. It has nothing to do with me, it's just a coincidence. Gu Qinghuan curled her lips, secretly. I wasn't talking about you. Her response only made the system anxious. What a coincidence. She actually needs more than this, but she deducted the cost of accompanying her, wanting to cover it herself and not burden anyone else too much. Gu Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. Great. She had gotten another bit of information from her mute system. She guessed the system knew a lot, perhaps even omniscient to some extent. However, to avoid interfering with her mission, the information the system revealed was usually quite limited. Gu Qinghuan had no intention of cheating or using the system, but this coincidence was indeed concerning, so she decided to test its stance. Judging from the results, the system seemed to value her, and Gu Qinghuan felt reassured. Gu Qinghuan looked at Yu Xian. Xinbao, if you hadn't been affected during the high school entrance exam, could you have achieved top score? Yu Xian hesitated, then shook her head frankly. I can't. Neither the faculty and teaching quality of her former junior high school nor her own personal learning environment and conditions were sufficient to support her in achieving top score. Her current achievements through her own hard work were already remarkable. Su Lin's situation is slightly better than yours, she said. Although it's worse, at least she's not lagging behind. But even under these circumstances, she was still able to achieve top score, which shows her learning ability. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then looked up at Yu Xian. Use this 100,000 yuan to hire a tutor. Before Yu Xian could react, Qinyu spoke first. Are you planning to donate the money to Su Lin and ask her to tutor Yu Xian? Gu Qinghuan nodded, indeed. From what the system had told her, Su Lin was clearly very strong-willed. Gu Qinghuan had reason to believe that she would find a way to repay her donor's kindness in the future. In that case, wouldn't it be better to start now? Not only would it reduce the other person's psychological pressure, but it would also help improve Yu Xian's academic performance. Yu Xian had indeed asked Gu Qinghuan to accept the 100,000 yuan, but would she? Of course not. It was agreed that the money was to be used for Yu Xian. After Qinyu's suggestion, Yu Xian also thought it was a good idea, but it still depended on Su Lin's willingness. They were all action-oriented. During the morning break, Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian ran to class 2 next door to meet Su Lin. Su Lin's hair was cut short, barely reaching her ears, and she didn't have bangs. It was simply parted from the center to the sides, pinned with 2 black clips, revealing a full forehead and long, thin eyebrows. She was slender, but not short. For a freshman, she stood 1.75 meters tall. Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian could only look up at her. Su Lin's expression was cold, and her tone was dismissive. I don't know you. What do you want from me? Gu Qinghwan raised his head, his smile undimmed. We saw the petition. Su Lin pursed his lips. If you want to donate, thank you. Wait! Gu Qinghwan immediately stopped him. Don't thank us yet. We're not just making a donation, we like to make a deal with you. A deal? Su Lin was a little surprised. Yes, you're the top scorer in the high school entrance exam, and we like to hire you for tutoring. Gu Qinghwan adopted a rare, somewhat arrogant tone. In return, we give you a one-time donation of 100,000 yuan as compensation. Su Lin thought for a moment and asked, with 100,000 yuan, you should be able to hire a more suitable tutor, right? Why do you have to come to me? Because those who need tutoring can't openly hire one, Gu Qinghwan replied. Gu Qinghwan was certain that if Yu Xian invited a tutor to her home, Yu Yuan and Yu Jinxin would definitely do something. As for what to do specifically, based on her experience reading novels, she could accuse Yu Xian of having a romantic relationship with her tutor, find a low-class tutor to suppress her, have the tutor give her the test questions in advance, and then accuse her of cheating. The system couldn't help but grumble. Where did you read all that? Gu Qinghwan, Huawei. System, great, don't read it next time. Gu Qinghwan, no, my membership hasn't expired yet, I can't waste it. While she was trash-talking the system, Su Lin had already considered, who needs tutoring? Yu Xian took a step forward, a little nervous, but still met Su Lin's gaze. Me. Su Lin asked, what were your scores on the high school entrance exam? Yu Xian gave a number. Gu Qinghwan felt like she'd been kicked by a passing academic. The next kick followed. Su Lin nodded. It's time for some tutoring. Gu Qinghwan regretted it. She should have brought Jiang Chuchu and Qinyu with her. She couldn't be the only one to get hurt. You agree to tutoring? Yu Xian was delighted. Yes. Su Lin's expression remained indifferent. Gu Qinghwan had just thought her mission was complete when she realized there was a third opportunity. Yu Xian asked, besides me, can my friends come and take the class? Gu Qinghwan was horrified. No. She didn't want to attend tutoring. Chapter 36. When Gu Qinghwan returned to class, she was so depressed that a dark cloud hung over her head. Qinyu hadn't gone with them to find Su Lin. Seeing Gu Qinghwan like this, not knowing what had happened, he asked, what's wrong with you? Gu Qinghwan, like a vengeful ghost in a horror movie, grabbed Qinyu's wrist and stared at him intently. Are we good sisters? Qinyu pointed to his neck. What do you think I have? Gu Qinghwan, of course, couldn't answer Adam's apple. I have the heart of a good sister, sharing joys and sorrows. Jiang Chuchu almost laughed herself to death, but Gu Qinghwan's other hand caught her mid-smile, and she stopped laughing. Xinbao signed us up for a cram school, Gu Qinghwan said quietly. Qinyu jumped up and tried to run, but Gu Qinghwan held him tightly, refusing to let go. Your score is even lower than mine. Don't even think about running. The top scorer in the high school entrance exam is teaching. When Jiang Chuchu heard that Yu Xian had arranged the tutoring, she knew she couldn't escape. With the idea of die together, she grabbed Qinyu's clothes and threatened, if you dare run, I have my brother tell your brother. Qinyu wilted. School has only just started a few days ago? Yu Xian was a little bewildered. Well, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Go! Qinyu immediately shouted, ready to die. Why not? It's a free tutoring opportunity. Why not take advantage of it? Yu Xian meant well, and had done nothing wrong. For students, studying is paramount. If his family knew, they would surely support him. Unless he was like his brother, a savvy academic achiever despite his wild upbringing. Qinyu was well aware of his academic abilities. After the first monthly exam, his family would most likely hire a tutor for him. Tutoring with friends at school is better than being alone with a tutor. Gu Qinghwan let go of her hand. Okay, someone's with her, so she's not nervous anymore. Yu Xian also relaxed and explained the situation of asking Su Lin for tutoring. She added, it doesn't start right away. She has to accompany her mother through surgery first, and then there's an observation period, so she need to stay with her for a while. When it's over, right around the time of the monthly exams, She give us tutoring based on the results of the first monthly exam. I be the main tutor. You don't have to come if you want to. Just ask for help with a difficult question. Chin-yu felt more relaxed upon hearing this. That's fine, that sounds great. After his joy faded, he came back to his senses and glared at Gu Qinghwan sinisterly. Why are you even trying to come up with this offer? Gu Qinghwan sat back in his seat, reciting with a stern face. It's human nature to always like to tease people. Harmony means compromise. For example, if you say, this room is too dark and we need a window here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they compromise and agree to open the window. Chin-yu hadn't read this passage before, but the tone sounded strangely familiar. Just as he was trying to recall it, Jiang Chuchu had already pinched Gu Qinghwan's face. I'm Sooner, and you want to be Hwana, right? Chin-yu finally realized who it was, and tried to tease her, but Jiang Chuchu glanced at him. You don't even know that. Furious, he screamed and turned to complain to Qin Nin. A few minutes later, Qin Nin sent him a screenshot. I ordered a set of the complete works of Lu Sun for you. Remember to pick it up when it arrives. Chin-yu was discouraged again. He probably couldn't keep this guy anymore. When Xia He came to see Gu Qinghwan at noon, she had just received her takeout. Seeing Xia He, Gu Qinghwan pulled a cup of 4 Seasons milk tea from her takeout bag and said, Here you go. Xia He's eyes narrowed into crescents. Is it the same as yours, sister? Well, since you say anything is fine, I picked the one I like for you, Gu Qinghwan replied. Because she had to pick up takeout, she didn't go to the cafeteria with Jiang Chuchu and the others, so she decided to have lunch with Xia He. Xia He took her to the cafeteria's second floor and said, Sister, you said last time, I treat you next time. Gu Qinghwan didn't refuse this time. She took the menu and asked which one was the best, and finally ordered the same set meal as Xia He. They had just finished eating, and Xia He was just thinking of an excuse to spend some more time with Gu Qinghwan when Jiang Chuchu called. The human doghouse has arrived. Can it be put in your office now? It's already here? Gu Qinghwan wasn't sure. I go check it out and get back to you. Okay, it's mainly because the package is quite large, and the security office won't let it sit for too long. Jiang Chuchu said, if it can't be left there, let me know, and I have someone put it in my lounge. Gu Qinghwan nodded and hung up. Xia He leaned over just in time. Do you have an office in the student union? Yes, I booked it last Saturday. Gu Qinghwan said, would you like to come with me to see it? Since he asked, she had to be polite. Xia He nodded immediately. Sure, I want to see it. Gu Qinghwan didn't care, and took Xia He to her office. Arriving at the office door, Gu Qinghwan was shocked. She had expected the floor to be filled with building materials and scattered about, but she hadn't expected it to be already set up. Not only had all the previously mentioned requirements been met, but the tiles had also been replaced with new ones, shining brightly in the light. Xia He stood behind Gu Qinghwan, nodding silently. As expected of Xiaobai, her efficiency remains as high as ever. Gu Qinghwan, surprised, decisively called Jiang Chuchu. It's finished. It's ready to be moved over. Okay, meet us at the student union entrance, Jiang Chuchu said. Gu Qinghwan waited for a moment in front of the student union building before seeing Qin-yu and Song Yi approaching with a cart loaded with 3 large delivery boxes. Song Yi was pushing, Qin-yu was holding it, and Jiang Chuchu was overseeing the work. Which floor is your office on? Jiang Chuchu pretended not to notice Xia He. Every time she saw Xia He acting like a younger brother to Gu Qinghwan, her worldview shattered. First floor, just push it up. Gu Qinghwan patted herself on the back. She'd been so foresight in choosing the first floor. The office was already clean, and moving the packages directly in would only make them dusty. Jiang Chuchu simply unpacked the packages outside the door, and then Qin-yu and Song Yi carried them in one by one. 3 human dog kennels, pink, light green, and pale blue, stood together brightly and vividly. The dustproof film hadn't been removed yet. After all, the office needed some more things, so it could keep the dust out before it was officially used. Jiang Chuchu took a photo and posted it in the 3-person group chat. At UXIN, choose the color. Xinbao, which color do you want? UXIN replied quickly. Is pink okay? Jiang Chuchu, of course. She turned to look at Gu Qinghwan again. Do you mind if I ask Xinbao first? What's there to mind? I want to lie down on whichever one I want. Aren't you going to let me lie down on it? Gu Qinghwan said it as if it was a matter of course. Jiang Chuchu pinched her cheek again. This girl really knows how to talk. Then I take blue, and you take green. Jiang Chuchu made the arrangement directly. Gu Qinghwan had no objection. They all looked good anyway. Chapter 37. Song Yi was sweating profusely from his busy schedule. He reached out and wiped his sweat. Is the air conditioner working here? Gu Qinghwan found the air conditioner remote control, batteries already installed, and it turned on with a single click. Song Yi stood in front of the vent and breathed a sigh of relief. The student union's treatment is really good. Qin Yu tried to find a towel or tissue to wipe his sweat, but before he could even touch the cabinet door, he felt a pat on his arm. He turned and was met with Xia He's smiling face. Xia He handed him a pack of tissues she had found somewhere, still smiling. Qin Yu was about to say thank you when Xia He said, smiling, "This is my office. Don't mess around." "What kind of person is this?" Qin Yu glared. Xia He handed him the tissue and left it alone. She moved over to Gu Qinghwan and listened to her chat with Jiang Chuchu. 10,000 yuan in credit, really, thrown away on renovations, wouldn't even make a splash. Fortunately, Gu Qinghwan calculated that the most expensive items she needed were the tables and chairs, the others were much cheaper. The doghouse would have cost a fair amount, but Jiang Chuchu's purchase saved her a significant amount. Gu Qinghwan was usually fine with small purchases, but she was a bit hesitant when it came to such large items. She and Jiang Chuchu huddled together, dazzled by the shopping apps, only to become more and more confused. Is it better to see the items in person? Xia He interrupted, and, sister, you don't actually need just one set of tables and chairs, right? Jiang Chuchu realized, yes, Su Lin will be tutoring us starting next month. We can go to the library, but we need to keep it quiet there. Indeed, in that case, we might have to turn the office into a study room. Huh? Gu Qinghwan turned to look at Xia He. How do you know how many tables and chairs I need? Xia He pointed to the 3 sets of human dog kennels by the wall. Sis, you bought 3 kennels. You definitely have friends over often, right? 1 set of tables and chairs won't be enough. That made sense, and Gu Qinghwan didn't think much of it. Xia He continued, anyway, wouldn't it be better to go to a store and see the actual items? Jiang Chuchu stared at Xia He. She suspected her main purpose was to go shopping with Gu Qinghwan. But offline stores seemed so expensive. Gu Qinghwan shuddered at the thought of the price tags in the mall. Just take a look first. Once you like a style, you can buy it online later. Xia He argued. That was true. After all, she was a student, so the store probably wouldn't pay much attention to her. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Then, it's better to go today after school, Xia He said. Gu Qinghwan was about to ask if she was being too hasty, but then she thought about it. The office was already renovated, and if she bought everything sooner, she could start using it sooner. Besides, she was thinking about taking a nap in the office at noon. She nodded and looked at Jiang Chuchu again. Chuchu, are you free after school today? Jiang Chuchu looked at Xia He, who was still smiling behind her, and shuddered. She shook her head decisively. I'm going to the hard pen calligraphy club with Xinbao after school to see how good it is. This also helped you Xian refuse the idea. Gu Qinghwan thought about it, then looked at Qin Yu again. Qin Yu, are you free? Qin Yu thought about it, and decided he didn't have anything to do today. He was about to agree, but when he saw Xia He's smile fade, he quickly changed his words. I have to go home early tonight. Gu Qinghwan said, Oh Song Yi, are you free? Before Song Yi could reply, Xia He was already looking unhappy. Can't I just go with my sister? Yeah. Just let this kid go. Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu both cried out in their hearts. Gu Qinghwan's expression was a bit complicated. She reached out and whispered to Xia He's ear, I think it's necessary to consider the user experience of people of different heights. This was said tactfully enough, and Xia He, with her quick wit, immediately understood what Gu Qinghwan meant. Since they had to prepare tables and chairs for others, they had to consider the height differences and try it out with people of different heights. Clearly, with only Gu Qinghwan and Xia He present, there wouldn't be enough height samples like Qin Yu and Song Yi. Xia He nearly gritted his teeth. Back then, to save his life, he took growth-inhibiting drugs, which allowed him to deceive his pursuers with a forged ID. He hadn't expected this kind of impact now. Gu Qinghwan spoke softly, and being so close to Xia He, the others didn't hear her. They only saw Xia He's unhappy expression. However, when Gu Qinghwan asked Song Yi again if he was free, Xia He didn't respond. Jiang Chuchu looked from Xia He to Gu Qinghwan, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. You got this day too. Song Yi, oblivious to the fray, readily agreed to Gu Qinghwan's request. It was his first time meeting Xia He, and hearing her constantly address her as sister, he assumed she was a relative. As a result, he became quite friendly towards her. Xia He had been a bit upset at first, But after chatting for a while, she realized that Song Yi actually treated her like a big sister. She immediately perked up and became much more friendly towards him. Although there was no lunch break, thanks to that cup of milk tea, Gu Qinghwan wasn't sleepy at all and was very attentive in her afternoon classes. After school, Jiang Chuchu was going to accompany Yu Xian to the calligraphy club. Before leaving, she pulled Qin Yu aside and whispered, "You don't really need to go home early, do you?" Qin Yu whispered back, "But that Xia he is so scary." After a pause, he lowered his voice even further. "Is he interested in Gu Qinghwan?" Jiang Chuchu glared at him. "How could that be? I'm telling you, that Xia he..." She didn't finish her words, and closed them again. Qin Yu was anxious. "Go on." "No, I can't. I have to think about my life." Jiang Chuchu decisively gave up. "Anyway, Xia he isn't someone to be trifled with. He's just hanging around Qinghwan because he thinks she's interesting." Qin Yu decided it would be best to go back and ask his brother. Jiang Chuchu had been thinking about whether to drag Qin Yu along to check on Gu Qinghwan after returning from the calligraphy club. But Qin Yu's interruption put her thoughts to rest. There was no need to think about it. Xia he, however crazy she might be, wouldn't attack innocent people. In the incident she heard, the man had insulted Xia he's deceased parents first, which led to Xia he forcing him to rinse his mouth in the toilet. Xia he might eventually lose interest in Gu Qinghwan, but given Gu Qinghwan's personality, she definitely wouldn't anger Xia he. Reassured, Jiang Chuchu went to the calligraphy club with Yu Xian. Qin Yu returned home, but in the car, he couldn't help but call Qin Min, "Brother, do you know Xia he?" Qin Min was silent for a few seconds. "Yes, I do. If you run into him, be careful." "Very dangerous?" Qin Yu recalled the previous experience, sending a chill down his spine. "He has a bad temper," Qin Min said. Anyone who spoke rudely to him before, he shoved their head into the toilet. Qin Yu was just thinking it wasn't a particularly exaggerated statement when he heard Qin Min continue, "That's not the end of it." "Huh?" After that, the man behaved himself for a few days, then got drunk and started teasing Xia he behind her back. The next day, he was tied up with a rope and thrown into a cesspool. After soaking, he was left hanging for over an hour. If his family hadn't come looking for him, he probably would have been left hanging. It was summer, and they say his body was covered in lumps when he was taken down. Qin Yu, he never messed with Xia he again in his life. Chapter 38. Gu Qinghwan sat in Xia he's car and called his mother to tell her he'd be home late. Song Yi also informed her. "Senior Xia, don't you need to tell your family?" Gu Qinghwan asked casually. "No, I don't have any parents. My only direct descendant is my grandfather, and he doesn't care about me." Xia he wore her usual smile. The temperature in the car seemed to drop 10 degrees after these words. Gu Qinghwan hesitated for a few seconds, then softened his tone. "Are your parents dead?" "Yes, they died when I was very young, and I don't remember much now." Xia he's tone was light. The remaining memories of his parents were like rotting rice paper, crumbling to dust with a gentle shake. But he wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of his parents. He was able to return to the Xia family alive thanks to the arrangements his parents had made before their deaths. Gu Qinghwan looked at Xia he for a moment, blinking. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Gu Qinghwan said. "I was just wondering if Senior Xia looks like Mom or Dad." "Like Mom?" This answer immediately popped into Xia he's mind. Grandpa said he looked like Dad, but his eldest and second uncles would say only his face resembled his father, his personality completely taking after his mother. Xia he's father, Xia Jihan, was the third and youngest son in the Xia family. He was gifted and handsome, and the Xia family's father had high hopes for him. But he disliked the path his family had arranged for him, preferring art. In his youth, he greatly angered his father. Until he met Xia he's mother, Suqiu. From their names to their backgrounds, from their looks to their talents, these two seemed like they shouldn't belong in the same space. Yet, the two met and fell in love, like something out of an idol drama. After graduating from junior high school, Suqiu was locked up by her family, who wanted her to marry off in exchange for a dowry. Taking advantage of her family's inattention, she took the money and fled to the big city to seek a career, where, by chance, she crossed paths with Xia Jihan. Xia Jihan loved her deeply, her vibrant vitality, her boldness, and her ambition. She was like a Bermuda grass in the wasteland, extremely resistant to heat, drought, and trampling, sinking her roots deep into the soil, desperately absorbing nutrients and spreading into a vast expanse of green. Suqiu also loved Xia Jihan, his pure and clear heart, his kindness and beauty. She knew she was far inferior to Xia Jihan, and she knew that Xia Jihan had no interest in the Xia family's assets. But she didn't intend for anyone else to steal what belonged to him. So she went it alone, following the path the old man had originally intended for Xia Jihan. She studied diligently, and Xia Jihan supported her. He found Su Qiu's perseverance and hard work breathtakingly beautiful. When the two incompetent brothers finally came to their senses, they discovered that Su Qiu, whom they considered an outsider and inferior, had actually established a firm foothold within the Xia family, with many partners even choosing the Xia family because of Su Qiu. They failed to recognize Su Qiu's excellence, but instead feared their own success would be snatched away, leading them to harbor inappropriate thoughts. Xia, he was still young at the time, and all he knew was that he had gone abroad with his parents. But one morning, he woke up to find he could no longer see them. He was cared for by an unknown man, who gave him growth-inhibiting drugs and told him to call him father from now on. After hiding for over 4 years, he finally returned home, posing as the man's son, and reappeared before his father. By then, he had already accepted the fact of his parents' death. The old man hadn't asked him to investigate the truth of that year, but Xia he knew that his parents' deaths were inextricably linked to his 2 uncles. The more brilliant and crazy he acted, the more terrified his uncles would become, fearing that Xia he's tormenting and teasing tactics would one day be used on them. This was just the beginning. If he didn't keep them on edge for a few more years, how could he justify what he had lost? Xia, he had long forgotten what his parents looked like. When he recalled them, only their features were blurry, and he couldn't even remember their voices. But after hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, he suddenly realized that he was proof that his parents had ever existed. He only had to look in the mirror to see his parents. Xia he smiled. They say he looks like Dad, and has Mom's personality. Gu Qinghuan looked at Xia he for a moment and commented, "That's a truly formidable combination. A perfect match." Xia he thought that if the Xia family heard what Gu Qinghuan said, they would definitely think she was talking nonsense. But he liked it, very much so, that he wanted to express his joy in some way. The car pulled into the Home Furnishings Mall's underground parking lot. After parking, Song-yi got out first, then turned and offered his hand to Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment before reacting. He held onto Song-yi's hand and smiled. "This is the first time I've been helped out of a car." Song-yi said, "This car's chassis is a bit high, so be careful when getting out." Gu Qinghuan stepped out, steadied himself, and withdrew his hand. "Thank you. It's okay." Song-yi waved his hand, and went back to helping Xia he. Xia he slapped his hand away, and jumped down herself. Damn, that drug lasted too long. This was the first time he ever wanted to grow taller like that. Xia he gritted his teeth. The 3 of them entered the Home Furnishings Mall. Gu Qinghuan didn't go straight to the desk section. She wanted to browse a little more. It had to be said, this trio was quite conspicuous. Mingda's uniforms were eye-catching enough, and this wasn't some kind of entertainment venue. Seeing this, other customers couldn't help but wonder what these 3 students were doing there. Is a shoe cabinet necessary? Wouldn't it be weird to change shoes before entering the office? Even though I have a cabinet, this storage cart seems quite useful. A clothes hanger? For hanging coats and scarves in the fall and winter? So, they were students helping the school buy office supplies. The other customers lost interest and returned to their shopping. Gu Qinghuan half-crouched in front of the cart, a troubled expression on his face. She thought a cart would be handy for moving things around, and one would be very useful, but her office was so empty right now, wouldn't it be of any use? "Sister," Xia he leaned over to look at her, hands clasped behind her, "if you want it, just buy it." His words only solidified Gu Qinghuan's resolve. "Forget it, let's pick out the tables and chairs first. The other things aren't really necessary." She stood up and quickly walked towards the tables and chairs area, Xia he and Song-yi following behind her. "Do you think sister would be happy if I bought everything she was interested in and gave it to her?" Xia he asked. It took Song-yi a few seconds to realize Xia he was talking to him. He rubbed the back of his head and said honestly, "I don't think Sister Gu would want it." Xia he sighed exaggeratedly. "That's true. But it didn't matter. If Xia he couldn't be given away, he had other options." Xia he, Xiao Bai. By Hans Han, "What are you planning?" Xia he, "Nothing, I just think the student union office is too drab. It could use some life." By Hans Han, "I know you." And Gu Qinghuan went furniture shopping. Xia he, "Give me a plan tomorrow morning." By Hans Han wants to block him. Why had he been so foolish as to work for Xia he in the first place? Chapter 39. Even with Song-yi and Xia he's help, Gu Qinghuan didn't finally decide until nearly 7 o'clock. She felt a little embarrassed. She had wanted to treat them to dinner that evening, but Songyi said they had already prepared dinner at home and he had to go home to eat. Xia he wanted to have dinner with Gu Qinghuan, but she could tell she was tired from all the choosing, so she said she had other plans and sent Gu Qinghuan home. When Gu Qinghuan entered the house, Gu Haiyan was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the noise, she looked up. Huan, are you back? Have you decided on the tables and chairs? Yes, we decided. The mall said they deliver them to school tomorrow morning. I told Senior bye, and he arranged for someone to take care of it then, Gu Qinghuan replied. Did you eat out? Gu Haiyan asked again. Not yet. Is there anything else to eat at home? Gu Qinghuan glanced at the dining table. It was empty. You can make some instant noodles. Gu Haiyan pondered. There are some boneless chicken feet in the fridge. Wang Jian makes these boneless chicken feet himself. After boiling and deboning the chicken feet, he adds minced garlic, chili peppers, lemon, and cilantro, then pours them into a sauce he bought online. Let it soak for a few hours, and it's ready to eat. Gu Qinghuan has an even more outrageous recipe. She simply buys a glass of chilled lemonade and, depending on her preference, adds other seasonings like vinegar, light soy sauce, chili oil, or pickled peppers. The downside is that she adds seasonings based on her mood, so the taste is different every time. One time, she made something so delicious that I couldn't replicate it. Gu Qinghuan makes herself a bowl of instant noodles, only adding half the flour packet and the entire sauce packet, leaving a little noodle soup to dissolve the seasoning. She then eats it like that. She finished her instant noodles, nibbled on a few chicken feet, cleaned up the kitchen, and prepared to return to her room to rest and do her homework. Gu Haiyan waved at her. Don't leave so quickly. Mom has something to ask you. Gu Qinghuan walked back and sat next to Gu Haiyan. You? Gu Haiyan pondered for a moment. How are you adjusting to Mingda? Pretty well. Gu Qinghuan answered directly. You've been quite busy since you started school, Gu Haiyan said. I believe you know your limits, but you're still inexperienced. If you need help, remember to let your family know. I understand. Gu Qinghuan agreed, adding, I can handle it now. If there's any problem, I definitely ask Mom and Dad. Gu Haiyan waved her hand. She was just giving a hint. Didn't she already know her daughter's personality? It was mainly because sometimes things were difficult to understand. Gu Qinghuan returned to her bedroom and didn't rush to do her homework. Instead, she posted a bombshell in the class chat. Gu Qinghuan, Teacher's Day is tomorrow, how are we celebrating? The classmates replied with a series of ellipsis marks, then went wild. Qin Yu, I forgot. Ming Xiaolin, I actually forgot too. I didn't even think about buying a gift. Su Xinghe, Monday. Just after the weekend. I'm not feeling up. Jiang Chuchu, it's only been a week since school started. I don't have any feelings for the teachers yet. Qin Yu, you're being too blunt. Jiang Chuchu, I'm just being honest. We still have to celebrate. It's polite. Everyone agreed with Jiang Chuchu. Indeed, it's only been a week since school started, so to claim to have deep feelings for the teachers would be a lie. However, as students, we should respect our teachers, and it's normal to send them blessings and greetings on a teacher's day. Gu Qinghuan finished a few fill-in-the-blank questions and glanced at his phone. As expected, the students had already come up with several holiday plans. Gu Qinghuan at Qin Yu, have you compiled everyone's suggestions? Qin Yu, who had participated throughout the entire process, hadn't noticed that this was only Gu Qinghuan's second speech. Qin Yu, almost done. I go through the chat logs and sort them out. Gu Qinghuan, after we're done, let's do a group vote. You or me? Qin Yu thought a group vote was a hassle and decisively dismissed it. You do it. Gu Qinghuan, okay, then send it to me and I do it. The deadline is tomorrow morning during recess. Gu Qinghuan at Ming Xiaolin, we discuss a plan based on the results. Ming Xiaolin, okay. After a while, Qin Yu sent the compiled chat logs to Gu Qinghuan. Looking at the patchwork of chat logs, Gu Qinghuan's lips twitched. She spent a few minutes sorting out her proposals, then used the mini program to create a new group for voting and sent it to everyone in the class group, and ing them. Then she returned to her homework. There wasn't much homework on Monday, but Gu Qinghuan got home late, finishing at around 9 o'clock. She took a shower and, after coming out, checked the results. The small size of the class was a plus. After only 2 hours, the votes were all cast. She took a screenshot and posted it to the group, announcing the early end of the voting. Then she went to chat privately with Ming Xiaolin. The proposal with the most votes was quite common, sending flowers to all the teachers. However, the student who suggested it was very knowledgeable about flowers. The flowers given to the teachers of different subjects each had their own meaning. Combined with the accompanying pictures, it persuaded everyone. This boy, Lian Fenghe, whose family runs a flower business, has been fascinated by plants since childhood, and this time he put them on full display. When a channel comes to your doorstep, why not take advantage of it? Gu Qinghuan chatted with Lian Fenghe for a few minutes, and he readily agreed to order directly from him at cost price. He also volunteered to make the bouquets, but after seeing his work on WeChat Moments, Gu Qinghuan decisively declined. Gu Qinghuan, you should discuss the specific costs with Lian Fenghe. Don't spend too much on class funds. Ming Xiaolan replied with an I understand emoji. It's not that Gu Qinghuan is stingy, but making it too grand might not be a good thing for the teachers. It's unclear how the other classes will celebrate the teachers, and giving them too expensive gifts might draw unnecessary attention. Everyone just wants to show respect for the teachers. The price isn't the issue. On Teacher's Day, Yu Xian woke up earlier than usual. Perhaps because she actively participated in the holiday planning discussions last night, the thought of celebrating with the teachers made her excited. Group activities had previously been completely irrelevant to her. She couldn't participate in any school-organized outings or other school-sponsored activities. Her adoptive mother wouldn't give her money, nor would she allow her to spend her time on such matters. All she had to do was get home early, do chores, and take care of her younger brother. But this time, she participated in the vote, and her proposal was chosen. Everyone also said that since she had the best math grades, she would be in charge of sending flowers to the math teacher. How could Yu Xian not be excited? She was overjoyed. As she walked out the door, she was still thinking about how to send her math teacher a blessing. She had already memorized the flower language Lian Fenghe had mentioned, and she wanted to expand on it. Unconsciously, Yu Xian bumped into the suddenly opened door. The close contact of her forehead against the door panel made a dull thud. Yu Xian felt the pain and instinctively crouched down, clutching her forehead. A female voice, feigning surprise, came from above her head. Sister, why are you so careless? Chapter 40. Yu Xian looked up and met Yu Yuan's pretty face. She placed one hand over her mouth, covering it loosely, but the curve of her lips could still be seen through the gap between her fingers. So cute yet so annoying. Her forehead still ached slightly, and Yu Xian endured the pain as she lowered her hand. Slowly, she stood up and spoke slowly. It's true that I didn't look where I was going and bumped into the door, but is that your upbringing? Your first reaction wasn't to check if my sister was injured, but to laugh at my carelessness? Yu Yuan's face fell. What are you talking about? Yu Xian didn't want to talk to her anymore and went straight downstairs. She had always been in a state of panic, not knowing table manners or how to greet people, thinking that this was the reason her family looked down on her. But that wasn't the case. In terms of sheer wealth, the Jiang family was wealthier than the Yu family, but Jiang Chuchu never looked down on her. Even when they first met, when she told her handwriting was ugly, it wasn't malicious. Later, she apologized and taught her calligraphy. Yu Xian took a deep breath. She wasn't strong enough yet, and now she only dared to contradict Yu Yuan. In reality, the people who truly oppressed her were Yu Jinxin, Cui Wanning, and Yu Wenli. Perhaps even Cui Wanning didn't need to care. After all, she relied on Yu Wenli's attitude. Yu Xian went downstairs and glanced at the salad, toast, oatmeal, and bacon on the table. She had no appetite at all. She fetched half a glass of warm water, drank it, and left the room. After she returned from the Jiang family last week, Yu Wenli had arranged a dedicated driver and car for her, though it wasn't as good as Yu Yuan's. Yu Xian didn't care. She couldn't tell the quality of the car anyway, and she didn't care if others would think she wasn't as favored as Yu Yuan. She no longer wanted that kind of pampering. She opened the car door, got in, and said to the driver, "Let's go to school." Yu Xian was just wondering whether to go to Mingda's cafeteria for breakfast when her phone suddenly vibrated. Gu Qinghuan sent a message in the three-person group chat. Gu Qinghuan. Picture Gu Qinghuan. The soft-crusted egg pancake is always amazing. Jiang Chuchu. Take one, with sweet sauce and ham, no fried dough sticks, shredded potatoes, or kelp. Gu Qinghuan. You're just having an egg pancake and ham? Oh, and lettuce too. Jiang Chuchu. I'm having breakfast, but it looks so tempting, so I eat less. Yu Xian thought for a moment and added, I want an egg pancake too. Gu Qinghuan took a picture of the stall and sent it to her. What to add? Sweet sauce or hot sauce? Yu Xian had originally thought of just making the basics, but paused, deleted it, and changed it to hot sauce, all the optional toppings, I want them all. Gu Qinghuan. Thumbs up. Gu Qinghuan. You know how to eat. Jiang Chu-chu, the kitchen made a banana smoothie this morning. Do you want some? Gu Qinghuan, yes. Yu Xian, sure. Jiang Chu-chu, I bring you a pot. Jiang Chu-chu took a picture of a water bottle, about 2 liters in capacity. Gu Qinghuan, Gu Qinghuan, I suspect there be some left after everyone gets one. After the commotion, Gu Qinghuan quoted a price for 2 egg pancakes, and Jiang Chu-chu and Yu Xian gave her red envelopes. Gu Qinghuan accepted the red envelope and, after a while, took a photo of the 3 egg pancakes, with the bus in the background. Gu Qinghuan, hurry up, you two. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The 3 of them finally sat on a bench in the small garden outside the classroom to eat their egg pancakes. Jiang Chu-chu had brought a portable water bottle and poured each of them a banana milkshake. Class monitor, what are you guys having? Su Xinghe, the next to arrive, came over. Gu Qinghuan shook the omelette in her hand. Breakfast omelette. Su Xinghe said, oh. You brought drinks? Jiang Chu-chu held up her kettle. Banana milkshake, there's still plenty. Do you want some? Su Xinghe smacked his lips. Yes. He wasn't thirsty. He was just craving it after watching them enjoy their meal. Jiang Chu-chu also poured him a glass. Su Xinghe stood nearby, sipping from his cup, chatting casually. Class monitor, do you know what gift the other classes gave? I don't know, Gu Qinghuan replied. Su Xinghe grimaced. I heard class 7 was decorating their classroom last night. When I entered the school just now, I saw several people carrying plastic bags. Stop, Gu Qinghuan said, swallowing her milkshake. If I hadn't reminded you last night, you wouldn't have remembered Teacher's Day, right? Su Xinghe, guilty. Gu Qinghuan wiped his hands, with the wipes Jiang Chu-chu provided, then patted Su Xinghe's shoulder, and said earnestly, we already decided to send flowers. Worrying now is too late, and unnecessary. You have to figure out whether your resentment stems from not properly showing respect to the teacher, or from losing out to others in terms of pomp and ceremony. Gu Qinghuan withdrew his hand. Then, think about how you're going to spend Teacher's Day next year. Su Xinghe pondered, then suddenly realized, class monitor, you're right. I think about what to say when I send the flowers. He was going to send flowers to his Chinese teacher. He was the best Chinese speaker in the class, and had won first prize in several essay competitions in junior high. Jiang Chu-chu burped quietly before speaking. Sometimes I really think Qinghuan, you're as mature as an adult. Gu Qinghuan shrugged. Maturity has nothing to do with age, right? Maybe those adults we consider adults aren't actually mature either. Then why are you so mature? Jiang Chu-chu asked. Because I'm a genius. Gu Qinghuan beamed with pride. Jiang Chu-chu and Yu Xian exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Seriously? My mom has always said I was smart. Gu Qinghuan argued. Yes, yes, genius girl. Time to go to the classroom. While we're at morning reading, let's write Happy Teacher's Day on the blackboard at the back. Jiang Chu-chu pushed Gu Qinghuan inside. Yu Xian followed, laughing as she thought, Gu Qinghuan isn't really that mature. She's just very sincere and gentle. She loved this kind of Gu Qinghuan the most. Because Ming Xiaolan and Lian Fenghe had already discussed the matter last night, the bouquets Class 3 had ordered were delivered during morning reading. Gu Qinghuan, along with the students in charge of delivering the flowers, went to the teacher's office after morning reading and enthusiastically presented the flowers to the teachers. Su Xinghe recited a poem with great emotion, and the other teachers in the office joined in the fun. Gu Qinghuan, taking advantage of a quiet break, approached the homeroom teacher, Chen Zilin, and whispered, Teacher Chen, how is it? Chen Zilin whispered back, not bad. Gu Qinghuan felt relieved. It was a joint decision of the whole class. Speaking of which, all the teachers are here. I thought some subject teachers wouldn't be here until the afternoon. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qinghuan noticed something strange about Chen Zilin's expression. Chen Zilin smiled. Why do you think all the teachers are here? Huh? Gu Qinghuan was bewildered. Chen Zilin's tone was filled with gritted teeth. Because there's a morning meeting at 8 o'clock. It's about Teacher's Day, and we need to be extremely careful when accepting gifts from students. Gu Qinghuan said dryly, that's really. Thank you for your hard work. Although school is painful, it seems working isn't much better, right? Chapter 41. Class 3 had a lively morning. Every time a teacher arrived, Gu Qinghuan would yell, stand, and the entire class would chant, Happy Teacher's Day. Chen Zilin found a vase in the storage room and cheerfully distributed it to the other teachers, filling it with his own flowers. His flowers were from Xie Xiangxue. Aiming to study abroad, Xie Xiangxue had been studying English diligently and achieved the best grades in the class. A teacher not in charge of class 3 came over, filled with the flowers, and said sourly, "Your class is quite active." "Well, just one bouquet, not much." Chen Ziling quickly waved his hand. "I heard other classes were better prepared." Those were all personal gifts from students. The teacher looked around and lowered his voice. "I saw several teachers in charge of class 12 holding the same envelope." Chen Ziling paused and followed suit. "Didn't we just have a meeting this morning?" The teacher glanced at him and slowly shook her head, and Chen Ziling fell silent. Mingda is a private school, after all, not as strict as public schools. The principal's meetings are only to convey instructions from above, and the implementation depends on the teacher's opinions. And on the opinions of the students and parents who gave the gifts. Some students and parents don't fear investigation at all. In such cases, refusing to accept the gifts could lead to an ugly scene. The teachers themselves might be the ones to suffer. For class 12, is it the Yin family? Chen Ziling asked quietly. The teacher nodded. Given the Yin family situation, there's an explanation for anything. The Yin family works in the media industry, and the gift they gave were concert tickets, autographed celebrity photos, posters, records, and so on. If you say it's expensive, it's perfectly reasonable to say it's just something I didn't spend any money on. But as for cheapness, the market price is clear, and some limited edition items are priceless to a specific group of people. It still depends on how the recipient handles the gift. Unless there's a direct monetary transaction involved, it's difficult to define or evaluate. After the teacher left, Chen Ziling sat in his seat, feeling a mix of emotions. Gu Qinghuan had privately reported to him about Yan Jingqing's troublemaking in class 3 last week, and his account was quite objective. Chen Ziling also secretly asked the class 12 teacher, who evaded the issue vaguely without a detailed answer. It's unclear whether they were covering for Yan Jingqing or simply trying to avoid interfering. However, this attitude was enough to indicate that Lin Xiaoxue and Yan Jingqing were indeed in some way connected. Chen Ziling simply wanted to pack up his students and run. Putting aside the fact that Xie Xiangxue and Gu Qinghuan's family fortunes couldn't compare to the Yin families, even if the Jiang family could crush the Yin family, could he just leave Jiang Chuchu alone? Of course not. A man of knowledge knows his fate, even if he knows it's not under a rock wall. He knew something was amiss, so why not stay away? Judging from the situation in class 12, trouble was inevitable over the next 3 years. He had to be more careful. Gu Qinghuan had no idea what her class leader was thinking, or what was happening in class 12. After lunch with Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, she headed straight to the office to inspect the newly installed desks and chairs. That's fast. Jiang Chuchu put her hand on the tabletop, testing its stability, then turned to Gu Qinghuan. Where are the other things you bought? I was just about to check them out. Gu Qinghuan turned on the air conditioner and dove headfirst into his doghouse. Yu Xian spotted a folder nearby and curiously picked it up. Qinghuan, can I read this? Gu Qinghuan glanced at it. What is that? It's not mine. Yu Xian didn't open it, but walked over and handed it to Gu Qinghuan. She took it and flipped it open, and a piece of paper fell out. The handwriting on the paper was elegant. The student union has secured new sponsorship. Each office can purchase furniture worth no more than 3,000 yuan. The list is in the folder. Please submit your selected furniture to the Student Affairs Department before school ends on Tuesday afternoon. P.S. This is not included in your 10,000 yuan allowance. Jiang Chuchu craned her neck to read it, then sighed. The student union's benefits are really good. Although she looked down on the few thousand yuan worth of furniture, the fact that they were so straightforward in replacing all the members' furniture was worth mentioning. Who left this note? Gu Qinghuan asked, putting the note aside and flipping through the list in the folder. Senior Bai? Yu Xian pondered. Didn't he say you had a 10,000 yuan credit limit? This isn't Senior Bai's handwriting. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. She had just consulted by Hans Han on Saturday, and had seen his handwriting then, and it was different. It could also be a member of the student union, passing on a message. Jiang Chuchu didn't take it seriously. They haven't added you as a friend, so they could only write a note. That was quite possible, Gu Qinghuan thought thoughtfully, turning to look at the catalog. The catalog featured products from 3 main brands, one of which happened to be the one Gu Qinghuan, Songyi, and Xia he had visited yesterday. Even more coincidentally, several pieces of furniture she had liked in the store yesterday were also in the catalog. Gu Qinghuan had a vague suspicion, but didn't voice it. Sister, are you there? Xia He's voice came from outside the office door, and he knocked. Gu Qinghuan glanced at Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, confirming they were all right, then raised his voice. I'm here, you can come in. Xia He opened the door and walked in. Unsurprised to see Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, she greeted them with a smile. Hello. Jiang Chuchu said sternly. Hello, senior. Yu Xian, a little reserved, simply called out, Senior Xia. The three girls were huddled in their own dens. The small quilt Yu Xian had bought hadn't arrived yet, but in this weather, sleeping in their school uniforms was fine. Xia He had nowhere to lie down, so she pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning over the table. Her dark eyes glared at Gu Qinghuan. Sister, can't you give me an extra bed? No. Jiang Chuchu cried inwardly. No, Gu Qinghuan refused emphatically. I can't accept sleeping in the same room with someone of the opposite sex. This wasn't just a rejection of the request for an extra bed, it also meant Xia He's chance to sleep in this office was gone. Xia He was furious, but after considering two possible responses, I wouldn't do anything and sister, don't you trust me? He ultimately chose to keep quiet. Neither was suitable. Gu Qinghuan wouldn't be easily deflected or distracted. What she couldn't accept, she simply couldn't accept. Persistent pestering would only be annoying. Never mind, he was just testing Gu Qinghuan's acceptance level. What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing that he had given up on his coquettish behavior, Gu Qinghuan changed the subject. Oh, Xia He curled her lips, come to see if you picked out your furniture. Gu Qinghuan paused, then held up the folder he was still holding. Did you make this? Just when she was starting to get suspicious, he revealed it. What is this? Xia He looked confused, but then spoke frankly, I just saw some furniture you liked, so I wanted to buy it for you. But I knew you wouldn't accept it so easily, so I decided to sponsor the student union. He knew that Gu Qinghuan would undoubtedly be suspicious after presenting this sponsorship proposal. To keep his identity as student union president hidden for a while longer, he decided to reveal something else. Chapter 42. You sponsored this? Gu Qinghuan was surprised. She hesitated to ask about Xia He's family situation, but she didn't know how to bring it up. Instead, Xia He took the initiative and said, don't worry about this small amount. It's nothing. Even if you add up all the sponsorship money, it wouldn't even cover my monthly allowance. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily dismayed. There were so many wealthy people. Why couldn't she be one of them? She said listlessly, thank you. Next time you do something like this, could you tell me first? No, Xia He immediately refused. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise. Although this benefit came from Xia He's sponsorship, it wasn't just hers, it was for the entire student union. Gu Qinghuan couldn't say anything to Xia He, the suck-up who had paid for it. She crawled out of her kennel and sat at the table. Based on her impressions from yesterday's shopping trip, she and Xia He selected the furniture they needed and compiled a list. Xia He took the list and said, I submit it to the living department for you. Have a good rest at noon, sister. Gu Qinghuan checked the time and nodded. Thank you very much. Do you know where the living department is? It's on the sign on the first floor. I find it. Xia He waved her hand. Goodbye, sister. After Xia He left, Gu Qinghuan locked the office door, drew the curtains, and went back to her doghouse for a nap. Yu Xian had already fallen asleep. Jiang Chuchu, cautious because Xia He was there, stayed awake. Now that Xia He was gone, she too began to feel sleepy. Gu Qinghuan tugged at Jiang Chuchu's arm. Do you know Xia He? Is his family wealthy? Jiang Chuchu regained some clarity. We know each other, but we don't interact much. We're fine as strangers. Or rather, she wished she didn't know Xia He. As for being rich, Jiang Chuchu said cautiously, the Xia family's assets are scattered, with many overseas. Should we say they have deep, complex foundations? Overall, they are indeed wealthy. But just because they're rich doesn't mean she can just accept it with a clear conscience. Gu Qinghuan sighed deeply and slumped back into her kennel. I better go to sleep. She figured it out. Whatever Xia He wanted from her, he would definitely express it later. Since Xia He was willing to give, it proved that what he wanted from her was, in his opinion, of equal value to what he was giving now. Then she didn't need to worry about it. She would see what he wanted in the future. She would give what she could, and return what she couldn't. Even if the reality wasn't quite so simple, this was all Gu Qinghuan could do, so let it be. Whatever, Gu Qinghuan, having finally figured it out, enjoyed a comfortable nap at noon. Yu Xian's alarm went off first, and after waking up, she called Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan. The three of them went to the bathroom, washed their faces, and then headed to class again, refreshed. After finishing her classes for the day, Gu Qinghuan had planned to go straight home, but she received a message from her father, Wang Jian, saying that grandma had fallen and broken bones, and was being taken to the hospital. He and Gu Haiyan were going to the hospital and wouldn't be home that night, leaving her to prepare dinner on her own. Wang Jian also specifically reassured her that Grandma's condition wasn't serious and there was nothing to worry about. Gu Qinghuan was also worried, but she knew she wouldn't be able to help much, and that Grandma might even resort to comforting her. I should take care of myself first. I can't let Mom worry about both her mother and her daughter. Gu Qinghuan sent a message to both her father and mother, reminding them to remember to eat and to tell her about Grandma's situation. She sent the message to both, so one of them would definitely see it. Gu Qinghuan paused in the classroom for a moment, then realized that most of the other students had already left. Jiang Chuchu had something to do at home tonight, and ran away as soon as school was over. Yu Xian had been actively participating in the calligraphy club's activities lately, and had also left early. Gu Qinghuan didn't plan to go home, but went to the student union office to do her homework, and then, buy whatever she needed. She was debating whether to order takeout or eat in the cafeteria when someone called out from the classroom door, "Gu Qinghuan, why aren't you going home?" Chen Zilan was quite surprised. He knew his class monitor's personality well. He was both approachable and open-minded. She was fine during the day, but now she looked so down. "Teacher Chen," Gu Qinghuan called out, only to finally answer. "Something happened at home. I'm going to finish my homework before I go back." Chen Zilan was genuinely startled. Something happened? What? He wanted to ask, but judging by Gu Qinghuan's expression, it didn't seem serious, and it would be awkward to speak rashly. Chen Zilan thought for a moment. "So, what are you going to do for dinner?" "I'm deciding whether to go to the cafeteria or order takeout," Gu Qinghuan said honestly. "How about going to the cafeteria with you? It's Teacher's Day, and the school has arranged a buffet for the teachers there," Chen Zilan asked. Gu Qinghuan pointed at himself. "Would it be appropriate for me to go?" "What's wrong with that?" Chen Zilan waved his hand. "It'd just be one more thing to ask for." Gu Qinghuan followed, mainly out of curiosity about the school's buffet. She had been to the second floor of the cafeteria. While it was nicely decorated, there weren't enough private rooms for all the teachers, so it would likely be held on the first floor. The other students would also be eating there, and with so many students, she wouldn't stand out, and she could pretend she was just there to watch the fun. When she arrived at the cafeteria, Gu Qinghuan realized she had been too naive. There were only a handful of students eating dinner in the Mingda cafeteria. As soon as she followed Chen Zilan into the cafeteria, the teachers' gazes darted over. The teachers' suppression of their students' bloodlines made Gu Qinghuan embarrassed to even look up, especially since her grades were only above average. But she couldn't pretend to be invisible. Not to mention the teachers from other classes, there were several teachers from class 3 alone who spotted her. "Isn't that the class monitor?" Math teacher Jiang Xinyu approached, holding a skewer of grilled squid. "Why didn't you go home?" Before Gu Qinghuan could speak, Chen Zilan said, her family was working overtime and didn't prepare dinner. "I heard her debating whether to order takeout or eat in the cafeteria, so she just brought it here." Jiang Xinyu nodded. "Yeah, there's a free buffet here, and we can't finish it anyway." She shifted her gaze to Gu Qinghuan and waved the skewer of squid in her hand. "There's plenty over there, go get some." Gu Qinghuan nodded obediently, trying to act nonchalant. She blended in with the other teachers and grabbed a plate to get her food. The long table was piled high with all sorts of delicacies. Gu Qinghuan was indeed hungry, and her eye caught the golden Yangzhou fried rice. The rice wasn't clumped together at all, but rather loosely stacked, with the various toppings mingling throughout. It didn't look messy, but rather vibrant and inviting. Gu Qinghuan found a small bowl and was about to fill it with food when someone next to her bumped her arm, causing the bowl to slip from her hand. She frantically tried to catch it, but her motor skills weren't strong enough, so she could only watch helplessly as the bowl fell. In a flash, a hand reached out from under the tablecloth and firmly caught the bowl. Then it quickly retracted. Gu Qinghuan, ? Chapter 43. Gu Qinghuan rubbed her eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with her vision. She thought she saw a hand reach out from under the table and snatch her bowl. The long table at this buffet was simply a collection of existing tables in the cafeteria joined together and covered with a tablecloth. Someone hiding inside? What for? Gu Qinghuan wanted to lift the tablecloth to see inside, but before she could squat, Chen Zilan's voice rang out. "Why are you just standing there?" Gu Qinghuan picked up another bowl. "There are so many delicious dishes, I don't know which one to choose." Chen Zilan couldn't help but smile. "Then try everything and eat more." Gu Qinghuan nodded. With her homeroom teacher nearby, she couldn't lift the tablecloth to find out, so she just served herself some rice. Chen Zilan didn't leave, but brought up another matter. The class 2 teacher told me that you and Xian donated money to Su Lin. It was Xian, not me. Gu Qinghuan, habitually wanting to call her Xinbao, stopped herself and changed her tune. Qin Yu first discovered the fundraising initiative. Xian and I were just discussing how to use the money, and he suggested donating it. Xian and I looked into Su Lin's situation and thought it was a good fit, so we donated it to her. Gu Qinghuan added, besides, it wasn't in vain. Su Lin's grades are so good, we hired her for tutoring. Tutoring? Chen Zilan was a little surprised, but he agreed with their approach. Indeed, Su Lin was admitted with the highest score in the city, and she's the school's top prospect. Having her tutoring is perfect for you. After saying this, Chen Zilan felt a bit conflicted. Would Su Lin tutoring his students interfere with her own studies? Would the class 2 teacher then start a fight with him? Let's not think about it for now, it's not even happening yet. Chen Zilan consoled himself mentally, and decided not to dwell on it any further. He exchanged a few more words with Gu Qinghuan before heading to another table to pick up some food. Gu Qinghuan was still thinking about the person under the table, but she couldn't bring herself to lift the tablecloth in public. Not to mention how strange that would be, revealing the person wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. In the end, she didn't linger at the table, but walked somewhere else, pretending she hadn't noticed the person. After eating and drinking, Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to Chen Zilan and left. She had to go to the office to do her homework. The last bus here was at 9 p.m., so she had to finish her homework early and get home before the last bus. The sun hadn't yet completely set, the clouds on the horizon stained orange-red by the setting sun, while darkness had already invaded above. Tomorrow should be fine weather too, Gu Qinghuan thought, her steps quickening a bit, her initial worry about grandma easing. She started with her chemistry homework, which was lighter, and then biology. Gu Qinghuan was pondering this when she suddenly noticed someone following her. The footsteps behind her were neither fast nor slow, seemingly maintaining a consistent distance from her. Especially now, when she noticed them and paused, the person behind her also stopped. Gu Qinghuan frowned, thought for a moment, and turned around. The other person had clearly not expected her to turn so abruptly, and for a moment, they were frozen in place, unable to escape. A boy appeared before Gu Qinghuan, looking about her age. He had a lean build, though not a sturdy one. His skin was a shade between bronze and tan, and his eyes were dark and bright, though a bit gloomy. A bandage was taped to the end of his left eyebrow, suggesting an injury, though no blood was seeping. The important thing was, the boy wasn't wearing the Mingda school uniform, but a white shirt and black pants. A uniform that looked familiar? Canteen uniform? Gu Qinghuan asked uncertainly. The other man, shaken from his surprise by her words, blurted out, "Why aren't you running?" "Why would I run?" Gu Qinghuan asked back. "That's how it's played on TV. When you realize you're being followed, you run." "I was thinking I'd wait until you were somewhere quiet before calling you," the boy said. Gu Qinghuan was a little speechless. She pointed toward the school gate and said, "This is inside the school. Mingda's public areas are monitored by surveillance cameras, and there's security at the gate. Everyone entering and leaving is registered. In this case, you need to follow me for a while. The security guard watching the surveillance cameras will soon send someone to check on the situation," Gu Qinghuan said. The boy scratched the back of his head, looking surprised. Gu Qinghuan didn't waste time and asked directly, "Who are you? Why are you following me? What do you want to stop me for?" The boy didn't answer immediately. He looked around before finally uttering, "Can we talk somewhere private? I don't want to be seen." Gu Qinghuan said flatly, "Give me a reason to believe you have no ill intentions." The boy hesitated again, and seeing the suspicion on Gu Qinghuan's face grow increasingly obvious, he hurriedly said, "My name is Wen Yi. I'm Su Lin's." "Su Lin's what?" Gu Qinghuan pressed. A faint blush crept onto Wen Yi's face. His dark skin made the blush subtle, but Gu Qinghuan, staring intently at him, noticed the change immediately. "Neighbor, I guess," Wen Yi stammered. "Then why did you come to me?" Gu Qinghuan pondered, thinking the neighbor identity was probably just a cover-up. Why else would Wen Yi be blushing? "Just now in the cafeteria, I was the one who caught your bowl." Seeing that Gu Qinghuan didn't press the subject of Su Lin, Wen Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and spoke more fluently about other things. "It was this person." Gu Qinghuan glanced at Wen Yi's hand. She hadn't looked closely at the hand holding the bowl, but now that he mentioned it, it did look quite similar. Wen Yi continued, "I heard what you said to the teacher. You and your classmates donated money to Su Lin, and I wanted to thank you." Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Why are you thanking me?" It's not like I'm donating to you. Besides, Su Lin and I have a mutually supportive relationship, each taking what we need. There's no need for a thank you. Who is this person saying thank you? And what right did he have to do this? Gu Qinghuan didn't like his attitude. Wen Yi might be interested in Su Lin, but he said he was just a neighbor, and he probably hadn't confessed his feelings. When his relationship with Su Lin wasn't clear, he rashly said such words, as if he had the final say over Su Lin. She said this, and Wen Yi was stunned. I'm just grateful to you. But gratitude doesn't need to be expressed. It's your own emotion. It doesn't matter whether I know about it or not. We didn't help Su Lin to make her, or you feel grateful to us. Gu Qinghuan said. In fact, if Su Lin's mother had come to thank them, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't have been so blunt and resistant. Wen Ye's actions left a bad first impression on Gu Qinghuan. Imagine if she had received help from someone and intended to repay the favor, and suddenly learned that her neighbor had gone to thank the benefactor. Isn't that so strange? It's completely presumptuous. Chapter 44. Wen Yi had sensed by now that Gu Qinghuan didn't have a good impression of him, and continuing would only further repel him. He wasn't one for politeness, so he simply said, think what you will. I was going to tell you that if you need any help in the future, you could always come to me. Since you said that, let's just pretend we haven't met today. With that, he turned and walked away. Gu Qinghuan's eyebrows shot up. Besides the fact that she didn't know Wen Yi and hadn't even considered asking him for help, she knew quite a few people in Mingda. If she really needed help, she could always find someone. Why would she ask him for help? To be honest, Wen Yi couldn't even help Su Lin's family with the surgery money they needed, so how could he possibly help her? Gu Qinghuan, filled with resentment, turned and continued walking towards the student union office, quickening her pace, fearing she would run into someone like Wen Yi again. She had just reached the bottom floor of the student union when she happened upon someone emerging from the building. It was a girl with short hair, clutching a stack of books. She paid her no mind, she simply exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and walked away. She couldn't tell if she was from the same grade or a senior. Gu Qinghuan calmed herself down and walked into her office. She tossed her bag on the table and dove into her doghouse, feeling sullen for a while before getting up. She walked to her desk, pulled out her workbook from her bag, and began to work on her homework. Although she didn't enjoy homework, at least it kept her mind occupied, which was perfect for clearing her mind. Gu Qinghuan had set her alarm, but today's homework went surprisingly smoothly. She finished it before 8 o'clock. She looked up. Outside the window, it was pitch black, with only the school's streetlights still on, a scene of quiet and profound tranquility. For a moment, Gu Qinghuan felt a little frightened. At night, in the quiet office building, alone, at school. But she quickly shouted in her mind, System. System, why are you shouting so loudly? Gu Qinghuan calmed down. Oh, I just put myself in the shoes of a horror movie protagonist. The system was silent for a few seconds. Don't worry, this world is a normal modern world, without any supernatural or horror elements. What does it have to do with your worldview? Sometimes I just get scared. Gu Qinghuan argued, it's like having a nightmare and always feeling like you'd be grabbed by ghosts if you put your hands or feet outside the covers. The system pondered for a few seconds. What did you do before I was around? Gu Qinghuan, playing the song The 5-Star Red Flag Flutters in the Wind. On repeat in her head, with the system to chatter away with her, Gu Qinghuan packed her things and left the school with peace of mind. While waiting for the bus, Gu Qinghuan received a call from her mother, Gu Haiyan. Where are you? Why aren't you home? I had dinner in the cafeteria and then did my homework at school. Gu Haiyan's voice sounded normal, suggesting grandma was fine. Gu Qinghuan felt much more relieved. I'm waiting for the bus now. I'll be home soon. Through the receiver, Gu Qinghuan could hear Gu Haiyan sigh with relief. That's good. Be careful on the road. How's grandma? Gu Qinghuan asked. She's fine. She fell and landed on her palm, breaking her left hand. The hospital said it was a common fracture. Gu Haiyan couldn't recall the scientific name for a moment. It's already in a cast. Your dad has taken your grandma home. Gu Haiyan's father, Gu Qinghuan's grandfather, died early, leaving grandma alone now. She's in good health and often travels with her friends from the senior university. So, are you hiring someone to take care of grandma? Gu Qinghuan asked. Gu Haiyan hummed. Your dad will stay with her tonight. He's taken a day off. We go to the housekeeping company tomorrow to hire someone. The bus arrived. Gu Qinghuan ended his call with Gu Haiyan, got on, and after sitting down, he started searching for fractures. It was probably a Cole's fracture. According to the encyclopedia, It's very common, but it also seems to be related to osteoporosis. When Gu Qinghua arrived home, Gu Haiyan was eating instant noodles, and the house smelled of braised beef. Gu Haiyan looked exhausted. Going to the hospital was more of a hassle than a struggle. But Gu Haiyan couldn't let her child worry too much. After a brief chat, she sent Gu Qinghua off to take a shower and go to bed early. Gu Qinghua tossed and turned in bed, sometimes thinking about going to her grandmother's house after school to check on her, sometimes thinking about asking her about her diet to see if she wasn't getting enough calcium. In short, she couldn't fall asleep. She knew her mom and dad would definitely handle these things better than she did, and her worries were meaningless, but she just couldn't let go. After tossing and turning a few more times, Gu Qinghua decisively grabbed her phone and went to a certain website to browse. At this time, just read some mindless, enjoyable, or funny stories to clear your mind. The system followed a few articles and sighed. These articles are quite realistic. Gu Qinghua paused while turning the page. Huh? What realistic? It's quite similar to the situation of your classmates. The system replied. Gu Qinghua, huh? The system pondered for a moment. Although I can't reveal too much about the future to avoid eliminating possibilities, a few hints should be fine. For example? Gu Qinghua was quite curious. The system replied, for example, your classmate named Xie Xiangxue, originally a female supporting character in a stand-in story. Gu Qinghua was shocked. Stand-in? Whose stand-in is she? After asking, she realized, could it be Lin Xiaoxue? A stand-in for Yan Zhengqing? She and Lin Xiaoxue look completely different. Both are dance students, and both have the character Shui in their names. The system friendly reminded him. Gu Qinghua was stunned. This is even possible? The system coughed twice, and reminded Gu Qinghua to use polite language. Gu Qinghua felt that only uncivilized language could express her feelings at this moment. So, if I don't interfere, Yan Zhengqing will use Xie Xiangxue as a substitute for Lin Xiaoxue and suffer physical and mental torture until she dies? The system's mission for her was to prevent rebirth. She had to die first before she could be reborn, and rebirth would only happen under the most painful circumstances, so physical and mental torture was inevitable. The system remained silent, not revealing any more about this part of the future. Gu Qinghua didn't expect it to answer. She simply found it incomprehensible. Although she used the phrase crazy husband and crazy wife to refer to Yan Zhengqing and Lin Xiaoxue, Yan Zhengqing was definitely the more seriously ill. Judging from Yan Zhengqing's 2 previous experiences of finding fault, he certainly didn't seem like someone who would seek a substitute. Honestly, in Gu Qinghua's opinion, Yan Zhengqing and Lin Xiaoxue were more suitable for a robbing drama. Just these two together. Don't bring anyone else along. In this situation, how could there be a body double? Isn't it usually the case that a scumbag who can't even afford a plane ticket when his white moonlight is going abroad that would find a body double in China? Chapter 45. Distracted by the system's message, Gu Qinghua fell asleep. It wasn't a restful sleep though, and she had a nightmare all night. In the dream, the adult version of Yan Zhengqing held a bundle of pink bills and viciously threw them at Xie Xiangxue, yelling Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue. Gu Qinghua was furious. She leaped over and delivered a whip kick, sending Yan Zhengqing flying. His body traced a smooth parabola in midair, finally tumbling headfirst into a roadside trash can. Gu Qinghua, who had jumped up, fell to the ground as well, and woke up. Gu Qinghua rubbed the back of her head. Her upper body was slumped on the floor, her legs still draped over the bed, and the quilt had been half torn off. Why didn't I realize my bed was so high before? Gu Qinghua rolled halfway on the floor and got up. The system thought the host looked quite like a giant panda, and its tone was calm. Do you need a health check? You might have a mild concussion from falling on your head. You have this function? Gu Qinghua was surprised, then immediately replied, okay, I try. A few seconds later, the system spoke again. Test completed. No abnormalities found. It added, host, your head is quite strong, not even a bump. Gu Qinghua, if you can't speak, you don't have to. System, oh. During breakfast, Gu Haiyan asked, what were you doing this morning? There was a thud. Gu Qinghua stammered, I fell down while I was sleeping. Gu Haiyan's eyes widened. Didn't you fall anywhere? No. Gu Qinghua immediately shook his head. Falling out of bed, as a high school student, was embarrassing. She quickly finished her breakfast, puffed up her face, and said, I'm leaving. Then she sprinted out the door, heading straight for school. She knew had a basketball club practice this morning. Seeing Gu Qinghua, he was a bit surprised. You're here pretty early today. Gu Qinghua mumbled, I ate quickly this morning. Changing the subject, he said, "You're here early too." "I'm different. I have practice." Chinyu smoothed his still damp hair. He had just rinsed it, and since it wasn't cold, he simply wiped it and let it air dry. "The basketball club actually has morning practice." Gu Qinghuan gasped. "You're amazing. You're even up. Just get to school an hour early, and go to bed early," Chinyu said nonchalantly. That being said, getting to school an hour early is like getting up an hour early. Gu Qinghuan looked at him in awe. She took out her book for morning reading, planning to visit her grandmother after school, when her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Bai Han. "The student union will hold a cadre meeting after school today. Will you attend?" Gu Qinghuan's head quizzed. "Why a question mark?" she tentatively asked. "Can I not go?" Seeing the message from Gu Qinghuan, Bai Han, who was in the car on the way to school, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Based on his understanding of Gu Qinghuan, she wouldn't refuse to attend the meeting due to psychological pressure or other reasons. In fact, Gu Qinghuan had a strong sense of responsibility. Even if she knew she was joining the student union just to gain status and gain support, Gu Qinghuan would diligently complete the tasks assigned to her. Bai Han pondered for a moment and replied, "Do you have other plans after school? And it's something more important than student union work. Based on what other students might be involved with, it's probably a family matter." Gu Qinghuan, "I have something going on at home and want to go back early to deal with it." Bai Han, "Okay, then you don't have to attend today's meeting. Remember to talk to other cadres about the meeting's content later." Gu Qinghuan, "Okay." Seeing that Gu Qinghuan hadn't sent any more messages, Bai Han switched to Xiaohe's chat. Did something happen at Gu Qinghuan's home? Bai Han didn't expect Xiaohe to respond quickly. He usually never replied within 10 minutes of sending her a message. To his surprise, before he even turned off the screen, Xiaohe's message popped up. "Xiaohe, something happened? What happened?" Bai Han muttered to himself that he was checking his phone at a time like this, then calmly replied, "I don't know." She didn't say it explicitly. "Xiaohe, why haven't you investigated yet?" Bai Han, high blood pressure. He pinched the bridge of his nose, tossed his phone aside, and ignored it. Bai Han didn't have the skills to investigate. He was just a high school student, after all, with limited manpower at his disposal. The staff Xiao he had assigned to him were primarily responsible for his sister, Bai Qingyin's work and her daily lives. If he really wanted to investigate, he could have handed it off to his assistant, but he primarily did secretarial work. Investigating such matters would still require a third party, a roundabout way around, and would be inefficient. He didn't need to investigate. Xiaohe had said so she must have already arranged for someone to do it. As expected, Bai Han had just gotten off the bus at the school gate when Xiaohe's new message arrived. Gu Qinghuan's grandmother broke a bone. "It seems my uncle is looking for a nanny today. I arranged it." Bai Han stared at the word uncle for a few seconds, wondering how such a polite address could come from Xiaohe. However, with Xiaohe's help, Gu Qinghuan's family should be able to find a suitable nanny. Gu Qinghuan finished a day of classes and, after a quick hello to her friends, prepared to head to her grandmother's house. She knew the bus route from her own home to her grandmother's, but not from school. She was standing at the bus stop, checking a map on her phone, when a familiar black car slid by. Xiaohe poked her head out the back window. "Sister, why aren't you getting on the bus?" He glanced at the departing bus. I'm going somewhere else today." Gu Qinghuan hesitated, then said it anyway. "How about I give you a ride?" Xiaohe was eager to promote herself. Gu Qinghuan was about to refuse, but Xiaohe held out her arm first. "Another scab has peeled off today. Consider this a reward." Gu Qinghuan's mouth twitched, feeling as if all her escape routes were blocked. She finally opened the car door and got in. Xiaohe made way for her, feeling quite cheerful, even humming a few times. Gu Qinghuan told the driver where her grandmother lived, and the driver immediately knew the route, even without using the navigation system. Having solved the problem of catching a ride, Gu Qinghuan sent a message to her father, Wang Jian, saying she wanted to visit her grandmother after school and was on her way. Wang Jian replied quickly, "Come on, I found a nanny who's cooked a lot of dishes." Gu Qinghuan was delighted that the nanny had been found. The sooner she found the right one, the sooner her grandmother could receive professional care. Xiaohe propped his chin up and looked out the car window, actually looking at Gu Qinghuan through the reflection. It seemed that Gu Qinghuan already knew about the nanny. There was no need to take credit for such a small matter. Seeing Gu Qinghuan so happy, he was also happy. As for the feelings of Vice President Bai Han, who had to preside over the meeting in the president's absence, Xia, he had no interest in understanding them. Chapter 46. With the Xia family's car, Gu Qinghuan arrived at his grandmother's house quickly. Xia, he wanted to follow her out of the car, but after being glanced at by Gu Qinghuan, she obediently withdrew her hand from opening the door, only to put on a sweet smile. Then I take you here. Goodbye, sister. He actually wanted to show his face to Gu Qinghuan's grandmother. Apart from anything else, Xia, he was very confident in his appearance, and was sure to please the old lady. However, judging by Gu Qinghuan's expression, it was clear that, at least for now, she didn't want him to have too much contact with her family, so forget it. Gu Qinghuan withdrew her gaze, and thanked her sincerely. Thank you for taking me here. See you tomorrow. With that, she got out of the car and ran into the neighborhood. Xia, he sat in the car, stroking his chin. See you tomorrow. He liked the phrase. Because they were a dual-income family, both working and not having time to look after the children, Gu Qinghuan's grandmother had always taken care of her when she was young, taking her to school and buying her delicious food. Gu Qinghuan had a deep affection for her grandmother. She quickly climbed up to the third floor and knocked on Grandma's door. Someone immediately opened it. The person who opened the door was a strange middle-aged woman, presumably Grandma's hired nanny. Gu Qinghuan was stunned when she saw her face. I feel like this person looks familiar. The woman had obviously been told about Gu Qinghuan before, and seeing her stunned, she simply smiled gently and said, Hello, is this Gu Qinghuan? I'm your nanny. With that, the woman leaned over, opened the door, and beckoned Gu Qinghuan in. As Gu Qinghuan walked in, she wondered what made her look so familiar. Dad Wang Jian and Grandma Gu Min were sitting in the living room. The latter had a plaster cast on her hand, but the injury didn't appear serious. Gu Qinghuan's grandfather married into the family, so her mother, Gu Haiyan, also took her grandmother's last name. Gu Qinghuan still remembers her grandfather's appearance. Even now, even in his old age, she can still tell he must have been a thin, scholarly figure in his youth. He was a kind and gentle man, often taking her to the park when they were young. He was always cheerful, and Gu Qinghuan never saw him lose his temper. When she was in 3rd grade, her grandfather passed away suddenly from a stroke, leaving her grandmother, Gu Min, to live alone. Thankfully, Gu Min wasn't prone to sentimentality. After a period of depression for about 3 months, she regained her composure and found comfort in her own life. Gu Qinghuan put her thoughts aside and ran over to Gu Min grandma. Does your hand hurt? Gu Min looked well, her voice full of energy. No, it's fine. It's just that this thing is a bit stuffy. Wang Jian introduced the nanny to Gu Qinghuan. This is Yuanxiu. She be taking care of your grandma for the time being. Hello, Aunt Yu, Gu Qinghuan said politely. Yuanxiu replied a bit awkwardly. Wang Jian and Gu Qinghuan didn't know the truth, but she knew it all. She had a great reputation at her previous housekeeping company. If it weren't for her odd habits, she could easily have stayed with the same family for a long time. This morning, someone suddenly approached her and asked if she would like to register with another company and work for the Gu family. She was a little hesitant, but the other party not only offered her a high price but also said that after this contract was completed, they would introduce her to at least 5 other employers who would suit her odd habits. Honestly, making money wasn't the priority for Yuanxiu. It was the latter condition she truly needed. So she agreed and became a nanny for the Gu family. Yuanxiu had initially assumed that someone offering such high standards would be difficult to get along with, but in reality, the Gu family was quite friendly, and she had no idea she was being specially assigned there. Yuanxiu didn't bother to dwell on the specifics. She simply wanted to do her job well, and get what she needed. Wang Jian's message was correct. Yuanxiu had indeed prepared a large number of dishes. On her first day at the family's house, she seemed intent on showing off her culinary skills. Gu Qinghuan noticed that while the dishes were numerous, the portions were well controlled, and the flavors catered to Gu Min's preferences. They must have been consulted beforehand. Gu Min's injury was to her left hand. She could still use her dominant right hand well, so it wasn't a major issue. However, she couldn't hold the bowl with one hand and the chopsticks with the other, so her eating speed slowed down considerably. However, every dish was meticulously prepared. For example, the braised fish fillet had been pre-bone removed, making it incredibly easy to eat and incredibly delicious. Gu Min, who already loved fish, devoured most of the rice with this dish. After the meal, Gu Min looked even brighter. She held Yuanxiu's hand with her right hand and praised her repeatedly. Xiao Yu, your cooking skills are truly exceptional. Unlike Gu Haiyan, Gu Min was a skilled cook. Her praise showed she was genuinely pleased with Yuanxiu. Gu Qinghuan was also feeling a bit full. After all, her mom and dad's cooking skills were truly terrible, and it was a rare treat to be able to eat such delicious food at home. Yuanxiu pursed her lips and said nothing, but she looked pleased. After dinner, Yuanxiu swiftly washed the dishes and cleared the table, cleaning up any water or grease stains. She also put the chairs and tables in order, maximizing Gu Min's space to avoid any collisions. Observing from the sidelines, Gu Qinghuan felt that with Yuanxiu around, Grandma would be well cared for during this period. She secretly nudged Wang Jian's arm and whispered, "Dad, how much did you pay for Aunt Yu?" Wang Jian replied softly, 5,000 a month, with groceries and other expenses added. Gu Qinghuan wasn't sure if this was expensive or cheap. To be precise, Yuanxiu was a live-in nanny with nursing knowledge, and her performance was excellent, so Gu Qinghuan instinctively felt she should pay her more. Wang Jian clearly shared Gu Qinghuan's sentiments, adding, "I give her a generous red envelope during the week, and then a bonus at the end." Seeing everything arranged, the father and daughter said goodbye to Gu Min and went home together. When Gu Haiyan returned from overtime that evening, she caught up with the two and questioned them again, feeling relieved for the moment. "Okay, I check back tomorrow." She really couldn't spare the time for the work she was doing today, but thankfully, now that it was done, she could check it out tomorrow at noon. Gu Qinghuan finished her homework and lay down on her bed. Her mind cleared, and she thought back to the previous incident. What was it about Yuanxiu that made her look so familiar? But before she could even think through the people she knew, she fell asleep. It must be said, eating well means sleeping well. The system was flipping through Yuanxiu's profile, debating whether to reveal anything. Seeing that Gu Qinghuan had fallen asleep, it simply closed the file again. After all, once you know someone, discovery is inevitable. There's no need to rush. Better to let your host get some sleep. Chapter 47. Today is Saturday. Yu Xian's biological clock awoke her perfectly timed. She lay with her eyes closed for a moment, then threw off the covers and climbed out of bed. She washed, changed clothes, opened the curtains, and let the windows in for some fresh air. Water droplets hung on the window panes. It had rained last night, and the sky this morning was gray and still drizzling. Yu Xian sat down at her desk and began copying calligraphy. On Friday, Jiang Chuchu said she and her father were going fishing that weekend, but it wasn't clear if they had left yet. This week had been relatively uneventful, except for Gu Qinghuan, who told her that her grandmother had broken a bone, though fortunately it wasn't serious, and that she had hired a new nanny who cooked delicious meals. Thinking of this, Yu Xian's stomach growled twice. Her pen stopped, and the ink smeared across the paper, thickening the strokes she was writing. Yu Xian put down her pen with a hint of helplessness, got up, and went downstairs to get something to eat. Cui Wanning and Yu Yuan both woke up late on weekends. Yu Jinxin's schedule remained the same, but he usually went out with friends on Friday nights and rarely returned home until Saturday afternoon. After Yu Xian came downstairs, the maids, who were doing their daily cleaning, greeted her quietly. Yu Xian nodded and went to the kitchen. Cui Wanning couldn't cook, but she had bought quite a few small kitchen appliances on a whim, an air fryer, a steam oven, a food processor, and so on. After discovering these small appliances, Yu Xian told Cui Wanning that she was free to use them, as she considered them forgotten junk anyway. Thanks to the money Yu Wenli had transferred her last time, Yu Xian bought a bunch of pre-prepared gourmet foods online. Qinghuan's selection was trustworthy. She dug a box of beef rolls out of the refrigerator, unwrapped them, and heated them in the air fryer. She also made a cup of soy milk powder. It didn't matter if no one prepared it for her, she could still eat it to her heart's content. Yu Xian looked quite satisfied. Before serving it, she thought about it, and took a photo to post in the 3-person chat group. After she finished breakfast, a new message appeared in the chat group. Jiang Chuchu posted a photo of a pond, with a fishing rod sticking out from the camera. Below the rod, in the water near the shore, a plump fish swam, its mouth opening and closing at the camera. Jiang Chuchu, is this sarcasm? This is sarcasm. Jiang Chuchu, I asked someone to get the net. It's waiting for me. Yu Xian burst into laughter and sat back down at her desk. This time, she was much calmer as she practiced calligraphy. After practicing calligraphy, Yu Xian checked her phone again. Gu Qinghuan had replied, "Is this the beef roll I recommended last time? Delicious, isn't it?" She replied to Jiang Chuchu again, "It's been almost 2 hours. Where's your fish?" Jiang Chuchu, "It ran away. I just grabbed the net, and it ran away." Gu Qinghuan, "Show off your big girl attitude." Drain the pond. Find it. Jiang Chuchu read less domineering CO novels. Uxian sent a laughing emoji. Seeing Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu chatting, they always had endless fun. She replied earnestly to the previous message, the beef roll is delicious, and the soy milk is tasty too. Gu Qinghuan, as expected of me. JPG. Uxian put her phone away. Seeing the rain outside had stopped, she thought, Grandpa, grab an umbrella and go for a walk. Unlike the Jiang family, who lived in their own independent district, the Yu family's villa wasn't the best in the city's recognized upscale community. Of course, even if Yu Wenli had the money, he couldn't afford the most luxurious villa. Residents usually traveled by private car. Although there were designated rest areas within the complex, few actually used them. In the complex, servants walking their dogs were more common than residents. For Uxian, this was just right. She just wanted to take a stroll and didn't want to run into anyone. The ground was damp, but the drainage system was good, so there was no water accumulation. The yellow and red fallen leaves looked like splashed paint, creating a vibrant patch of color. Uxian thought it looked beautiful, so she took another photo and posted it in the group chat. As she posted, she suddenly realized that she had become accustomed to sharing her life with her friends. Or rather, her life had become filled with joy, no longer filled with depression, anguish, and sorrow. Gu Qinghuan was the first to speak. I love this feeling of strolling after the rain. The colors of the fallen leaves are so beautiful. Uxian was utterly satisfied. Gu Qinghuan always understood her message so quickly. It was such a wonderful feeling of empathy. Jiang Chuchu appeared a moment later, but her focus wasn't on that. She reposted the photo Uxian had sent, circling a corner. What's that? At first glance, the corner looked like a pile of leaves, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be something black and white between them. Uxian was actually some distance away from where she had taken the photo, but Jiang Chuchu's words immediately made her walk back. As she got closer, she noticed the leaves trembling slightly. There was no wind at the moment, so Uxian, with a vague suspicion, lifted the leaves. Sure enough, hiding beneath the leaves was a tiny kitten, its fur half wet and no bigger than a palm. Judging from its fur color, it looked like a cow cat. It was incredibly small, its eyes tightly closed, and its body curled up in a ball, shivering. Uxian had encountered such stray kittens in her time in the countryside, and suspected this one had been left behind when its mother was being moved. It had been quite a while since she took the photo, and she hadn't seen the mother cat nearby. It was more likely that this kitten had been abandoned. Should she take it back? She didn't know how to care for kittens. Although she knew more now than when she was little, Uxian wasn't sure. Even if she took it back, if Cui Wanning and Yu Yuan found out, given their personalities, they would definitely make her throw the cat away. A kitten this small could die at any moment. Most stray cats suffer the same fate, and this one wasn't the only one left. She already had a small place to live in the Yu family, and taking another stray cat back would only make her situation even more difficult. She had many more reasons like this. In the past, she could only pretend she didn't see it and hurried away. Now, she just had to repeat her past behavior. But why now? Could she no longer ignore it? Another message popped up in the group chat. Jiang Chuchu, Xin Bao, are you sure? Is that a kitten? Uxian held her phone and took a deep breath. Yes, it looks bad. After sending the message, Uxian squatted down again, took a photo of the kitten, and posted it in the group chat. Gu Qinghuan, exclamation mark Gu Qinghuan. Xin Bao, wait there. I be there soon. Jiang Chuchu, wait, how are you getting into the Yu family compound? This time, there wasn't a Jiang family car to clear the way for her. If Gu Qinghuan went through, the security guard would definitely notify the property owners. But speaking of the property owners, Jiang Chuchu didn't think Cui Wanning would allow Gu Qinghuan to enter. Gu Qinghuan, I try to get someone to come. A few minutes passed. Gu Qinghuan, I found someone. Xin Bao, wait for me. Jiang Chuchu, who did you call? Qin Yu? Gu Qinghuan, Xia He. He said he knows someone who lives over there, and he come pick me up and take me in. Jiang Chuchu's hand trembled, and she didn't notice the buoy sink and then rise again. A fish had clearly taken the bait. She was too preoccupied with the messages in the group chat. What's someone she knows? The real estate company developing that neighborhood must be the Xia family, right? Xia He probably has a house there herself. Gu Qinghuan actually went to Xia He right away to ask for help. When did her relationship with him become so close? Chapter 48. Unlike Jiang Chuchu's wary of pig coming to eat cabbage vigilance, Xia He was pondering. When did it become so difficult to be a powerful patron? Getting a call from Gu Qinghuan on Saturday morning was a blessing for Xia He, but since Gu Qinghuan had been so anxiously asking if he could enter the Yu family complex, he couldn't afford to keep it a secret. The house, he said he wanted to show Gu Qinghuan, was in that complex, so he was also an owner, and would have no trouble getting in. When he heard they were going to rescue stray cats, Xia He thought, isn't this his turn? He could easily arrange everything, whether it's a veterinary clinic or the supplies needed. And yet, when he went to pick up Gu Qinghuan, she was carrying a cardboard box filled with everything. Towels, tissues, wet wipes, cotton swabs, diaper pads, disposable gloves, hot water bottle, baby bottle, soothing milk, thermos, kitchen scale, insect repellent. It was so complete. Xia He, I don't seem to be any use to it. He pretended to be casual and asked, Sister, you prepared so many things? Well, when I was in junior high, I had a friend who wanted to be a veterinarian, and we used to do rescue work together, Gu Qinghuan said. As soon as they entered the community gate, Gu Qinghuan called Yu Xian and followed her instructions. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian's heart settled. The cat is here. Gu Qinghuan squatted down, put on disposable gloves, and picked up the kitten. Wow, it's struggling quite vigorously. She pulled the fur apart and examined its body, including its ears, eyes, and buttocks. No obvious fleas or ear mites, but I wrap it up and deworm it later. There are no injuries. The umbilical cord has fallen off, and there's still a blue film around the eye. Then he used a paper towel to dry the kitten and placed it on the kitchen scale to weigh it. 267 grams. Yu Xian read out loud beside him. So light. Not bad. A normal weight for a kitten of about 2 to 3 weeks old. Gu Qinghuan's expression brightened. It's a healthy little creature. I wonder if it can defecate on its own. Hearing Gu Qinghuan say this, Yu Xian, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Qinghuan gave the kitten an external deodorant, wrapped it tightly in a pee pad, and placed it in a cardboard box next to a hot water bottle. She asked Yu Xian, should we take it to your house, or should I take it? Yu Xian was a little bewildered. She stared at the kitten in the box. Ever since Gu Qinghuan had picked it up, it had been meowing, its voice high-pitched and thin, quite noisy, to be honest. Now, perhaps thanks to the warmth of the hot water bottle, the kitten's meows had quieted down, sounding less pitiful. The thought from before resurfaced. Why hadn't she ignored the kitten this time? Xia He, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Do you want to keep this cat? I don't know, Yu Xian shook her head. If I take it home, the others in my family definitely won't like it, and won't let me keep it. I'm asking, Xia He dragged out her words. Do you want to raise one? Yu Xian curled her fingers together, clasping them in her palm. Gu Qinghuan had originally planned to post about it in the city's rescue group after returning home, hoping to find a home for the kitten. Seeing Yu Xian's reaction, she understood. She said, Xinbao, whatever you want to do, I help you. I may not necessarily support you, but I will definitely help you analyze it clearly, so you don't have any regrets. Yu Xian loosened her fingers, looked up at Gu Qinghuan, and said slowly, I want to keep it. Hearing Gu Qinghuan say this, Yu Xian realized what she wanted was change. Her living circumstances had improved, and she had money, but often she still didn't dare to make changes, still cowering in the shadow of the past. Although she was gradually trying to do something, it was limited to herself, and she didn't yet have the courage to take on more responsibility. It was like this, a kitten's life. If she just reached out, there would always be a way, but she just didn't dare. Yu Xian took a deep breath. I want to keep this cat, Qinghuan. Can you tell me how I should do it? Gu Qinghuan smiled. Okay. Xia He looked away, and reached for Gu Qinghuan's arm. Sis, since her family won't let her keep a kitten, let's find a place to keep it. Then let's go to school first, and leave the kitten in my office. Gu Qinghuan made the decision. Since Gu Qinghuan had everything ready, Yu Xian didn't need to go home again, so she followed Xia He and Gu Qinghuan into the car. This time, Xia He sat in the passenger seat, and the two girls sat in the back. Gu Qinghuan spent the entire drive explaining the ins and outs of raising a kitten. Arriving at the office, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh. Since the start of school, how many weekends have I come to school? Yu Xian felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm not blaming you. Gu Qinghuan quickly shook his head, unsure how to explain himself. He simply ignored it, and continued to work on the kittens. The deworming was almost done on the way here. Unwrapping the diaper, Gu Qinghuan found a few fleas, which she pinched one by one. Then she poured Chihuahua milk into the bottle, soaked it in hot water until it was the right temperature, and taught you Xian how to feed it. The kitten had been meowing loudly, but with a pacifier in her mouth, she began to slurp and drink, becoming much more obedient. Afterward, Gu Qinghuan taught you Xian how to wipe the kitten's bottom with a damp cotton swab to promote bowel movements. After the kitten fell asleep, Gu Qinghuan pulled you Xian over to the table and asked her what she thought. First, considering this kitten's condition, she needs to be fed every 4 or 5 hours. This will have to last at least 2 weeks, and you have to help with its bowel movements. Gu Qinghuan rambled on. Yu Xian listened, taking notes on her phone's memo and checking in from time to time. After finishing his explanation, Gu Qinghuan added, "For now, the kitten can indeed be kept in my office. I talked to Senior Bai about the situation, and he'd probably agree. But it can't stay here forever." "I take it back," Yu Xian said firmly. "What are you going to do?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "I want to make a deal with my father. If my monthly exam results are satisfactory to him, he let me keep the cat," Yu Xian said. Before Gu Qinghuan could say anything, Xia He, who had been slumped over the table, laughed out loud and said lazily, "Your idea is too naive. Rewards from superiors to inferiors can be taken back at any moment. Even if he agrees, what if he dislikes the cat after you take it back? What if it's so young, and you're away from home because you're at school? What can you do when you return?" Xia He's tone was particularly sharp. Yu Xian pursed her lips, her face pale. She looked at Gu Qinghuan for help, but this time, Gu Qinghuan simply stared at her quietly. "Xinbao, this time, your choice is yours. What Xia He has described are the problems you will face. You must find a solution on your own," Gu Qinghuan said. "If you can't even come up with a solution, then even if we offer our best efforts, there might still be omissions. By then, it will be too late for you to ask for help. In that case, I don't think you'd be a suitable owner. I take the kitten away, and find it someone who can take good care of it." Chapter 49. There had been no new messages in the group chat. Jiang Chuchu assumed the other two were rescuing the kitten and didn't call to inquire. When she returned home, no one had said anything. Unable to wait any longer, she called Gu Qinghuan directly. "Are you done with the kitten?" "Yes, I already gone home for dinner." Gu Qinghuan had just finished a bowl of soup and was waiting for it to cool while answering the call. "How did you handle it in the end?" Jiang Chuchu asked. Xia He gave Xinbao a bunch of difficult questions, letting her think them through. "The cat will be kept in my office for now, and Xinbao will be responsible for taking care of it. I gave her a spare key, but I wait until Xinbao gives me the answers before I agree to let her adopt it," Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chuchu was transfixed by this for a minute. "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan repeated what she and Xia He had said to Yu Xian, concluding, "I can see Xinbao wants to change. Adopting this kitten should be a turning point for her. However, if she can't take good care of the kitten, I think it's better for her to take it slow." "I see." After hearing everything, Jiang Chuchu understood Gu Qinghuan and Xia He's approach. Even though it wasn't a video call, she nodded involuntarily. "I think it's a good idea." However, the thought that Xia He had been the one giving Yu Xian a difficult question made Jiang Chuchu feel awkward. She had assumed she looked down on everyone. "What if Xinbao really can't answer?" Jiang Chuchu asked. "Nothing much. We just find a foster home for the cat," Gu Qinghuan said calmly. Jiang Chuchu was stunned. "You really don't want her to keep one?" "It's not that I don't want her to keep one, but she doesn't have the ability to keep one. Whether it's a cat or something else, we all know her situation in the Yu family. If we're not prepared, we shouldn't act rashly." Gu Qinghuan spoke calmly. Jiang Chuchu was speechless. Although Gu Qinghuan was telling the truth, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After hanging up, Jiang Chuchu grew increasingly irritated and decided to call her brother. Jiang Yuxuan was flattered to hear his sister's call, his voice rasping as he answered. "Chuchu, what's up?" "Brother, I have something I want to talk to you about." Jiang Chuchu spilled the beans. At first, Jiang Yuxuan thought it was just a girl's argument, but as he listened, he realized it wasn't what he thought, and her attitude became much more respectful. "Are you standing up for Yu Xian because Gu Qinghuan is so cold to her?" Jiang Yuxuan asked. Jiang Chuchu was speechless. "No, how can I say I'm cold? She didn't do anything wrong. Are you disappointed because Yu Xian's thinking is too naive, and she can't really solve the problem?" Jiang Yuxuan continued. "Not really," Jiang Chuchu scratched her ear. "I think Xinbao has tried very hard, and the results aren't in yet, so maybe she can answer them." "So Chuchu, what exactly are you upset about?" Jiang Yuxuan asked. Jiang Chuchu was silent for a few minutes, then hung up the phone and ran to her mother. "Mom, my brother is bullying me. Zhu Qinglan thought for more than 10 minutes before finally understanding the whole story. She was left with a mixture of laughter and tears. Jiang Chuchu angrily slumped over Zhu Qinglan's legs. My brother is bullying. If I knew that, why would I ask him? It's just so annoying. Zhu Qinglan reached out and stroked the top of Jiang Chuchu's head, soothing her. Okay, your brother didn't mean that. He just wants you to figure it out on your own. I just can't figure it out, Jiang Chuchu said, her voice muffled as she nudged her head into Zhu Qinglan's embrace. I'm not that smart. Who said that? Our Chuchu is the smartest. Zhu Qinglan patted her on the back and paused for a few seconds before saying, You're upset about this because you're too smart. Because these challenges, which seemed like chasms to you Xian, were nothing to Jiang Chuchu. She had the confidence to do whatever she wanted. Rescuing 100 stray cats, let alone one, would be a piece of cake if she wanted to. However, things she didn't care about at all required Yu Xian to take very seriously, and Gu Qinghuan would not hesitate to let Yu Xian give up based on the results. It was precisely because she was smart enough to understand this gap in perception that she felt so distressed. To put it another way, it was like throwing away unwanted clothes, only to find them cherished by her friends the next day. It wasn't anger or embarrassment, just a painful realization. She desperately wanted to lend a hand, but as Gu Qinghuan had said, Yu Xian had to figure it out on her own. Mom, Jiang Chuchu said, wasn't I too wasteful in the past? The thought of how she had unknowingly squandered something many people might never acquire in their entire lives filled Jiang Chuchu with regret and shame. Zhu Qinglan thought for a moment and didn't directly answer the question. Although she had many profound truths to offer, as a parent, she felt it was good to let her child think for herself. Besides, with friends who could inspire her to reflect on this, she was confident her daughter wouldn't stray. You can think about the answer to that question yourself, but as a mother, I don't want my precious daughter to be sad. Zhu Qinglan turned Jiang Chuchu's face, pinched her nose, and said with a smile, My daughter deserves everything. Jiang Chuchu felt much more relaxed. She stuck out her tongue at Zhu Qinglan, her tone more coquettish than usual. Mom. Okay, let's think about this serious question later, and slowly find the answer. Zhu Qinglan dragged Jiang Chuchu to her feet. As for now, lunch should be ready. I'm going to enjoy your dad's catch. I caught one too. Jiang Chuchu jumped up immediately. Eat my catch. Zhu Qinglan smiled at Jiang Chuchu and let her daughter drag her to the restaurant. Since the last fried skewers, the family's food preferences have changed significantly. They no longer focus on calorie count, but on enjoying the food. Although the number on the scale had indeed increased, Zhu Qinglan felt that she looked much better. Mother and daughter arrived at the restaurant just as Jiang Yue placed a plate of grilled fish on the table. He said with a certain pride, Look, I caught this. Although he didn't cook it, he caught the fish and served the dish. How could it not be considered his contribution? Where's the fish I caught? Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened. That's a catfish. Keep it in the pond. We clean it in a few days and cook it. Jiang Yue, in high spirits, took out his phone to take a picture of the grilled fish and posted it to his WeChat moments. Jiang Yue, we caught a big fish. The whole family is having lunch together. After his sister hung up on him and his father's WeChat moments blew him away, Jiang Yuxuan said, Dad, have you forgotten you have a son? Chapter 50. You said you wanted to live on campus for a while? Yu Wenli looked at Yu Xian in surprise. Yu Xian tried to keep her tone calm. Yes, the first monthly exam is in less than 2 weeks, and I want to save time on the road so I can focus on studying. This reason was a bit forced. After all, the journey from Yu's house to the school only took a little over 20 minutes, so the daily round trip wouldn't save much time. But Yu Wenli wasn't concerned about that. He remembered Yu Xian's grades from before. She was already in the second semester of her third year of junior high, with the high school entrance exam coming up, and her scores were still so low. It was truly disappointing. Since Yu Xian was now motivated, regardless of the outcome, Yu Wenli felt her attitude was acceptable, and there was no need to object. He casually said, It's up to you. But does Mingda have dormitories? No, but Chuchu has a separate lounge that she's willing to lend me, Yu Xian said. Hearing the word Chuchu, Yu Wenli perked up. Oh, you mean Jiang Chuchu? Yes. Yu Xian's words remained formal. Since the Jiang family's daughter could lend him her private lounge, it seemed his daughter wasn't without merit. Yu Wenli glanced at Yu Xian for a moment longer. How did you borrow it? Yu Xian paused, then said, She found a kitten at school and asked me to take care of it for her. Yu Wenli was a little surprised, but on second thought, it wasn't impossible. Picking up a cat on a whim, but not wanting to spend the time and energy to take care of it, Yu Yuan had been like that when she was little. She found a cat, but Chui Wanting later threw it away when Yu Yuan was away because it was shedding. After Yu Yuan's 2-day tantrum, Yu Jinxin took her to the zoo, and she completely forgot about the cat. Yu Wenli asked, "Why don't you take it home?" As long as Jiang Chuchu still remembered the cat. No, even if she didn't, a simple mention of it would make Jiang Chuchu think of it more. Favors are accumulated in bits and pieces like this. While they might not mean much in normal times, a little memory of the past can be incredibly valuable in a crucial moment. Hearing this, Yu Xian looked up in surprise, meeting Yu Wenli's gaze. Isn't mother allergic to cat hair? Cat allergy? It's just an excuse to avoid having a noisy pet around the house, Yu Wenli thought disapprovingly. Back when my eldest sister had a Linqing lion cat, Chui Wanting praised it profusely when she visited. However, Yu Wenli couldn't bring himself to interrupt Chui Wanting in front of Yu Xian, so he said vaguely, "Keep it in your room. Just don't let it run over to where your mother is." Yu Xian looked pleased, but after some thought, she said, "I wait until the monthly exams are over before I bring the cat back." She explained, the cat needs regular feeding, and has to get up in the middle of the night. I take care of it at school, so it doesn't disturb the family's rest. Yu Wenli appreciated this thoughtfulness, and his tone towards Yu Xian was even more affectionate. That's it then. If you need anything, tell old Zhao, and have him prepare it. Okay, thank you, father. Yu Xian bowed slightly, and left Yu Wenli's study. Seeing Yu Xian leave Yu Wenli's study, Yu Yuan became wary. Seeing her go to find Butler Zhao, she pretended to pour water, and leaned over to listen to what she was saying. As she listened, Yu Yuan's eyes widened. As soon as Butler Zhao walked away, she grabbed Yu Xian and glared at her. "You want a cat?" "Not now, at least until next month." Yu Xian used her free hand to pull Yu Yuan's hand away. "Why should you get a cat? Mom doesn't even like cats," Yu Yuan exclaimed. "Father has already agreed." Yu Xian looked at her calmly. "And, to be precise, it's not my cat. It's Chuchu's cat. I'm just raising it for her." Yu Yuan was speechless, then said angrily, "You're really going to do anything to curry favor with Jiang Chuchu? Even cat care. Do you know how troublesome it is to raise a cat? There's the shedding, the poop, and the stench." "I know. I researched everything." Gu Qinghuan also taught her a lot about cat care. Yu Xian looked at Yu Yuan calmly. "I take care of the cat myself. It won't bother you. I be staying at school until the monthly exams, so you don't have to go out with me this morning." With that, Yu Xian walked past Yu Yuan and headed back to her room. Only after she reached her room and closed the door did Yu Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Several messages had already popped up on her phone. "Xia He, are you done talking? Xia He, why haven't you replied yet? Xia He, failed? Jiang Chuchu, you're so annoying. Xia He, if you're annoying, just don't read it. Jiang Chuchu, Jiang Chuchu. Xia, get this straight. This is our group. You were just added temporarily. Once this is resolved, you be gone. Xia He, so, is this resolved? Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan, if everything goes well, we can kick him out today. Xia He, sister, how could you treat me like this? Yu Xian quickly replied in the group. Father agreed. Jiang Chuchu, okay. Kick Xia He out. Gu Qinghuan, no rush. Xinbao, tell me the truth first. Yu Xian then shared her conversation with Yu Wenli in the group chat. Then, on second thought, she also shared the part about Yu Yuan. Jiang Chuchu, isn't this smooth sailing? It's as easy as pi.jpg Yu Xian, so I borrowed Chuchu's name again, Jiang Chuchu. Whatever, you're not doing anything wrong, Yu Xian. But it's always like this, it seems like there's no progress. Xia He, stop, how can connections not be resources? Xia He, use them when you can. Besides, nothing can be accomplished alone these days. Where does all the shame come from? Gu Qinghuan noticed that Xia He became particularly aggressive whenever she approached Yu Xian, and she didn't know why. However, she agreed with Xia He's philosophy. It was a good thing for ancient scholars to rely on mentors for support. Being appreciated and having others willing to help you is also a sign of ability. While the power gained in this way is certainly unstable, it's better than not even starting at all. She could just keep working hard. Gu Qinghuan felt that Yu Xian had been oppressed so harshly since childhood, and her self-esteem was so low that she felt so unworthy of everything. She interrupted Xia He's rapid-fire chat in the group chat. Okay, I accomplished the first goal for now, so be happy. Yu Xian, yes. I go pack up and move into school. Gu Qinghuan, then Senior Xia, I'm going to kick you out. Xia he! Exclamation mark Xia he. But this is just the first goal, the rest isn't over yet. Gu Qinghwan, I get you back later, Senior Xia, bye. You've been removed from the group chat by Gu Qinghwan. You can't send messages in a group chat you left. Xia he glared at her phone screen. Sister, this is too much. Chapter 51. Xia He's anger resulted in Gu Qinghwan receiving a message from Bai Hanzhan the next day. The student union had come calling, asking her to come over during the morning break. Gu Qinghwan hadn't attended the previous meeting, but there were still quite a few assigned tasks, none of which had anything to do with her. To be honest, she just needed to abide by the school rules, and not tarnish the image of the student union members. The other members were already aware of Gu Qinghwan's presence, but they didn't show any rejection or resentment. After all, Gu Qinghwan had always stayed honestly in her office, neither interfering with other departments' work nor affecting their own interests. So, they could just pretend she didn't exist. As for curiosity, a few people did have it, but they peeked in and didn't notice anything unusual. They did run into Xia He a few times, but she immediately vanished without a trace. So it seemed the president had opened the back door. Thinking about it, Gu Qinghwan was so obedient. Was she actually a good person? Gu Qinghwan herself was completely unaware of this. All she knew was that Bai Hanzhan looked troubled. Senior Bai, Gu Qinghwan asked tentatively, what's up? Bai Hanzhan sat down in his chair and sighed. You got a cat in the office? Xia He had just been removed from the group chat, not removed as a friend or blocked. Why was he throwing a tantrum? Even having to play the bad guy made Bai Hanzhan think Xia He was petty. Hearing Bai Hanzhan's question, Gu Qinghwan straightened her back. Yes, it's just a kitten. My friend is taking care of it. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. People in other departments also keep pets like hamsters and goldfish. As long as they're well managed, it's not against the rules. Bai Hanzhan soothed her. Gu Qinghwan breathed a sigh of relief, then wondered, what's the matter? Do you have any rescue experience? Bai Hanzhan didn't answer directly, but asked first. I guess so, Gu Qinghwan said, not wanting to be overly boastful. Back in junior high, my friends and I always rescued stray animals, mainly cats. After all, the city has a stray dog shelter policy, so the chances of encountering one are slim. Well, Bai Hanzhan got to the point. There's a stray cat in Mingda, a long-haired calico. It's been there for a few years, giving birth to 1 or 2 litters every year. Although we tried hard to find kind people to adopt the kittens, continuing to give birth is always a burden, and it's not good for the mother cat herself. So we want to capture it and sterilize it, and ideally, find someone to adopt it. But it's very alert and aggressive, so we haven't been able to catch it yet. Now I want to try with you. Long-haired calico cats, a famous beauty in the cat world. Gu Qinghwan pondered this and asked, have you hired a professional cat-catching team? Or set up a cat trap? As I said earlier, it's very alert, and will immediately flee if a stranger appears. Bai Hanzhan said, it recognizes the Mingda uniform and only approaches students. Plus, the students regularly feed it, so it won't go hungry, so it won't fall into traps like cat traps. Are there any students who have a good relationship with it? Gu Qinghwan continued. Bai Hanzhan shook his head. As far as I know, no. He spoke seriously. Mingda is so large, and not every student's movement is under the student union's control. Perhaps there are students who have a close relationship with the calico cat, but if they don't come forward, the student union won't know. Gu Qinghwan asked cautiously, is this a mandatory task? No, I'm just giving it a try. Bai Hanzhan shook his head. Although you're a member of the student union, your primary role is still a student. I give this task to you first. Success would be great, but failure won't be a problem. Your focus should still be on studying, especially the first monthly exam at the end of the month. Gu Qinghwan's face fell. Bai Hanzhan's lecture-like tone really made her sound like a teacher or parent. She cheered herself up. I understand. I pay more attention during this period. By the way, I give you 2,000 yuan for the cat-catching supplies. I approve your request once you use them up, Bai Hanzhan said lightly. Gu Qinghwan returned to class with the 2,000 yuan she received from the Student Affairs Department, still a little dazed. Why did the student union call you? Qinyu asked casually, seeing her like this. Told me to catch a cat. Gu Qinghwan quietly pulled the 2,000 yuan from her pocket. They also gave me 2,000 yuan for the operation. Qinyu had no interest in the 2,000 yuan, but the student union's generosity in dispersing the money impressed him. What cat? Gu Qinghwan recounted the details, and Qinyu thought carefully. During our club's morning exercises, a calico cat often passes by. I wonder if it's the one you're looking for. Gu Qinghwan pulled out the photo by Hans Han had sent her, and showed it to Qinyu. Is it the same one? Qinyu studied it carefully. It seems so. I don't remember it clearly. I keep an eye out next time I see one. Even if the cat Qinyu saw was the one she was looking for, Gu Qinghwan felt that asking her to get up so early in the morning to catch a cat was a bit disrespectful of her bond with her bed. She thought for a moment, and posted the cat's photo in the class group chat, asking her classmates for help. She didn't need to notify them, just send a photo with the location if they saw it. Soon, many people came forward to claim they'd seen the cat. Bao Song, class monitor, is this your cat? Gu Qinghwan, no, the student union gave me this job. I need to get it neutered, and hopefully find someone to adopt it. John Johnson, can students adopt it? John Johnson was the tallest girl in the class, a full 1.8 meters tall. She was said to have been a key player on the school basketball team in junior high, and now she joined Mingda's basketball club. The basketball club didn't discriminate by gender, but individual training was divided into basic and supplementary exercises. Members could choose to practice more, and with dedicated coaches to guide them, they didn't have to worry about overtraining. Gu Qinghwan remembered Qinyu saying that John Johnson's physical fitness was among the best in the entire basketball club. Gu Qinghwan, should be possible? The kittens it gave birth to were adopted on campus. Gu Qinghwan, but it depends on whether you have a connection with cats. This one seems pretty aggressive. John Johnson replied with an OK emoji, looking very motivated. Gu Qinghwan didn't mention in the group chat that she would reward students who provided clues. Firstly, it was difficult to define the reward criteria, and secondly, other classes might have objections if they knew. After the cat was caught, she would use the excuse of mission accomplished to give a small gift to the students who had helped, thanking them for their previous help. That would be more appropriate. Just as she was thinking about this, Gu Qinghwan saw Yu Xian return and greeted her. How's the kitten? Of course, Yu Xian couldn't care for the cat during class, so she went to check on it during recess and lunch break. It's fine except... Yu Xian looked a little confused. There's a big cat lying outside the window, staring at it. Gu Qinghwan paused for a few seconds, then silently flipped through the photos. Is that the one? Yu Xian took a look and immediately confirmed, yes, it is. The pattern on its face is exactly the same. Gu Qinghwan, what does it mean to search high and low for something, yet find it effortlessly? Chapter 52. Yu Xian was right. When Gu Qinghwan went to the office at noon, he saw a long-haired calico cat sprawled on the windowsill. Comparing it with the photo, it was exactly the same. The calico cat's colors were perfectly evenly distributed, not at all cluttered. The ears were pure black, the forehead to the eye sockets were orange, and the lower half of its face, shaped like an 8 from the nose to the eyes, was white. The body was primarily black and yellow, but the belly and limbs were all white. Its large black and yellow tail rested on the windowsill, its long fur covering most of its tucked front paws, leaving only the tips, which resembled mangosteen petals, revealing a truly adorable look. But its expression was anything but adorable. The orange-gold eyes stared intently at Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian as they opened the door. Its dark pupils were not round, but rather shrunk into a thin, spindle-shaped shape, perfectly embodying the idiom watching like a tiger. Also, perhaps due to its long history of wandering, the calico cat's fur wasn't exactly clean and smooth, it was a bit grayish, and some of it was matted and wiry. The distance from the door to the windowsill was about 6 meters. Gu Qinghwan tried to get closer, but when she got to 3 meters, the calico cat stood up, ready to run. If she didn't face the cat, and didn't target it, she could get to about 1.5 meters, but Yu Xian said the cat was already baring its teeth. Gu Qinghwan tiptoed back and asked Yu Xian, when did you spot it? It seemed to appear last night, in the middle of the night. I don't know when it showed up. After feeding the kittens, it ran away. Yu Xian said. Did you come here because you heard the kittens meowing? Gu Qinghwan speculated. Is it possible? Yu Xian's knowledge of cats wasn't as extensive as Gu Qinghwan's. Gu Qinghwan frowned and thought. If we could use the kitten to lure the calico cat inside, it would be much easier to capture it indoors. Though it might cause some harm to the capture personnel. The problem was, judging by the calico's alertness, it didn't look like it would come in obediently. More importantly, it was a stray cat after all. The kitten was still young and had weak immune systems. If it brought in any bugs or viruses, it would be troublesome. Let's raise the kitten a little bit first, Gu Qinghwan decided. Anyway, I wasn't planning on catching it before the monthly exam. Just take care of the kitten for now, and don't worry about the calico. Would you like to put some food on the windowsill? Yu Xian suggested. Sure, put some cat food there while it's away. I have some in the stuff I brought earlier, Gu Qinghuan said. Those were the brand name sample packs she bought for a couple of you on a bag, usually in small 50G or 100G packages. One a day was perfect. As for whether calico cats were picky eaters, Gu Qinghuan had fed so many stray cats and had hardly ever seen one, and they all had strong stomachs. Yu Xian agreed immediately and put out some cat food. It was much easier than setting an alarm to feed a kitten. Since she decided to put the calico cat aside for now, Gu Qinghuan shifted her focus. By the way, have you named the kitten yet? I thought of one, but it seems a bit ordinary. Yu Xian was a little embarrassed. What do you think of the name Sesame? Yu Xian pointed to a black spot on the kitten's white forehead. Right here, I think it looks like a sesame seed. Gu Qinghuan took a look and, now that she had said it, it really did look like a black sesame seed. Isn't that great? Gu Qinghuan thought it was a good idea. Besides, it was Yu Xian's cat, she could call it whatever she wanted. Encouraged, Yu Xian was delighted and immediately messaged Jiang Chuchu, announcing Shima's name. Jiang Chuchu had initially thought the name a bit simple, but after reciting it, she realized it flowed well. Not bad, we call him Shima from now on. Thinking that Yu Xian was able to raise Shima, and that Xia He had contributed to it, Gu Qinghuan also messaged Xia He, telling him the name. Shima? Xia He, lying on the sofa, holding up her phone, grumbled, that name isn't unique at all. Bai Hanzhan was busy reviewing reports from various departments. He approved any that he could, and passed on any that he couldn't. Hearing this, Bai Hanzhan said without even looking up, why do you have to be so unique? I can call her whatever I want. Xia He snorted and scrambled to her feet. I just like that girl named Yu Xian. She's so stingy. Bai Hanzhan couldn't help but glance up at him. You seem to be picking on her? I can't stand her being a punching bag. Xia He's face darkened. Bai Hanzhan fell silent, quietly withdrawing his gaze, and continuing to review the report. He didn't know much about Yu Xian, he only looked her up while gathering information because she was Gu Qinghuan's friend. The story of the real and fake daughter was indeed quite bizarre. Considering Yu Xian's past life and the Yu family's current attitude towards her, Bai Hanzhan felt a strong sympathy for her. He wondered if Xia He's assertiveness regarding Yu Xian stemmed from a sense of shared sympathy. Bai Hanzhan had learned a great deal about Xia He's past. Intermittently, over the years he followed him. After returning to China to recognize his family, he had old man Xia's support, and indeed, he was very assertive. However, while abroad, he must have endured humiliation quite a few times to avoid capture. Thinking of this, Bai Hanzhan suddenly realized, if Xia He had often endured humiliation growing up, how had he managed to break this habit so quickly after returning to China? After pretending for so long, even if the mind doesn't really feel it, the body will become conditioned. Thinking of Xia He's habit of self-harm and self-abuse, Bai Hanzhan's heart gradually grew heavy. Xia He glanced at Bai Hanzhan. What are you thinking about? Bai Hanzhan quickly dismissed the thought, and quickly handed the prepared report to Xia He. These are the documents you need to process. I hope to finish them today. Xia He casually picked up a pen, leaned back on the sofa, and began to review it. He reviewed quickly. After all, Bai Hanzhan had already highlighted the key points, and this was just student union business. If this took a long time, then he wouldn't be able to inherit the Xia family. After a while, Xia He suddenly said, she has the talent to become stronger. What? Bai Hanzhan didn't react. Xia He continued to herself, it should be said that anyone who has endured hardship and refused to give up can always become stronger. Just like me. She even praised herself. Bai Hanzhan secretly scoffed. I'm optimistic about her future. She may not be a great leader, but she definitely be a capable person. Since she's talented, we should recruit her early. I just don't have the time to wait for her to grow. A little discipline wouldn't hurt. Xia He tossed the approved documents back to Bai Hanzhan. Documents approved. I'm going to find my sister. Bai Hanzhan listened to his footsteps fade away and smacked his lips. Black-hearted capitalist. Chapter 53. While Sesame could stumble and run around, Mingda's first monthly exam arrived as scheduled. Because October 1st fell on National Day, Mingda held its exams at the end of September, just in time for the holiday. Gu Qinghuan spent the second half of the month diligently studying. She wasn't aiming for a high ranking, the key was her scores in each subject, which would ultimately determine her subject selections for the college entrance exam. She had no expectations from her family. To Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian, this was only her first monthly exam. The difficulty of subjects in junior high and high school differed significantly. With the current competitive education system, and Gu Qinghwan being in a new environment, it was understandable that she would fail the exams if she wasn't acclimated. So, rather than the monthly exam results, Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were more concerned about where to take Gu Qinghwan for National Day. A self-driving tour wasn't possible anytime soon, but with so many transportation options, there was always a way to get to where she wanted to go. Although Mingda's monthly exams were only on campus, the exam venues were randomly assigned. Although the exam timeline will be based on the standard, all subjects will be squeezed into 2 days. In the exam room where Gu Qinghwan was, only Su Xinghe was from class 3, like her. The other candidates were from other classes. After 2 days of testing, Gu Qinghwan felt neither sad nor happy, but relieved. No matter how insecure I felt, the exam was over. Out of the exam room, Su Xinghe approached with a bitter face. Class monitor, you did. Stop. Gu Qinghwan crossed her arms and took 2 steps back. I don't want to check my answers. After the exam, it's National Day. Nothing can dampen my holiday mood. Su Xinghe blinked. Oh, I almost forgot. Class monitor, your grades are just average. Gu Qinghwan narrowed her eyes. Songyi won the Sonda championship, right? Yes. The topic suddenly turned to Songyi, and Su Xinghe was a little stunned. I wonder if I could learn a few moves from him. Gu Qinghwan raised a fist. Su Xinghe, I almost forgot. Songyi recognizes the class monitor as the boss. Su Xinghe immediately calmed down and turned to walk away. Oh, the exam is finally over. I need to go home and rest. Gu Qinghwan snorted and retracted her fist. Just then, she saw Yu Xian and Su Lin walking out of the adjacent exam room together. She wanted to go over and say hello, but instead saw these 2 academic geniuses and nerds huddled together, discussing something with serious expressions. What else could they be discussing besides the exam questions? Gu Qinghwan fled. As they approached the school gate, Gu Qinghwan spotted Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu's backs. He leaned over and patted Jiang Chuchu on the shoulder. Hey! Jiang Chuchu was startled, but when she saw it was Gu Qinghwan, she smiled again. Qinghwan, you're done with your exams. You're done. Gu Qinghwan also smiled. How are you planning to spend National Day? We're not planning to go out much this year. My brother is coming back from college, so we just stay home and rest up. Jiang Chuchu said. Qin Yu followed suit. My brother is coming back from college too, but we're going to Germany. We just catch the Munich Oktoberfest. Gu Qinghwan, who had never been abroad before, was quite curious. What are you going to do? What's the Oktoberfest like? This stumped Qin Yu. He didn't know how to explain it clearly, so he simply waved his hand. Keep an eye on my moments for the next couple of days. I take some photos and videos. Oh, and he could also bring back some local gifts. With his brother around, picking out a gift would be a piece of cake. Jiang Chuchu gave him a disdainful look, thinking he was showing off. She ignored him and turned to ask Gu Qinghwan, Qinghwan, where are you going during your vacation? My mom and dad are making plans. I ask them when I get home, and I let you know when it's finalized. Gu Qinghwan said. If you're not going out of town, you're welcome to come visit me anytime. I send a car to pick you up. Jiang Chuchu said immediately. I go if I'm free. Gu Qinghwan readily agreed. She also wanted to play with Jiang Chuchu's border collie again. After leaving the school gate, Gu Qinghwan spotted her father sitting on his electric scooter, looking down at his phone. Only when Gu Qinghwan reached the scooter did Wang Jian notice. Wan's out. What do you want to eat tonight? Before the exam, my family had said that after Gu Qinghwan finished, they would take her to whatever she wanted that night. Gu Qinghwan put on her helmet and climbed onto her scooter, pondering, hot pot or barbecue. Japanese or Thai? After a long pause, she said solemnly, I want sweet and sour pork. Okay, let's go for some northeastern cuisine. Wang Jian twisted the scooter's handlebars. Let's order first. We go to that northeastern restaurant we usually eat at. Call your mom. Gu Qinghwan hummed, then sat in the back and called Gu Haiyan. Hearing it was northeastern cuisine, Gu Haiyan immediately named the dishes. Remember to order the braised pork ribs with green beans. I know. And Dad's order for the large rice noodles, and the chicken stewed with mushrooms and vermicelli. Gu Qinghwan agreed immediately. Wang Jian nodded repeatedly at Gu Qinghwan's voice. Yes, yes, I like those 2 dishes. Gu Qinghwan hung up the phone. The portions at that northeastern Chinese restaurant were quite large. With 3 people in her family, they definitely couldn't finish all 4 dishes, not to mention the egg sauce that went really well with rice. They definitely have to take it away. Seeing Wang Jian and Gu Qinghwan enter, the owner greeted them with a smile. It's been 2 months. What would you like to eat today? The owner's surname was Lu, and everyone called her Sister Lu. She was a local. Her husband, who was from northeast China and the head chef, was usually in the kitchen, so it wasn't often seen. Gu Qinghwan listed 4 dishes, and Sister Lu took note. Finally, the egg sauce and rice, right? Yes. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Her family wasn't used to dipping vegetables in pickles, especially bean curd sheets. It always felt weird to eat them just with sauce. But egg sauce mixed with rice was something else entirely. It was incredibly delicious. Sister Lu went to the kitchen to deliver the menus, and Wang Jian and Gu Qinghwan found an empty seat. The restaurant wasn't crowded yet, but there were already 4 or 5 tables occupied in the main hall. A waiter came over, wiped the tables, and asked, "How many of you are there?" 3, Wang Jian replied. Gu Qinghwan, the voice sounding familiar, looked up, instantly meeting familiar dark eyes. "Isn't that Wen Yi?" Gu Qinghwan was a little surprised. Wen Yi clearly recognized Gu Qinghwan and looked wary, but Gu Qinghwan didn't call him by name. Wen Yi assumed she had forgotten him and paid her little attention. He turned around, brought back 3 sets of tableware, filled a pot of boiling water, and set them on the table before heading off to greet other customers. Gu Qinghwan unpacked the tableware and noticed that Wen Yi was much more polite here than he had been at school. "I don't think I've seen that waiter before." He looked young. Wang Jian sighed. "Maybe a relative's child helping out?" Gu Qinghwan continued. Wang Jian thought it was possible, but didn't take it seriously. "Do you want to burn the dishes?" "Yes." Gu Qinghwan decisively pushed the tableware toward Wang Jian. With Dad around, she could just take care of small things like this. Chapter 54. Gu Haiyan arrived at the restaurant a short while later. The 3 of them gathered and toasted with coconut milk, celebrating Huan's completion of the monthly exam. Wang Jian, still a little worried, said after the toast, Huan, don't stress yourself out. It's normal to feel uncomfortable in a new environment." "Dad, are you assuming I do poorly on the test?" Gu Qinghwan said quietly. Wang Jian was speechless as Gu Haiyan shoved a piece of sweet and sour pork into his bowl. "All right, eat yours." The sweet and sour pork at this northeastern restaurant was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right balance of sweet and sour. The crust wasn't too thick, and the sweet and sour crust crackled with a bite. Gu Qinghwan ate 3 pieces in a row, a little overwhelmed by the sweetness, and then scooped up half a bowl of vermicelli noodles from the chicken and mushroom stew. The vermicelli noodles were cooked to an alluring brown sauce. Lifting them up with chopsticks, they were still translucent, chewy and fragrant. She'd been taking exams for 2 days straight, exhausting countless brain cells, and feeling like her soul was nearly drained. After guzzling a delicious meal, she regained most of her energy. Unfortunately, her heart was too big, but her stomach wasn't. She'd eaten until she was only 60% full, and the sweet and sour pork had barely left half its contents. Gu Qinghwan burped, already thinking about how to reheat the sweet and sour pork to maximize its flavor. She leaned back in her chair to rest, preparing to take a few more bites of her egg sauce rice. When she looked up, she noticed someone outside the shop. She was sitting next to the glass wall on the other side of the shop entrance, so she could see what was going on outside. It was peak dinner time, and people were coming and going. Many stopped to examine the sign by the entrance, debating whether to come in for dinner. But the man Gu Qinghwan noticed wasn't looking at the sign. His gaze kept wandering, glancing over Gu Qinghwan a few times, but he didn't pay her any particular attention. Like he was looking for someone in the restaurant, before Gu Qinghwan could even take a second look, the man strode into the restaurant. Another waiter came over. "Hello, how many people are there?" "I'm not here to eat, I'm looking for someone," the man said, pointing at Wen Yi, who was serving food to a table. "That's him." The waiter didn't think much and called out, "Xiaowen, someone's looking for you." Wen Yi instinctively turned to look at the call, but as soon as he saw the man, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately wanted to run towards the kitchen. However, even before the waiter could call, the man had already strode towards Wen Yi. Just 2 or 3 steps away from Gu Qinghwan's table, he grabbed Wen Yi's shoulder. The waiter, sensing something was amiss with Wen Yi's attitude, quickly pulled the man's shoulder aside and stepped in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wen Yi seemed to realize he couldn't escape, so he stopped running and stood behind the waiter, his face livid. Gu Qinghwan remained silent, examining the man. He wore a black crew-neck short-sleeved shirt, tan wide-leg jeans, and white sneakers, looking quite youthful. He looked about 35, though he had a slight mustache, more on the sides than in the middle, which gave him a somewhat uncouth look. The man forced a smile. Nothing, just a family kid, just saying hello. My family kid? The waiter was a little skeptical. Who are you to win? I'm his uncle, the man introduced himself. My name is Zhang Guangzong. Gu Qinghuan, eavesdropping, choked. Were those the two words she was thinking of? Guangzong as in Guangzong Yuzu? I don't know you. When Yi said fiercely, when you tried to sell my mother to the village, she severed all ties with your Zhang family. Good grief. Gu Qinghuan's chopsticks stopped, and the entire restaurant fell silent, with almost all the customers looking over. Zhang Guangzong's smile faltered. Kid, how can you talk like that? Your father died young, and your mother, a woman, wouldn't it be natural for her to find a man to protect her? Gu Qinghuan's fists clenched. Gu Haiyan, also eavesdropping, also clenched her fists. Sister Lu, hearing something strange in the restaurant, rushed out from the kitchen. Seeing the situation, she pulled a regular customer over to ask about the situation and, along with the waiter, positioned herself in front of Wen Yi. Sister Lu gave a forced smile. Oh, so you're the BS who took the money from selling me and lost it all in one night? Zhang Guangzong's face was completely livid. Who are you scolding? I'm scolding whoever answers. Sister Lu rolled her eyes. Brother Wen told me before he died. Don't even think about taking Sister Qing Lu and little Wen away. Sister Qing Lu. Wen Ye's mother's name? Gu Qinghuan was pondering this when Zhang Guangzong snorted. What Qing Lu? Even if Zhang Lidi changed her name, she's still a member of our Zhang family. Her parents are old now. She has to pay some support. It's stipulated by law. Don't even think about denying it. Gu Qinghuan could easily guess that the person who actually spent the support money would be Zhang Guangzong. She put down her chopsticks and made eye contact with Gu Haiyan. Mom, can I go? Gu Haiyan replied, yes. I take care of you if anything happens. Ahem. Gu Qinghuan cleared her throat. This brother who failed to bring honor to the family. Wang Jian almost lost his temper. Why did his daughter seem even more ruthless with her words now that she was in high school? Zhang Guangzong was still feeling smug when someone interrupted him. The mere mention of the name was enough to make him furious. Then he realized it was a little girl. He immediately scolded, What are you saying, little girl? It's none of your business. Gu Qinghuan wasn't angry either. I'm just saying that according to the law, Wen Ye's family is so poor now that they're exempt from their maintenance obligations. Even if you sue them in court, you won't get any money. She didn't know the actual situation of Wen Ye's family, but the fact that he didn't go to high school was enough to prove his family's financial situation was very poor. Zhang Guangzong choked and hesitated, trying to say something else, but Gu Qinghuan continued with a smile. Of course, you can also sue. First, prepare the case filing materials, submit them to the court, wait a week, and then go into mediation. Mediation could take a month or even longer. You don't look like you accept mediation, right? Then we file the case. After filing, you have to pay fees. Do you have the money? Even if you pay, you still have to wait for a court date. It could take 3 months at the fastest, 6 months at the slowest, and of course, it could take even longer in practice. It's such a waste to spend all that time, and then have to pay out of pocket, and in the end, you might not get anything. It's such a waste. Gu Qinghuan shook his head and sighed. Are you sure you want to do this? Zhang Guangzong had no idea about these intricacies. He just heard that children had to support their elders, so he came over excitedly asking for money. He had his calculations made. He heard when he was working in the cafeteria at Mingda, and he must be earning a lot there. It's not natural for a son to give money to his mother. Chapter 55. Gu Qinghuan's words completely blew Zhang Guangzong's mind. The mere thought of not getting paid was enough to infuriate him. What do you know, little girl? You're just talking nonsense. Gu Qinghuan knew there was no point in reasoning with such a person. She said this primarily to clarify the facts to the onlookers. Also, it was to reassure Wen Yi. Given the current situation, Zhang Guangzong would definitely not get the money, and the law would not support him, so he didn't need to panic. Right. I don't understand anything. You know best. Gu Qinghuan nodded readily. Also, generally speaking, trafficking in women is punishable by a prison sentence of not less than 5 years, but not more than 10 years, plus a fine. Do you understand that? Zhang Guangzong's legs trembled at the mere mention of the sentence. He shouted, What? Trafficking in women? Who did it? As he spoke, he glanced around with a sly look. Taking advantage of Sister Lu and the waitresses' inattention, he scurried out. The customers booed, some even yelled, Get out. After Zhang Guangzong had vanished, the restaurant returned to its previous bustle. Guests from other tables approached Gu Qinghuan, saying, "You did a great job just now, little girl. What do you want to eat? I order it for you." Gu Qinghuan felt awkward and quickly declined. Unfortunately, even though he could refuse the customer, he couldn't refuse the boss. A short while later, in addition to the egg sauce rice he was supposed to serve, Sister Lu personally brought over a glass jar and placed it on the table. "Here, egg sauce. Take it home." Wang Jian repeatedly declined. "How could I do that? I didn't do anything. A can of egg sauce is nothing. If the other dishes weren't so difficult to keep, I'd give you some of everything." Sister Lu waved her hand. "Luckily, little Gu is here. If it were us, we wouldn't be afraid of that reckless fellow." Precisely because they were in the store, surrounded by so many people, Gu Qinghuan, a young student, was able to suppress Zhang Guangzong. If he dared to argue with Gu Qinghuan or hit her, it would be bullying, giving others a reason to discipline her. Daring to throw a tantrum at a child, if it were an adult, Zhang Guangzong would have been harassing after just a few words. If someone showed any signs of anger, he would have immediately thrown himself to the ground, and Sister Lu's business would have been in trouble. More importantly, he didn't understand what Gu Qinghuan was saying. He was only focused on her talk of jail time and fines. This kind of person has a sense of luck in everything they do. They gamble thinking they can win, kidnap and traffic people thinking they're arranging a marriage for their sister, and extort money thinking they're following the law. Did he really not understand? No, he simply assumed he only encountered people who understood less than he did, so he could get what he wanted. So now that Gu Qinghuan, who understood more than him, but couldn't be manipulated, had appeared, Zhang Guangzong understandably panicked. Then, realizing his lost fate, he decisively chose to flee. Gu Haiyan took the egg sauce, and promised to return the jar next time they passed by. She turned to Gu Qinghuan and asked, "Do you know that Xiaowen? Otherwise, how would you know his name is Wenyi?" Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, realizing that neither the waiter nor Sister Lu had called Wenyi Xiaowen. Zhang Guangzong had never called him by his name. It was she who immediately announced Wenyi's name. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. "Oh, I ran into him in the cafeteria before. He's a neighbor of a classmate I know." "You're a student at Mingda," Sister Lu said, looking somewhat impressed. "Could the classmate you're talking about be Su Lin? That name sounds familiar?" Wang Jian muttered. "It sounds familiar to me, too." Gu Haiyan pondered. "That's the top scorer in our city's high school entrance exam this year," Sister Lu exclaimed excitedly. "Oh," Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian exclaimed in unison. Gu Qinghuan shrank back. She shoveled her bibimbap into her mouth as Sister Lu recounted Wenyi and Su Lin's story. Wenyi's mother, Zhang Qinglu, originally named Zhang Lidi, came from a family that favored boys over girls. Since childhood, she had been beaten and scolded by her parents because of her gender. After her younger brother was born, she became his babysitter. After graduating from junior high school, Zhang Qingliu's parents sent her to work in another province to earn money for the family. There, she encountered more people and things, and began to strive to break free from the constraints of her original family. She secretly changed jobs, earned more money, and continued to send the same amount home, pretending to still work at the factory. She gradually improved her life, becoming more successful, and even found the man she loved. Wenyi's father. Her household registration was still under her mother's name. To marry Wenyi's father, she devised a plan. She pretended to owe money due to a loan and asked for it back from her family. She even hired someone to collect the debt from her family. As expected, the Zhang family immediately kicked her out. Zhang Qinglu finally found the freedom and happiness she had longed for. She changed her name to Zhang Qinglu and married Wenyi's father. Sadly, the good times didn't last long. Shortly after Wenyi was born, his father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Because the cancer was already in the advanced stages, Wenyi's father hesitated for months before ultimately opting for conservative treatment. The 5-year survival rate for advanced pancreatic cancer is already low, and he preferred to leave his money to his wife and child rather than spend it on a lifespan that would extend by less than 5 years. 6 months later, her husband passed away, and her father-in-law came after Zhang Qinglu, demanding her inheritance and child, and insulting her, claiming she had brought him to ruin. Zhang Qinglu managed to hold on, and after she concluded her lawsuit with her father-in-law, she moved to the city with Wenyi. The successive setbacks left her with considerable emotional trauma, and raising a child alone was exhausting. Zhang Qinglu temporarily lost her job, relying on her own savings and her husband's inheritance. When Wenyi reached elementary school age, Zhang Qinglu began looking for work. She was naturally hardy. Starting out as a street vendor, she rose early and worked late every day, slowly saving enough money to rent a storefront near the school gate and open a breakfast shop. Thanks to its generous ingredients, delicious taste, and clean environment, Zhang Qingliu's breakfast shop was booming. Wen Yi was also sensible, helping his mother with the stall when she was setting up, and getting up early to help clean after the shop opened. Seeing their lives getting better, Zhang Qingliu even planned to earn more money, so she could buy a good, second-hand apartment in a good school district for Wen Yi's junior high school education. But some people just can't stand seeing others do well. One of Zhang Qingliu's fellow villagers, whose children attended the same school, saw Zhang Qingliu's breakfast shop flourishing and heard some rumors. Jealous, he leaked information about Zhang Qingliu to the Zhang family. That Zhang Lidi from your family, now renamed Zhang Qingliu. Her husband died after she gave birth, leaving her a lot of money. She used the money to open a breakfast shop, and it's booming, making tens of thousands a month. I heard she's about to buy a house in the city. Chapter 56. Hearing their fellow villagers' words, the Zhang family went wild. What? That debtor, Zhang Lidi, hadn't had her hands chopped off or sold off. Not only had she gotten married, had a son, but she had even inherited her husband's estate, and was living a prosperous life? How could the Zhang Lidi they despised be living better than them? They ran over, swaggering outside Zhang Qingliu's shop, and demanded, in a domineering manner, that she hand over the money. The reason they gave was simply that they were Zhang Qingliu's relatives. Utterly outrageous and disgusting. Zhang Qingliu, with Wen Yi, a freshman in elementary school, didn't dare force her way in. She had no force to suppress the Zhang family, and her situation had been exposed. Her old tactic of dead default was no longer viable. No matter what she said, the Zhang family was convinced that Zhang Qingliu had secretly hidden hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. What good was she doing keeping the money? It would be better to give it to them. Zhang Guangzong, in particular, insisted that only large investments would yield large returns. He urged Zhang Qingliu to take out the money, saying he would invest it and then, simply by sitting at home, he would reap a steady stream of profits. With the Zhang family causing trouble, parents were afraid to come shopping. Even if someone stepped forward and helped drive the Zhang family away, they couldn't keep a constant watch. They would always find an opportunity to cause trouble. Zhang Qingliu gritted her teeth and decided to make another escape. At first, she feigned submission, giving them small amounts of money intermittently, which eased the Zhang family's vigilance and reduced their visits. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, she packed her things and prepared to flee to another city with Wen Yi. However, she underestimated the extent of the Zhang family's ruthlessness. In her hometown, there was an elderly man with azoospermia. He had a little money and, upon hearing about Zhang Qingliu's situation, he offered the Zhang family 200,000 yuan to marry her to him. The Zhang family thought it was a good deal, and accepted the old man's 30,000 yuan deposit. They then captured Zhang Qingliu, intending to take her home to marry her off. What a bastard! Wang Jiang gritted his teeth. How could these bastards not have died off? Sister Lu slapped her thigh. Who says they can't? If those bastards hadn't seen Su Lin, who lived nearby, when they captured Sister Qingliu in Xiaowen, and if Su Lin, who lived nearby, hadn't called the police and then informed me, and if they hadn't dragged them away until the police arrived, I can't imagine what would have become of Sister Qingliu in Xiaowen. What happened next? Gu Haiyan asked. When the Zhang family captured Sister Qingliu, they injured her right hand. Even with treatment, it can no longer function properly. Sister Lu sighed. It was Zhang Guangzong who did it, but in the end, his mother took the blame and went to jail for him, and even paid some compensation. The police intervened, and the Zhang family retreated in disgrace, not appearing again for years. But with Sister Qingliu's right hand in such a state, she couldn't keep her breakfast shop open. She's been trying other ways to make money these past few years, Sister Lu said. Zhang Qingliu is truly amazing. Gu Haiyan couldn't help but sigh. Is she doing well now, taking care of Wen Yi? Honestly, not very well, Sister Lu shook her head. Let's not even talk about the income. Little one, probably because he saw his mother hurt and nearly kidnapped, has a bit of an extreme mindset. In the upper grades of elementary school, he often got into fights with street thugs, and in junior high, he frequently clashed with classmates. The frequency led to him skipping school. But he didn't hang out outside, he just stayed near home, seemingly worried that if he strayed too far from Sister Qingliu, something might happen to her. Gu Haiyan nodded. From a child's perspective, it's only him who can protect his mother, so it's normal for him to form such a perception. Alas, I used to know Brother Wen, and I always been there for Sister Chi Lu, but little one still feels uneasy. Sister Lu grimaced. After graduating from junior high, he didn't continue to high school. He found work, and came to help me whenever he had time. I didn't expect that bastard, Zhang Guangzong, would dare to come here. Gu Haiyan and Sister Lu began to curse Zhang Guangzong in unison. Gu Qinghuan looked up in Wen Ye's direction. A table had just left, and Wen Ye was clearing the table of leftovers. After clearing the dishes, he took a rag and began to wipe the table carefully. The bandage on his forehead from the last time they met was long gone, and there was no scar left, though the skin over the wound was noticeably lighter. After Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian finished their melons and felt full, they grabbed their egg sauce and leftovers, paid the bill, and left. Wen Ye, who happened to be in charge of the checkout, glanced at the menu and quoted the price, 215 yuan. Aunt Lu said, she give you a 20% discount, so 172 yuan. Wang Jian scanned the code. Gu Qinghuan looked at Wen Ye for a moment and suddenly said, do you know about the personal safety protection order? Wen Ye hadn't reacted yet, and when he looked up, he realized Gu Qinghuan was talking to him. Personal safety protection order. Gu Qinghuan repeated, look, the Zhang family has a criminal record. Next time, if you prepare evidence, I think you should be able to get it approved. After saying this, she ignored Wen Ye's attitude and ran towards Gu Haiyan, who was waiting for her at the door. What did you talk to him about? Gu Haiyan asked. Nothing much. I just mentioned a personal safety protection order. I think he could understand it, Gu Qinghuan explained. Gu Haiyan thought about it, and felt that there was some truth to it. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Gu Qinghuan's reminder was enough. It wasn't their place to interfere too much. Back home, Wang Jian cheerfully put the egg sauce in the refrigerator and turned to Gu Qinghuan, Huan, where do you want to go this holiday? Your mother and I discussed a few options. Take a look. The first one is all about eating and drinking. We won't be visiting any tourist attractions, but will mainly focus on tasting local specialties. Wang Jian briefly outlined the options, and showed Gu Qinghuan his prepared itinerary. Gu Qinghuan looked up the location herself, and some online information about the area. She decided the first option was a good one. The main issue was that so many people traveled during holidays, and any tourist attraction was bound to be packed. She thought it would be better to go eat something delicious. Students, after all, have 2 long vacations, summer and winter. If she wanted to enjoy the natural and cultural landscapes, or visit museums and exhibitions, she could go during the winter and summer holidays, when there would be fewer tourists. After all, Mom and Dad still had their annual leave and could accompany her. She just needed to plan her time in advance. Okay. It was originally for her daughter. After she made the decision, Wang Jian nodded and went to Gu Haiyan to make travel arrangements. Gu Qinghuan was very full and fell on the bed, not wanting to move. But when her phone vibrated, she instinctively picked it up. Xia He, sister, how are you planning to spend your vacation? Gu Qinghuan, going shopping and eating with my family. Xia He, how long will you be gone? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and then asked directly, what's up? Xia He, no big deal. Xia He, sister, are you interested in coming over to my house? Chapter 57. Xia Suerong jolted awake from a light slumber. He instinctively glanced toward the window. The afterglow of sunset had long since been swallowed by the night, and the pale moonlight cast a cold silver hue on the leaves in the courtyard. It was as if a chill seeped out from the night, transforming into a twisted black shadow, bearing its fangs at him through the window. He took a deep breath and coughed twice. Then a familiar voice came from outside the door. Mr. Xia, are you all right? Come in, I'm fine. Xia Suerong's voice was a little hoarse. A middle-aged man in butler's attire opened the door, and quickly walked over to Xia Suerong. Would you like a cup of tea? Xia Suerong nodded slightly, and the middle-aged man went to the tea table nearby and began brewing tea with swift and precise movements. Xia Suerong stared at his back, his eyes a bit dazed, and abruptly asked, where's that kid? The kid referred to, of course, was Xia He, the lawless Xia family. The middle-aged man's movements froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, saying in an odd tone, young Master Xia He is picking things up? Xia Suerong raised his eyelids. What was with that hesitant and uncertain tone? Cheng Dongshu had been with him for quite a while, and he wasn't one to be easily shaken. What on earth had Xia He done? Cheng Dongshu placed the teacup on the table to Xia Suerong's right, and began to formulate his words. Mingda's monthly exams are over today, and since it's National Day, the young master is back, as usual. As usual, he went straight to his room after returning. Someone brought dinner to the door and left it there an hour later. And then? Xia Suerong narrowed his eyes. Chung Dongshu said with some difficulty. Then the young master came out. Come out? Xia Suerong was surprised. Xia he usually didn't want to see anyone in the Xia family mansion. Even when he came back early for a family dinner, he would stay in his room until the dinner officially began. Even when the servants brought him food, they would simply leave the cart at the door, knock, and leave immediately. He would push the cart out again after he finished eating. What on earth had happened to Xia he today that he would actually come out of his room on his own initiative? What did he come out for? Xia Suerong asked. Is that what you call picking things up? The young master first went to Mr. Jihan and Miss Su Chio's bedroom and searched for something. It's unclear what he was looking for, but he came out empty-handed, Chung Dongshu said. Then I went to the courtyard and took a bunch of photos. On the way, I ran into young master Xia Su. As usual, I kicked him, but he was fast, so I only managed one kick. Xia Su was the son of Xia Xiaozhu, Xia Suerong's second son. He was Xia He's cousin, but when he encountered Xia He was the one who got beaten. Xia Suerong's mouth twitched. Where are the two elder brothers? Mr. Xiaozhu won't be back until tomorrow morning. Madame Mingruo and young master Xia Su are back first, Chung Dongshu replied. Mingruo was Xia Xiaozhu's wife, Jian Mingruo. She owned a chain of beauty salons, which weren't doing well, but with the support of the Xia family, she didn't have to worry about business. Xia Suerong had wanted to ask the eldest son if Xia Nanji had come, but decided against it. Even if she had, what would happen? Xia He would have infuriated Xia Nanji and Xia Xiaozhu, two grown men, to the point of being speechless, let alone their daughter and son. He took a breath and asked, what did Xia He do after taking photos in the courtyard? Chung Dongshu studied Xia Suerong's expression and, feeling the old man could still bear it, said, then he went to the storeroom and started picking things out. Which storeroom? Xia Suerong was calm. He went to all the storerooms with single-digit numbers, starting with number 9. He should be at number 4 by now, Chung Dongshu said cautiously. Xia Suerong remained silent for a while, and Chung Dongshu seriously suspected he was too angry to speak. The old house had many storerooms, and the ones with single-digit numbers were mostly filled with Xia Suerong's personal collection, something he never used on a regular basis. But after a closer look, Xia Suerong didn't seem angry. He even seemed a little happy. That kid, Xia Suerong said, a smile slowly forming on his lips, actually accepted it. Because of Xia Nanji and Xia Xiaozhu's relationship, Xia He had a strong aversion to the Xia family mansion. Even though he knew it was where his father, Xia Xihan, was born and raised, he refused to live there. Xia Suerong had previously told Xia He that he could use anything in the warehouse, but Xia He had been very reluctant. Now, for some reason, Xia He had suddenly found a way to enter the warehouse on his own initiative. Xia Suerong asked, do you know why he was selecting these things? Chung Dongshu pondered for a moment. It doesn't seem like they're for gifts. He chose things that were more unique than expensive. Also, when he took photos in the courtyard, the servant said he was taking pictures of rare flowers and plants or exquisite architectural decorations. For others to see. Xia Suerong said calmly. Although Xia Suerong's expression was impassive at the moment, he was actually feeling a bit embarrassed, even ashamed. Because they were so similar, almost identical to him when he was young, the old man grumbled to himself, thinking he'd been like this in his youth too. When he met someone he wanted to befriend, he wanted to show them all the good things in his house. If the other person showed interest, he'd get even more excited, and could keep them talking for days and nights. I wonder how this other person Xia He was meeting would react to such behavior. Given Xia He's personality, if the other person was a profit-seeking villain, he wouldn't even let them in his sight. Thinking of this, Xia Suerong became curious. He said to Chung Dongshu, go get that kid. Chung Dongshu responded, and went out to find Xia He. Xia Suerong picked up his tea, and took a few slow sips. By the time he was almost halfway through, Xia He had arrived. He frowned, not looking pleased, and spoke aggressively, why are you looking for me? Besides the bi-siblings, who else do you know? Xia Suerong got straight to the point. Xia He paused, do I need to report who I know? Of course not. Xia Suerong spoke calmly, but if you're inviting them over, I need to at least be mentally prepared. Xia He's eyebrows raised. How did the old man know? Xia Suerong. Because I did the same thing back then. In any case, Xia Suerong didn't say he investigate on his own, only that he wanted to be mentally prepared, which made Xia He less resistant. He was less tense than before, and said firmly, "She doesn't want to come for the time being." That's right, Gu Qinghuan hadn't agreed at all. She didn't think her relationship with Xia He was close enough to warrant a visit. Xia Suerong choked. "What are you doing?" "I'm planning to renovate my villa." Xia He said confidently, "It's too empty inside. There's so much stuff in the warehouse. Give me a few things to store." Xia Suerong was silent for a few seconds, then picked up his cane. "Giving you a few beatings is more like giving you a beating." Chapter 58. Gu Qinghuan had a wonderful National Day holiday. The place my family chose to eat was in the neighboring province, with a high-speed rail station offering direct access. We chose a late-night high-speed rail service, which took less than 2 hours. After leaving the station, we headed straight to the hotel and slept until the morning market. While getting up so early was a bit painful, the delicious food at the market cured my sleepiness. The tofu pudding was fresh and tender, without a hint of bean smell. The shop also sold soy milk, freshly squeezed, sweet and rich, with the dregs skimmed off cleanly. As soon as the steamer at the bun shop opened, white steam billowed up to the ceiling. I bit into the freshly steamed buns, the soft dough enveloping the juicy filling. It was a bit hot, but I couldn't bear to let it go, so I quickly chewed and swallowed. Gu Qinghuan particularly liked the red date cakes she bought at a Chinese dim sum shop. The aroma of freshly baked red date cakes could be smelled halfway down the street, and just the smell made her imagine the sweet, soft, and glutinous taste. She also came across a stall selling boneless chicken strips from her childhood. Unlike the thick, flaky fried chicken of today, the chicken strips were coated with a thin layer of starch, deep fried to a golden brown, and drizzled with a little sauce, leaving them soft and tender. The family of 3 ate from one end of the street to the other, and when they left the morning market, they were all still carrying unfinished food. They ate as they walked, staggering back to the hotel entrance. They were almost done, burping, and fell back into bed for a nap. Their daily routine consisted mainly of eating, sleeping, and sleeping. They weren't in a rush to visit any tourist attractions, but they would stop by any interesting shops along the way and buy some local specialties. Gu Qinghuan would occasionally take photos of the delicious food she ate, posting them on WeChat Moments and checking out her classmates. Everyone had a lively National Day holiday. Xin Yu even left Gu Qinghuan a message, "Hey, it's all your fault. I can't even taste the food anymore." It turns out that local cuisine is more palatable. Gu Qinghuan, brimming with pride, privately messaged Xin Yu with dozens of high-definition, close-up photos of the food. Xin Yu sent several 50-second voice messages accusing Gu Qinghuan of his behavior. But it was no use. Gu Qinghuan didn't bother to open any of them. Back home, with only a day or two left of the National Day holiday, Gu Qinghuan was lying in bed, playing with her phone when she came across a video posted by a pet blogger. Thinking of Jima, she sent a message to Yuxian. "How's Jima?" Although Mingda wasn't closed during the National Day holiday, the cafeteria wouldn't be open. Yuxian had already told Yuwenli about Jima, and it was okay for her to take her home. So after the exams, Yuxian took Jima home. Yuxian wasn't used to posting on WeChat Moments, and hadn't sent her a message in the past few days. Gu Qinghuan thought Jima had adjusted to his new room, so she came to check on him. A dozen minutes later, Yuxian sent a photo. Jima was lying on the floor, his lower body hidden by the hem of the curtains, with only half of his tail visible. He was sound asleep, and the sunlight filtering through the gap in the curtains gave Jima a golden edge. Gu Qinghuan, cute. Yuxian, he can already crawl around the room. The phrase crawling around is very descriptive, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Yuxian reported to Gu Qinghuan earnestly, Jima can already drink milk on his own, but it always gets all over his face. Drinking milk is like washing his face. He can already go to the toilet on his own. He cries every time after using it, urging me to go clean up. He sleeps most of the time. When he wakes up, he stumbles after me and comes when I call him. He loves to cling to my slippers. When he keeps barking, I just touch him and he stops barking. He even rubs his breasts against my arm. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at Yuxian's report. She could even imagine the mood Yuxian was feeling when she messaged her. Yuxian was desperate for love. Gu Qinghuan knew this clearly, but she didn't believe that love, as an emotion, had to be given by others. Everyone is born with the ability to love. Love for themselves, love for others, love for other living things, love for inanimate objects, and even love for certain spirits and wills. So, Gu Qinghuan actually approved of Yuxian getting a cat. As long as she learned how to express love, she would also know exactly what kind of love she wanted. Having a goal helps one better plan for the future, she happily replied. I guess your phone album is now full of pictures and videos of Jima. Uxian, indeed, because he's so adorable. Following this, Uxian sent several more pictures of Jima. Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but sigh. This is the inevitable path for new pet owners. She thought for a moment, then asked, what's your family's attitude toward Jima right now? Seeing Gu Qinghwan's latest message, Uxian paused rummaging through her photo album. Because she had informed Yu Wenli in advance, he didn't react when she brought Jima back. He wasn't concerned about Jima's condition, but simply urged her to focus on building a good relationship with Jiang Chuchu. Chui Wanting seemed a little bothered, but Yu Wenli had probably told her beforehand, so she didn't pay much attention. Although Uxian had overheard Chui Wanting complaining to the servants about cat shedding, fleas, and odor, she couldn't understand why, with so many ways to please Jiang Chuchu, she chose this one. It didn't matter. She had long suspected Chui Wanting would have such thoughts, so she just had to keep her from encountering Jima. Yu Jinxin didn't pay any attention, which saved her a lot of trouble. Only Yu Yuan, whose attitude left Uxian somewhat unpredictable. During the National Day holiday, Yu Yuan's presence outside her door had increased significantly. Sometimes, as soon as she left her room, she'd bump into her passing by. Either a glass of water or a fruit bowl, always holding something. It seemed like a coincidence. But the frequency of these coincidences inevitably made Uxian suspicious. She ordered several different models of surveillance cameras online, planning to install them in the corners of the hallway to see what Yu Yuan was up to. She also installed them in her room, ensuring she could check on Jima even when she wasn't there. She didn't mind assuming the worst about Yu Yuan, because if she did anything, Jima could be in danger, and she couldn't risk Jima's life on a single possibility. Uxian briefly explained the attitudes of the 4 Yu family members to Gu Qinghwan, who quickly replied, although Yu Yuan's behavior sounds strange, don't forget to keep an eye on your mother. Uxian, I understand. After all, Chui Wanting has a criminal record. Uxian had asked Butler Zhao, and learned that Yu Yuan had picked up a cat when she was a child, but Chui Wanting had given it away. Butler Zhao didn't elaborate, but Uxian could deduce that Chui Wanting hadn't informed Yu Yuan beforehand. Because Butler Zhao said that Yu Yuan only stopped making a fuss after Yu Jinxin took her to the zoo and had enough fun. Why did Yu Yuan make a fuss? It was obvious that Chui Wanting had given the cat away without her permission. If Chui Wanting had given the cat away once, she could do it a second time. However, Uxian was prepared for this situation. Chapter 59. Chui Wanting was sitting on the sofa in the living room, scrolling through videos on her phone when she saw Uxian enter with several packages. She called out Uxian. Uxian stopped walking back to her room and walked over to the sofa. Mom, what's going on? Seeing her still clutching the packages, Chui Wanting frowned, slightly displeased. What's wrong with you? Talking to me while holding things? Uxian tightened her grip around the packages, then relaxed, placing them on the nearby low table. She calmly asked, what do you want to say? Seeing her obedience, Chui Wanting relaxed her brow with satisfaction. You've been home all National Day, not hanging out with your friends, and not learning from your sister. That's fine, but you keep buying all sorts of random things every day. Uxian remained silent. She waited until Chui Wanting finished her rant before calmly saying, Chuchu bought all these packages. Chui Wanting's expression suddenly changed. She pretended not to notice and continued, what arrived today was a camera. Chuchu said she wanted to see the kitten, but it was inconvenient for me to keep the video on. So she bought me a camera, so she can just turn it on whenever she wants. As for the other things, like the kitten's milk powder and Shuwa milk, and some daily necessities, I couldn't ask Chuchu to pay for those small expenses. I paid for them all. Uxian looked Chui Wanting straight in the eye. Her tone was soft, submissive and honest, but to Chui Wanting, her words were like jabs in her ears. Actually, I don't want to receive so many calls from couriers every day. It's so troublesome to pick up the packages, and I have to run to the community gate. Normally, how could anyone living in this neighborhood need to pick up a package themselves? It was usually the housekeeper or a servant who would bring it back and deliver it to the master's room. However, Uxian didn't enjoy such treatment. Although the servant's attitude toward her had improved somewhat recently, it wasn't much better. In short, servants wouldn't volunteer to do anything related to Uxian unless specifically instructed to do so. Some people sympathized with Uxian, but what would the consequences be of helping her? Within the Yu family, Uxian simply wasn't as favored as Yu Yuan, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Furthermore, Yu Jinxin, as the future heir of the Yu family, clearly favored Yu Yuan. If helping Yu Xian angered Yu Jinqing, not only would she risk losing her job, she also likely never find a better job in the Yu family. Cui Wanning's expression turned grim. I have old Zhao arranged, so you don't have to pick up packages yourself anymore. Okay, thank you, mother. Yu Xian nodded calmly in agreement. She was still thinking about how to find a reason to bring up the camera issue later, and now that Cui Wanning had brought it up herself, it was perfect. This way, Cui Wanning would know there was a surveillance camera in her room, and Jiang Chuchu would be checking it at all times. If Cui Wanning tried to secretly send the cat away while Yu Xian was away, it wouldn't be Yu Xian's problem. Jiang Chuchu would just check the surveillance footage and find out who did it. A servant of the Yu family? How could a servant touch the master's property without permission? She had to ask Yu Wenli or Cui Wanning. As for whether to bet that Jiang Chuchu wouldn't care about such a small matter. Would Yu Wenli dare to bet? Of course not. Yu Xian took a deep breath, picked up her pile of packages again, and steadily made her way upstairs. Only after returning to her room and sitting down did she stop trying to contain her emotions. This was the first time she had faced and challenged Cui Wanning directly. The tension and excitement of the challenge, coupled with the joy and excitement of success, made her heart beat faster, and her fingers tremble belatedly. She could do it. She could fight back in her own way. Perhaps this approach wasn't strong enough, still seemed weak, and Cui Wanning might not even take it seriously, but for Yu Xian, it was already a huge improvement. Yu Xian took a moment to calm her breathing. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Chuchu. Thank you, Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu's reply came quickly. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? Yu Xian, I just successfully challenged my mother in your name. She had wanted to end with a period, but she couldn't help herself and used an exclamation point instead. It seemed that only this way could express her current feelings. Jiang Chuchu, well done. You're worthy of me. Jiang Chuchu suddenly sat up from the sofa, startling Jiang Yuxuan, who was diligently peeling a pomelo for her. What are you doing? I'm happy. Jiang Chuchu was elated. Xinbao just told me she successfully stood up to her mother. How did she do it? Jiang Yuxuan asked curiously. Oh, I haven't asked that yet. Jiang Chuchu sank back into the sofa, typing rapidly to inquire about the situation. Jiang Yuxuan, halfway through his melon, stopped talking. Curious, he moved over to sit next to Jiang Chuchu, craning his neck to peer at her phone screen. Jiang Chuchu felt a bit disgusted, but considering Jiang Yuxuan's pomelo peeling, she still moved her phone toward him. Jiang Yue came downstairs and saw his children huddled together like two giant pandas, their eyes narrowed like foxes. What are you looking at? Jiang Yue couldn't help but ask. No, Jiang Chuchu quickly denied. Xinbo was telling me about her cat. Although her father supported her helping Yu Xian, since it involved Yu Xian's mother, she was still an elder. Trying to make fun of an elder's affairs was, according to the Jiang family's upbringing, a bit rude. Jiang Yuxuan immediately guessed what Jiang Chuchu was thinking and agreed, saying, yes, kittens are so cute. You make Mop jealous if you say that, Jiang Yue teased. Mop was one of the Jiang family's ragdoll cats, the largest and clingiest. He was named Mop because he loved rolling around on the floor since childhood, making his fur look like a mop. As he was speaking, Mop came back from a stroll outside, or perhaps he heard his name, and he scurried towards Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue quickly took 2 steps back. Mop, stop! These are my trousers, don't scratch them. Not to mention how conspicuous cat hair would be on dark trousers. A single scratch would surely snag them. Mop tilted his head in confusion, his beautiful blue eyes fixed on Jiang Yue. Jiang Yuxuan reached out to help his father out. Mop, come over here. Mop, distracted, jumped onto the sofa and lay down on Jiang Yuxuan's lap. Jiang Yue also took the opportunity to leave. An old friend was coming over for lunch today, and he had to entertain him, so he wouldn't be eating at home. Seeing their father leave, the siblings both breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuxuan handed the peeled pomelo to Jiang Chuchu. Your classmate has made great progress. She's a friend. Jiang Chuchu quickly corrected Jiang Yuxuan. She's really working hard. It takes a lot of courage for a child to stand up to a parent. Yu Xian did it, which is truly remarkable. Chapter 60. The National Day holiday is over, and the students, who had been having a blast, are back in the classroom. Qinyu brought back a large bag of chocolates and distributed them to everyone. When he sent one to Gu Qinghuan, he specifically asked if she'd seen his WeChat moments. Gu Qinghuan fished a piece of chocolate out of the bag, unwrapped it, and popped it in her mouth. I saw it. It's quite lively. You're having a lot of fun, aren't you? Qin Yu was very satisfied. As long as Gu Qinghuan saw it, it was fine. He couldn't be the only one to be upset by the time difference when seeing the snacks Gu Qinghuan had posted. He remembered something and asked, cryptically, "What do you think of my brother?" "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan paused, unwrapping the second chocolate bar, a bit bewildered. "Are you grateful for helping me join the student union?" "No," Qin Yu said. "What I meant was, didn't you have any feelings when you saw my brother?" Gu Qinghuan was even more bewildered. "When did I see your brother? Weren't you in Germany during National Day?" "Photos. Photos." Qin Yu took out his phone and flipped through his moments. "Look, that's my brother, Qin Min." Gu Qinghuan leaned over and suddenly realized, "So that's your brother." She had indeed seen this young man in several photos, but not every one of them. Besides, she wasn't just looking at Qin Yu when she was browsing moments. As she glanced at them, she was so preoccupied with Qin Yu and the sights and food in the photos that she hadn't noticed anyone else in them. Qin Yu felt a bit strange. How should I put it? A strange feeling of superiority? He pursed his lips, but couldn't help the slight curl of his lips. "My brother is so handsome, and you haven't seen him?" Gu Qinghuan glanced at her phone a few more times and commented, "He's indeed very handsome, and he has that dignified and mature look. He looks very steady just by looking at him." She was simply commenting, not asking any further questions about Qin Min, but Qin Yu was delighted. He stuffed all the remaining chocolates at Gu Qinghuan, "All for you." Gu Qinghuan had just been secretly playing how to get more chocolates, especially since they were quite to her liking, but when they were suddenly stuffed into her hands, she was startled. "Huh? He's showing off." Jiang Chuchu couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "People who saw a picture of him and his brother used to ask him, 'Who is this? Is this someone you know?' And he'd get very disappointed. But you didn't care about his brother, so he felt you hadn't betrayed him. So of course he was happy." Jiang Chuchu exposed Qin Yu's thoughts. Qin Yu felt a little embarrassed and muttered quietly, "It'd be annoying to always have your attention stolen, right?" Hearing Jiang Chuchu's words, Gu Qinghuan fell into deep thought. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Gu Qinghuan looked up at him and said solemnly, "Sorry, I need to correct my mistake." "What?" Her serious attitude made Qin Yu a little nervous. During the holiday, many people were posting photos on WeChat Moments. I basically just glanced at them, so I didn't pay much attention to yours. Gu Qinghuan said frankly. "Not only did I unfollow your brother in the photo, I also didn't follow the rest of your family. I only followed you, the food, and the attractions." "So?" Qin Yu was a little confused. "I think it's normal for me to pay attention to you as a friend, but not paying attention to a friend's family is also perfunctory." Gu Qinghuan said, "So? I'm sorry." Although it's possible that she knew Qin Yu had a brother named Qin Min, and when she saw the photo, she subconsciously mistook the older man in the photo for Qin Min. But Gu Qinghuan knew clearly that she simply wasn't paying attention. If Qin Yu wanted her to pay more attention to him than his brother, then according to Jiang Chuchu's explanation, Qin Yu had clearly misunderstood. Gu Qinghuan couldn't let this misunderstanding continue, because misunderstandings could lead to disappointment. Qin Yu was stunned. He hesitated and said, "So, you're saying it's not that you don't care about my brother, but that you don't pay much attention to my affairs?" "Yes," Gu Qinghuan nodded. "I don't want you to misunderstand." Qin Yu fell silent and didn't speak until the bell rang. This terrified Jiang Chuchu. Did Gu Qinghuan's words traumatize Qin Yu? She thought she had a good friend who cared more about her than her brother, but it turned out to be completely different. In fact, she didn't even care about him. Wow, Jiang Chuchu put herself in his shoes and felt a little sad. After finally making it to the end of the first English class, Jiang Chuchu didn't even bother to think about the monthly English exam. However, just as she was about to discuss Qin Yu's situation with Gu Qinghuan, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed Gu Qinghuan. "I thought about it." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. "You and I really aren't that close." Jiang Chuchu, what's he talking about? "We only known each other for a month, and you mainly hang out with Chuchu, you Xian, and the others. I don't hang out with you much." "Honestly, Chuchu and I are closer," Qin Yu said. Gu Qinghuan nodded. "Yes, I think you and I are relatively close, but we're not close friends yet. You didn't do anything wrong. Rather, you carefully read my moments and even sent me food photos specifically." "That's pretty good," Qin Yu continued. Jiang Chuchu, "Wait, what were those food photos specifically sent to Qin Yu?" "But that's not my biggest misunderstanding. You don't care about me, so you don't pay attention to my family. Then it's the other way around. I always thought my brother stole my friend's attention." "That's not the case," Qin Yu said forcefully. It's precisely because everyone knows me and cares about me that when someone they don't know appears around me, they ask about him. They don't want to know about Qin Min, but about Qin Yu's brother. Qin Yu's face lit up with a bright, relieved smile. I've been agonizing over something like this for so many years. How foolish of me. Gu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. That's right. It doesn't matter whether it steals attention or not. When strangers are around, people always ask about it. To put it bluntly, Qin Yu had a preconceived notion, harboring a sense of inferiority towards his brother. He assumed that when others asked about him, they were more interested in him, and less interested in him. Qin Yu laughed for a moment, and Gu Qinghuan thought he was a little crazy. He suddenly glared at her again, accusing her fiercely. But you're going too far. We've been playing for so long, can't you pay more attention to me? Gu Qinghuan bared her teeth in disdain. No, you did better on the English test this time. What kind of excuse is that? Qin Yu, in a rage, grinned back at her. Oh, you got such a simple question wrong. A vein popped on Gu Qinghuan's forehead. Damn, that tone was so offensive. It's just 2 points. The difference from a single multiple-choice question. She win it back next time. She was just thinking about how to fight back when someone suddenly grabbed her shoulder. She turned and was met with Jiang Chuchu's smiling face. Qinghuan, is there something you want to explain to me? Jiang Chuchu smiled. Huh? Gu Qinghuan felt a chill on her arm, so much so that it gave her goosebumps. What were those food photos Qin Yu was talking about? Jiang Chuchu's smile remained unchanged. These are photos from our National Day outing. I sent them to Qin Yu to tempt him. Gu Qinghuan explained, shrinking his neck. Why didn't you send them to me? Jiang Chuchu said. It's not something rare. Why didn't you send them to me? I was wrong. The incident of missing the photos ended with Gu Qinghuan vowing to post all the original, high-definition photos to the 3-person group chat as soon as he got home and connected to Wi-Fi, without missing a single one. Chapter 61. The monthly exam results are all in, including the class and grade rankings. There are 22 students in Class 3 of Grade 11, and Gu Qinghuan is ranked 11th, a very middle-of-the-pack ranking. However, in terms of grade ranking, there are 252 students in Grade 11, and Gu Qinghuan surprisingly placed 91st, barely making the top 90. Gu Qinghuan was surprised. I thought I did very poorly. You're an average student, Jiang Chuchu said, flipping through Gu Qinghuan's report card. You performed consistently, so this ranking is quite normal for your first monthly exam. After all, they just started high school, and many students haven't adjusted yet. Some have weak academic performances, while others have underperformed. In times like this, Gu Qinghuan's steady mindset stands out, and this ranking is quite reasonable. But honestly, if this continues, Gu Qinghuan's ranking will gradually decline. Jiang Chuchu ranked 4th in her class, and 54th in her grade, not even in the top 50. Jiang Chuchu felt a little disappointed. As for Yu Xian, the class's study committee member, she ranked 1st in the class and 4th in the grade. Gu Qinghuan calculated that there were a total of 12 classes in the first year of high school. So, Class 3's overall ranking should be pretty good. Qin Yu, who scored 2 points higher than Gu Qinghuan in English, scored lower in all other subjects. While the difference wasn't significant, it still put him over 20 points behind Gu Qinghuan in total. His class ranking instantly dropped to 17th, and his grade ranking dropped to 153rd. We're the 6th from the bottom in our class, yet we're ranked 153rd in the grade? Gu Qinghuan seized the opportunity to redeem himself. Qin Yu grumbled and said nothing, letting Gu Qinghuan slap him in the face. There are quite a lot of people with the same score. Mingda's algorithm assigns the same ranking to people with the same score, but the corresponding number of people will be skipped later in the rankings, Jiang Chuchu said. For example, if first place is 100 points, but there are 2 people with 99 points in second place, then those 2 people will tie for second place, and the person with 98 points will become 4th. This monthly exam was the same. There were fewer people with duplicate rankings at the beginning, but as we get further in, there are more and more people with duplicate rankings. Qin Yu slumped down on the table and complained, Mingda has so few students. Why are they divided into so many classes? My grades are obviously not bad, so why am I 6th from the bottom? When your family asks you tonight, remember to tell them your grade ranking first, then your class ranking, Gu Qinghuan kindly reminded him. Qin Yu continued to play dead, then suddenly looked up after a few seconds. Wait a minute, I remember we're going to start Su Lin's cram school after the monthly exam, right? This time, the ones who failed were Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu's face froze. The results just came out. There's no need to rush, right? No, you don't understand. Chinyu said gravely. If I tell my family today that I'm looking for tutoring from the top student in the grade, my mom will be very pleased. Even if I don't do well on the test, she'd think I'm reflecting on it. Even if she criticizes me when I get home, she won't do so for long. You're a good parent, you know, but you're a good parent. Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but admire Chinyu for a few seconds. Chinyu raised his chin proudly. My brother taught me that. He said I could live a life of idleness and wait for death with him supporting me. But I might not know how to do something, but I can't stop learning. My attitude is what worries my mom the most. As the three of them were talking, Yu Xian, who had been called to the office by homeroom teacher Chen Zilin, returned. Xinyu immediately waved her hand. Student master, come and discuss the tutoring program for the student god? Yu Xian was caught off guard. Oh, you mean about asking Su Lin to tutor us? What did the teacher ask you to talk about? Gu Qinghwan asked. Nothing much, just complimenting me on my test performance. However, he was a little bothered by the fact that he scored the worst in English among the 3 core subjects. Yu Xian said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Zilin taught English, and the fact that the top student in the class scored the worst in English was heartbreaking. Your English score is 135, not bad. Gu Qinghwan was struck by lightning. She had the lowest English score of the 4. By the way, the highest English score in class 3 was Xie Xiangxue, with 146 points, who also tied with Su Lin for first place in English. Besides, he asked you about Su Lin before, and just now asked me if we should go to Su Lin for tutoring now that the results are out, Yu Xian continued. Xinyu immediately shouted, yes, yes, yes. I want tutoring. I love tutoring. Jiang Chuchu pouted at him. Gu Qinghwan scratched her cheek. How did you answer the teacher? Just say I check in with Su Lin during lunch break. Of course, I also check in on your situation, Yu Xian said. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment and said honestly, I have no objection to tutoring after school. We agreed to do that anyway. It's just that starting right after the results is out doesn't prepare me mentally. How about this, Jiang Chuchu suggested. We send Su Lin our grades and the wrong answers for each subject first. She see where our weaknesses are after she's reviewed them. Once she's sorted it out, she know how to proceed. There's no need to rush. Qinghwan, you can be prepared. My previous tutor did this. They asked for my test papers before coming to my house, and used them to compare my mistakes. This made the tutoring more targeted. Jiang Chuchu's tutor actually gave her a special test, but since Su Lin was probably a bit more laborious to create the questions, she didn't mention it. That's great. Gu Qinghwan said immediately. Qinyu thought about it and agreed. After all, telling his family this way would show their support. More importantly, he didn't want to start tutoring so soon. After the 4 of them discussed it, they began preparing their collection of questions for the monthly exam, each working diligently during break time. Curious, Su Xinghe ran over to see what the 4 were doing. He was shocked. Class monitor, are you guys really that hardworking? Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment and decided to speak directly. Didn't Xinbao donate to the family of the top student in class 2? They're giving her tutoring as a reward. We're joining them and sorting out our own mistakes. That way, it'd be easier for them to teach us. That top student in the class next door, Su Xinghe immediately remembered. The mentorship of that genius. I'm a little envious. Although he felt a little envious, Su Xinghe knew it was Yu Xian who donated the money. Gu Qinghwan and the others had a good relationship with Yu Xian, which was why they were afforded this privilege. It wouldn't be easy to bring him along. However, as the top student in Chinese, Su Xinghe was quick-witted. Class monitor, if we have the same questions we don't understand, after Su Lin finishes explaining them, can you explain them to me too? Explaining a question isn't just about knowing the correct solution. Teachers will always announce the correct answer. The key is to learn from others' problem-solving approaches and compare them with your own. Only then can you identify your shortcomings and correct them. That was the approach of Su Lin, the top student in the grade. No matter how hard you try, you can't afford to miss it. Gu Qinghwan blinked. Okay, then sort out the mistakes you made that need to be explained. I come back and talk to you if there are any similar mistakes. Su Xinghe immediately went back to sort out the mistakes. He let go of the ones he got wrong due to mistakes, but the most important thing was to hurry up and finish the big questions he didn't understand. In the end, however, Gu Qinghwan had handed in a total of 18 notebooks of mistakes. Chapter 62. Faced with the entire class's error books, Gu Qinghwan was stunned. Huh? What's going on? Su Xinghe coughed dryly. Well, someone asked me about it, and then it spread. Besides anything else, the people in class 3 really love to join in the fun, eager to get involved in every event, especially under the leadership of class monitor Gu Qinghwan. She would often announce everything in the class group, whether it was sending flowers for Teacher's Day or the cat-catching mission previously organized by the student union. After so many times, everyone got used to it. If anything happened, everyone would participate if they could, because their class monitor wouldn't let anyone get away with it. Gu Qinghwan scratched his head and caught a glimpse of Qin Yu chuckling nearby. With an idea, he grabbed Qin Yu and said, "Deputy Class Monitor." Qin Yu froze. Calling him Deputy Class Monitor out of the blue was bound to be bad news. "I saw you did a pretty good job of keeping count in the group on Teacher's Day, so I leave it to you this time too." Gu Qinghwan piled the error books on Qin Yu's desk. "Huh?" This time, it was Qin Yu who was dumbfounded. "Besides, among the four of us, you have the most mistakes, and the overlap rate is even higher with everyone else's." Gu Qinghwan argued, "That's the one you wanted to hear about." "No, wait a minute." Qin Yu's mind raced faster than ever. "You're not planning on having me explain the questions to everyone later, are you?" Gu Qinghwan blinked at Qin Yu and gave him a thumbs up. Qin Yu's defense was immediately broken. "I'm 6th from the bottom." "6th from the bottom means I can't explain the questions?" Gu Qinghwan retorted, "I'm 12th from the bottom." Jiang Chuchu interjected, "I'm 19th from the bottom." Yu Xian hesitated. "I'm the 22nd from last?" Qin Yu clutched his chest. "I'm tired. May this world end." Finally, the diligent workhorse, no, the vice class monitor, Qin Yu, took on the task of summarizing the wrong questions. But Gu Qinghwan and the others didn't get away with it either. Qin Yu said he couldn't just ask Su Lin about all the wrong questions, he didn't have the time. So once he sorted out the wrong questions, they would be responsible for explaining the ones that Gu Qinghwan and the others hadn't gotten right and wouldn't ask Su Lin about. Yu Xian was about to agree immediately, but Jiang Chuchu stopped her. "Wait a minute, count the results and then divide them up. For example, in English and Chinese, Xie Xiangxue and Su Xinghe are top scorers in their subjects, so they can also help with the questions." Gu Qinghwan also said, "Yes, for the questions we can solve internally, we should divide the work and work together. That way everyone can participate, and it will reduce the pressure on any individual." Qin Yu thought about it and agreed. Not to mention Su Lin, he wouldn't be able to handle all those questions by himself. Thinking of this, Qin Yu worked much harder. He didn't even take a lunch break, instead dragging a few students who were at the top of the class or had good grades in their subjects to work on the statistics together. They were all energetic high school students, so skipping lunch wasn't a big deal. It was better to discuss things together, so that they could learn from each other. Homeroom teacher Chen Zilan had lunch in the cafeteria and wandered to the classroom door, wanting to check on his students. Everyone was chatting animatedly, divided into several groups, writing and drawing on the blackboard or explaining the test questions on the projector screen. Chen Zilan rubbed his forehead and returned to the office. He sat down and couldn't help but complain. Did the kids take the wrong medicine? Class 1's homeroom teacher, Li Gaing, sat across from him and laughed out loud. "What's wrong with the students in your class?" "They're pairing up to help each other," Chen Zilan said. "They're even more active than in class." Li Gaing was also shocked. "How did you instill such self-discipline in them?" "How could I teach that?" Chen Zilan waved his hands. "I have no idea what's going on. I ask our class monitor when I have time." Chen Zilan had a hunch that Gu Qinghwan was involved. Even if not, she must have known about it, so asking her was a good idea. But Class 3's overall results were indeed good this time. The class average is much higher than the grade average. Li Gaing thought of her own students and suddenly felt worried. "Of the 20 students in my class, 3 or 4 are just here to goof off. I have no idea how to teach them." No matter how strong Mingda's teaching staff is, students need to be willing to learn. There are always some students who refuse to learn. The homeroom teacher who has them can only consider themselves unlucky. Chen Zilan didn't know how to comfort her, but before he could open his mouth, a loud noise erupted from the other side of the office, startling them both. Looking up, he saw Shenmingzhi, Class 12's head teacher, placing his cup on the table with a grim expression and storming out. His outburst drew the attention of the other teachers in the office. But once they saw it was him, they exchanged a few glances before silently withdrawing their gazes. Chen Zilan, sensing the tense atmosphere, remained silent and messaged Li Gaing. "Teacher Shen, what's wrong?" "Li Gaing, maybe she's angry? Class 12 has the lowest average score this time, and I heard they were criticized by Director Zhang." Director Zhang, the school's Dean of Academic Affairs, whose full name is Zhang Xuehai, is a strict and somewhat rigid person who holds the teachers very accountable. Last Teacher's Day, it was Zhang Shuai who organized a morning meeting for the first grade teachers. Hearing Li Gang say this, Chen Zilan didn't dare ask any more questions. This was his first time as a homeroom teacher, while Shen Mingjue had taught several classes. Under these circumstances, Class 3 had the highest average score, while Class 12 had the lowest. Shen Mingjue's anger might have been directed at him. The students naturally didn't know what was going on with the teachers. Gu Qinghuan had asked Qin Yu to do the summarization, but he didn't really leave it alone. After finishing his own mistakes, he went to help Qin Yu. Finally, they worked together to complete the tally, and handed it to Su Lin before school was over. Su Lin flipped through it, and was quite surprised. "You got so many wrong?" The 6th to last and 12th to last students looked up to the sky and the ground, but not to the top student. Luckily, there was the 4th to last student nearby. Xian explained, "This one has my mistakes, and this one has Chuchu's. This one has the most, not just Jinghuan and Qin Yu's, but also typical mistakes from our class. Everyone wants to learn from your approach to solving them." Su Lin understood her meaning and didn't mind. When she said a lot, she was only referring to the number of mistakes compared to Xian and Jiang Chuchu's. Honestly, it wouldn't take her much time to explain. "Okay, I go back and study your weaknesses and start tutoring tomorrow," Su Lin said. "By the way," Gu Qinghuan asked casually, "has your mother been discharged?" "She is still in the hospital, monitoring her recovery, but the doctor said she should be able to be discharged this weekend." Speaking of her mother, Su Lin's cold expression softened slightly. She solemnly thanked Xian again. "Thank you again for your donation." Xian quickly shook her head. "This money wasn't earned solely by me. Spending it on you is the best use of it." Su Lin nodded slightly. "I will repay you well." She secretly resolved, when the tutoring session began tomorrow, she would tutor Xian and the others diligently, at least to prevent Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu from making such low-level mistakes. Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu, for some reason, they suddenly felt a little cold. Chapter 63. That evening, as soon as Gu Qinghuan announced her grades, Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian immediately applauded. Wang Jian even praised her. "Huan has adapted well at Mingda." "She's always been adaptable," Gu Haiyan commented. "She's like you in that respect?" "Yes, like me." Wang Jian was very proud. Gu Qinghuan casually mentioned that she was going to Su Lin's cram school. "What time will you be back?" Gu Haiyan asked. "It hasn't been decided yet, but I think it'd be at least an hour," Gu Qinghuan said. Gu Haiyan nodded. "Okay. Once we have a specific time, remember to let everyone know." "Okay." Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. While the Gu family was enjoying themselves, the Yu family was completely different. Yu Wenli had made it home on time today, a rare occasion. Remembering that Mingda had just finished its monthly exams, he asked about his two daughters' grades. Yu Yuan hesitated, unable to speak, while Xian calmly reported her ranking. Just hearing first in the class made Yu Wenli raise an eyebrow in surprise, and hearing fourth in the grade changed his view of Xian. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yu Jinqin scolded impatiently. "Your grades were so poor in the 3rd year of junior high, how can you get this ranking now? Why would I lie about something like this?" Xian clenched her chopsticks, trying to keep her tone calm. "Just ask your homeroom teacher, and you know what I said is true." "All right." Yu Wenli calmly stopped Yu Jinqin, then looked at Xian, his tone gentle. "You did well on the test. You didn't bring shame to our family. You deserve a reward." "Thank you, father." Xian said this calmly, then lowered her head to eat again. "Where's Yuan Yuan?" Yu Wenli looked at Yu Yuan again. Yu Yuan pouted and said in a coquettish tone, "I didn't do as well as my sister. I only got 7th in the class." Xian didn't interrupt. Someone in the class group had already inquired about the average scores of each class, and Class 12 had the lowest score this time. Even though Yu Yuan was 7th in the class, her grade ranking was probably outside the top 100. Yu Wenli, an adult, naturally noticed Yu Yuan's evasion. However, he simply frowned and said calmly, "Compared to your sister, there's still some gap. Be careful next time." "Yes." Yu Yuan agreed weakly. After dinner, Xian went straight upstairs to her room. As she turned into the hallway, she saw Yu Yuan and Yu Jinqin sitting on the sofa. Yu Jinqin seemed to be trying to comfort Yu Yuan, his arm around her shoulders, his face close to hers, whispering something. When Xian saw this, she didn't know what Yu Jinqin had said, but Yu Yuan burst into laughter, seemingly no longer bothered by her failed exam. She felt a little uncomfortable watching this scene, but couldn't figure out what it was, so she hurried back to her room. During National Day, Cui Wanning had assigned her a servant, so Yu Xian simply used one. She no longer had to worry about heavy items she bought online. Besides picking up the packages, she also asked butler Zhao to adjust the layout of the room. As for the renovations, she waited until Jima was a bit older. The door opened, and Jima, who had been lying on the carpet, immediately ran towards the door. Yu Xian bent down, lifted Jima into her arms, and inspected the changes in the room. She wasn't home during the day, so butler Zhao had already arranged for someone to redesign the layout according to her wishes. Originally, her room opened into a living room with a sofa, TV, and coffee table. The balcony faced the door, and to the left was the bedroom. To the left were the bathroom and dressing room. Her desk and bookshelf were in the bedroom. After the changes, the living room's museum shelf and the balcony's flower stand were moved. Yu Xian no longer needed the TV cabinet and the flat-screen TV on it. This type of TV was too unstable. Once Shima grew a bit bigger, she might be able to knock it over with a single kick. So she moved them. The TV cabinet was replaced with a row of low cabinets with glass doors to store miscellaneous items. As for the wall between the living room and bedroom, Yu Xian planned to transform it into a cat wall so Jima could climb on it. She had already bought a small cat climbing frame, which butler Zhao had already installed today and placed near the balcony. Once Jima grew a bit bigger, she could climb on it. The balcony windows were sealed, so there was no need to worry about sesame seeds falling in. A litter box was also placed on the balcony. Today, because she was away from school, she used an automatic feeder and fed canned kitten food. The water bowl was placed next to the low cabinet. Gu Qinghuan said that once the cat grows up, it will eventually drink from the same cup as its owner, so there's no need to rush to buy a water dispenser. When Gu Qinghuan recommended the automatic feeder to her, she was quite hesitant, saying that wet food machines were rarely used. She searched through reviews on various platforms and found one that looked good, but she couldn't guarantee its effectiveness. However, Yu Xian tried it yesterday and felt it was okay. The sesame seeds adapted quickly, and her bowel movements were normal, so she continued using it today. She poured some shuhua milk for Jima, and went to clean the feeder, her mind wandering again. Whether it was the automatic feeder, the climbing frame, or the cat wall, she had never imagined pet supplies could be so high-end. She would never have spent money on such things, but now that Jima was being well taken care of, she felt the money was well spent. Her phone vibrated. Yu Xian's hands were still wet, so she couldn't open it. However, the screen lit up, revealing part of the text of a message, enough for her to understand. The bank sent a text message alerting her of a deposit of 200,000 yuan. It must be the reward Yu Wenli had mentioned earlier. Yu Xian's expression remained unchanged. She was surprised to find that she actually thought 200,000 yuan was nothing. After she washed the feeder and placed it on the low cabinet to dry, her phone lit up again, this time with a WeChat message. Xia He, 4th in grade, has your family's treatment changed? Yu Xian thought to herself that if Chu Chu saw Xia He, she would definitely find him annoying again. Before Gu Qinghuan kicked Xia He out of the group that day, Xia He added her individually. After a long hesitation, she finally agreed. Although his words were harsh, his advice was truly useful. She could sense that Xia He and Qinghuan were completely different types of helpers. While Qinghuan would encourage her and offer advice, he wasn't biased, leaving the choice entirely up to her. Xia He, on the other hand, was different. He would directly criticize her actions, interfering with her choices based on his own preferences. She didn't think Xia He was always right, but sometimes, she really needed this kind of insightful critique. Yu Xian replied, he sent me 200,000 yuan. Xia He, so stingy. That sounded familiar. Yu Xian thought, when Chu Chu first learned that Yu Wenli had sent her 50,000 yuan, she had also thought him stingy. Xia He, at least I'm paying you some attention. What are you going to do with the 200,000? Yu Xian thought for a moment and replied, I want to save the money. If I keep doing this, by the time I get into college and leave the Yu family, I have enough savings to live on my own. Xia He, ha Xia He, that's hilarious Xia He. Why are you leaving the Yu family? It's your home. The money has always been yours, and it's yours to inherit. Why are you giving it away to those idiots? Are you stupid? Yu Xian rubbed her forehead, reaffirming that Xia He's words were truly harsh. So harsh that they almost hit her. She suspected it was a private conversation. If they were in the group chat, with Qinghuan around, Xia He wouldn't have been so harsh. Although she knew Xia He was right, and that her mindset was too negative, Yu Xian couldn't help but reply, if you keep cursing, I take a screenshot and send it to Qinghwan. Xia He. Chapter 64. After sending the message, Yu Xian thought she was about to be bombarded with another barrage of criticism from Xia He, frantically searching for a retract response. Unexpectedly, Xia He's next words were quite friendly. Xia He, excellent. Remember this counterattack and use it on your enemies. The word enemy seemed a bit exaggerated, but Yu Xian couldn't think of a way to deny it. She laid down on the bed with Jima in her arms, and Jima found a spot around her waist to lie down. Yu Xian, he probably won't consider me his heir, and I don't have the ability to inherit the Yu family. Besides, she's not even registered in either Yu Wenli or Cui Wang's household registration. Xia He, so you need to demonstrate more strength first, so that those rubbish can truly recognize you. Moving Qinghwan out of the picture was quite effective. Although Xia He was still cursing, her tone was much calmer, and she wasn't targeting her anymore. Thinking of this, Yu Xian felt a bit of resistance. The Yu family hadn't raised her well. Even though they'd given her a considerable sum of money since adopting her, she felt no gratitude at all. Yu Xian, showing off your superiority. Is that really necessary? Xia He, childish Xia He withdrew a message. Xia He, do you think this is flattery? You don't want to waste time on someone you dislike? Xia He, then do you know how many people on major social media platforms curse their superiors every day? Xia He, you're a high school student, how else can you slap someone in the face? Continue relying on Jiang Chuchu's power? You know it's only a temporary solution, right? Yu Xian was so overwhelmed by the question mark that she wanted to run away. Besides, she had already seen the withdrawn message. Xia He, don't worry about your pitiful pride. All you have to show for it right now is your academic ability. Xia He, the more progress you make, the more those trash will value you, and the closer you get to everything you want. Xia He, don't think of this as flattery. You don't need to kowtow to those trash. Just demonstrate your abilities normally. Xia He, those trash won't let go of a single piece of fat meat. Being compared to fat meat made Yu Xian feel a little awkward. But after Xia He said that, her resistance vanished without a trace. That's right, don't think of this as flattery. No matter how the Yu family views her, she will study hard and achieve excellent grades. She's taking responsibility for her own future and fighting for her rights. Yu Xian, I understand. Thank you for your advice. Xia He sent a satisfied smiley emoji. Yu Xian relaxed and casually asked, how did you do on the monthly exam, Senior Xia? Xia He, top 100, not bad. Yu Xian was a little surprised. She thought Xia He's score would be high. Mingda will elect subjects after the end of the first year of high school. The 3 core subjects of Chinese, math, and English will remain in the same classes, but other subjects will be taught in separate classes. Anyway, Mingda has plenty of classrooms and a small student population. While the school will maintain the monthly, midterm, and final exam format, it will also organize major regional exams in accordance with higher-level regulations. If there's a conflict, the school's smaller exams will take precedence over the major exams. After electing subjects, the school's exam process will be similar to the Gaokao, National College Entrance Examination, so Xia He's grades at this point can, to some extent, be considered Gaokao scores. But she didn't dare ask further, and Xia He clearly didn't want to discuss it either. The topic ended awkwardly. Yu Xian put her phone aside, and Jima, seeing she was free, happily rushed over, clinging to her arm and rubbing her breasts. She tapped the black spot on Jima's forehead. Jima's head tilted, stunned for a few seconds, but then perked back up and continued rubbing her breasts. Yu Xian stopped teasing him and laid down for a while. She took a deep breath, got up, sat at her desk, and began to do her homework. For everything she deserved, she would polish herself thoroughly. She preferred to be a shining, hard diamond rather than a piece of fat. The next day, after school, Su Lin's Student God Cram School officially began. This was Su Lin's first time in the Student Union building, and she was a little surprised the whole time. She had heard some things about the Student Union from her classmates, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. She was even more surprised to learn that Gu Qingwan's office was for her exclusive use. My place isn't even as big as your office, Su Lin said bluntly. Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu, 2 children from wealthy families, didn't know how to respond. They stared at Gu Qingwan, their faces practically spelling out, say something. Gu Qingwan didn't even notice their expressions. She simply asked curiously, is this a rented house? Su Lin nodded. Yes, our old house was too far from school, so my mom sold it and rented one closer. She continued, "It's a good thing we sold the house, so we had money in our account. My mom didn't have to pay the hospital bills after the car accident. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to sell the house on my own." Jiang Chuchu and Qinyu, isn't this conversation just a minefield? It seems like we're getting stuck. What month is your rent due? Gu Qinghuan asked. Honestly, I'm considering moving. My mom needs a few months of rest and recuperation in her current condition, and she wants to find a cheaper place to save money. Su Lin said frankly, October's rent hasn't been paid yet, and I'm planning to use the deposit I made back. Jiang Chuchu and Qinyu, what a deadly topic. Then we need to find a new place suitable for recuperation, Gu Qinghuan said. We can't skimp on money at a time like this, or it'd slow our recovery. You're such a good math pro, you should know how to solve this kind of problem. Su Lin, who had scored full marks in math on the monthly exam, was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. You make sense. I think about how to persuade my mom when I get home. After a brief chat, Gu Qinghuan dragged over the whiteboard and handed over a whiteboard marker. Shall we start with the questions? Okay. Su Lin took the marker and spread out UXIN's notebook. Let's start with UXIN's, starting with English multiple choice question 7. The tutoring session began smoothly, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In the corridor outside the office, Xiaohe leaned against the window wall, listened quietly for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Su Lin's lectures are pretty good, but she's just not very good with words. Or perhaps, she's too blunt, completely disregarding other people's feelings. Whether it was sympathy or pity, contempt or rejection, she didn't care. So, it would be better to just continue the conversation normally, just like Gu Qinghuan. Xiaohe glanced down at her arm. The last scab had fallen off during the National Day holiday, and it looked cleaner than ever. She was busy now, so she'd better go back to her sister tomorrow at noon to claim her reward. Chapter 65. A genius is a genius. Gu Qinghuan was initially a little worried that Su Lin's intellect would make her tutoring difficult to understand. Su Lin proved with his actions that the all-around genius has no blind spots. Don't understand this solution? Okay, try another. Su Lin provided multiple solutions to the same incorrect question, ensuring everyone could fully understand it within their own scope. Gu Qinghuan was brimming with confidence after hearing this. She wouldn't be afraid of a different question next time. UXIN gained even more. She was also a genius, and Su Lin's solution was simpler, improving her answering speed and allowing her to apply it to other types of questions. Qinyu clasped his hands together, his expression akin to master, I got it. Why is the god of learning called the god of learning? Because she's God. Jiang Chuchu filled page after page of notes. Seeing Qinyu still acting like a clown, she felt like poking him with her pen. You're still shouldering the heavy responsibility of explaining the problems to the other students. Why don't you take notes? Qinyu hunched his neck and continued to take notes. He explained so thoroughly that, from start to finish, barely an hour had passed. That's enough for today. I covered too much, and it's hard for you to digest. Su Lin packed his things. I'm going to the hospital to stay with you too. Okay. Thank you for your hard work today. UXIN hurried over to help. Jiang Chuchu quickly pulled a bag from her bag and thrust it into Su Lin's hand. This is for you. Su Lin didn't want to take it, but Jiang Chuchu stuffed it in so quickly that before she realized it, the contents were already in her hands. It wasn't heavy, but it was quite large. It was just an ordinary bag of toast. You've been with us all this time, and you're not going to refuse a little treat, are you? Jiang Chuchu's tone was somewhat assertive. You can eat on the way to the hospital. Su Lin hesitated, then, considering it was just a bag of toast, accepted it. Thank you. Jiang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was much easier to accept food when it was offered to them. After seeing Su Lin off, the four of them began to pack up their belongings. UXIN went to the window first and added a handful of cat food to the area where she usually fed the calico cat, then cleared the table. Gu Qinghuan and Qin were busy posting the photos of the blackboard and notes they had taken earlier to the class group chat. Putting aside the fact that they didn't have Su Lin's ability to apply knowledge to other situations, they also didn't have enough time to explain the problems to the entire class, so they decided to let everyone study on their own first. Class monitor Gu and vice monitor Qin, who were taking the easy way out, felt incredibly thoughtful, knowing they needed to foster students' independent learning abilities and prevent them from becoming dependent on others. They completely ignored the uproar in the class group over the academic genius's blackboard and notes. As for the flurry of its and voicemails, they ignored them. UXIN couldn't stand it anymore and explained, saying they could come back tomorrow if they didn't understand. Only then did the class group slowly quiet down, and everyone turned to studying the blackboard and notes. Occasionally, one or two people would pop up, scolding Chinyu for his cursive handwriting while asking others what the character was. Jiang Chuchu patted Chinyu's shoulder. When I asked you to learn calligraphy together, you always ran faster than a rabbit. Now you're being scolded, right? Chinyu stiffened his neck. It's so easy to recognize. Gu Qinghuan checked the office, making sure everything was alright. He locked the door and walked out with everyone else. Is there still tutoring tomorrow? I have to go to the club tomorrow. Yu Xian shook her head. Forget it then, Jiang Chuchu said immediately. After all, this tutoring session was for Yu Xian, and the knowledge we absorbed today would be enough for everyone to digest for a while. Gu Qinghuan asked about Yu Xian's club schedule, and said, how about this? Tutoring will be held every Tuesday and Thursday after school for an hour, primarily for Xinbao. As for us, we don't have to come if we have a last-minute commitment. If we do, we need to prepare questions or knowledge points we need to discuss. No problem. Chinyu agreed immediately. This meant much more freedom for him. Jiang Chuchu also voted in favor. It's too much of a stretch for me to keep up with him. I rather focus on my own problems. Gu Qinghuan shared Jiang Chuchu's thoughts. Besides, Su Lin had to take care of his mother and run the household. Even a genius student couldn't handle so much. Yu Xian also thought this was a good idea and immediately sent Su Lin a message. Before they even reached the school gate, Su Lin replied with an okay. Gu Qinghuan returned home. Mom wasn't back yet, but Dad was already resting on the sofa. Hearing the door open, Wang Jian craned his neck to see Gu Qinghuan. Seeing it was Gu Qinghuan, he pointed to the kitchen. The burger is on the table. Heat it up. Gu Qinghuan rummaged through the bag and found not only the burger, but also an egg tart and a pair of Orleans wings. Dad, why did you think of buying burgers? I saw the new product while passing by, so I went in and bought a bucket. Wang Jian smacked his lips. It tastes okay, but you probably won't be used to it. Gu Qinghuan's interest immediately waned. After finishing his meal, he grabbed a Coke and went back to his room to do his homework. Even with the tutoring from the academic genius, Gu Qinghuan found his homework tonight particularly difficult. It was mainly because the new material conflicted with his existing inertial thinking. While it helped to deepen his memory, it did take up a lot of time and energy. After finally finishing, Gu Qinghuan felt dizzy and slumped over the table, unwilling to move. System Gu Qinghuan called weakly, if you can do a physical examination, can you hypnotize me to relax? The system thought for a moment. There is a similar function, but it has side effects. Huh? Gu Qinghuan looked up. There really is such a function. This function is called return to the source, which literally means water flowing back. The system explained. In the system's concept, all consciousness is born from the same ocean-like existence, the sea of consciousness. Self-awareness allows consciousness to escape from the sea of consciousness. Conversely, when self-awareness fades, it returns to the sea of consciousness. In that case, it's like returning to the womb, quickly receiving nourishment from the sea of consciousness and recovering from mental and physical damage. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, isn't this deep sleep? System, you can interpret it that way. So what are the side effects? Gu Qinghuan asked. Although it can quickly pull your consciousness into the sea of consciousness for recuperation, it will take a long time to exit. System replied. How long? Gu Qinghuan had a bad feeling. At the shortest, a month, at the slowest, a year. System said. Gu Qinghuan stood up abruptly. Enough talk, I'm going to take a shower. I'm feeling energetic. What's the difference between this and becoming a vegetable? I'd rather not have this function. Chapter 66. Maybe it was because of the system's return to source command, but Gu Qinghuan had a particularly tiring dream that night. She dreamed of herself as a fish, swimming in a deep, dark ocean, occasionally opening her mouth to eat seaweed, plankton, and the like. Swimming endlessly was not only tiring, but also boring, and the surroundings were pitch black. As she swam, she suddenly saw a faint, blurry light. She happily swam towards it, but as she got closer, a hideous, ferocious face suddenly appeared behind the light. She startled and awoke from the dream. So, you dreamed of being eaten by an anglerfish? After arriving at school, Chinyu couldn't stop laughing after hearing Gu Qinghuan's recounting of the dream. She wasn't eaten. Gu Qinghuan slapped the table. I woke up as soon as I saw the fish's face. I might have escaped. Jiang Chuchu entered the classroom and saw Gu Qinghuan slapping the table. Who did you argue with so early this morning? No, Qin Yu said. She dreamed she turned into a fish, was attracted by the light of an anglerfish, and was almost eaten. Since Qin Yu said almost, Gu Qinghuan let him off the hook. Anglerfish, Jiang Chuchu thought of the fish's appearance, and looked at Gu Qinghuan sympathetically. If you saw its face up close, it would be really scary. Right. Gu Qinghuan nodded vigorously. At this moment, Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu still had some free time to chat. Once the class gradually arrived, they would have no free time at all. Qin Yu, go practice your calligraphy. I was nearly blinded by your notes last night. Class monitor, I don't understand the writing on the blackboard for question 9 on the math test. How did you come up with that quick solution for the third chemistry multiple choice question? Poor Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu were completely bewildered by their classmates' questions. Luckily, Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu joined in to help, otherwise morning reading wouldn't have been a break. Chen Zilan, on his routine visit to check on the morning reading, saw the commotion and, assuming the students were writing, hurried to ask what was going on. Bao Song was studying a physics problem with his notes, when his desk was knocked. He instinctively looked up, saw the homeroom teacher's face, and shuddered reflexively. Teacher Chen, good morning, good morning. What are you doing over there? Chen Zilan pointed toward the tightly packed fourth group. Realizing they weren't referring to him, Bao Song calmed down. Oh, everyone's looking for the class monitor and vice monitor to discuss the problem, as well as the student council and the disciplinary committee. Chen Zilan recalled the situation during Monday's lunch break. Since there had been no activity since Tuesday, he assumed it was just a temporary tantrum and ignored it. I didn't expect it wasn't temporary, it was intermittent. Why were Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu the main speakers for this particular topic? Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu were sidelined? Chen Zilan recalled Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu's scores and rankings, finding them a bit outrageous. Just then, he noticed that besides the physics test paper, there was also a stack of printed paper on Bao Song's desk. It looked like it contained images. Noticing Chen Zilan's gaze, Bao Song took the initiative and said, "These are the notes and blackboard notes from yesterday's lecture by Su Lin, the genius of Class 2. The monitor and vice monitor shared them in the group chat. Now everyone's asking about questions they don't understand." Chen Zilan understood. So that's how it was. He hadn't expected Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu to be so responsible. He nodded cheerfully. Okay, you guys continue studying. Just don't make too much noise, or it bother the class next door. Bao Song responded, and as soon as Chen Zilan left, he immediately called out to Jiang Chuchu, Jiang Jiwei, the class leader just came and told us to keep our voices down so we don't disturb the class next door. Jiang Chuchu stood up, looked around at everyone, and threatened, "Did you hear me?" The students huddled like quails, their heads lowered. Yes, I heard you. Fortunately, most of the questions were self-explanatory, referring to the blackboard and notes. Only a few more complex or tricky questions required separate explanations. Within the morning reading period, the four of them worked together to almost finish the lesson. Gu Qinghuan slumped in her chair, listening to the bell ring, and sighed, "I never thought the bell would sound so beautiful. I have this thought every time I hear it." Qin Yu pulled a drink from the desk drawer and took a swig. But today's bell is the best yet. Gu Qinghuan had forgotten her water bottle this morning and was about to get some from the tea room. But before she could stand, Yu Xian handed Gu Qinghuan an unopened box of mixed juice. "Here." "Thank you, Xinbao." Gu Qinghuan took the juice, inserted a straw, and drank from the table. Jiang Chuchu looked at her with a headache. Was the straw invented for you to use? Many human inventions come in handy in unexpected places. Gu Qinghuan said gravely, "How can this not be a little wisdom in life? Come on, you're just lazy." Qin Yu ruthlessly exposed the truth. After the morning classes ended, Gu Qinghuan was just thinking about what to eat in the cafeteria when she heard Bao Song's voice. "Class monitor, your brother is here to see you." Gu Qinghuan looked up and saw it was indeed Xiaohe. The people in Class 3 knew Xiaohe's name, and they also knew he wasn't related, but it was easier to call him brother. After all, it was a common name, and sometimes it was hard to remember. "Want to have lunch together?" Gu Qinghuan walked over and greeted Xiaohe. "I came to ask for a reward," Xiaohe said, smiling as always. "I want something more than lunch." "What do you want?" Gu Qinghuan looked at Xiaohe's arm, then curled his lips. "It's all gone. You really tried so hard." For those with a habit of self-harm, using a knife on themselves is as easy as breathing, almost a subconscious action. Not to mention, some people become addicted. So, Xiaohe's ability to resist self-harm truly required far more willpower than most people imagine. Why was he able to do it? Xiaohe himself had no idea. He had grasped the ceramic knife beneath his pillow many times, but each time he stopped before his skin could feel the sharp edge. But now he was content. Gu Qinghuan's smile and words alone made him feel that his patience had been worth it. "Let's go get lunch first, and we talk afterwards," Xia he said. Gu Qinghuan nodded. After a morning of teaching and attending classes, she desperately needed nourishment. Yu Xian stood beside Gu Qinghuan, hesitating whether to greet Xia He. After all, Xia He had given her a lot of advice and suggestions, and since she was a senior, she still had to be polite, right? "Senior Xia," Yu Xian said, "hello." Xia He's smile remained unchanged. "Hello?" Jiang Chuchu raised her eyebrows. Xin Bao greeted Xia He, and Xia He greeted him back. Qin Yu had a lunch date with his friends from the basketball club and was going to play basketball after lunch, so he didn't join them. But at first glance, Xia He didn't look out of place walking next to the three girls. At least in terms of height and appearance, they looked quite harmonious. Chapter 67. After lunch, Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu said goodbye and led Xia He to the office. Without anyone else around, Xia He felt much more relaxed. It wasn't that he disliked Jiang Chuchu or Yu Xian, rather, they didn't cross paths. He had high hopes for Yu Xian and was quite satisfied with her progress. But he had to decide the social distance between him and anyone else. If someone unauthorizedly drew closer, he would feel very uncomfortable. He had only met a few people who could maintain a proper social distance with him. Bai Han was barely one of them. But Bai Han had consciously distanced himself from him, resolutely refusing to get close. The only difference was further and further. Gu Qinghuan was the only person he had ever wanted to be close to. Unfortunately, it seemed she didn't want to be involved with him too much. Only when they arrived at the office did Gu Qinghuan ask, "What reward do you want this time, Senior Xia?" The word reward sounded strange. "It's not a big deal, actually," Xia He habitually tried to put on a smile, but then thought better of it and looked at Gu Qinghuan seriously. "Sister, can you touch my head?" Gu Qinghuan, "Huh?" She suspected she misheard and wanted to pick her ears, but felt it was a bit unseemly, so she held back. "Why do you want a head pat?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Xia He tilted her head. "I need the courage to do something, and I feel like a touch of your head gives me the courage. Even if I didn't touch your head, you would still do it, right?" Gu Qinghuan grumbled. Xia He raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think that?" Gu Qinghuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pulled out a chair, motioned for him to sit down, poured them both a glass of water, and sat down across from Xia He. "Let me think about this." She took a sip of water and said solemnly, "Your level is different from ours." Xia He didn't respond, but continued to smile at her. "I think if it were you, you would be able to sense that my interactions with my classmates actually have a purpose," Gu Qinghuan said. "Yes," Xia He admitted readily, "but in my opinion, your purpose is so simple that it shouldn't even be described as purpose." In Xia He's opinion, Gu Qinghuan's kindness to everyone is selfless, simply because he wants others to become better. "Although I don't know your true purpose, it's not important and won't affect me in any way," Xia He said. "That's exactly it," Gu Qinghuan said immediately. Xia He blinked at her, looking innocent. "Senior Xia, you have the ability to control the overall situation. No matter what happens, you have the confidence to handle it calmly, and will not be shaken." Gu Qinghuan looked at him directly. "From the moment I met you, everything you've shown is what you wanted others to see. Even when you called me sister, and your childish and willful behavior. You had the advantage of your appearance, making it easy to create the image of a cute little brother. Even if I showed resistance and spoke to you through your disguised image, you didn't change it, because it wasn't meant for me." She had no intention of understanding the origins of this image, nor did she intend to delve into Xia He's true self beneath it. That was Xia He's privacy, and she wouldn't presume to understand until Xia He expressed herself. But now, it seemed like the time had come. He had revealed to her something he wanted to do, and after she tentatively expressed her opinion of him, he had chosen to ask a counter-question rather than remain evasive. That's why she chose to come clean. Sometimes asking a counter-question means admitting something. Of course, she wasn't the only one who chose to come clean. After all, since that rhetorical question, Xia He had never called her sister again. "So, I don't think Senior Xia will change his mind just because I cooperate with you," Gu Qinghuan concluded. "Okay," Xia He shrugged. "Whether you pat my head or not, I do it, but I do want to be patted." "That's all right then," Gu Qinghuan said, suddenly reaching across the table and placing his hand on Xia He's head, rubbing it vigorously. Caught off guard, Xia He's hair was practically a mess. He jerked his head up, his gaze meeting Gu Qinghuan's bright eyes. She smiled. As a token of my appreciation for Senior Xiao's hard work, something as simple as a head pack can be done anytime. Despite her tactical demands, she had no intention of rejecting Xiao He's request. He had hoped for it and put in the effort, and this was a simple matter for her. Why let that expectation be dashed? Xiao He's lips moved, and she uttered, "If that's the case, why have this conversation? While I could just pat your head and redeem the reward, I don't want to continue this relationship." Gu Qinghuan said, "I don't like that, so I'm going to be frank." In a way, Gu Qinghuan was actually quite tough. Yu Xian could say she understood this all too well. When someone wanted to escape, Gu Qinghuan would easily force them into a corner, forcing them to confront the problem head-on. But she wouldn't be hurt by this. She would use her gentlest kindness to support them, solving problems piece by piece. Xiao, he wondered what Gu Qinghuan meant by "I don't like that." Did she hate his hypocrisy? Was she fed up with that image? Was she unaccustomed to his various temptations? "Senior Xiao, please tell me, what exactly do you want?" Gu Qinghuan said. Xiao he felt as if something had collapsed inside her, shaking her head. So what Gu Qinghuan didn't like was his ambiguous attitude, which prevented her from clearly responding. As Gu Qinghuan had said, Xiao He's level was much higher than hers, so she had never understood why Xiao He approached her and showed her affection. Lonely? Wanting companionship? No, Xiao He wasn't the type to deliberately distance herself from others while simultaneously craving warmth. Curious? Wanting excitement? No, Gu Qinghuan believed that with Xiao He's abilities, if he truly wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist. He had always been restrained, even overly cautious. He actively offered her a helping hand, yet never properly asked for anything. Gu Qinghuan was truly baffled, so baffled that she couldn't help but want to know for sure. Xiao He exhaled slowly. "I don't know." "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan hadn't expected this answer. "Right now, all I'm thinking about is watching you." Xiao He raised her head slightly, and calmly met Gu Qinghuan's gaze. Gu Qinghuan pointed at herself, feeling the question mark above her head threatening to solidify. "Yes, watching you is very interesting. The way you help those people makes me feel like you're changing their fate," Xiao He said. "Should I say, creating new possibilities for their fate?" Gu Qinghuan said. "That's a good way to put it." Xiao He nodded in agreement. He thought for a moment, then said, "In that case, consider me an audience member for now." Audience? Gu Qinghuan pondered the term. "Yes, perhaps after seeing enough, I know what I want." Xiao He smiled again. But this time, his smile was shallow, unlike his usual, deliberately cute smile. Okay, even Xiao He couldn't figure it out, and Gu Qinghuan had even less hope for her. "Now that we made it clear, can we speak frankly from now on?" "Of course," Xiao He said generously, "but only to you. To everyone else, I'm still your younger brother." "That's really forgiving." Gu Qinghuan rolled his eyes, making Xiao He laugh. He leaned on the table and stood up. "Okay, sister, get some rest. You have classes this afternoon." As soon as she uttered this address, Gu Qinghuan knew Xiao He was acting up again. She didn't want to care anymore. Chatting with such a high-level person was exhausting. She really needed to rest. The office door closed, and Xiao He slowly walked out of the building. The sunlight was a bit glaring. He shielded his eyes with his hand, then squinted through his fingers to see the sun. "How can it be so bright?" he muttered softly to himself. "I get sunburned." Chapter 68. After their lunchtime chat that day, Gu Qinghuan hadn't seen Xiao He at school. Although she still occasionally sent him messages on WeChat, she didn't feel his presence diminished. In fact, the tone in the messages had become much more normal, no longer carrying that deliberate, coquettish tone that seemed forced upon her. This communication made Gu Qinghuan feel much more relaxed. Comparatively, Yu Xian felt that Xiao He's cursing was more aggressive. Mingda's second-half midterm exams were in early November, so they were combined with the October monthly exams. Before the midterms, Su Lin tutored the 4-person group in class 9 times a week. On the Saturday before the midterms, he also gave Yu Xian an additional pre-exam tutorial focused on predicting exam questions. The other 3 students didn't attend this tutorial. Although they all knew that Su Lin's skills would allow him to accurately predict many of the exam questions, and the midterm exam, Jiang Chuchu was more interested in her own improvement than in achieving a high score. As for Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu, they simply didn't have the energy to cram more questions into their heads. The God of Learning was a good teacher, and he could adjust the course content to suit the 2 students' abilities. The problem was, being chased was truly exhausting. The Gaokao is a 3-year marathon. Given Gu Qinghuan and Qin Yu's abilities, even if they could improve significantly in a short period with Su Lin's help, they wouldn't be able to maintain that progress for long. It was only the first semester of their freshman year, so it was better to proceed steadily. As long as there was continuous improvement, it was better than a lack of progress. Su Lin didn't give Yu Xian all the exams. Yu Xian herself indicated that she didn't need to prepare any exams for Chinese, math, and history. Although Yu Xian hadn't yet decided on her specific subject selection, she had already decided on physics over history. Of the other 4 subjects, she had also decided on chemistry, but had ruled out politics. Currently, she was hesitating between biology and geography. Xia He's scolding Yu Xian over the subject selection alone had her wanting to turn off her phone. At first, when Yu Xian mentioned she was considering her subject selection, Xia He was quite pleased. Your grades are excellent, so you'd be more hesitant about choosing a subject. Thinking ahead is a good idea. However, Yu Xian was then met with a fierce exchange of words. Xia He, considering career prospects? What career prospects are you considering? You should be thinking about joining the Yu family company. Xia He, it's not just third brother Yu. Do you understand the Yu family's main business? Xia He, English is one of the core subjects, and you're so bad at it? Xia He, what do you mean by art seems more suitable? What does suitable mean? Why don't you look at your science scores? Xia He, why do you care what others think of you? It's their college entrance exam, not yours. Xia He, none of those idiots in the Yu family scored higher than you. What can they teach you? For Yu Xian, being forced to recognize how narrow-minded she was, how constrained she was by traditional societal thinking, and then struggling against her own inertial thinking, it was truly painful. She felt completely sluggish in class for several days. Yu Xian sat behind Jiang Chuchu, so she was distracted during class. Jiang Chuchu noticed quickly and asked about her concerns after class. While the midterm exam is important, don't be too nervous. Jiang Chuchu initially assumed Yu Xian was so tired because she was preparing for the exam. Yu Xian hesitated for a moment before whispering to Jiang Chuchu, it's actually not that relevant to exam preparation. It's something else. Have you had a private chat with Senior Xia He? Jiang Chuchu felt a little nervous just hearing the word Xia He. Did he have a private chat with you? Yu Xian told Jiang Chuchu about the incident involving Xia He. That's right. We talked a few times recently, and I think he's really mean. Jiang Chuchu patted Yu Xian's shoulder with mixed feelings. Compared to having her head pushed into the toilet, a few harsh words were relief. However, she hadn't expected Yu Xian to have any private interactions with Xia He. She had assumed Xia He was only interested in Gu Qinghuan. If he's too harsh, go to Qinghuan and complain. Jiang Chuchu offered advice. Yu Xian scratched her cheek sheepishly. Well, I already threatened him like that. Jiang Chuchu looked at Yu Xian with a new appreciation. I didn't expect Xinbao to learn to complain. He was quite useful before, but he hasn't changed much in the last 2 weeks. Yu Xian said. Don't you think you're just making threats and won't follow through? Jiang Chuchu immediately patted Gu Qinghuan on the back. Qinghuan! How could she miss this opportunity to trip up Xia He? Gu Qinghuan was so overwhelmed with physics problems that she immediately dropped her pen when she was called upon. She was full of energy anyway, not having to work on the problems. What's going on? Yu Xian still didn't complain, simply recounting her conversation with Xia He. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. Is that so? Xinbao, do you find it annoying? If you do, but can't bring yourself to say it, I go talk to him. But she was still quite curious. What was Xia He like when she was cursing so harshly? Jiang Chuchu waited for the next words. After several seconds, she didn't hear Gu Qinghuan continue. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Huh? Then what? What then? Gu Qinghuan asked curiously. Aren't you surprised that he's so obedient in front of you, but so mean behind your back? Jiang Chuchu said. I think he always pretends to be that way around strangers, Gu Qinghuan said. But in private, he has his true colors. But he's very obedient to you, but very mean to Xinbao. Jiang Chuchu argued confidently. Of course, I have a different attitude depending on the person I'm dealing with. Gu Qinghuan said patiently, my attitude towards teachers and classmates is different, because my positions are different. Jiang Chuchu was as if struck by a slap in the face. Huh? Now that you mention it. Yu Xian, having finally understood, shook her head firmly. No, it's a little uncomfortable, but I don't think this discomfort is a bad thing. After a pause, she added, if I really can't stand it, I tell him myself. Gu Qinghuan applauded. Good. Jiang Chuchu also came to her senses. Although she felt she needed some time to process Gu Qinghuan's words, she was very relieved by Yu Xian's attitude. You know, at the beginning of the school year, Yu Xian was speechless after she called her handwriting ugly. It's really hard to imagine the change she's had now. Yu Xian felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, after the midterm exams, do you want to come over to my house? You can invite friends over now? Jiang Chuchu asked immediately. Given the Yu family's situation, she didn't think Yu Xian could just invite friends over without permission. It was my father's idea. Yu Xian glanced at Jiang Chuchu, then looked at Gu Qinghuan apologetically. Gu Qinghuan understood immediately. I see. I wanted to see how close you and Chuchu are. I was just a sideshow. You're not a sideshow. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu said in unison. After saying this, they looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Yes, they both knew that Gu Qinghuan was the bond that connected them. So what if Yu Wenli didn't know? They knew they cared. Okay, Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. Of course, I can come over when I'm free. You can set the time. Me too. Jiang Chuchu was also very positive. The exams ended on Friday, and the three of them quickly agreed that Jiang Chuchu would pick up Gu Qinghuan on Saturday morning before heading to the Yu residence at 10 o'clock. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her hands in anticipation. This time, she could see it live. No more listening to the broadcast. Chapter 69. Compared to the first monthly exam, the midterm exam was significantly more difficult. At least that's what Gu Qinghuan thought. However, thanks to the tutoring from the academic genius Su Lin, Gu Qinghuan persevered through all the questions, though she didn't finish a few of the last questions because they were too difficult. By the end, she either ran out of time or simply didn't know how to proceed. After leaving the exam room, Gu Qinghuan went to the bathroom. As soon as she sat down, she heard two people walking in chatting. Their voices sounded familiar. Si Yuan, how did you do on the exam? After all, they met face to face, and even after almost 2 months, Gu Qinghuan still remembered Lin Shishua's voice. Not so good. Yu Yuan sounded a little down, then quickly turned to annoyance. I just saw that girl. She was smiling and chatting with the top student from last year. She must have done very well. Is she talking about Yu Xian? She did happen to be in the same exam room as Su Lin this time. Yu Yuan and Lin Xiaoxua turned on the faucet to wash their hands. The sound of the water was a bit noisy, but their conversation was clearly audible. You're talking about that sister of yours? Yeah, she said a few days ago that she was having friends over tomorrow. Why did she come over? It's so annoying. Gu Qinghuan felt awkward. It wasn't the right time to go out now, so he had to wait until they finished talking. Thankfully, the rest of the conversation consisted of Yu Yuan complaining and Lin Xiaoxua agreeing, without saying anything too radical. They quickly left. About half a minute after the two of them left, Gu Qinghuan finally emerged from the bathroom stall, washed his hands, and quickly ran out. This time, it was Gu Haiyan who came to pick Gu Qinghuan up. Seeing her emerge, Gu Haiyan breathed a sigh of relief. I saw everyone else had left, but you hadn't come out yet. I was about to go in to look for you. I was delayed in the bathroom for a while, Gu Qinghuan said. How did you do on the test? Gu Haiyan asked. The questions were difficult, Gu Qinghuan said honestly. I wasn't sure, but I tried my best to write them all. It's okay as long as you write them. Hearing her daughter say the questions were difficult, Gu Haiyan didn't ask any more questions. Since the last monthly exam, Gu Qinghuan had been actively attending the tutoring session with the top student in the grade, and she had been working diligently on the questions after returning. Gu Haiyan felt her daughter had done her best. Then, all she had to do was wait for the results. She would figure out any shortcomings on her own. Unless she was getting too hung up on her poor performance or giving up on herself, Gu Haiyan didn't think it was necessary to intervene. Are you going to a friend's house tomorrow? Gu Haiyan asked something cheerful. Yes, let's go play at Xinbo's house. Gu Qinghuan suddenly perked up. That kitten named Jima she adopted a while ago, I want to see how it's doing now. Actually, Yu Xian had been posting photos and videos of Jima in the 3-person group chat, but how can virtual petting a cat compare to the real thing? Speaking of cats, another cat was finally making progress. Bai Han had previously assigned her a task, to catch Mingli's long-haired calico cat. With the help of her classmates from class 3, Gu Qinghuan had basically mastered the calico cat's movements. Even with the weather, which caused the cat's movements to change, she still had an accuracy rate of over 60%. Furthermore, after over a month of persistent feeding and enticement, the cat's food area had been moved from the windowsill to indoors, with dedicated cat and water bowls. When Gu Qinghuan was away, the calico cat would slip in through the cracks in the window she left open. Besides eating, it would occasionally find a comfortable spot in the office to rest, like Gu Qinghuan in her friend's doghouse. Although the calico cat was still wary of Qin Yu and Su Lin, it stopped running when it saw Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chu, and would even allow them to pet it when the mood struck. Gu Qinghuan planned to spend a week trying to keep the calico cat at bay every day. If that didn't work, she would clear the area one day and tell everyone not to feed the cat, which would ensure it would eat in the office. She would then put gabapentin in the cat's food and drinking water, set up surveillance cameras, and catch the cat as soon as the doors and windows were closed. She didn't want to resort to this last resort unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, once the calico cat regained consciousness, it might resist violently, perhaps even in a state of stress. So Gu Qinghuan silently prayed that she could catch the calico cat normally. Of course, for now, she shouldn't dwell on it too much. Going to the Yu family was much more exciting. At least Jiang Chu was so excited that she almost couldn't sleep the night before. She imagined many scenarios. What would she do if Yu Wenli and Cui Wang tried to test the depth of her relationship with Xinbao? What would she do if those two looked down on Qinghuan and only paid attention to her? If Yu Jinxing were present, how could she legitimately bring up the fact that he used Xian Bao's card to buy things for her and Yu Yuan, and then tease him about how he was so broke he robbed his sister? Thankfully, the exam had consumed her energy that day, so Jiang Chu fell asleep while thinking, instead of becoming increasingly restless. What you think about during the day, you dream at night, and Jiang Chu had a dream about the Yu family. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy story. She dreamed that after taking Xian Bao home, the Yu family ignored her, and even belittled and denied her. Xian Bao didn't dare talk to anyone in class, studying silently. After a good exam, Yu Jinxing accused her of cheating, and made a grand entrance at school to inspect her paper. Unaware of the situation, her classmates whispered about it. Even after discovering she hadn't cheated, Xinbao, plagued by her low self-esteem, was terrified of their gazes, and dared not come to school again. At this point in her dream, Jiang Chu woke up. So angry, she didn't even change out of her pajamas. She ran to Jiang Yuxuan's gym, donned boxing gloves, and unleashed a series of slam dunks on the sandbag, finally collapsing on the floor, exhausted and breathless. Jiang Yue, who had gotten up early to practice Ba Duan Jin, heard the noise and rushed to the gym. He quickly picked Jiang Chu up and told her to change. "Little aunt, the temperature has dropped now. You should at least change your clothes." Jiang Yue looked at Jiang Chu's nightgown, feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Chu simply took a hot shower, changed into appropriate clothes, and was offered a cup of ginger tea by Aunt Wu. Jiang Chu, well, she should drink it. She wasn't taking care of her health enough. Watching her finish her ginger tea in one gulp, Jiang Yue took the empty cup and asked helplessly, "What are you angry about? Didn't you say you were going to the Yu family today?" "I had an unhappy dream," Jiang Chu said angrily. Jiang Yue was curious about what kind of dream could have made his daughter so angry. But he didn't ask any further questions. After all, why would he let a child recall something that had made her so angry? He thought for a moment and asked, "Will the things in the dream come true?" "Of course not." Jiang Chu explained immediately. "Xinbao is fine now. Besides, with her and Qinghuan around, how could the Yu family bully Xinbao again?" Jiang Yue spread his hands, implying, "That's it." Jiang Chu curled her lips. Of course she knew the dream was fake, but, for some reason, it felt so real. No, on second thought, it wasn't real at all. How could it be possible that Qinghuan wasn't even in that dream? Chapter 70. As Gu Qinghuan boarded the Jiang family's car, she immediately noticed Jiang Chu wasn't in good spirits. After all, Jiang Chu had excitedly been talking about what she would do when she arrived at the Yu family's house yesterday, but now she looked listless, and her smile, when she greeted her, seemed forced. It was truly out of character. She sat down next to Jiang Chu and pointed at her neck. "Look." Jiang Chu glanced over and spotted the necklace she had given Gu Qinghuan earlier. Jiang Chu, who had been feeling depressed by the dream, suddenly laughed. "You're still wearing this?" "Yes." Gu Qinghuan smiled back. "You used this to choke those people out last time. Wouldn't it be nice to bring back that memory of being slapped in the face again?" Jiang Chu grabbed Gu Qinghuan's hands, looked her over, and commented, "It doesn't go with your dress." Gu Qinghuan sighed wistfully. "Miss, my closet is full of crew neck sweatshirts this season. I've done my best to find a V-neck that shows off my neck." Route neck sweatshirts are so comfortable, convenient, and easy to wear, and you don't have to worry about the wind getting in your neck. Jiang Chuchu looked Gu Qinghwan over critically and nodded reluctantly. Okay, let's forget it this time. Next time we go shopping together, I'd pick out some other clothes for you. As the two chatted, Jiang Chuchu's mood improved considerably, and she realized that Gu Qinghwan was trying to distract her. As expected, dreams are fake. Jiang Chuchu completely banished the dream from her mind. They soon arrived at the Yu family's residential complex. As soon as Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu got out of the car, Yu Xian ran out. Gu Qinghwan felt a momentary sense of relief, remembering the last time she visited the Yu family, and saw Yu Xian running towards her after getting out of the car. However, this time, Yu Xian's mindset was completely different. Qinghwan, Chuchu. Yu Xian's eyes lit up, and she rushed over to hug her. Welcome to my home. Thanks to Xia He's encouragement, Yu Xian was now comfortable saying my home. The Yu of the Yu family was Yu Wenli's Yu now, but that might not necessarily mean Yu Jinxin's Yu in the future. Gu Qinghwan returned the hug. I'm here. Jiang Chuchu felt a little embarrassed, but seeing Yu Xian's expectant expression, she couldn't bear to refuse, so she finally accepted the hug. Yu Xian also noticed Jiang Chuchu's stiffening. After hugging her, she quickly released her arms and, instead, pulled them inside, one each by the hand. Come in quickly. It looks like it's going to rain. The Jiang family's driver drove away. Jiang Chuchu would return when she was ready to go home. This was Gu Qinghwan's first time entering the Yu family's house. She wasn't very familiar with decorating styles, so based on general impressions, she guessed the Yu family's layout and decor were European. In terms of size, the Jiang family's was definitely larger. However, to Gu Qinghwan, both were larger than her own, so she didn't deliberately compare the Yu and Jiang families. Last time, she had met Yu Xian's mother, Cui Wanning, her brother Yu Jinxin, and Yu Yuan. This time, she saw another middle-aged man, Yu Xian's father Yu Wenli. To be fair, Yu Wenli wasn't bad looking. He had a son, Yu Jinxin, at the age of 23, and a daughter, Yu Xian, at the age of 29. He was currently 45. For a man his age, as long as he's of decent height, in shape, doesn't have a beer belly, doesn't have a glare-reflecting head, and dresses well, he can easily outdo most of his peers. Yu Wenli possesses all of these qualities, and having held a high position for many years, he possesses a certain air of grace. If one hadn't known his attitude toward Yu Xian, even Jiang Chuchu would have said he looked like a brilliant entrepreneur worthy of the pages of a financial magazine. Before the three of them entered, Yu Wenli was sitting on the sofa, browsing something on his phone. Upon seeing them, he remained seated, but his gaze immediately shifted towards them, his expression amicable. Xian, Yu Xian, are these your friends? Gu Qinghwan heard his hesitation, perhaps wanting to call her a nickname like Xinxin to convey a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. She exchanged glances with Jiang Chuchu, who evidently noticed, tugging at her with the corner of her lip, as if trying to curl her lips. Gu Qinghwan looked back at Yu Wenli with a polite smile. Hello, uncle. I'm Gu Qinghwan. Jiang Chuchu followed closely behind. I'm Jiang Chuchu, hello. Jiang Chuchu didn't want to call him uncle or uncle. Yu Wenli didn't notice the address, mainly because, in his mind, it was normal for Jiang Chuchu, the daughter of the Jiang family, to look down on others. Yu Xian nodded. Then I go to the room with my friends. Go ahead. Yu Wenli waved at her. Talk to old Zhao if you need anything. Yu Xian then led Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu upstairs. As the door opened, Gu Qinghwan immediately spotted Jima, curled up in a ball on the lazy sofa, and tiptoed over. Jiang Chuchu first surveyed the room, the area. Anything larger than this is uninteresting. The layout is okay, likely adjusted according to Xinbao's wishes. It's quite spacious overall, probably to make it easier for Jima to move around. Yu Xian slammed the door shut and sighed. I thought he was going to ask Chuchu questions. No, Gu Qinghwan said, not touching Jima. She simply pulled out her phone to take a picture, not even turning her head. Look, he didn't even stand up. He probably doesn't want to appear too attentive. As soon as she spoke, Jima, perhaps hearing something other than Yu Xian's, suddenly raised his head, arched his back, and stared at her warily, his ears perked up. But Gu Qinghwan reached out her hand, palm up, and sucked on it a few times. Jima then sniffed her scent doubtfully, but ultimately continued to slump down on the beanbag, staring at Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan didn't forcefully touch Jima, but withdrew her hand. I seem to remember that I was one of the people who picked it up, but it still feels strange. Want to touch it? Yu Xian walked over and picked Jima up. Jima had grown considerably now, weighing about 2 pounds. Holding him in Yu Xian's arms, Jima remained completely still, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. Jima, I don't know what Mom is going to do, but she must have her reasons. Gu Qinghuan tentatively reached out and slowly placed her hand on Jima's head. This time, Jima didn't shy away, his eyes narrowed, and he fluttered his ears a few times. Good boy. Jiang Chuchu also came over. She was more direct than Gu Qinghuan and reached out to scratch Jima's chin. This time, Jima resisted a bit, twisting his neck, looking up at Yu Xian for a moment, then lowering his head again. I get it, Mom, showing off. Cat, you have to make me proud. Chapter 71. Jima was indeed a good-tempered kitten, quickly accustomed to Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu's presence. But the two didn't tease him for too long, as they turned to explore Yu Xian's room. As a fan of decorating games, Gu Qinghuan excitedly asked Yu Xian about her plans as they looked around. Is the wall just empty? Oh, you're planning on making a cat wall someday. The desk seems a bit undersized. There's one of those little storage carts. Jiang Chuchu wasn't particularly interested. She went to look at the closet. The door opened, the rails slid open. The Yu family was so stingy, they still had some space. She curled her lips inwardly, and took another look at the brands and quality of the clothes. The items in this cabinet were probably regular deliveries, from the store for regular customers. The sizes were all right, but it looked like Yu Xian hadn't worn them much. Perhaps she didn't like the style? Jiang Chuchu also thought the colors were too bright. Yu Xian preferred more subdued colors. The colors of the clothes in the other closet suited Yu Xian, but the styles were too ordinary, and the quality seemed mediocre. Perhaps Yu Xian had bought them online herself. Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. Both Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian desperately needed to improve their taste in clothes. She was the only one who could do it. She stopped looking at the closet and returned to the living room. Just then, she overheard Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian chatting, and immediately sat down to listen. I mostly stay in my room. I usually practice calligraphy and study, play with Jima, and play on my phone during my downtime, Yu Xian said. Isn't it boring? Jiang Chuchu interrupted. It's okay. Compared to before, things are pretty good now. Yu Xian remained calm. Last night, my father asked Yu Yuan and me how we did on the test. Yu Yuan said it was okay, and Yu Jinqin said he'd buy her a new tablet once the results came out. If she improved, my father said he'd buy me one too. The mention of her place, and by clearly indicated that Yu Xian didn't have her own tablet yet. Jiang Chuchu raised an eyebrow, a little annoyed. If Yu Jinqin hadn't mentioned it, your father wouldn't have thought of it, would he? At least, he didn't demand Xinbao improve before buying her one. Gu Qinghuan quickly smoothed Jiang Chuchu over. She thought for a moment, but I'm a little surprised Yu Jinqin would actually say that. Why? Jiang Chuchu didn't understand. Yu Xian knew what Gu Qinghuan was talking about and nodded. Yeah, I was surprised too. I thought he'd just say he'd buy Yu Yuan a new tablet, but I didn't expect him to ask her to improve on her exams. Just saying something nice in front of your father, right? Jiang Chuchu scoffed. Besides, I think he'd buy her one even if Yu Yuan didn't do well on the exam. It's not impossible, Gu Qinghuan thought, noting that Jiang Chuchu had a point. Either way, it would be nice for Xinbao to have a tablet. Yu Xian was somewhat pleased by this mention. Yeah, I saw online that tablets are more comfortable for studying. Phone screens are still a bit small, and there are some specialized apps. I'd be able to learn once I get one. To be honest, with the current balance in Yu Xian's credit card, a tablet is more than she can afford. But spending that much money sporadically, compared to spending it all at once, would still put her under a bit of pressure. More importantly, if you only bought it for her, it wouldn't be touching the money in her card. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu were instantly speechless. What do you mean by a nerd? He got the tablet to study. Just thinking about it made them feel ashamed. Gu Qinghuan quietly took out her phone and told Qin Yu about this. She wouldn't allow Qin Yu to use his absence as an excuse to escape the intimidation of the nerd. Qin Yu replied quickly, What good does provoking me bring you? Bye. Gu Qinghuan's mood instantly brightened, and she happily put her phone back in her pocket. However, if Yu Jinqin really decided whether to replace Yu Yuan's tablet based on her grades, then based on what she overheard in the bathroom yesterday, Yu Yuan's tablet was likely gone. Gu Qinghuan had no intention of telling Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu about this. Yu Yuan and Lin Xiaoxue hadn't said anything bad, and leaking it without their permission would be disrespectful to them. Judging from what Yu Xian had told them, while Yu Yuan could be a bit arrogant and malicious, and had been sarcastic towards Yu Xian a few times, she hadn't actually done anything malicious. If Yu Yuan truly was plotting to murder Yu Xian, Gu Qinghuan would certainly have told her, but if it was just this level, there was no need. Telling her would only exacerbate the conflict between them. In reality, they didn't have much of a grudge. It wasn't Yu Yuan's fault that she was transferred, it was her family who didn't value her. Yu Xian saw this clearly, and coupled with Xia He's instigation, she hadn't wanted to interact with Yu Yuan at home lately. Rather than fight with Yu Yuan over clothes and tablets, it was better to demonstrate her strength in front of Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning. The three of them, and the cat chatted in the room until lunchtime, leaving only when the servants arrived to announce that it was time to eat. Jiang Chuchu only then realized how quickly time had flown by. We actually been chatting till now. Jiang Chuchu was surprised. Because in her room, Xinbao can say things she wouldn't normally say in public, Gu Qinghuan said. After all, the conversation was about her family, and it would be embarrassing if others heard it. Besides, if she hadn't become increasingly strong and had the courage to stand up to the Yu family, Yu Xian wouldn't have said these words. Yu Xian was a little embarrassed. Speaking badly of your own family isn't nice, is it? Jiang Chuchu immediately retorted, that's not bad talk, you're just stating the facts. The three of them looked at each other, and laughed in unison. Chatting and laughing, they walked downstairs, and were ushered to their seats by the servants. Yu Wenli was already seated at the main table, Cui Wanning, Yu Jinxin, and Yu Yuan sat on one side, and Yu Xian and the other three sat on the other. Across from Jiang Chuchu sat Yu Jinxin, across from Gu Qinghuan sat Cui Wanning, and across from Yu Xian and Yu Yuan. The seating didn't seem to be arranged according to seniority, which Gu Qinghuan couldn't quite understand. She could only assume it was primarily intended to allow Jiang Chuchu and Yu Jinxin to talk face to face. Wait, Gu Qinghuan was wary. Her initial thought was that Yu Wenli wanted Yu Jinxin to perform well in front of Jiang Chuchu, a distinguished guest, so that Jiang Chuchu would favor the Yu family, and thus facilitate a business partnership between the two families. But according to the cliched plot, perhaps Yu Wenli wanted Jiang Chuchu to fall for Yu Jinxin? This thought suddenly gave Gu Qinghuan a sense of crisis. Although she believed Jiang Chuchu's taste wouldn't be so poor, if that were the case, Jiang Chuchu would either have to endure it or make a scene. Either way, it would make Yu Xian's position and situation awkward. Gu Qinghuan secretly encouraged herself. In the eyes of the Yu family, wasn't she shallow-minded and impolite? If Yu Jinxin really did a pheasant spread its tail act, it would be her turn to perform. Chapter 72. Yu Xian lowered her eyes, not looking at Yu Yuan, who sat across from her. However, even if she had focused her gaze on the dining table, she could still see Yu Yuan's hands, clenched into fists. Yu Yuan's seat had originally been closest to the men of the Yu family. Xia He had mentioned this to her during a casual chat. Xia He, your sister is quite clever. Xia He, I don't know the details of her life at home before you were taken back, but after you returned, I can see that she's actively trying to get closer to the center of power in the Yu family. Xia He, she knows she's not the family's biological daughter, yet she's favored more than you, a biological daughter. To maintain her current prosperity and wealth, she naturally has to actively cling to the Yu family. Xia He, the friendly atmosphere you saw during the meal must have taken a lot of effort on her part to maintain. Xia He, however, whether the Yu family truly cares for her, or simply cooperates out of habit or convenience, only the Yu family themselves can tell. Yu Xian was indeed stunned for a moment when she saw the messages Xia He sent her. She knew Xia He wasn't speaking for Yu Yuan, but simply wanted to highlight her predicament and make her realize the pointlessness of wasting time on so-called competing for her favor. But for a moment, she truly felt pity for Yu Yuan. She had seen Yu Yuan practicing piano at home, applying elaborate makeup, and wearing gorgeous, expensive gowns to competitions. Whenever Yu Yuan returned with a trophy, she would raise her chin high, look at her defiantly, and then go off to flirt with Yu Wenli and the others, promising to travel, eat a fancy meal, and buy a new bag. In areas other than academics, Yu Yuan was actually quite talented, otherwise the Yu family wouldn't have considered her more valuable than her. Also, Yu Yuan wasn't exactly bad academically, just not as good as her. However, the Yu family only considered Yu Yuan's value, wondering how they could capitalize on it in the future. Yu Xian didn't know how to explain this to Yu Yuan. The Yu family's favoritism had divided them into two opposing camps, and the hostility and struggle, even to the point where only one side could survive, seemed natural. For now, all she could do was avoid confronting Yu Yuan and focus on her own improvement, trying to wrest more from the watching Yu family. Because of her passive slacking, Yu Yuan had no way to control her, but she continued to strive for the Yu family's favor, using it as her own strength. Now that Jiang Chuchu had taken her usual place, Yu Yuan must be feeling very uncomfortable. Plus, Jiang Chuchu was Yu Xian's friend, so she might blame her discomfort on her. Yu Xian sighed inwardly, wishing she could have a proper conversation with Yu Yuan. Compared to the silence between Yu Xian and Yu Yuan, Yu Jinxin's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Unlike Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu guessed Yu Wenli's intentions the moment she saw Yu Jinxin sitting across from her. She wasn't necessarily counting on a sexual attraction between her and Yu Jinxin. To put it bluntly, as long as Yu Jinxin could curry favor with her, it would be beneficial to the Yu family. That's what a circle is like. No matter how or what means, as long as Yu Jinxin could gain entry. Even if it was at the very edge, to those still outside, he was considered a member. As a result, those outside the circle would try every possible means to reconnect with Yu Jinxin, and would pay a great price to do so. For Jiang Chuchu, this was a common sight since childhood. Before entering high school, she hated this situation, always feeling that others didn't truly care about her, that they wanted to be friends with her, and that they were simply being attentive to her because of her family background. However, after entering high school and meeting Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian, her perspective gradually changed. People always interact with each other for a purpose. Others approached her because her family was wealthy. So wasn't she also drawn to Gu Qinghuan because of her interesting personality and the comfort she felt with him? It was just that what they were seeking was different. Just like when she helped Yu Xian, to some extent, she also wanted to gain satisfaction from her. What mattered was whether this relationship was beneficial to both parties, and whether it could be sustained in the long run. Those who simply relied on her family background to profit from it, and suck her family's blood should get the hell out of them. However, if one simply wants help, and then repays the favor after overcoming the difficulties. Actually, it's fine if they don't repay, the Jiang family doesn't need that. As long as the other party can pass on their kindness, and give back to the industry, society, and even the country, having such people in one circle is a truly worthwhile endeavor. This idea may be a bit naive, but what's wrong with it? After this shift in perspective, Jiang Chuchu has been able to face the situation more calmly. Although Jiang Chuchu's handling of Yu Wenli and Yu Jinxin's enthusiasm was still a little awkward, she did a remarkable job of keeping her composure. In comparison, Yu Jinxin found the situation a bit more challenging. He had assumed that Jiang Chuchu, a freshman in high school, could have any experience. He had assumed that if he simply guided the conversation a bit, he could showcase his abilities and earn Jiang Chuchu's admiration. However, Jiang Chuchu maintained a friendly smile throughout. While she offered some feedback, it wasn't in-depth, and she didn't engage with his flow. She even managed to seize control of the conversation with a few words. If Jiang Chuchu hadn't offered him a hand, Yu Jinxin wouldn't have known how to back down. Jiang Chuchu smiled, feeling even more smug. Did you think she couldn't see through this little trick? Don't dream. Just the words her father used to scold her brother were enough to give Yu Jinxin a run for his money. Gu Qinghuan, caught between Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, felt a rare moment of bewilderment. Cui Wanting paid her no attention at all, occasionally exchanging a few words with Yu Wenli. Although she ate gracefully, she didn't seem to be eating much. Xinbao ate his meal normally, responding politely when mentioned, but unconcerned with the rest of the family's conversation. Yu Yuan seemed the most absent-minded, her attention completely focused on Yu Jinxin and Chuchu. She seemed to want to interject, but couldn't find the opportunity. Now she'd given up, her head hanging low, chewing a few vegetable leaves for a long time. Chuchu and Yu Jinxin seemed to be chatting quite lively. Gu Qinghuan seemed to understand them, but could only sense that Chuchu was gaining the upper hand. Looks like she shouldn't have to perform anymore. Honestly, Yu Jinxin gave her the feeling of a chicken standing next to a crane, clucking, only for the crane to lift its foot and crush the chicken to the ground. It seemed quite amusing. Chuchu could handle it, so she could eat without worry. But this feeling of being a heroine with no place to show her abilities was so depressing. It felt like having a melon right in front of my mouth, but not knowing how to eat it. Gu Qinghuan sadly stuffed a large shrimp into her mouth. The Yu family's braised large shrimp are quite delicious. Chapter 73. Gu Qinghuan ate a full lunch, mainly because, with nothing else to do but focus on the food, she'd eaten too much without realizing it. Jiang Chuchu figured she was almost done, so she said a few polite words and left. Gu Qinghuan immediately followed, and Yu Xian also left, claiming to be entertaining her. The three of them returned to Yu Xian's bedroom and exchanged glances. Gu Qinghuan spoke first. She covered her face in pain. Listening to Choo Choo and Yu Jinxin's witty banter makes me dizzy. Jiang Choo Choo burst out laughing. You better not understand that kind of wit. You probably won't need it anyway. Since they were in different circles, there was no need to understand all this. Besides, Jiang Choo Choo felt that dissecting Yu Winli and Yu Jinxin's thoughts and explaining them to Gu Qinghwan in detail would be a waste of her ears. Yu Xian continued, it's probably just that Yu Jinxin wanted to hook up with Choo Choo, but Choo Choo blocked his attempts. Although she didn't quite understand, she knew the answer in advance. Yu Winli hadn't avoided her when he was giving Yu Jinxin instructions. I can actually sense that, Gu Qinghwan said, lowering her hand, a troubled expression on her face. It's just, well, I know Choo Choo's performance is excellent, but if I don't understand her, I don't know how amazing she is. I don't even know how to praise her. Jiang Choo Choo's mood brightened instantly, and she gave Gu Qinghwan a rare hug. I'm already delighted by the compliments. But after the hug, she felt embarrassed and quickly released her hand, clearing her throat to ease the awkwardness. Anyway, dealing with Yu Jinxin is a piece of cake for me. As they spoke, a crackling rain began to fall outside. Jima had been perched on the cat-climbing frame by the balcony. When it started to rain, he hopped off and meowed at Yu Xian. Are you still afraid of the rain? Jiang Choo Choo poked him on the forehead with her finger. He's never liked the rain. Whenever it rains, he stays away from the window and sleeps close to me, Yu Xian said as she closed the balcony door. Gu Qinghwan rubbed her chin. Maybe it's because the mother cat abandoned him on a rainy day, so... Jiang Choo Choo immediately shut up, a look of annoyance on her face. Shima had no idea what the two bipeds, who looked so much like their mother, were talking about. Seeing the balcony door closed and the rain subsided, he ran back to the bedroom. Seeing Yu Xian didn't follow, he squatted at the door, wagging his tail. I'm urging you to come over. Jiang Choo Choo, who also has cats at home, was quite familiar with these cat behaviors. I've been taking a nap at this time every weekend, and it's raining today. Does it want to sleep with me? Yu Xian felt a headache. She couldn't just leave Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Choo Choo alone and go to sleep, could she? That's perfect, Gu Qinghwan said shyly, raising her hand. I'm a little full from lunch, so I like to rest. Can I lie down on your beanbag for a nap? Jiang Choo Choo was also a little tired. The conversation with Yu Jinxin had taken quite a bit of energy, and she wanted to rest as well. Is there a guest room? I like to sleep for a while too. She then reached for Gu Qinghwan again. Why sleep on the beanbag? Let's sleep in the guest room. I don't believe a house this big, as the Yu families doesn't even have a guest room. Of course there were guest rooms. They even had 2 single rooms ready, with fresh sheets and quilt covers. Gu Qinghwan stood at the door of her single room, thinking how wonderful it was to have money. When friends came over, she could always have a room ready for them to sleep in. While she probably wouldn't be able to afford a house like the Yu families, she could still afford a room with a guest bedroom, so she could host friends. She didn't think any more, and just laid down on the bed. The sound of rain outside was faint through the window, becoming a soothing white noise that helped Gu Qinghwan sleep soundly. The 3 of them had agreed on a 2-hour break, but Gu Qinghwan woke up about half an hour early. She opened her eyes, and saw the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling a bit dazed. Oh, she'd been to Yu Xian's house, and was taking a nap in the guest room. Gu Qinghwan rubbed her eyes and got up. She felt a little thirsty, but she couldn't find any water in the room. After thinking about it, she decided to leave. Yu Xian might still be asleep, so she decided not to disturb her. The guest room was on the 1st floor. When Gu Qinghwan walked out, she didn't see the servants, but she did see Yu Yuan. In the corner of the living room stood a piano. Yu Yuan sat on the piano stool, the lid closed, her elbows propped up on it, idly scrolling through her phone. Perhaps having heard Gu Qinghwan's footsteps, Yu Yuan turned her head, but when she saw it was Gu Qinghwan, she quickly looked away, her expression indifferent. Gu Qinghwan pretended not to notice Yu Yuan's repulsion. After approaching, he politely asked, I'd like some water. Where can I get it? There's a water bar over there, Yu Yuan lazily pointed. Just as Gu Qinghwan was about to approach, Yu Yuan suddenly curled her lips and said, somewhat maliciously, that's great. I'm thirsty too. Go get me a glass of water too. This attitude clearly showed an attempt to boss Gu Qinghwan around. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment, then said nothing and turned to get some water. She quickly found the water bar and fell into deep thought. How do you use this machine? At home, they boiled water, put it in a cold water bottle or thermos, and poured it out when they wanted to drink. Although it looked similar to a water dispenser, she still needed to try out the buttons. Yu Yuan craned her neck and furtively studied Gu Qinghuan. Seeing her standing still in front of the water bar, her lips curled up. Sure enough, this girl from an ordinary family couldn't even use a water purifier. She was halfway through her thought when she saw Gu Qinghuan pull out her phone and take a picture of the water purifier. Soon, the sound of a video came from her phone, an instructional video on how to use this brand of water purifier. Gu Qinghuan, it's so thoughtful to have a video instruction manual instead of a text one. Also, Taobao customer service responded so quickly. She gave the customer service representative a very satisfied rating, poured 2 glasses of water following the video instructions, and returned to Yu Yuan, handing her a glass. Here you go. Yu Yuan, recovering from her shock, blurted out, "Where did you get the video?" From Taobao. I knew which water dispenser it was from the first video. I asked customer service, and they sent it to me. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. Do I need to send you the video? How could I not know how to use it? Yu Yuan was furious, mentally cursing the water dispenser brand for opening an online store. But seeing the water Gu Qinghuan had poured, she calmed down a bit. As she took the glass, she said sarcastically, "You actually poured the water?" "Yes, I was just helping a friend look after his sister." Gu Qinghuan remained calm. Yu Yuan froze. She wanted to throw the water at Gu Qinghuan, but Gu Qinghuan's next words interrupted her thoughts. Gu Qinghuan sat down on the rattan chair opposite the piano and blinked at her. "Aren't you going to play?" Xinbao said you play the piano very beautifully. Chapter 74. Yu Xian did say that Yu Yuan played the piano beautifully. From Monday to Friday, she usually practiced half an hour after dinner and continued for about an hour. On weekends, she started practicing at 10 a.m. and finished before lunch. However, Yu Yuan hadn't practiced since they came over today. Seeing her sitting at the piano, Gu Qinghuan thought she might be ready to play. She said, "I play beautifully?" Yu Yuan was stunned. "Yes, as an accompaniment to my studies." Gu Qinghuan nodded. What a life Yu Xian had led before. She could study well under such difficult circumstances, let alone now. Yu Yuan's piano music wasn't a distraction at all to her. Rather, it was quite relaxing. Yu Yuan was about to grin, but Gu Qinghuan's gaze forced her to stop. Her expression froze, becoming odd, and her voice shrill. What does she know? She's never learned piano. How could she know how well I play? Gu Qinghuan glanced at the display shelves in the living room, where trophies of all sizes were placed. Yu Yuan's name was engraved on the metal plaques at the bases. Even if she hasn't learned piano and doesn't understand professional appreciation, if she thinks it's good, then it's good. Gu Qinghuan asked, then added, "You're not going to play? Who's going to play it for you?" Yu Yuan glared at Gu Qinghuan. She wanted to slam the cup down, but her hand was raised. Finally, as if remembering something, she hesitated and slowly lowered it, making only a soft sound. "Oh," Gu Qinghuan understood, "you're worried about waking us." "That's not me," Yu Yuan said venomously. "Dad told me not to bother you. Otherwise, who would care about you?" Gu Qinghuan thought, what a bad temper. Of course, that's understandable. Imagine if she were told to do this, and that because of guests, even her usual habits had to change because of them. She'd be resentful. Not to mention, for Yu Yuan, they were Yu Xian's friends, which would elevate Yu Xian's family status, making her feel threatened. That's perfectly natural. Gu Qinghuan didn't really want to hear Yu Yuan play the piano. She just wanted to find a topic to ease the awkwardness and get a sense of her perspective. But after hearing Yu Yuan say that, she felt the conversation could continue. Then try another approach. What? Yu Yuan instinctively responded, then reacted with a touch of irritation. Why was she always being led around by the nose when chatting with this Gu Qinghuan? Well, you're part of this family, so when guests come to our house, as the host, entertaining them well is also an opportunity to showcase yourself, right? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and said. Even as a child, she hated having guests over, feeling like her space was being invaded. Even younger children would be furious if they messed with her things, and Gu Qinghuan would burst into tears. However, Gu Haiyan taught her another approach. Huan, if you want to protect your things, you must tell others that they belong to you. Let them see your attitude. So, Gu Haiyan dealt with the parents, while Gu Qinghuan dealt with the children. When other parents asked about Gu Qinghuan's treasures, Gu Haiyan would not give them away, she would simply tell them how she came into possession of them. Gu Qinghuan would tell the children that this was her room, and these were her favorite toys. This could be shared, but that couldn't be touched. This snack could be replaced after it was finished, but that doll was an important birthday present, and she would be very upset if it was broken. Everyone could have fun together, But if someone touched something important to her, she would loudly correct them and stop them. If a conflict arose, Gu Haiyan would firmly stand by Gu Qinghuan and not let her down. Over time, the impolite parents and children naturally stopped coming, and those who stayed would understand what was and wasn't allowed to be touched. Even if they were curious, they would proactively ask Gu Qinghuan first if they were unsure. Gu Qinghuan felt that Yu Yuan's current situation was similar. Instead of feeling that the guests were intruding on her, it would be better for her to think about how to deal with them from the perspective of the host. Yu Yuan was stunned. After a long silence, she whispered, "Do you think I'm the master of this family? Actually, I like to say Xinbao is the daughter of the Yu family. However, you indeed been raised as a daughter of the Yu family and still hold its status. So, I think it's fair to say you're one of the masters of this family," Gu Qinghuan said. Currently, whether Yu Yuan is a daughter of the Yu family is up to Yu Wenli. Since he's determined, Yu Yuan is a member of the Yu family. Yu Xian didn't care. After all, it wasn't like Yu Yuan's departure would mean she would gain more resources. But this reminded Gu Qinghuan of something. Yu Yuan, what about her biological family? Yu Xian had indeed been swapped with Yu Yuan, but she wasn't swapped with Yu Yuan's biological family. Instead, she was abandoned and then picked up by that den of wolves. So, had the Yu family ever looked for Yu Yuan's biological family? Did she know who her real mother and father were? I know she's their real daughter. Yu Yuan said this angrily, but her mood improved after Gu Qinghuan's second half. She pondered what Gu Qinghuan said. The friends Yu Xian invited were guests of the Yu family, and as a member of the Yu family, Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu were also her guests. Why was she arguing with guests? She wanted to show them her status in this family. Jiang Chuchu woke to the sound of piano. The room was actually quite soundproof, but she had only closed the screens to let in air, so she could still hear it. This piano player is pretty good. Jiang Chuchu thought half-heartedly, then jolted awake. Wait, who's playing the piano? The alarm was still a few minutes away, so Jiang Chuchu turned it off, straightened her clothes, and hurried out of the room. When she reached the living room, Yu Xian was just coming down from upstairs. The two of them saw Yu Yuan playing the piano, and Gu Qinghuan sat beside her, not only listening but also chattering away. Gu Qinghuan, what piece is that? Yu Yuan, Chopin Etude Op. 25, number 2. No, you don't understand that, do you? It's a Chopin piece anyway. Gu Qinghuan, let me check. Yu Yuan, what are you checking? Listen carefully. Isn't that what you wanted to hear? Jiang Chuchu touched her forehead. What was going on? Gu Qinghuan and Yu Yuan were chatting so well right after waking up. Yu Xian was clearly a little confused, but, to be honest, she wasn't terribly surprised. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Yuan don't have any conflicts. With her emotional intelligence and communication skills, she can talk to anyone, right? Chapter 75. Seeing Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu, Yu Yuan immediately stopped playing the piano and folded her arms across her chest. Mom, Dad, and brother are all out. Let me entertain you properly. This was, of course, a lie. Yu Wenli had said not to disturb them. So what? Yu Yuan thought, feeling both guilty and justified. Just like Gu Qinghuan had said, she was also a member of the Yu family. Wasn't it natural to entertain guests? Although the sight of Yu Xian annoyed her, she could ignore her. Just entertain the guests. Jiang Chuchu had now come back to her senses from the scene of Yu Yuan and Gu Qinghuan getting along harmoniously. She too felt that, while shocking at first, this scene made perfect sense after reflection. Gu Qinghuan could get along so well with Xia He, so was Yu Yuan even more dangerous and difficult to approach? She said calmly, "Why don't you keep playing?" "That's right," Gu Qinghuan replied. "Wasn't she playing just now?" Jiang Chuchu glanced at Gu Qinghuan. Just hearing that, Qinghuan seemed like the lackey in a movie who chides the villain as he tries to bully the heroine. Yu Yuan pursed her lips. Even if Gu Qinghuan thought it sounded good, she lacked the professionalism to appreciate it from a professional perspective. But Jiang Chuchu was different. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she probably attended countless concerts since she was a child, and she could easily point out a bunch of flaws in her music. She didn't want to be criticized in front of Yu Xian. The problem was, how should she say this? Wouldn't that make her seem timid and cowardly? Chuchu, do you know the opening number of that Chopin etude she mentioned earlier? What's that? Gu Qinghuan interrupted. I don't know, Jiang Chuchu replied flatly. I don't really listen to classical music. Yu Yuan's head jerked up. Huh? Gu Qinghuan was a little confused. I thought a young lady like you would go to concerts and stuff like that, and be knowledgeable about these things. I'm not really interested in Western instruments. I prefer traditional ones. Jiang Chuchu shrugged. Didn't I tell you my grandmother taught me calligraphy since I was a kid? So I prefer traditional culture. Besides, of all traditional instruments, I like the suona the best. Suona? This time, even Yu Xian was stunned. Yes, because it's so powerful, Jiang Chuchu said enthusiastically. Once it starts playing, no other instrument can compete with it. Don't you think it's powerful? Actually, I tried to learn it for a while when I was a kid, but unfortunately, I didn't have the talent, so I gave up. Jiang Chuchu spoke with a hint of regret. Yu Xian rubbed her forehead. She hadn't expected Chuchu to be this kind of Chuchu. Yu Yuan clearly hadn't expected this either. She paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that everything she'd been worrying about was truly insignificant. She placed her hands back on the keys and raised her chin. Go ahead and play. What do you want to hear? Gu Qinghuan immediately started requesting a song. Canon. Yu Yuan nodded. Okay. The advantage of classic piano music is that everyone has heard it before. Even if they don't know the name, they can easily identify it as soon as they hear that familiar melody. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian sat down on the sofa, a little distance away from Yu Yuan and Gu Qinghuan. The piano music echoed in the living room, and the sound of rain outside the window became the piano's background music, seemingly noisy yet harmonious. Yu Jinxin was still a little worried when he returned home. He knew Yu Yuan didn't like Yu Xian, and to be honest, he didn't have much of a fondness for this real sister either. He recalled the day his parents brought Yu Xian home. She was wearing ill-fitting clothes, looking as thin as a dead tree, and standing in the living room, looking completely out of place. How could someone like that be his sister? How could he introduce her to his friends? It would only embarrass him. She was nothing like Yu Yuan. She was cute, well-behaved, and sensible. She played the piano, and had won numerous awards. He preferred a sister like Yu Yuan. It was perfectly normal for Yu Yuan to dislike Yu Xian. Suddenly learning she was a fake daughter, everything that once belonged to her no longer mattered, she would fear and resist. Wasn't that natural? That was why he tried so hard to protect Yu Yuan. And since even his father had recently begun favoring Yu Xian based on her grades, he was even more compelled to side with her. He had his own things to attend to, so he had to leave for a while. Fortunately, the matter wasn't complicated, and now that it was done, he hurried home, silently praying that Yu Yuan and Yu Xian wouldn't argue. It would be humiliating if the Jiang family's precious daughter witnessed the embarrassing events within the Yu family. But as soon as Yu Jinxin actually entered the house, he heard the chatter of several young girls. Gu Qinghuan, play Castle in the Sky next. I want to hear this. Yu Yuan, I don't have the sheet music. Jiang Chuchu, you can probably find it online by searching for it, right? Yu Yuan, a phone screen is so small. I have to squint my eyes while playing. Jiang Chuchu, where's your tablet? Don't you have one? Yu Xian, I have a printer in my room. Why don't I go print it out? Yu Yuan, I have a tablet. You don't need to come. Yu Jinxin was stunned, shocked and confused. How could they get along so well just because he was away? He couldn't help but say, Yuan. The living room suddenly fell silent. The girls stopped talking and turned to look at Yu Jinxin. Yu Yuan, whose brows were furrowed but the corners of her mouth curled upward, froze for a moment before quickly lowering her brows. Brother, what are you guys making a fuss about? Yu Jinxin asked. So noisy. Yu Yuan clenched her fists. Sorry. We're not noisy. Gu Qinghuan interrupted Yu Yuan, smiling at Yu Jinxin. We were just having fun, chatting animatedly. Yu Jinxin wasn't asleep when they woke him up, so why describe it as noisy? Besides, the noise from the four of them could be drowned out by the volume of a video playing on a phone at high volume. It wasn't really noisy. Yu Jinxin paused, his face grim, but he managed a forced smile and said, I'm not worried you disturb others. Even Yu Jinxin himself felt that this explanation was too unreasonable. Who else could it disturb? The neighbors? Given the distance between the houses in this neighborhood, plus the soundproofing, if they still considered it noisy, it would be no different from driving an excavator in the neighborhood. Jiang Chuchu took over, also with a polite smile. In that case, let's go inside and chat. Having her mood ruined by Yu Jinxin, she didn't want to stay in the living room anymore. Just looking at him was annoying. Jiang Chuchu led the way upstairs. Seeing Yu Yuan still standing at the piano, Yu Xian hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took her arm. Gu Qinghuan, seeing this, followed Jiang Chuchu. Since Yu Xian had made her decision, she only had to take care of herself. If she didn't leave quickly, she suspected Yu Jinxin was going to target her. Yu Yuan shuddered, looking at Yu Xian with disbelief on her face. Come along, Yu Xian said. Qinghwan probably wants to talk to you. She didn't mention herself. Given Yu Yuan's current mood, she probably felt embarrassed in front of her and didn't want to face her. But Yu Xian knew very well that this feeling of facing questioning, being alone, was all too familiar. Qinghwan had helped her once, so now she wanted to help others. So let's borrow Qinghwan's name. Yu Yuan should be able to accept it. Yu Xian took a tentative step, pulling Yu Yuan forward. She stumbled, then caught up. Chapter 76. Seeing Yu Yuan follow Yu Xian into the bedroom, Jiang Chuchu's eyebrows shot up. You even dragged her along? Yu Yuan shuddered, as if waking from a dream, and abruptly shook off Yu Xian's hand. The door had already closed behind her, and it would have been awkward for her to leave again. She ended up standing motionless at the doorway. Yu Xian didn't care about her hand being swatted away, but simply explained to Jiang Chuchu, I'm afraid if I leave her there, Yu Jinxin will scold her later. This remark struck a chord with Yu Yuan, and she cried out. But not loudly, as if she were worried about touching some taboo. What's there to be afraid of? If it weren't for you, why would my brother scold me? You were just too noisy just now, and I got caught up in your trouble. Yu Yuan said fiercely. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes. She could see through Yu Yuan's self-deception. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment. You're right. Yu Yuan hadn't expected her to agree, and was stunned for a moment. We certainly gotten you into trouble. Yu Jinxin thought you wouldn't get along with us, but he didn't expect us to be able to have a normal conversation. Gu Qinghwan looked at Yu Yuan, his tone calm. If I hadn't approached you, asked you to play the piano, the conversation wouldn't have started, and you wouldn't have had to be scolded by him. No, that's not the case. Yu Yuan's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but her throat was blocked. Gu Qinghwan had approached her simply to ask where she could get some water, but she was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Afterward, Gu Qinghwan didn't get angry. He poured her some water, talked to her normally, and listened to her play the piano. Although she had no taste at all, only comments like nice, so lively, and like dancing, and she didn't even bother humming along politely, her humming often off tune. It was truly entertaining. She had never, ever had friends over. With a plop, large tears rolled down Yu Yuan's cheeks, hitting the floor with a loud thud. I hate you, she sobbed, her words pouring out at Yu Xian. Why can you have friends over? Why do you have friends like that? Why are your grades so good? Why are you real? Why did you have to be brought back? Why? Am I fake? The room was so quiet that only Yu Yuan's sobs could be heard. Jima jumped up from her bed in the bedroom and walked into the living room. Seeing another person in the room, she was already feeling somewhat unsurprised. It strolled over to Yu Xian's feet, arched its back, rubbed against her vigorously, and meowed coquettishly. Mom, the cat's asleep, it wants a snack. Hearing the meow, Yu Yuan seemed to lose her temper again. She wiped away her tears and continued, and the cat too. They wouldn't let me have a cat. Back then I wasn't fake. They didn't allow it, so why can you? My cat, it's so well behaved. It's black. It always follows me around. It comes when I call it. I hold it whenever I want, and it never bites me. I named it Tan Tan Tan. The day Mom threw it away, I made it a ribbon in craft class. I wanted it to wear it. Talking about the cat, Yu Yuan cried even harder, unable to speak. Jiang Chuchu felt pity for her as she listened. Seeing Yu Yuan still crying, she couldn't bear it any longer, and pulled a few tissues from the coffee table and pressed them against her face. Yu Yuan was sobbing so hard that tears and snot streamed down her face, and she instinctively took the tissues to wipe her tears. She had crumpled the tissues until they were all crinkled up. When Yu Xian said, "Here you go," she thought it was just another tissue, so she reached out to take it, only to be met with something furry. She jumped, and through her tear-blurred eyes, she met the eyes of Jima, who was holding her in her hands, her eyes wide open. Don't drop, Jima, Gu Qinghwan interjected. Yu Yuan instinctively reached out her other hand and, with both hands, cupped Jima. Without a hand to wipe her tears, she stood there blankly, until Yu Xian pulled out another tissue and wiped it against her face. Yu Xian hesitated, then made up her mind and said, I hated you at first, too. I don't understand why, even though I'm the real daughter. Mom and Dad don't like me. They look at me with the calculating eyes of a foster mother who wants to sell me off. My hands are rough, my skin is dark, and I'm skinny, but you're different. You play the piano, speak confidently, and dress like a princess for competitions. I really envy you, especially when I think about how I should have looked like you. It makes me even sadder. Whether it's Mom, Dad, or my brother, they all prefer you to me. I always thought I wasn't good enough, so I worked hard to be like you. Here, Yu Xian paused. She glanced sideways at Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu, then turned back and said firmly, but I don't think that anymore. I realize that my family doesn't truly love me. They're just evaluating me like a commodity. I can answer your question right now about why. Because I worked hard, because I got good grades, because I became friends with the daughter of the Jiang family, whom my father values. He never valued me or treated me favorably because I was his daughter. He invested in me because I was profitable. Yu Xian spoke forcefully, as if scraping away an old stain with a steel brush. So I don't hate you anymore. You're not my enemy. You, like me, are bound by the constraints of your family. I even think you're more pitiful than I am, because you haven't realized this fact yet, and are still hoping to be pampered by your family. If that's the case, sooner or later you'll be exploited by the Yu family, using your value to feed them, right? Yu Yuan stood there motionless, then came to her senses and stuffed the sesame seeds back into Yu Xian's arms. I don't believe it. It's not what you say. You're just trying to sow discord between us. You're the one who's pitiful. I'm not pitiful at all. After saying this, Yu Yuan flung the door open and ran out, returning to her room. Gu Qinghuan could hear her slam the door shut. She closed the door and turned to see Yu Xian, looking bewildered. Was I being too arrogant? No, Jiang Chuchu said immediately. She can't accept it. I think you put it well. Gu Qinghuan nodded. For things like this, words alone are useless. She needs to see the reality for herself. However, judging by Yu Yuan's words, Gu Qinghuan felt that she wasn't truly blinded by the situation. It was just that she didn't want to accept the truth. She knew full well that she was a sham. She knew that everything she had now was built on the foundation of the Yu family. If she fell out with them, she would lose everything. They were still high school students. Reality wasn't like in novels, where you could just buy a lottery ticket and win the jackpot and achieve financial freedom, not to mention that minors weren't allowed to buy lottery tickets. Yu Xian touched the sesame seeds in her arms and said seriously, I try again. Her words might not have been powerful enough, but she believed in her own actions. Chapter 77. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu didn't stay for dinner. Firstly, the atmosphere wasn't right after what happened that afternoon. Secondly, they didn't want to face Yu Jinxin's face again at dinner. Jiang Chuchu called a taxi and took Gu Qinghuan home before returning home. No one was home, and it wasn't dinner time yet, so Gu Qinghuan slumped onto the bed, face down. System. She called out in her mind. What's going on? The system responded quickly. If Xinbao is reborn, will Yu Yuan be reborn too? Gu Qinghuan asked. In the story she read about true and false heirs. While most of them involved real heirs being bullied and then reborn, there were also cases of fake heirs being reborn. For example, after the real daughter falls ill with a terminal illness, everyone comes to their senses, realizing the despicable tactics of the fake daughter and seeking revenge for her. Ultimately, the fake daughter dies, leaving the real daughter either dead or cured and living happily with everyone. So, the fake daughter is reborn and decides to expose the real daughter's White Lotus tactics, or to distance herself from the family. The system responds, no, because the premise of Yu Xian's rebirth is that she suffered more. In this case, Yu Yuan's suffering is likely less than Yu Xian's. Therefore, choosing Yu Xian makes no sense. It's a simple calculation. Compared to Yu Xian's first decade of life, even if Yu Yuan suffered some pain during that time, it wouldn't be more than Yu Xian's. Although Yu Xian's suffering wasn't caused by Yu Yuan, given her status as the daughter of the Yu family, their suffering does indeed increase while theirs decreases. Gu Qinghuan uttered an "oh" and rolled over, facing upward. You said earlier that Xinba's rebirth was influenced by me by 9%. What's it now? The system reported the number, 63%. What? Gu Qinghuan was so surprised she did a sit-up. She didn't even ask in her head, but instead just shouted, it's so high? Yes, host, please believe in your own efforts. The system said, under your influence, Yu Xian has developed a heart that never gives up. This is the most crucial point. It's normal to feel regret when making a wrong choice. It's one of the ways humans reflect on themselves, learn from experience, and make progress. The important thing is, even if you regret it, you won't let it lead you to despair and self-pity. Yu Xian no longer dwells on her own pain or her family's hypocritical affection. No matter how difficult it gets, she will rely on her own strength to move forward. Under such circumstances, she would be tempted by that kind of thing, and the chances of her choosing rebirth would be greatly reduced, which is why her progress is so rapid. Gu Qinghwan scratched the back of his head, an expression that looked like he wanted to laugh but was a little embarrassed. Can I be proud of it? Of course, this is truly your achievement, the system said. Great. Gu Qinghwan jumped up on the bed. As expected of me. Xinbo's also working incredibly hard. I need to keep up the good work. The system glanced at the progress of others in the background and thought the host could be happier. However, since the host hadn't asked, it couldn't bring it up. Better to wait until the host brought it up. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian returned and were surprised to see Gu Qinghwan humming a song as she greeted them. You're in such a good mood. What's the good news? Very good news, Gu Qinghwan said proudly. If she hadn't said it directly, there must be a reason for hiding it. Gu Haiyan didn't press the issue. Wang Jian placed the plastic bag he was carrying on the table. Since it's such a good thing, let's celebrate. With pizza. Gu Qinghwan immediately went over to unwrap the pizza box and asked, Where did you go this afternoon? I went to the hospital with your grandma, Wang Jian said. The cast was removed today. The doctor said she's recovering well, but she still needs rehabilitation. I have to trouble Sister Yu. The naughty Yuan Xiu had become quite familiar with the Gu family over the time they spent together. She was a few years older than Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian, so calling her sister was perfectly natural. Come with us to the supermarket tomorrow to buy some groceries, then visit your grandma. Remember to go to bed early tonight, so you don't wake up too late, Gu Haiyan urged. Gu Qinghwan nodded repeatedly. Going to the supermarket was a good idea. She also wanted to buy some snacks. The next morning, the Gu family went to the supermarket and picked out quite a few things. Gu Qinghwan ran to the snack section, but after wandering around, she found herself lacking any interest. She could only attribute this to being overly full from the beef noodles she'd eaten for breakfast. Finally, she grabbed a can of rainbow candy from the shelf near the counter and stuffed a few into her mouth as she left the supermarket. The shopping was divided into 3 shopping bags. Wang Jian's larger electric bike held 2 bags, while the other bag went to Gu Haiyan's bike, which also drove Gu Qinghwan. We still need to buy a new car, Gu Haiyan said when they arrived at Grandma's. Wang Jian nodded in agreement. When you have a lot of stuff, driving is more convenient. The two discussed what car to buy. Each of them carried a shopping bag as they headed towards Grandma's house, while Gu Qinghwan also carried a bag filled with groceries from the supermarket, wondering what to eat for lunch. Chestnuts, yams, spare ribs, radishes. Should she have chestnut braised chicken or chestnut braised spare ribs? Or yam braised spare ribs or braised spare ribs? But she actually preferred white radish soup. Gu Qinghwan was still thinking about the recipe when the door to her grandmother's house opened. Yuan Xiu had obviously known the Gu family was coming, and she wasn't surprised to see them. She simply helped take the things. Grandma Gu Min also emerged from the house. Seeing the 3 shopping bags, she smiled. Wow, what delicious food did you buy? Although Yuan Xiu had taken care of her during the time she had been in a cast, she had been doing well, but not being able to use one hand properly was still uncomfortable. Now that the cast was finally off, even though there were still some things to take care of, Gu Min felt much more at ease. Mom, I asked Sister Yu, and she's got some more daily necessities for you. Gu Haiyan picked out some daily necessities, like tissues. Anything else? Gu Min peered into the shopping bag. Gu Haiyan couldn't help but laugh. We also have your favorite Shaki Ma, with xylitol, so you can eat it without worry. Gu Min accepted the Shaki Ma with satisfaction, and even put it in her bedroom to prevent her old friends from eating it when they came over. Wang Jian was busy putting some frozen foods, like tangyuan and dumplings, into the refrigerator, and he bought the fillings that Gu Min liked. Yuan Xiu looked at the dishes, asked Gu Min again, and decided on the menu before starting to prepare. Wang Jian went to prepare the yams, while Gu Haiyan pulled Gu Qinghwan along and sat on the balcony with Yuan Xiu to peel chestnuts. Chestnuts were delicious, but notoriously difficult to peel. Gu Qinghwan slowly peeled the fuzzy skin, listening to Yuan Xiu and Gu Haiyan's conversation. When they first met, Yuan Xiu was rather reserved. Gu Qinghwan didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt like she thought her family was something special. But after spending more time together, Yuan Xiu relaxed and became much more relaxed, chatting about herself. Gu Haiyan casually asked, Sister Yu, you've been staying at my mom's for so long, and it seems like you never had a day off. Don't you need to go home? Yuan Xiu smiled, still peeling nuts. It was clear she encountered this question many times before. No, I divorced my ex-husband and live alone now. Gu Haiyan looked at her. Then, didn't you pay rent for nothing while you lived at my mom's? This focus of hers was clearly not what Yuan Xiu had anticipated. Most people would ask her, "Why did you get divorced?" Gu Haiyan's first response was that her rent was wasted. Such thoughtful words made her prepped excuses unsuccessful. Chapter 78. Yuan Xiu continued Gu Haiyan's words. "The house I rent is very cheap. It doesn't cost much a year, and it's mainly used as a warehouse. I usually work at various employers' homes, so I don't often get to live there." Gu Haiyan said oh, but then thought something was amiss. "Hey, Sister Yu, your service is so good, someone must want to keep you long-term, right?" "Yes, but I only work short-term, and I don't stay with the same employer. At most, I go over and help out for a week or two if a previous employer has an emergency." Yuan Xiu smiled. Gu Qinghuan pricked up her ears. "Doesn't this sound a bit unusual?" Before Gu Haiyan could get curious, Yuan Xiu continued. "Mainly because the Gu family's situation didn't meet her needs, and with Gu Haiyan's personality, she felt that if she spoke up, Gu Haiyan wouldn't misunderstand. I got pregnant shortly after getting married, but unexpectedly, I fell at home when I was 3 months pregnant and had a miscarriage. My ex-father-in-law kept comforting me, so I didn't think much of it. A year and a half later, I got pregnant again. This time, the birth went smoothly and the baby was healthy. But when I woke up, the baby was gone." Her tone was calm, but Gu Haiyan and Gu Qinghuan's hearts sank. Gu Haiyan hesitantly asked, "Your child?" "My ex-father-in-law sold her because he disliked her because she was a girl," Yuan Xiu said. I lay in bed, unable to get up, listening to him rant and rave. I then learned that when I was pregnant with my first child, he had consulted a fortune teller who predicted I have a daughter. He had orchestrated my fall at home. I didn't expect the miscarriage to turn out to be a son, and I regretted it deeply. When I was pregnant with my second child, he didn't dare calculate again, fearing it would cost him his grandson's life. So I gave birth to the child safely, but it turned out to be a girl, so he sold her. I called the police, but my ex-father-in-law had no idea who the other person was. He just heard someone gossip about wanting a girl, so he sold the child. He didn't want the child to be found, and he wouldn't be honest with the police. Because of his lack of cooperation, the police investigation wasn't going well. Only after the case was brought did he panic and approach me to negotiate a settlement. At this point, Yuan Xiu chuckled sarcastically. "You see, that's how people who don't understand the law behave. They think this kind of thing can be settled. Settlement in a publicly prosecuted case can only be considered grounds for leniency. Child trafficking is a completely criminal offense." My ex-husband was quite savvy. He knew my ex-father-in-law couldn't escape, but he thought I was an orphan and easy to manipulate, so he told me to just leave it at that. I could continue to live a good life with him, and that he and I would have another child. How could that be possible? I divorced him directly. There wasn't a cooling-off period at the time, and he was also very concerned about his reputation. I threatened to go to his workplace and cause a scene, and I got the divorce certificate. The only regret is that I was so anxious to find the child at the time that I didn't fight him for the property. I just wanted him to give me more cash at a discount. Because it involved a relatively large gang, the investigation wasn't very smooth. A few years ago, the gang leader was arrested, and his subordinates were also arrested one by one. Based on the confession, the police confirmed that the child had been sold to the city, so I came here to find him. Gu Haiyan said, "So, in the past 10 years?" Yuan Xiu understood her meaning and nodded. My ex-father-in-law said the person who bought the child told him she was going to enjoy a good life. He didn't believe it, but he specifically mentioned it, thinking that for the child's sake, I should give up the idea of looking for her. I've been thinking about it, and I think the child might have been bought by a wealthy family. I don't have much skill, so I might as well become a nanny. Rich people may not need nannies, but the better I am at being a nanny, the more wealthy people I meet, and the more likely I learn about the child." Gu Qinghuan looked at Yuan Xiu in admiration, and went to pour her a glass of warm water. So strong. Such perseverance, such action. So quick and decisive, without a single scrap of paper. Yuan Xiu smiled, took the water, took a sip, and calmed herself down, her expression slightly dejected. "But sometimes, seeing how wealthy the employer's family is, I think even if I did find a child, wouldn't he only suffer with me?" Gu Qinghuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then felt it was inappropriate. She was the other child, and even if she expressed her own perspective, it wasn't Yuan Xiu's child, so it wouldn't have much of an effect on comfort. Gu Haiyan reached out and patted Yuan Xiu's arm. "I understand. Sometimes, when you see other children doing so well, you feel like you're not a good enough mother, that you can't give them more. But it depends on the child's perspective. No matter what, you worked so hard for so many years to find her. You shouldn't deny that love." "That's true." Yu Wenxiu smiled and enthusiastically resumed her conversation with Gu Haiyan. Gu Qinghuan couldn't join the mother's conversation again, so she could only continue to be a heartless chestnut-peeling machine. Yu Wenxiu's decision to become a nanny was indeed a good idea. With any luck, she might even be able to find a job with the family that adopted her daughter. However, if she told them about this, the employer would definitely be unhappy. After all, if she wasn't careful, she might be mistaken for someone trying to steal her daughter, and there would indeed be suspicion of intrusion. She would tell them the truth, firstly because she thought they were nice people, and trusted them not to tell anyone, and secondly, let's be realistic, the Gu family wasn't wealthy, so she had nowhere to go. She did know a few wealthy families, the biggest of which was the Jiang family, but of course, she wouldn't tell anyone. Gu Qinghuan peeled a few more chestnuts before suddenly realizing, wait, if Yu Wenxiu's target was a wealthy family, why would she come to work for her? Couldn't find a new employer, so she was just staying at her house for a while. That's not impossible, but it's a bit of a stretch. Gu Qinghuan pondered, glancing at Yu Wenxiu again. Although she felt a sense of familiarity when she first met Yu Wenxiu, she couldn't quite place the specifics. After seeing her so often, she'd forgotten about it. But today, after hearing Yu Wenxiu's words, that familiar feeling welled up within her again. She was deep in thought when her phone suddenly vibrated. She pulled it out and saw a message from Yu Xian. Yu Xian, Yu Yuan is acting like usual today. It seems she doesn't want to talk to me. Gu Qinghuan tapped on her phone, opened the door, put in the sesame seeds. Yu Xian, that makes sense. I go. Gu Qinghuan withdrew, satisfied. Yu Yuan could refuse Yu Xian, but she definitely couldn't refuse Xiao Mao. Come to think of it, the Yu family was considered one of the most affluent families she knew, right? They had 2 daughters. Yu Xian was the one who'd been replaced and found, and Yu Yuan was. Gu Qinghuan was stunned. Yu Yuan, could Yu Yuan be Yu Wenxiu's daughter? Chapter 79. This conjecture truly shocked Gu Qinghuan, but the more she thought about it, the more it seemed to fit. Yu Wenxiu had been searching for her child in this city for several years. If wealthy families were categorized as moderately wealthy, very wealthy, and extremely wealthy, Yu Wenxiu should have exhausted the moderately wealthy. Since there was still no news of the child, she had to look for the very wealthy and extremely wealthy. Such families were very likely to send their children to Mingda, and among the people Gu Qinghuan knew at Mingda, only Yu Yuan currently met the criteria. Of course, Gu Qinghuan didn't know many people, and if she investigated the 11 classes beyond Class 3, there might be someone else who met the criteria. But wasn't this a perfect match? Yu Yuan would definitely be her first choice. Most importantly, Gu Qinghuan had a very simple method of investigation that didn't intrude on anyone else's privacy. She shouted in her head with all her might, System. System, stop shouting, I know what you're thinking. Gu Qinghuan, so what's the answer? System, it's what you thought. Although the system generally doesn't reveal the future, firstly, this information isn't about different possible futures, but rather actual facts that have actually occurred. Secondly, with Gu Qinghuan's current connections, she has plenty of ways to investigate thoroughly. Since that's the case, it's best to minimize unnecessary host consumption as much as possible. This is the proper quality of a system as a supporting tool. If he weren't still peeling chestnuts, Gu Qinghuan would have touched his forehead. What a coincidence. I just happened to run into Aunt Yu. Coincidence? No, after all, Yu Wenxiu was found by Xia He and assigned to the Gu family as a nanny. Even though Xia He was only impressed by Yu Wenxiu's workability and thought she was a good fit, and he hadn't paid any further attention to this place since making the arrangements, he was still at Xia He. He was destined to find these people and connect them. The system didn't respond, and Gu Qinghuan didn't notice. Her mind was now filled with the phrases Yu Wenxiu is Yu Yuan's biological mother, and Yu Yuan is Yu Wenxiu's biological daughter. For a moment, she considered subtly revealing to Yu Wenxiu that she knew a child who had been adopted by a wealthy family. But she quickly dismissed the idea, for the simple reason that Yu Yuan wasn't ready. Right now, Yu Yuan had a ton of things to worry about. From the conflict with Yu Xian to her life in the Yu family, Yu Yuan had too much to consider, and she didn't have time to process all this information. If she told Yu Yuan about Yu Wenxiu under these circumstances, Gu Qinghuan honestly felt that Yu Yuan would be more likely to be devastated by her truth than to be moved by her mother's years of searching for her. Yu Xian is the real daughter of a wealthy family, blessed with supportive friends, and gradually gaining her family's love. But what about her? She's the fake daughter, friendless, deprived of recognition and support. When her real mother finds her, her facade of strength will be completely shattered. Even though she's lived in the Yu family for over a decade, she's still fake. The fake simply can't compare to the real. And you, Gu Qinghuan looked up at Yu Wenxiu, seemingly curious. You've been searching for your daughter for so long. Aren't you tired? Yu Wenxiu thought for a moment and said calmly, yes, I'm tired. Over the past decade or so, I often felt tired, especially when my employer scolded me. She then laughed again. But I know a lot of things now. When my daughter is found, I can make her delicious food, style her hair, make her small handbags, and even felt her wool. I also learned pet grooming. If she likes animals, I can keep her clean and adorable. Thinking of it, I'm not tired at all. She wasn't tired. She would continue searching until she found her daughter. Gu Qinghuan thought she should have recorded the conversation on her phone. Yu Yuan should have known how much her biological mother loved her. But now, she had to ask Yu Wenxiu to wait a little longer. Until Yu Yuan was ready, and could fully embrace the love that belonged to her. Perhaps because she had spoken so much from the bottom of her heart, Yu Wenxiu was in a good mood, and she cooked even better at lunch. Gu Qinghuan ate until she was about 90% full, and lay motionless on the sofa. Gu Min's heart ached. Turning to Gu Haiyan, she said, you and Jian have been together for over a decade, yet your cooking skills haven't improved at all? Look how hungry my granddaughter is. Wang Jian opened his mouth, but managed to hold back the thought. She eats a lot at home, too. Gu Haiyan glanced at Gu Qinghuan, who obediently rolled over, clinging to Gu Min's arm and coquettishly saying, Grandma, I actually ate a lot of delicious food at home, too. It's just that Aunt Yu's cooking today was so good that I ate too much. Gu Min patted Gu Qinghuan's head, and grudgingly agreed, Little Yu's cooking is better than your mom and dad's. Yu Wenxiu covered her lips beside him, laughing so hard her shoulders were shaking. After lunch, Gu Haiyan and Gu Min wanted to chat for a while, but seeing Gu Qinghuan and Wang Jian doing nothing, they waved their hands dismissively, sending them home first. Wang Jian drove Gu Qinghuan home. On the way, he pondered for a moment and asked, Huan, what do you think? I find an adult night school and learn to cook. Sure. I'm craving soup dumplings. Gu Qinghuan gave him both hands in support. Isn't that a bit too difficult? Wang Jian bargained. Gu Qinghuan immediately lost interest. Then you can learn it, Dad. After all, even if he learns poorly, it won't get any worse than it already is. Rode his scooter, unable to see Gu Qinghuan's expression in the back seat, Wang Jian felt motivated. He wanted to cook a delicious meal like Yu Wenxiu. Yu Xian had no idea what shocking secret Gu Qinghuan had uncovered. She only knew that she would prepare at least one cat noodle for Jima later as a reward. The first time Jima walked out of Yu Xian's room, its eyes wide open, its head spinning. Yu Xian carried Jima directly to Yu Yuan's door, holding her in one hand and knocking with the other. Yu Yuan. There was no movement from the door, so Yu Xian knocked twice more. I left Jima at the door. Jima, Mom? Footsteps swiftly echoed from inside, and the door was flung open. As soon as Yu Yuan appeared, she barked at Yu Xian. How could you leave Jima here? What if Mom sees, and she gets disgusted with Jima and sends him away too? She spoke quickly, only to realize that Yu Xian was still holding Jima, showing no sign of letting go. Yu Yuan, She'd been tricked. Yu Xian held Jima up to Yu Yuan and looked at her seriously. You really don't want to play with it? Yu Yuan tried to keep a straight face, but Jima's cry made her lose her composure. I just want to play with Jima, not pay attention to you. Yu Yuan muttered, turning sideways. I hate you, you're the worst. Okay, Jima, let's go to Auntie's room and play. Yu Xian raised Jima's paw and greeted Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan couldn't hold it back, a smile breaking across her face, then quickly retracted it. Yu Xian watched her expression and thought, I give Jima a few more freeze-dried seeds when we get back. Chapter 80. After so much happened over the weekend, Gu Qinghuan nearly overslept on Monday. She tossed and turned Sunday night, alternately wondering how to get Yu Yuan to face the truth calmly and soberly, and then pondering how hard Yu Wenxiu had struggled to find her daughter for so many years. She lay awake until 1 or 2 in the morning, and when she woke up, she still had dark circles under her eyes. Qin Yu arrived at class and sat down. As usual, he turned to greet Gu Qinghuan. Seeing her face, he exclaimed, You were a thief last night? Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes. You were the one who was a thief. So were you up all night playing games or watching TV? Qin Yu continued to speculate. Neither. Well, some difficult problems have arisen, and I'm trying to figure out how to deal with them. Gu Qinghuan said with a feigned seriousness. Qin Yu became interested. What could possibly have troubled our monitor so much? Tell me about it. Gu Qinghuan shook his head, It's a bit private, hard to say. When Qin Yu heard the word private, he knew it was a matter he couldn't interfere with. While he felt sorry for not getting to share the spoils, Qin Yu still said, "That's fine, but if you need any help, feel free to ask me." Of course, we share the hardship. Gu Qinghuan gave him a thumbs up. Her words reminded Qin Yu of the message Gu Qinghuan had sent him on Saturday. This guy, already provoked by the academic bully, actually dragged him into it. We don't necessarily share happiness, do we? Qin Yu added with a forced smile. Gu Qinghuan immediately looked away. Oh, why hasn't the monitor come yet? I wonder what the results of the midterm exam are. Qin Yu shut up, feeling uneasy. He also thought this midterm exam was going to be difficult. If he didn't do well, he didn't know what he'd do when he got home. The students in class 3 were also worried. They had a great weekend, but once they got to school and faced the midterm results, their peace of mind faded. Su Xinghe secretly asked Yu Xian, student counselor, "Do you think this midterm exam was difficult?" Yu Xian thought for a moment and said, "It's okay." For a moment, the brilliance of the top student nearly blinded Su Xinghe. He returned to his seat dejectedly, determined not to ask Yu Xian about her exams again. The midterm results were soon announced. As Gu Qinghuan had expected, this exam was much more difficult than the first monthly exam. For several questions, she realized she'd been wrong on the correct answers only after receiving them. There were many others in Gu Qinghuan's situation, and the entire class 3 was in mourning for the entire morning. But class 3 still has top students. Yu Xian maintained her top spot in the class, even managing to edge up one spot to third place. Homeroom teacher Chen Zilan's face lit up when he announced the rankings, and the entire class erupted in applause, their emotions devoid of anything but admiration. That's not all. Class 3's average score actually held steady. Many students fell into traps, but the entire test couldn't possibly be filled with traps. The majority of questions were still reasonable. Many students in class 3 miraculously achieved the feat of getting all the answers right and avoiding all the traps they were supposed to avoid, indirectly leading to a large number of students with the same scores across various subjects. This was especially true in physics, chemistry, and biology. The teachers, after flipping through the papers, were amused. You're all lining up here to jump into the traps, right? Class 3 students, well-behaved, but timid. But Chen Zilan was delighted. What did a stable average score mean in this situation? It meant the class ranking would improve. As expected, Class 3's average jumped to third in the grade, 2 levels higher than its 5th place in the previous monthly exam. Also, in terms of individual grade ranking, the last student in Class 3 was ranked 198th in the grade, with 252 students, surpassing at least 2 classes. Although Gu Qinghuan's total score decreased this time, her class ranking rose to 9th, and her grade ranking to 75th. Jiang Chuchu even jumped to 2nd in the class and 11th in the grade, a significant improvement in her grade ranking. However, when it comes to progress, Qin Yu was the one who smiled the most happily this time. His class ranking went from 17th to 12th, and his grade ranking went from 153rd to 92nd. Student God Cram School really works. Qin Yu was almost ready to offer a tribute to Su Lin. My mom will definitely praise me when I get home tonight. By the way, what was Su Lin's score this time? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Xian wordlessly showed her chat history with Su Lin. Gu Qinghuan leaned over to take a look, then walked away, clutching her chest. Was the exam really more difficult this time? Why were Su Lin's scores in all subjects almost the same as last time? Oh, he even got 1 extra point in English, going from 146 last time to 147 this time. But Xie Xiangxue, the highest scoring English student in Class 3, got 142 this time. When the other students heard that Yu Xian had Su Lin's scores, they also expressed their curiosity. After getting Su Lin's consent, Yu Xian simply shared her scores in the class group chat. After a brief silence, exclamation points and ellipses flew across the group chat, and emojis and emoticons were all the rage. Baoqing Song, oh my god. JPG Su Xinghe, exclamation point Ming Xiaolan, we're just classmates, you crossed the line. Song Yi, I don't know what to say. After all, I couldn't have gotten that score with a different mind. Xie Xiangxue, how did she get 147? How did she get that question right? Gu Qinghuan waited until everyone had finished exclaiming before shouting in the group chat, hurry up and get on with the wrong questions. Everyone suddenly realized, that's right. After the exam, we have a chance to have Su Lin explain the wrong questions. Hurry! We already done it once before, so we're more experienced this time. Plus, everyone didn't make any mistakes on the basic questions, so we can focus on the difficult ones. So, Before school ended, everyone handed their wrong questions notebooks to Chin Yu. This time, perhaps because he had a night to slowly sort it out, and because his mistakes were much fewer, Chin Yu readily waved his hand. No need for you to do it, I can do it this time. Gu Qinghuan was relieved to save some trouble. Okay, I leave it to you. The notebooks were quite full, and Chin Yu couldn't fit them all in his school bag. Gu Qinghuan pulled a milk tea bag from the underside of his desk and handed it to him. You usually keep this? Chin Yu was surprised. Wouldn't this come in handy? Gu Qinghuan asked back. Chin Yu thought about it, made sure it was clean, stuffed the notebook into the milk tea bag, sealed it tightly, and ran away. He had to get home quickly and tell his mom how well he did on the test. Maybe she'd be so happy she agreed to buy him a pair of sneakers signed by his favorite basketball player. As for his brother, even if this score wasn't much in his eyes, it was still progress. He'd probably be happy for him, right? Chapter 81. In the evening, Qin Min and his classmates gathered for a discussion. He was a bit surprised when he received the news from his mother. Qin Min and Qin Yu's mother was Qin Yinxia, the only daughter of the Qin family. While given a graceful name, she possessed a spirit of impetuousness and decisiveness. Their father, Lu Dangui, was born into a medical family and had been obsessed with medical research since childhood. He presented himself as someone untouched by worldly desires, preferring a day in the operating room to a romantic relationship. But he had a beautiful face. Qin Yinxia had once bravely intervened to stop a domestic violence incident on the street and was slashed in the head. While being rushed to the emergency room, she happened to meet Lu Dangui and was immediately drawn to him. Ugh, it was love at first sight, and he pursued her. Lu Dangui had refused several times, but to little avail. Furthermore, Qin Yinxia's pursuit was measured and didn't cause him any trouble. Just as he was agonizing over how to handle the situation, the Lu family was framed, and the Chinese herbal medicine processing factory under their name suffered a disaster. Sudden disaster struck, and Father Lu was so enraged that he was rushed to the hospital, where he lay unconscious. The Lu family was in turmoil. Lu Dangui wasn't cut out for business, so he resorted to various connections until he finally found Qin Yinxia. Qin Yinxia remained calm and didn't take the opportunity to ask Lu Dangui to be her boyfriend. Instead, she explained the situation to him and worked with a specialist to draft a contract. The Qin family would provide assistance, but they would also have to make a corresponding contribution. Ultimately, the Lu family successfully overcame the crisis, and Lu Dangui gained a new appreciation for Qin Yinxia. This sparked a friendly exchange between the two, and they officially began dating 6 months later. On their second anniversary, Qin Yinxia proposed, and Lu Dangui was stunned when she took out the engagement ring. The following month was May, and he had been planning to propose on May 20th, but he was beaten to the punch. The year after their marriage, Qin Yinxia became pregnant with her first child, coincidentally at the same time as Gu Qinghuan. Since they were friends, they joked that whose child was born first would be the older sister/older brother. Jiang Yuxuan was born first, but Jiang Yuxuan had always been less steady than Qin Min. In fact, Qin Min was more like a brother. Qin Yinxia became pregnant with her second child, while Gu Qinghuan's second was about 2 weeks later. Qin Yinxia thought her child would be born first this time. Gu Qinghuan, however, was provoked by her older sister, and Jiang Chuchu gave birth prematurely, even before Qin Yu. Gu Qinghuan was weak after giving birth and became obsessed with the issue, believing it was her fault for Jiang Chuchu's premature birth. Worried about the child but afraid to face it, she forced herself into postpartum depression. Qin Yinxia was able to move around freely after giving birth, but Gu Qinghuan remained hospitalized. She consulted a psychologist, discussed matters with Jiang Yue, and then went to see Gu Qinghuan. She sat by Gu Qinghuan's bedside and complained, "Look at you, you gave birth to a brother and a sister, making both of my family brothers. Then I'm going to get my revenge. You have to help me raise the children. For kids are waiting for you as their mother." She rambled on for nearly a month, forcibly pulling Gu Qinghuan out of her morass of negativity. The Qin and Jiang families became close friends. Qin Min read the message from his mother, "Are you free? Let's video chat." The discussion had reached a dead end, so Qin Min said hello to his classmates and went out to reply, "I'm free." Qin Yinxia's video call came immediately. The camera wasn't pointed at him, but at the table. Several test papers lay spread out on the table. Qin Min identified them, and saw they were Qin Yu's midterm exam papers. Qin Min was, of course, well aware of his younger brother's academic performance. He also remembered Qin Yu's results from the previous monthly exam, and a comparison revealed that, judging solely by the scores, He didn't seem to have made much progress. However, he also remembered the post Qin had made a few days ago on WeChat moments after the exam, saying that the midterm exam was much more difficult. Gu Qinghuan, a mutual friend of Qin and him, liked that post and commented, "The questions made my eyes go dark." Given that, Qin had managed to maintain this score, so he must have made considerable progress. Qin Min asked, "Did he do well on the test?" Qin Yanxia beamed. "More than just doing well, he's improved tremendously. He's already in the top 100 in the grade, and now he's 92nd. Last monthly exam, Qin Yu ranked 153rd in the grade, and this time, he's 92nd. Truly a big improvement." Qin Min's lip curled. "It's definitely not easy. Did you reward him?" "Of course. I already bought the sneakers he's been raving about for the past 2 weeks, and he's jumping for joy in the living room right now." Qin Yanxia spoke with disdain, but the smile in her tone was unmistakable. "By the way, he mentioned earlier that he's enrolled in the top-ranked cram school in the school. Are you aware of that?" Qin Yanxia figured that since her son had received tutoring and achieved this level of improvement, she owed him some thanks. Qin Min quickly stopped talking and briefly explained to his mother the details of Yu Xian's donation to Su Lin and Su Lin's tutoring for her and her friends. He also specifically explained Yu Xian's situation within the Yu family. Qin Yanxia had already switched on the front camera and rubbed her chin after hearing this. This situation is indeed a bit complicated. As the chairman of Shengjing Group, which is owned by the Qin family, Qin Yanxia immediately judged that this was not a situation for her to intervene in. She had heard about the Yu family's real and fake daughter incident, but she didn't know much about it. She just thought it was tragic for the Yu family to be separated from their own child. When the Yu family found their daughter, she was happy for the child. But she had never imagined that the Yu family would treat their own child this way. Now the little girl is independent and strong, making friends with Jiang Chu, and even finding tutoring with the top student in the grade. Qin Yanxia felt that this was not easy. Given Yu Wenli's personality, he might care more about Yu Xian and Jiang Chu's relationship than Su Lin. Under this premise, if she thanked Su Lin, she would naturally also thank Yu Xian, the founder of this tutoring class. The Qin family's assets were not as large as the Jiang family's. If Yu Wenli knew about it, he would likely use it as an opportunity to climb up the ladder. Qin Yanxia didn't want to be associated with Yu Wenli, but it wasn't in her nature to say nothing at all. She pondered for a few seconds, and then said bluntly, "Go, prepare some thank you gifts for those girls in your brother's name." Since Qin Min was still in college, and hadn't joined Shengjing Group yet, she could just express her gratitude on his behalf. If the Yu family wanted to build connections, she could feign ignorance and resolve the matter with a few polite words. "Okay." Qin Min readily agreed. He was pleased to see Qin Yu making progress, so he naturally felt obliged to show some appreciation. In addition, Gu Qinghuan had played a significant role, but explaining it clearly to his mother over the phone was a bit difficult. Now that the task of thanking her fell upon him, he naturally wouldn't leave out Gu Qinghuan. Qin Min hung up the video call with Qin Yanxia and thought for a moment, deciding it would be best to be more direct with his reward for Qin Yu. Qin Yu was still fussing over the sneakers when he heard the sound of a transfer and opened his phone to check. "Min transfers the money to you, Qin Min. Good job on the exam. Congratulations, Qin Yu, dear brother." Chapter 82. Qin Min's reward was simple and straightforward, but it was highly effective. Qin Yu immediately sent out a lucky red envelope to the class group, totaling 1,000. Everyone was generally well off, but knowing Qin Yu had received a bonus took on a whole new meaning, and they enthusiastically scrambled for the red envelope. Ming Xiaolan had the best luck. Out of 22 people in the class, she managed 150.63. If she were still in school, everyone would be patting her little red hand. If nothing else, just hoping to correctly guess a few more multiple-choice questions on the exam. Qin Yu, gloating, tried to play it safe in front of Qin Min. "Brother, did you know I did well on the test?" Qin Min, "Mom told me I did really well." Hearing Qin Min's praise, Qin Yu felt awkward. He slowly typed into the chat box, "Actually, it's still not that great. Brother, you used to be in the top 3 in your grade." After sending this, Qin Yu felt uncomfortable again, and was about to withdraw it when Qin Min called. Qin Yu hurriedly answered the call. "You don't need to measure yourself by my standards," Qin Min said bluntly. "I am me, you are you, and you have your own excellence." Qin Yu's eyes welled up, and he coughed twice before suppressing the emotion surging in his throat. He whispered, "Brother, have I ever embarrassed you since we were little?" Before Qin Min could speak, he stammered, "You won so many awards and trophies when you were little. Mathematical Olympiads, English public speaking, robotics." But I'm not good at any of those. So, he always had a low self-esteem. The only thing he was confident about was his excellent physical fitness. He was so healthy that he rarely caught a cold since he was a child. But when it came to sports, his motor nerves were not that good either. Why was he the son of the Chin family, and why was he Chin Min's younger brother? It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him with ordinariness. Chin Min pondered for a moment, then turned to a different topic. When we were little, Mom often took us to see Aunt Ju. Do you remember? Of course I do. Chin Yu nodded subconsciously. Zhu Qinglan, Jiang Chuchu's mother. Every time they visited the Jiang family, Aunt Ju would prepare their favorite snacks in advance. Chin Yu's favorite lollipop was a certain kind, but at home, Mom wouldn't let him have too many, fearing cavities. Only at the Jiang family could he eat 3 in a row. Of course, when he got home, Chin Min would watch him brush his teeth. Aunt Ju's health had been poor since she gave birth to Chu Chu, and it's only in the past few years that she is slowly recovering, Chin Min recounted, reminiscing. She loved you the most, and even let you play with Chu Chu. Every time I saw you and Chu Chu in the yard, walking the dog and playing with the cat, catching butterflies and feeding ants, climbing trees and picking flowers, playing with sand and mud. Cough. Cough. Chin Yu coughed forcefully, a little dissatisfied. Why go into so much detail? He knew he was a bit naughty as a child. Anyway, that was when Aunt Ju was at her most energetic, Chin Min said. Chin Yu scratched his head. Why? Because you're Chu Chu's younger brother. With you around, Chu Chu would be braver and stronger. Chin Min laughed. As a child, Jiang Chu Chu was so fragile, as if she collapsed at the slightest gust of wind. On the contrary, Chin Yu was as healthy as a ball, strong and lively. He was impatient to stay indoors, and always had to drag Jiang Chu Chu outside. Jiang Chu Chu was not happy at first, but unfortunately Chin Yu called her sister so many times that she felt she had to take care of her brother, so she started to act like a big sister and play crazy with Chin Yu. With more running, Jiang Chu Chu's health improved. Zhu Qinglan, who had been worried, gradually relaxed, her worries dissipating. Chin Yu, a little embarrassed, muttered, No, I'm not a younger brother. I'm much taller than Chu Chu now. Chin Min smiled and didn't respond, but continued, Ever since then, I envied you. Because you possessed the energy Aunt Ju needed most at that moment, so perfectly, like a hero in a movie appearing in a crisis. I thought it was very cool. A heat suddenly rose from his heart. Chin Yu felt a burning sensation from his neck to his head, so intense that he couldn't help but want to drink water. If he looked in the mirror at this moment, he would definitely find that he was red from neck to ears. Being told by the brother he always envied and admired that he was a hero and handsome. Oh my god, this was so cool. He hesitated, a smirk plastered across his face, and tried to evade the question. I'm not a hero, really. It was just a coincidence. A coincidence. So are you. I never thought you embarrassed me. Chin Min said solemnly, You're my most handsome brother. Chin Yu wanted to scream, to run out for a run, but it seemed only the night breeze caressing his face could calm his boiling blood. Chin Yu swallowed. Brother, you too. I think you're handsome, you know everything. Everyone envies me for having a brother like you. Yeah, he used to be so proud. He had such an amazing brother, and everyone envied him. When did he start to resist this? Why did he feel inferior to his brother? Chin Yu didn't know what to say. He hurriedly said, I do better next time. Not just now, but in the future, I make you proud. With that, he quickly hung up the phone and flung himself back onto the living room sofa, shielding his face with a pillow. A few silly giggles emanated from beneath it. Qin Yinxia had deliberately gone back to her room while the brothers were on the phone, and now she came down to get some water. Seeing Qin Yu's condition, she thought he'd taken the wrong medicine. What's wrong with you? Qin Yu jumped, dropped the pillow, and looked around. No, nothing. What did you talk about with your brother? Why are you so happy? Qin Yinxia continued to poke him. Qin Yu wanted to giggle again when he mentioned this, but he had to maintain his cool image in front of his mother. Nothing. He just complimented me a few words. A few words? Qin Yinxia looked at Qin Yu's lips suspiciously, unable to hold them down. It was probably more than just a few words, right? Qin Yu turned around and shuffled his test paper. No more, I'm busy. I have to sort out my mistakes, and I have to go to the God's cram school tomorrow. The whole class is counting on me to teach then. He became more and more excited as he spoke, running up the stairs 3 steps at a time. Qin Yinxia watched from behind, unable to help but wonder if he missed a step, and would tumble down the stairs. Should she catch him or not? This kid was taller than her now. If she really had to catch him, it felt more likely that she would be sent to the hospital. Thankfully, Chin-yu didn't miss a step and returned to his room steadily. He opened the milk tea bag and dumped all his error books onto the bed. He hummed a song while tearing off a piece of white paper to count his mistakes. It's just an exam. With the guidance of a genius, he'd do even better next time. He'd become even better. Become a younger brother who's just as handsome as his older brother. Chapter 83. The Chin family had a good atmosphere, while the Yu family was much worse off. Yu Yuan had been 7th in class 12 last time, but this time she had moved up 2 places to 5th. As before, she didn't disclose her grade ranking, but class 12's average score was still the lowest among all classes, so Yu Yuan's grade ranking was likely not very high. Yu Wenli said nothing, but Chui Wanning studied his expression and tentatively complimented Yu Yuan, saying things like "you improved and you worked harder than last time." However, these compliments paled in comparison after Yu Xian's grades came out. She was consistently first in the class, and even moved up 1 grade. Yu Wenli smiled and praised her, saying, "Not bad." To be honest, Yu Xian felt a moment of delight when Yu Wenli praised her. As a child, she had always longed for recognition from her father. After all, her adoptive father didn't care how she scored on the test. No matter how high her score was, he would only say, "Girls get married, so getting a high score is a waste of time." But now, it wasn't someone else but her biological father who was praising her. This was a beautiful dream she had once imagined. However, she quickly shook off the emotion, telling herself it was just a false recognition. Yu Wenli had simply recognized her strengths and value once again, not simply happy for his daughter's progress. Yu Jinqin's face was a little grim. If he had questioned Yu Xian's cheating during the first monthly exam, the midterm exam's grade ranking was enough to give him a resounding slap in the face. To be honest, he also attended Mingda during high school, but his ranking wasn't that high back then. Yu Yuan ate quietly the entire time, or rather, tried to minimize her presence. Her dislike for Yu Xian was one thing, though her dislike was less intense now, for minor reasons. The awe of the top student in the underclass was another. What underclass student would aggressively question a top student's grades when confronted by one? Third in the grade, what does that even mean? Especially since the test was so difficult. To put it bluntly, when the math teacher was reviewing the test today, he said that on the last big math problem, only Su Lin from class 2 and Yu Xian from class 3 got all the answers right, and their solutions were different. She was so confused by the question itself that she only wrote solution. Yu Wenli was satisfied with the result. He transferred another 200,000 yuan to Yu Xian. After returning to her room, Yu Xian looked at the account information on her phone and felt that if she continued like this, her attitude towards money would become distorted. She thought for a moment, then painfully opened her chat with Xia He. At times like these, a scolding from Xia He might just help her adjust. Yu Xian, I got 3rd in my grade on the midterm exam, and my family gave me 200,000 yuan. After sending the message, she didn't expect Xia He to reply immediately, and went back to sorting out her mistakes. After more than 10 minutes, Xia He's reply arrived. It's just enough, considering the cash. Yu Xian, is there a reason for it? Xia He, you can buy anything with cash, but if I give you something directly, you're free to accept it or not. Yu Xian paused, thinking of Yu Yuan's tablet, clothes, bags. All sorts of stuff. Although Yu Yuan could get money just by acting coquettishly, it was usually for something she bought, and the amount she gave was roughly the same as the item's price. She sighed inwardly, wondering if Yu Yuan had realized this, when she noticed from the corner of her eye that Xia He had sent another message. Xia He, no way? You softened your heart over these 200,000, haven't you? Yu Xian's fists hardened. She took a breath. Wasn't Xia He usually in lecture mode? Why was she being so sarcastic today? She replied stiffly. No, I'm not soft-hearted. I'm just numb to accepting money. Xia He. Screenshot.jpg. The message was a screenshot of her WeChat wallet balance. Yu Xian counted it out. Tens, hundreds, tens of thousands, millions. And then she stopped counting. Xia He, still numb? Xia He, can you be a little more insightful? Not to mention the Yu family's main business. Even Yu Lao-san's company has a much higher daily turnover than this. Xia He, hurry up and finish your 3 years of high school, go to college, and get an MBA. Xia He, no, it's too late to finish your MBA. It'd be very troublesome to compete with Yu Jinqin later. Yu Xian secretly looked it up. MBA, Master of Business Administration. She had never considered graduate school before. Getting into college was already her highest aspiration. Xia He bombarded her with another barrage of words, and Yu Xian's knowledge was broadened again. So her world could be even broader, Yu Xian thought. She wouldn't let 200,000 blind her anymore. She wanted to think bigger, millions, tens of millions. No, hundreds of millions. Although measuring value in monetary units seemed a bit superficial, she wanted to use them as a standard to create her own wealth and meaning. Yu Xian, I'm confident about studying. Yu Xian, please recommend a suitable major at Peking University. Xia He, you're quite ambitious. Let's talk about it after the second year of high school. Xia He, I'm leaving because I need something. Xia He didn't send any messages after that. Yu Xian, on the other hand, was irritated and spent a long time researching. The more she looked, the more she felt she was still too superficial. She looked at the small screen of her phone and decided she needed a tablet. It's just a tablet, isn't it? She already got 200,000 yuan. She buy it tomorrow. At an offline store. The latest model. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. The boy lying on the hospital bed stuffed a special chewing gum into his mouth and bit down on it tightly. The nurse next to him rushed over and put on special gloves to prevent him from clenching his fists too tightly and rupturing his palms. She also secured his limbs to prevent him from struggling too violently. Big beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead and onto the pillow, leaving deep and shallow streaks. The brown-haired, fair-skinned doctor took Xia He's latest physical report, sighed at his appearance, and ultimately turned and left the ward. Back in her office, she pulled Xia He's initial physical report from a folder on the shelf and compared it with her current one. In just a month or so, Xia He's height had grown from 1.58 meters to 1.65 meters, a full 7 centimeters. She knew Xia He had taken a growth-inhibiting drug and could understand his desire to overcome its effects and return to his full height. However, the current treatment plan wasn't perfect. Even if it did achieve positive results, the strain on his muscles and bones would be too great. The resulting pain was excruciating. Standard painkillers were ineffective, and Xia He refused opioids, so he could only endure it on his own. About 20 minutes later, the nurse arrived to report that Xia He's condition had stabilized, and the doctor returned to the ward. Xia He lay on her back, examining the red marks on her wrists from the bandages. Seeing her enter, she gave a pale, cheerful smile. In a few days, I should be able to adapt to this stage. In other words, he planned to move on to the next stage of treatment in a few days. The doctor said sternly, not for a few days, at least another 2 weeks. 10 days. Xia He didn't even blink. Damn, I was being tested. The doctor glared at Xia He. She quickly assessed the situation in her mind and reluctantly said, okay, but you must follow the doctor's instructions completely during this period. No problem. Xia He replied readily. The doctor watched Xia He have someone hand him the phone and couldn't help but ask, Xia, why are you so anxious? I seen your contact records, and you weren't interested in treatment last year. Indeed, Xia He tapped the screen with her still numb fingers. If possible, I'd like to remain childlike until I die. Now no, I mean, even my height a few months ago was too much. The doctor's heart tightened. An earlier psychological diagnosis report on Xia He mentioned that he had a strong tendency toward death, but he didn't intend to commit suicide. Because of the patient's privacy, it's hard to delve into it. It's only vaguely surmised that Xia He wishes he had died in the past, rather than surviving until now. So now, the doctor was interrupted before he could finish. He smiled and said, because there's a wonderful drama going on right now. I'm looking forward to how the heroine will unfold this story. Because there might be a time for me to take the stage, I want to appear in a more respectable manner and continue to exist as a prominent character. Don't you think that's interesting? Chapter 84. Early Tuesday morning, the moment she saw Qin Yu, Gu Qinghuan let out a tit-for-tat laugh. Someone else stole last night. Qin Yu, his eyes dark, said stubbornly, I was so excited about doing so well on the test that I didn't sleep well. Whatever you say is true. Gu Qinghuan waved his hand. Seeing Yu Xian enter the classroom, he greeted her. Good morning, Xin Bao. Huh? Seeing Yu Xian's dark circles, Gu Qinghuan turned to Qin Yu. Did you steal together last night? Yu Xian said embarrassedly. I looked up some information last night. I was a little high, so I stayed up late. What information? Gu Qinghuan was curious. Yu Xian said, it's about Peking University's majors, courses, and MBA programs. Gu Qinghuan fell into deep thought. Was this really something that first-year students like them needed to know? But in the end, I realized it's more appropriate for me to consider the subject selection first. Yu Xian smiled. Gu Qinghuan hadn't considered her major yet. She figured she wouldn't have to think about it until at least the end of the first semester of her freshman year. Qin Yu was even less anxious. He planned to wait for the summer break after his freshman year. His brother would be back soon, and he had plenty of time to ask him for help analyzing his choices. Having missed a good night's rest, Yu Xian and Qin Yu had been drowsy all morning. Yu Xian was a bit better. She could hold her own, but Qin Yu wasn't. He nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice all morning. If it weren't for his significant progress, the teacher would have called his name. Jiang Chuchu couldn't stand it any longer and ordered hamburgers in advance. As soon as the morning class ended, she dragged Qin Yu to get takeout and handed him her lounge card. Hurry up and finish your meal, then go to my lounge and catch up on some sleep. Jiang Chuchu patted his back. Don't fall asleep while Su Lin is tutoring. Qin Yu nodded as he munched on his burger. Jiang Chuchu watched him head to the lounge, then hurried to the cafeteria to reunite with Gu Qinghuan and the others, preparing to nap in Gu Qinghuan's office at noon. It was already halfway through the semester, and since Mingda had only a small number of students in each grade, the reputation of those with a bit of fame in each class was gradually spreading. Yu Xian, third in her grade, received just as much attention as Jiang Chuchu, the daughter of the Yongchang group. She was being secretly observed by countless people along the way, and she was starting to get nervous. Qinghuan, Yu Xian whispered after sitting down in the cafeteria, is there something wrong with me? Why do I feel like so many people are looking at me? No, it's because you're third in the grade, right? Gu Qinghuan said, tilting her chin towards the other side of the cafeteria. Look, Su Lin's getting a lot of attention too. Yu Xian followed Gu Qinghuan's gaze. In a corner across the cafeteria, Su Lin was wearing headphones, listening to an English listening test while eating his lunch. Noticing Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan's gazes, Su Lin nodded at them and continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Yu Xian greatly admired Su Lin's composure. She decided to emulate him, trying to keep a straight face and feign composure. Gu Qinghuan observed him for a moment, but she didn't see any composure, only endearment. However, to avoid upsetting Yu Xian, she decisively kept quiet. After all, she'd get used to being stared at more often. After lunch, the three of them went to Gu Qinghuan's office for a nap. As the office door opened, Gu Qinghuan heard a mewling sound thick with complaints and complaints. Looking down, she saw the calico cat sitting upright in the doorway, staring up at them. Why does it seem so angry? Gu Qinghuan remembered something and ran over to the cat's bowl. Ah, it's all eaten. The calico cat meowed again, rubbing against Gu Qinghuan's trouser legs. But this kind of affection was only for food. As soon as the cat food was poured into the bowl, the calico cat immediately started eating. If Gu Qinghuan tried to touch it, it would turn its head and glare at her fiercely. You have no conscience. You only care about eating. Gu Qinghuan muttered as she laid down in her doghouse. Yu Xian was so sleepy that she had already lain down, not even covering herself with a small blanket. Jiang Chuchu helped her pull the corner of the quilt and lay down too. Don't worry about the cat for now, just go to sleep. Gu Qinghuan lay down and closed her eyes. The calico cat's crunching sound continued for a moment, then stopped. I'm full, time to go, Gu Qinghuan thought. Just as she was about to drift off, she felt a sudden weight on her stomach. She opened her eyes abruptly and saw the calico cat curled up on her stomach, its tail tucked in, its round but facing her. Perhaps noticing Gu Qinghuan's eyes were open, the calico cat turned its head towards her, yawned loudly, then turned back and lay down even more relaxed. It's reasonable to suspect that the cat slept in her bed while she was away. Gu Qinghuan tried to inhale and puff out her belly, but the calico cat was remarkably stable. She turned sideways again, trying to flip it over. The calico cat did fall off her belly and into her doghouse, where it rolled itself into a ball and took up a space in the doghouse. Gu Qinghuan had no choice but to give up. She turned sideways and curled up, sharing a nap with the calico cat. Before falling asleep, she was still thinking to herself. Fortunately, she had given the calico cat anthelmintic before the exam, otherwise she would be bitten by fleas by now. Yu Xian had a good sleep and woke up refreshed. She sat up from the doghouse, seeing that it was almost time. Just as she was about to wake Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu, who were lying next to her, she suddenly saw a furry head pop up from Gu Qinghuan's arms, who was lying sideways. The calico cat stretched its head across Gu Qinghuan's waist and met Yu Xian's gaze. After watching for a moment, it stepped over Gu Qinghuan's waist, swaggered to the window, jumped onto the windowsill, and ran away. Yu Xian was silent for a moment. Perhaps this calico cat wasn't unfriendly, but simply didn't take people seriously? She thought of her own Jima. Sure enough, her Jima was the cutest. Concerned about the cat in her arms, Gu Qinghuan slept soundly that night. When she woke, her body was stiff, and she felt better after a set of stretching exercises. The afternoon class went on normally. As soon as the class was over, the four of them left the classroom amid the eager anticipation of their classmates. Class monitor, we're counting on you this time. Don't miss the God of Learning's handouts and blackboard notes. Qingyu, have you improved on your dog-like handwriting? Qingyu whipped his head around. Who said that just now? Everyone looked at him innocently. Jiang Chuchu dragged the cursing Qingyu away. All right, you take the photos of the blackboard notes, and we take the notes. Arriving in Gu Qinghuan's office, Su Lin took Qinyu's results and was a little surprised. The wrong questions are pretty much the same. Gu Qinghuan coughed, feeling the need to defend her classmates. Actually, none of us wanted to fall into the same trap. That's not what I meant. Su Lin shook her head. I was just impressed by your class's solid foundation. Our homeroom teacher even praised your class. Gu Qinghuan perked up immediately. Didn't your class have the highest average score this time? And you praised us? Yes, but our class relies on the top few to pull back the bottom few, while your class is very balanced overall. Su Lin said, our homeroom teacher said that if the bottom few had the same scores as your bottom few, the class average would be even higher. Homeroom teachers always want everyone to do better, Qingyu interrupted. Su Lin nodded. Compared to ordinary teachers, homeroom teachers place more importance on the class as a whole. She then remembered something. But when I went to the teacher's office at noon, I heard Class 12's homeroom teacher badmouthing your homeroom teacher. What? The four of them said in unison. Jiang Chuchu slammed her hand on the table. Class 12 is last again, right? How dare you say such bad things about our class teacher? Gu Qinghuan quickly put a hand on Jiang Chuchu's shoulder. Calm down. Let's figure out what's going on. Su Lin said bluntly. Class 12's homeroom teacher told Class 1's homeroom teacher that no matter how high Class 3's average score is, it's still just an average. The only one with a truly high score is Yu Xian. Teacher Chen doesn't consider the student's future at all. He's only focused on his own performance as a homeroom teacher. He's not even close to being up to par. This time, it was Qinyu's turn to get angry. What's he looking down on? After all, Qinyu is just a typical student with average grades across all subjects. What's wrong with not having high scores? He was still in the top 100 in the grade. Gu Qinghuan quickly patted Qinyu on the back again. Don't be angry, we still have important tasks to do. Qinyu thought about it, and realized that he had the responsibility of listening to the genius explain the problems, and then explaining them to the other students. Why waste time on an annoying guy? He immediately sat down and urged Su Lin, hurry. Explain the problems. Jiang Chuchu thought the same thing. Let's finish the tutoring first, then figure out this mess. What do you mean by Yu Xian is the only one with high scores? Where does that put her, ranked 11th in the grade? Chapter 85. Because of Su Lin's words, Qinyu and Jiang Chuchu were more motivated to study than anyone else. If it weren't for the fact that it was really late and her stomach wasn't growling, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't have had the guts to say, let's stop here for today. Qinyu, holding his pen, looked up blankly. Huh? It's already this late? Su Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't impossible for her to continue, but judging by her energy, if Gu Qinghuan didn't stop her, she might not even make it home tonight. The others packed up their things and headed for the school gate. Qinyu, still excited, followed Su Lin to ask about a point he hadn't fully mastered. Gu Qinghuan held her head. She, too, was crammed with knowledge and felt dizzy. Luckily, while Qinyu and Jiang Chuchu were asking questions, she had managed to finish her homework in bits and pieces. Otherwise, she would have fallen asleep as soon as she got home. Yu Xian poked Gu Qinghuan's arm. Qinghuan, my family gave me some more money yesterday, and I'm planning to buy a tablet. Do you want to go? Gu Qinghuan paused for a few seconds before coming to her senses. A tablet. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy today, so I want to go back and rest. While she could certainly push through, in her current state, she wouldn't be able to offer any advice to Xinbao. On the contrary, it might seem perfunctory. Considering both her own condition and her attitude towards Yu Xian, she felt it was better to refuse. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's slow reaction, Yu Xian knew she was sleepy and quickly said, then I go by myself. You can go back and rest. Gu Qinghuan added, you're not short of money now. Just go to a specialty store and get the equipment. With customer service, you won't have to worry about anything. Yu Xian nodded, indicating she remembered. I understand. Jiang Chuchu was worried about Gu Qinghuan, thinking she might miss her bus stop if she was in this state, so she decided to take her home. Qin Yu's excitement had subsided by then, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. He decisively called Qin Yinxia to check in, and headed off to the buffet alone. Yu Xian was about to get in her family car to the specialty store when she saw Su Lin still waiting for the bus. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Which direction is your home?" Su Lin gave her the address, and Yu Xian opened the door. "Then come with me. I'm going to the mall, and it's just on my way." Su Lin hesitated for a moment, then simply got in. "Thank you." The car, with its academic genius and academic tycoon, was quite quiet. Neither Yu Xian nor Su Lin were talkative, so they each took the back seat, staring out the window. Yu Xian, Gu Qinghuan, and Jiang Chuchu had been together for so long, and they were both very willing to sharing anything interesting they saw or encountered. Yu Xian was a little uncomfortable with the sudden silence. She mustered her courage and spoke first. "Thank you for your hard work today." Su Lin turned, a little surprised that Yu Xian would initiate the conversation, but remained calm. "It's only natural. We agreed from the beginning. You donate, and I give you extra lessons. Besides, being able to see the knowledge you learn from the lecturer's perspective can also give you new insights. If Gu Qinghuan were here, he would surely be shocked. Is this the realm of a genius student?" Yu Xian understood Su Lin's words very well. "Yes. When I explain problems to my students, I also find new ways to answer some of them." Su Lin pondered. "Do you usually give exercises to the students in Class 3? "Yes, mainly math problems," Yu Xian replied. "Ever since the last monthly exam, Class 3 has been frequently gathering for exercises, with the top-scoring students in a particular subject being called upon to serve as little teachers. However, when the little teachers get tired or annoyed, they often walk away. Once, a student felt the little teacher was being arrogant and argued with her. When Gu Qinghuan learned of this, he immediately went to annoy the student for a long time, making him feel firsthand how tiring it could be. But before he could truly become angry, he stopped him and calmly discussed the matter. In the end, the student went to the little teacher and sincerely apologized. However, he tried to save face with Gu Qinghuan, saying that if Gu Qinghuan wasn't Jiang Chuchu's friend, he wouldn't be so obedient. Jiang Chuchu almost laughed out loud and tried to lecture him, but Gu Qinghuan held her back. She said to the student, "No, I said that because I know you're reasonable. If you really don't listen, I won't bother with it. You're doing this for your own studies, so it's normal to say something out of turn. But what happens next? If you piss off the teacher and she stops teaching you, how good will that be for you? Everyone only has one life. I hope you be well, and I hope you won't say such hurtful things again." She stopped there and didn't ask the student to apologize. However, after that, the student became much more composed. Qin Yu once joked to Yu Xian that the student secretly called Gu Qinghuan mom behind her back, saying she treated him more seriously than his own mother. Song Yi had originally had a difficult relationship with the student, but after hearing about this, he ran over to him and said, "The class monitor is my sister. You call her mom, so you're my nephew." As the two of them bantered, they actually started calling each other uncle and nephew, and their relationship improved. Yu Xian felt that the positive atmosphere in Class 3 was largely due to the class monitor, Qing Huan. In fact, most students admit to come from wealthy families, and not all of them aim for the college entrance exam. Opportunities, like competitions, and studying abroad are much easier than the college entrance exam. Now, everyone isn't aiming for high scores, but rather for understanding knowledge they don't understand. They get along well, and Yu Xian really enjoys this atmosphere. Su Lin said, "I think your class is great this way. Don't worry about what the class 12 teacher says." Yu Xian was stunned for a moment, before realizing that Su Lin was trying to comfort her. She smiled. "I thought so too. But now that we know, we're not going to stand by and watch our homeroom teacher get bullied." As the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Chen Zilin might not be as experienced as some teachers with more years of experience, but as his students, the students in Class 3 all loved him. He was conscientious and responsible in his teaching, meticulous in grading homework, occasionally cracking a little joke, and would sternly correct mistakes instead of blindly criticizing. Also, it wasn't just for his homeroom teacher, it was for himself as well. Everyone in Class 3 worked together to achieve excellent results. Why should they be judged like this by a homeroom teacher from another class? Even if Yu Xian was expelled, she was still a member of Class 3 and had no intention of staying out of this. Su Lin smiled, a rare moment. She liked this attitude. After saying goodbye to Su Lin, Yu Xian went to a specialty store and, on the clerk's recommendation, bought the latest tablet. She also bought all the necessary accessories before returning home. It was already past dinner time at the Yu household, but given Yu Xian's current status in the family, a servant immediately came forward, took her things, and asked if she wanted dinner. "Prepare anything, and I'd bring it to my room later." With that, Yu Xian headed straight upstairs and reached Yu Yuan's door. She took a breath and raised her hand to knock. Yu Yuan opened the door and muttered habitually, "If it weren't for Jima, I wouldn't." "Where's Jima?" Seeing that Yu Xian wasn't holding Jima, Yu Yuan was stunned. "I have something to ask you," Yu Xian asked directly. "What kind of person is your homeroom teacher?" Chapter 86. After returning home, Gu Qinghuan ate fried rice with her eyes almost closed. After finishing, she went straight to the shower and bed. Since junior high school, this was the first time Gu Qinghuan had fallen asleep before 9 o'clock at night. She lay in bed, feeling a bit dizzy and suspicious. She suspected she had a cold, but she didn't have the energy to shout. Then she drifted off to sleep. Gu Qinghuan suddenly woke up. It was pitch black, and she couldn't sense her body, yet her consciousness was clear. She tried, but still felt nothing. After a moment's thought, she tentatively called out in her usual system speak, "System? System, huh? Host, why are you here? Oh, time to settle." Gu Qinghuan was a little confused. "What settlement?" The system didn't answer immediately, but instead said, "This is the space I'm in. Host, you came here before when we signed the contract. Do you remember?" Gu Qinghuan remembered falling into the water and losing consciousness. "This is it." The system continued, "As for the settlement, it's because the current target's quest progress has reached 75%, meeting the settlement criteria, and rewards can be settled." "Is that Xinbao?" Gu Qinghuan immediately perked up. "It was 63% a few days ago, and it's already 75% today." Yes, she possesses a heart that never sinks. Regarding more possibilities for fate, she can now rely on her own strength to create, which has led to rapid progress. The system explained. Unbeknownst to you, host, she is also acting with her own strength. No matter what the outcome, it is a new choice and a new destiny. As long as progress reaches 75%, the rebirth-enabling activities will be abandoned due to the difficulty of reversing the target's time. Therefore, after reaching 75%, the target's quest can be considered completed, and settlement can be made. Gu Qinghuan had originally thought the quest progress would reach 100%, but she didn't expect it to be completed at 75%. She felt both happy and a bit unreal, having achieved her goal ahead of time. She suppressed her emotion for the moment and asked, "Am I here for the settlement?" "Yes, based on the energy reward after the settlement, your status needs to be adjusted. Coming here allows you to temporarily break away from the rules of this world and avoid any abnormalities." The system replied. Gu Qinghuan expressed her understanding and began to look forward to the system's settlement. "System, then, begin the settlement." This sentence was like flipping a switch. In the pitch-black space of Gu Qinghuan's perception, a faint light suddenly appeared. "System, first key node, first day of school." Gu Qinghuan saw Yu Xian on the first day of school. She was wearing an ill-fitting school uniform. After getting out of the Yu family's car, Yu Yuan ignored her and walked away. She stood there, bewildered. The gazes of the people around her made her even more nervous. She clutched the straps of her school bag, but she didn't know which building to go to, so she could only follow the crowd of other students. She ran to the grade 12 building, saw the door number, and realized she'd gone to the wrong place. Frantically, she grabbed the sleeve of a passing boy and asked where class 13 was. He dismissively shook her hand, calling her impolite, and walked on. Yu Xian, however, was knocked to the ground by his force, twisting her ankle. By the time she found class 13, the bell had already rung. She limped into the classroom, bracing herself against the gazes of the entire class. She didn't dare sit in the front row, but lowered her head and found an empty seat in the last row. When she introduced herself, her voice was soft and mumbled. She simply said her name and quickly sat down. Yu Xian's entire day unfolded like fragmented images before Gu Qinghuan. She wanted to touch Yu Xian in the image, but could only watch. She remembered that day, over a piece of egg crust toast and a glass of water, Yu Xian had smiled at her. But in all these images, Yu Xian had never smiled once. System, first node completed. As the system finished speaking, the dim images instantly shrank, converged, and rushed towards the faint point of light like a meteor. The point of light instantly brightened. While the increase in brightness wasn't drastic, it was certainly much brighter than before. System, second key node, Monthly exam. Although it was called the monthly exam, the images that appeared were from after the exam. Though Yu Xian in the image hadn't achieved 4th place in the grade, she was still 1st in the class and 10th in the grade. She was rarely happy, and went back to tell the Yu family the news. But the Yu family didn't believe her. She tried to defend herself, but her anxiety only made her speech incoherent, which only made Yu Wenli even more unhappy. The next day, Yu Jinqin dragged Yu Xian to her class with him, making a grand entrance and questioning her in front of everyone whether she had cheated. Chen Zilan tried to dissuade him, saying that although Yu Xian was quiet in class, she had always studied diligently, and that this was her expected performance. Yu Jinqin ignored Chen Zilan's advice and simply demanded to see the exam surveillance footage, saying, "If she didn't cheat, why wouldn't you let me check it?" Finally, the Dean of Academic Affairs arrived and, to appease Yu Jinqin, provided the exam surveillance footage. The surveillance footage confirmed that Yu Xian had not cheated, but when she returned to the classroom, she was overheard by her classmates' whispers. Is that her biological brother? Why would he suspect his sister of cheating? Who knows? Maybe she behaves differently at home than at school? How different would she have to be to leave such a negative impression on her brother? Yu Xian didn't understand. She also wanted to know why her biological brother would suspect her to such an extent. She grew increasingly panicked and distressed, finally grabbing her bag and running out of the school. She forced herself back to the Yu family's house and locked herself in her room, never wanting to leave again. It was so uncomfortable, so painful. Just looking at it was so oppressive that it was unbearable. Gu Qinghuan wanted to tear these images apart, as if that would destroy this node-oriented future. System. Second node completed this time, the images converged into an even brighter meteor, and the point of light also became brighter. It was no longer faint, even a little dazzling. Then, there were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th nodes, but the images displayed by these 3 nodes were like mosaics, completely indistinct. Gu Qinghuan asked, "Why can't I see these nodes?" The system replied, "These are the scenarios Yu Xian would encounter if she were to reach her most desperate future, according to the current timeline. Some of the people and events involved may still have an impact on the future, so I can't reveal them to you. For example, without Gu Qinghuan's interference, Yu Xian might have encountered someone during the period between her monthly exams and midterm exams, missing school, and this person would have caused her even greater pain. However, with Gu Qinghuan's interference, even if Yu Xian didn't encounter that person, there's no guarantee she wouldn't encounter them again. If Gu Qinghuan were to see that person now, she immediately recognized they were a bad person the next time she encountered them. To avoid the impact of such foreknowledge, the system chose to block them. Gu Qinghuan quickly figured this out and didn't care. She decided to block them. She believed that Yu Xian now had the power to save herself and would no longer fall into despair. Even if Yu Xian accidentally embarked on a path that would lead to despair, she would be by her side. She is concrete, asphalt, a bulldozer, and a road roller. She will carve out another, shining path for herself. Chapter 87. With the completion of the 5-node calculations, the initially faint pinprick of light now shone brightly like a white flame. Gu Qinghuan gazed at the dazzling pinprick of light in the darkness, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. System. Calculation completed, progress 75%, confirmed that the mission target, Yu Xian, is no longer at risk of rebirth. System. Mission completion reward issued. The pinpricks of light exploded like fireworks, filling the pitch-black space with star-like fragments, like the stars dotting the night sky. No longer dull, no longer empty, there was something that could be called vibrant. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh! Is this the energy you need?" System response. I'm simply using a more intuitive method to allow you to sense the progress of the mission. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, could it be that this dark place is the embodiment of the remaining power of your battery? The system was a little dissatisfied with the term battery. Electricity was too low a level of energy for it, but since it was easier for Gu Qinghuan to understand, she reluctantly conceded. Yes, when all your tasks are completed and my energy is full, this place will become a completely bright space, the system said. Gu Qinghuan suddenly felt like she was running on a progress bar. If she hadn't been unable to sense her body, she would have nodded repeatedly. I understand. I will continue to work hard on the task. The system was also satisfied. Then, let's proceed to the personal reward. Gu Qinghuan, huh? There's a personal reward? System, of course, you're carrying out a mission to maintain world stability. You helped the mission target create a new destiny. On the one hand, you prevented the thing's plan, and on the other hand, you created a more promising future for the world. Replenishing energy, and allowing you and your family to continue living is part of our contract. Your personal reward is another matter. Even without a system, many people would unintentionally complete such tasks. The world naturally grants random rewards, such as improved luck. However, you have my system, so you can freely choose the rewards you want. The system's tone sounded a bit proud at the last sentence. Gu Qinghwan felt like laughing, but she still agreed and asked, "What reward can I choose?" The system replied, "You can say anything. Whether it can be realized depends on the amount of the reward. For example, if I want my family to win another 5 million yuan jackpot, that amount is more than enough." Gu Qinghwan reflected, winning a jackpot once would be enough. After the last win, life at home hadn't changed much. The most extravagant thing they did was send her to Mingda, which was also a prerequisite for completing her mission. If Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian knew, they would also advise her to pursue more valuable and meaningful endeavors. Gu Qinghwan asked, "No matter how many possibilities I help others create, it doesn't mean the most hopeless future will disappear, right?" The system replied, "Yes, as long as there are choices, various futures will emerge. Also, you can understand it this way. Even if rebirth causes the most hopeless future to disappear, then the second most hopeless future will become the new most hopeless." With that said, Gu Qinghwan understood it better. Eliminate the first, and the former second will become the new first. No matter what, there will always be a most desperate future. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment before saying, "I want to display the fate of the happiest Uxian, in the form of a revolving lantern, to the most desperate Uxian at her deathbed." The system was silent for a long time, as if calculating whether this reward could be fulfilled. System, exceeded quota, cannot be granted. Gu Qinghwan's heart sank, but the system continued, suggest changing the reward to display the current Uxian's fate, in the form of a revolving lantern, to the most desperate Uxian at her deathbed. Gu Qinghwan was stunned, then recovered and quickly shouted, "Okay. No problem. Change it." The system said, "The world has approved this reward." Gu Qinghwan felt relieved. She couldn't change the fate of the most desperate Uxian, but after witnessing Uxian's experiences in those nodes, she couldn't just turn a blind eye. The fate she shared with Uxian might not have been the best for her, but it wasn't so bad, was it? System, personal rewards distributed. Host, you may leave. After the system finished speaking, Gu Qinghwan's consciousness faded, and she was awakened by the ringing of the alarm clock. The sky brightened, another bright morning. The haggard woman lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring out the window at the gloomy sky without blinking. What a perfect day for death. She closed her eyes, reflecting on her life, unsure whether to call it sad or pitiful. As for the pain, she had long since become numb, and it no longer hurt. It was so cold. Fortunately, she had contacted the crematorium in advance. Surely it wouldn't be this cold when engulfed in flames, right? She slowly closed her eyes. In her final reel, she thought she saw a microcosm of her own painful life, but what unfolded before her was a completely different life. She saw herself abandoned at the Mingda school gate. She would have hurriedly followed the students to the second-year teaching building, but she didn't. She saw Yu Yuan bump into someone, and as she saw them about to fall, she instinctively reached out to support them. "Classmate, are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you," they said kindly. She made her first friend at Mingda, Gu Qinghwan. She watched as Gu Qinghwan offered her food and drink, and encouraged her to introduce herself. When she felt inferior because of her handwriting, Gu Qinghwan would say, "Uxian, look at how beautiful your name is." When she felt pained by the harassment of her family, Gu Qinghwan would hug her, stand in front of her, and confront those who threatened her. When she lacked the courage to face responsibility, Gu Qinghwan would calmly point out her problems, allowing her to clearly recognize her shortcomings. She saw more and more smiles on her face, and she became more and more confident, even feeling comfortable enough to reach out to Yu Yuan. Tears welled up in the corners of the woman's eyes, sliding down her face. Is this a dream? Why does it feel so real? Is there really a girl named Gu Qinghwan who once pulled her out of the quagmire of fate? It must be true, right? Because she wasn't cold at all. In her dream, the sun had come. Personal rewards distributed. Good night, Uxian. Chapter 88. Perhaps it was due to the adjustments she made in the system space, but Gu Qinghwan felt incredibly well this morning. Gu Haiyan had initially been a little worried that her daughter hadn't gotten enough rest, but seeing her so energetic and refreshed, she felt much more at ease. She invited Gu Qinghwan to sit down, and the wontons were almost ready. The wontons were still a little hot, but the dough hadn't softened from soaking in the broth for too long. The tender meat filling was wrapped in the dough, and each bite went down her throat like a goldfish, brimming with flavor and aroma. Gu Qinghwan finished her hot wontons and the broth mixed with seaweed and dried shrimp, then burped contentedly, "I'm full." Gu Haiyan brought her a boiled egg and a carton of milk. "If you're hungry this morning, eat them. If you're not, save them and give them to your dad tonight." "Got it." Gu Qinghwan immediately took them and placed them in the net pocket on the side of her school bag. She said goodbye to Gu Haiyan and hurried off to school. Last night, Gu Qinghwan had been too exhausted to think about her tutoring. Now, on the bus to school, she finally had the energy to think. Anyway, she had to finish reviewing the students' mistakes today. They were already making a lot of mistakes, so maybe she could finish them during lunch break. Then, she would have to think about her old class teacher. Just recalling the words of Class 12's head teacher made Gu Qinghwan's anger rise. What's wrong with having a high class average? The last student in Class 3 is in the top 200. Isn't that remarkable? To be honest, Gu Qinghwan briefly considered going to the student union and asking someone to check the grades of Class 12, but the thought only briefly crossed her mind before she dismissed it. After all, it's only Class 12's homeroom teacher who's currently speaking ill of Chen Zilin. It has nothing to do with the students in Class 12. If they want to target someone, they should go after the real enemy, not implicate the innocent. How about she ask the student union for information on Class 12's homeroom teacher? Forget about anything else, she doesn't even know her name yet. Gu Qinghwan got off the bus and walked to the school gate when she saw Jiang Chuchu getting off the bus. She called out, "Chuchu." Jiang Chuchu turned around and was delighted to see Gu Qinghwan. "Good morning, Qinghwan." She pulled Gu Qinghwan aside, looking him around, still a little worried. "Are you okay today? You looked so sleepy last night, I almost suspected you had a cold." Gu Qinghwan quickly explained, "Nothing, just a little tired. Look, I'm full of energy now, aren't I?" As she spoke, she tried to keep her eyes open, blinking at Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was amused by her, and pinched her cheek. "Yes, you're so energetic right now. It feels like you could explain 10 problems without even taking a breath." Gu Qinghwan grumbled, 10 problems is still a bit too many. 3 is no problem. The two of them walked back to the classroom together, discussing the division of labor for today's problems. Before they reached Class 3's door, Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu noticed that several students hadn't gone in. Instead, they were standing by the windows and doorways in the corridor, talking grimly. Seeing Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu, the students immediately shouted, "Class monitor! Discipline Inspection Commission! Something terrible has happened!" Gu Qinghwan had a bad feeling. What happened? She hurried over. Bao Qingsong pulled Gu Qinghwan to the door. Looking inside, Gu Qinghwan saw the word waste spray painted in large red on the blackboard behind Class 3. Gu Qinghwan felt her head buzzing. She took 2 deep breaths to calm herself and turned to her classmates. Who was the first to arrive in the classroom? Lianfeng raised her hand. It was me. I brought new flowers today and wanted to come early to change them. Then I saw the words on the blackboard at the back. Class 3 sent flowers on Teacher's Day. The teachers took a flower from their bouquets and placed it in a vase on the podium. Afterward, Lianfeng had discussed with Gu Qinghwan that he often had leftover flowers from his flower arrangement practice and wondered if he could place them in the classroom as a decoration. Gu Qinghwan consulted the teachers and classmates and agreed with Lianfeng's suggestion, but also specified a few requirements: no extravagance, no expensive flowers, and no overpowering fragrance. Lianfeng happily agreed and began to practice his flower arranging art. He initially practiced Western-style flower arranging, but after being criticized by his classmates, he felt quite discouraged. Fortunately, he truly loved flowers, so he changed his style and began practicing Eastern-style flower arranging. It's no secret that he's quite talented at Eastern-style flower arrangement, and he's been receiving more and more praise lately. Today, he arrived early because he needed to change the flowers, so he was the first to see the spray paint on the blackboard behind. Did you see anyone else leave our class? Gu Qinghwan asked. Lianfeng shook her head. Did you see anyone suspicious nearby? Gu Qinghwan looked at the other students. The students also shook their heads, each one furious. We can check the surveillance cameras. Jiang Chuchu pointed to the security cameras in the hallway. Gu Qinghwan frowned and didn't respond immediately. If it was on the front blackboard, then the spray paint would be tantamount to shouting at the students, disrupting the class, and demanding a review of the surveillance footage would be reasonable. But on the back blackboard, generally, only teachers would spend extended periods looking at the back blackboard. This was directed at the teachers of Class 3, not the students. Of course, we could investigate, but the school administration would undoubtedly conclude that this was a conflict between teachers, which could potentially impact the teachers themselves. Even worse, if the conflict between teachers involves students, getting them involved would be even more troublesome. Lianfenghe, prepare the flower arrangements you need to change, Gu Qinghuan said. After she spoke, everyone felt strangely at ease. Lianfenghe responded and ran to the podium to change the flowers. Qin Yu, take a few classmates, turn on the lights, and take some photos. Gu Qinghuan looked at Qin Yu, who had just arrived. Record any footprints or other unusual marks, especially the spray paint on the blackboard. Remember to add a watermark with the time and location when taking photos. Although Qin Yu wasn't entirely clear on the situation, since Gu Qinghuan had made the arrangements, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Understood." Then he selected 2 girls and 2 boys and carefully went to take photos. Ming Xiaolin, Gu Qinghuan called on the Student Affairs Committee member, search for a store in the city that has strong paint stripper. Have someone send it over as soon as possible. Use the class funds. Okay, I know some car washes have it. I ask around and get the best one and send it over. Ming Xiaolan immediately responded. Gu Qinghuan nodded and continued to call out names. Song Yi Zhan Zhanshan. Sister, just give me your orders. Song Yi said immediately, and Zhan Zhanshan also came over. And Chu Chu and Xinbao. Gu Qinghuan grabbed Jiang Chu Chu and Yu Xian again. I contact the propaganda department right away and borrow some unused banners. You be responsible for coming up with the content and writing them. Song Yi and Zhan Zhanshan will be responsible for measuring the dimensions and the subsequent layout. Half of the remaining people will stand guard around the classroom to prevent anyone from other classes from noticing the blackboard issue. Also, anyone who did something like this might come back to see what's wrong, so keep a close eye on them. The other half, come with me to hold the teachers back. Act naturally, and avoid being spotted until the layout is complete. Of course, even if we're spotted, don't worry. Just say we prepared a surprise, and hope the teachers come back to see it when it's finished. Gu Qinghuan clapped his hands. Action. Chapter 89. Yu Yuan wasn't in a good mood when she arrived at class. Last night, Yu Xian had come to her room and asked what kind of person Class 12's homeroom teacher was. If Yu Yuan were to give her an opinion, her homeroom teacher, Shen Mingzhi, was quite good. Shen Mingzhi was a Chinese teacher and had taught at Mingda for many years. He was quite skilled, and his teaching was of a high standard. He was never bored during class. In his spare time, he would chat with students about his own past experiences or interesting stories about other teachers. He was also very tolerant of his students. He would cover up for any minor mistakes and try to resolve them whenever possible. Compared to other teachers, he was much easier to get along with. When Yu Yuan was telling Yu Xian about this, she mentioned a joke about Class 3's homeroom teacher. Old Shen said that your homeroom teacher once stepped in the mud during the rain, and the entire office was covered in mud. The Dean of Studies saw it, and told him to get a mop and not leave until the floor was clean. Yu Yuan found it hilarious, but she barely laughed. Seeing Yu Xian's expression, she subconsciously stopped laughing. She came to her senses and stammered, I'm not saying anything bad about your homeroom teacher. I just thought it was quite funny. Yu Xian took a breath. I think it's inappropriate for Teacher Shen, as Teacher Chen's colleague, to tell her colleagues' jokes to the students. Especially since Chen Zilin wasn't the homeroom teacher for Class 12 yet. If this continued, the students in Class 12 would inevitably start to think that teacher is just SOSO. Yu Yuan wanted to say something, but she wasn't just talking about Class 3's teacher, she was also talking about teachers from other classes. However, seeing Yu Xian's expression, she didn't dare to say it out loud. After that, Yu Xian left Yu Yuan's room without another word. Yu Yuan, on the other hand, was filled with rage, unsure what to say. She walked into Class 12's classroom and saw several boys gathered together, talking smugly and throwing around spray paint cans. The steel balls in the cans made a rather jarring clanging sound as they were thrown and caught. Yu Yuan frowned. Class 12's monitor was Yan Zhengqing, and 13 of the 20 students in Class 12 were boys, so the class atmosphere was rather barbaric. She thought for a long time before settling on a word, but it still didn't quite capture her impression. The highest-ranking student was naturally Yan Zhengqing, followed by those with whom he had a good relationship, then those willing to cooperate, and finally those who wanted nothing to do with him. There was only one student left of that last category, a girl named Ning Fu. She was average-looking, spoke softly, and was quite inconspicuous in the class. Yu Yuan sometimes felt that Ning Fu didn't want to be associated with Yan Zhengqing, but simply had a low profile, so Yan Zhengqing didn't notice her. So, the other students usually ignored Ning Fu, pretending they didn't see her. As for Yu Yuan herself, thanks to Lin Xiaoxue, Yin Zhengqing remembered her name, so she could barely be considered a second-type student. Lin Xiaoxue herself didn't fall into any of the three categories. She was Yin Zhengqing's favorite, and naturally she was unique. Yu Yuan avoided the other boys and took her seat. Behind her sat Lin Xiaoxue, so she could talk to her by just turning around. Yu Yuan lowered her voice and asked, "What are those boys talking about?" Lin Xiaoxue shook her head, somewhat bewilderedly. "I just got here, so I haven't been paying much attention." After a pause, she added, "If you're curious, I can ask for you." Yu Yuan shook her head. "No need. If you don't know, forget it." At times like this, she felt a little envious of Yu Xian. She had seen her reply to messages in the class group when she was playing with Jima before. It was then that she realized it was normal for students in a class to have a group. They could post last-minute announcements there and chat together. Class 12 didn't have one. Yin Zhengqing did have a small group with a few close friends. He usually made the announcements, and a few of his friends would notify the others. Some close friends would also create small groups of several people. As for class matters, it was all up to close friends to relay information to each other. Ning Fu, for example, often missed some messages because no one would proactively tell her. Yu Yuan had a vague feeling that something wasn't right with class 12, but she didn't dare say it. She knew Yin Zhengqing would be upset, and then she'd be on the same level as Ning Fu. If there was a class group, she could just look through the chat history and find out what had happened. No, think about it. Would the students from class 12 talk about such things in a group? Yu Yuan's mind was racing when she heard one of the boys suddenly shout, "Hey, what are the people from class 3 doing?" "What?" The other boys immediately gathered around. They were talking loudly, and Yu Yuan could hear them clearly. "I wanted to see the expressions on the faces of the people from class 3, didn't I? I hid a phone in the tree outside class 3, and I'm always connected to the video. This bunch of people are making such a fuss, I wonder what they're doing. Why don't you keep your phone closer? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Hey, look. Are those two holding a promotional banner? Good boy, they even know to hide it. What are they carrying in there? It's in a box, so I can't see it, but it looks like it says cleaning or something. Want to clean off the spray paint? It's not that easy. I accidentally pressed my hand on it when I was spraying this morning, and it still hasn't come off." The boys were clamoring, and Yu Yuan's head was buzzing. Based on what they were saying, what did they do in Class 3's classroom with the spray paint? Why would they do that? Class 3 and Class 12 clearly have nothing to do with each other. Yu Yuan clenched her pen as she heard a new voice. Yin Zhengqing walked into the classroom and saw the boys gathered together. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you all making such a fuss about so early in the morning?" "Brother Yin." "Good morning, Brother Yin." The boys greeted Yin Zhengqing noisily. "It's about what old Shin was talking about yesterday. Didn't old Octopus say our class was the worst and even compared us to Class 3? That's right. There aren't many high-scoring students in the class. What's so great about that? It was just a joke. It's not a big deal. It helps old Shin vent his anger." Old Octopus refers to the Dean of Academic Affairs, Zhang Xuehai. His last name is Zhang. He's older and a bit bald, and he blushes easily when angry, which is why the people in Class 12 gave him that nickname. Yin Zhengqing asked again, "What exactly did you do?" "I just spray painted 2 words on the blackboard behind Class 3, the boy said, throwing the spray paint into the trash can. "You dare to call us losers? I'm going to give you a taste of our own medicine." Yu Yuan couldn't help but look up at Yin Zhengqing. She saw him frown, but then he said, "Don't do such sneaky things next time." "Next time? There might be a next time." Yu Yuan wanted to say something, but she rested her hands on the table, unable to stand up. She was a little confused. Class 12 is like this. Is it really okay? Chapter 90. When the banner was hung, Su Xinghe, who had once again taken first place in Chinese on the midterm exam, was chomping at the bit. "Why am I so late? How can you write a slogan like that? You should at least make it rhyme." The number of words in each short sentence is getting smaller and smaller, which means our class ranking is improving. Jiang Chu forced an explanation. Yu Xian, who was responsible for measuring the length and width of the banner and helping calculate the font size, felt a little guilty. There was nothing she could do. She was good at math, not Chinese. Su Xinghe sighed and accepted her fate. Chen Zilan, being dragged along by the students, quickly noticed something was amiss. It wasn't just him. The other teachers in Class 3 had noticed as well. The teachers, who had also been students there, exchanged knowing glances, secretly waiting to see what was going on. Chen Zilan didn't expose the issue, but slowly explained the questions to the students who had come with questions. When he saw Gu Qinghuan come back after being called aside, he sat up straight. "Are you ready?" Chen Zilan said slowly. The teachers in the office pricked up their ears. "Here they come." Gu Qinghuan wasn't surprised by being exposed and smiled. "Teacher, please move." Chen Zilan was amused. He stood up and followed Gu Qinghuan to the classroom, winking at the other teachers as he left the office. "Come on if you want to see the fun." The teachers quickly followed, heading out to eat a handful of melons. When they reached the classroom door, Chen Zilan caught sight of the banner on the blackboard behind him. He was instantly amused and moved. "You dragged me here this morning just to do this?" The bright red banner, painted with golden paint, made the cursive handwriting look even more imposing. "From 5th to 3rd, our goal is still ahead." To the teachers. The teachers who had followed the show crowded the doorway and windows, laughing and snapping photos with their phones to post on their social media. Gu Qinghuan said confidently, "We did so well on the test this time. Let's celebrate." Those who came in first and second didn't even celebrate. Chen Zilan wanted to hold his head. Why should we compare ourselves? We're celebrating ourselves. Just being happy is enough. Gu Qinghuan said seriously, "For us, it's progress." Chen Zilan was stunned, then realized he'd been influenced by the rumors. He didn't know where they came from, but he heard someone say that Class 3's average score was high, but there weren't many high-scoring students, and that he, as the class teacher, was incompetent. To put it simply, if the college entrance exam scoreline is 450, even if everyone in Class 3 scored 440, not a single one would make it. Chen Zilan had been happy about his students' progress, but after hearing this, all hope faded. Seeing Chen Zilan stunned, Gu Qinghuan assumed he was still upset, so she added, "It's not just first place that's meaningful. As long as your hard work is rewarded, it's worth celebrating." "Right." Chen Zilan followed up on Gu Qinghuan, a relieved smile on his face. "I know how hard you've been working lately." "You're great." Chinese teacher Lu Yezi interjected, "Your compliment is as straightforward as this slogan." Su Xinghe immediately chimed in, "Exactly. I was saying this slogan is too simple." The Chinese teacher and her favorite student quickly reached a consensus and gathered to discuss a suitable slogan. Chen Zilan touched his nose awkwardly and, under the student's gaze, coughed. "It's already over, so I just keep it. But I have to leave next week." "Okay." The students drew out their words. After the teachers left, Bao Qingsong secretly lifted a corner of the banner and looked at the spray paint still on the blackboard. He exclaimed in amazement, "How stubborn." Gu Qinghuan let out a sigh. "I'm really afraid a teacher will come over and lift it." "Just get by." Songy wiped his sweat. "During lunch break and after school, I have someone wipe it down a few more times. It should be completely clean. We still need to find out who did it." Jiang Chuchu crossed her arms. "If this happens again and again, it'd be really difficult." Gu Qinghuan looked at Qinyu. "Did your photography team find any traces?" "Yes," Qinyu nodded. "There are a few fingerprints on that spray paint." He then pulled up the photo for Gu Qinghuan to see. "Right here. Look. I guess someone accidentally pressed their hand on it after the spraying, leaving fingerprints. We can't possibly check everyone's fingerprints in the school," Bao Qingsong complained. "We can first identify the suspect, then collect their fingerprints for comparison." Ming Xiaolin pushed up her glasses. "It's also very difficult to identify the suspect. We still don't know their motive for doing this." Jiang Chuchu spread her hands. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then walked to the podium, took a piece of chalk, and listed a few questions. First, why is it written on the blackboard at the back? She answered this question herself. If it was insulting us, it should have been written on the blackboard in front, so we could see it as soon as we sat down. But the fact that it's on the blackboard at the back means they don't want us to see the words. But the people who have more opportunities and longer periods of time to see the blackboard behind us, the teachers. Uxian reacted quickly. Gu Qinghuan wrote target, teachers after the question. Second question, what does waste mean? That's right. Our average score this time is 3rd in the grade. What's so waste about us? Qinyu muttered. Since they're targeting the teachers, not the students, it doesn't seem like they think we didn't do well on the test. Jiang Chuchu analyzed, they think the teachers didn't teach well? But our class teachers also teach other classes, right? Why are they targeting our class? Someone immediately said, if that's the case, we can use the process of elimination. Which teacher only teaches our class? All of them. After all, there are 12 classes in the first year of high school. Wait a minute, Ming Xiaolan interrupted. Homeroom teacher. Mingda's homeroom teacher doesn't teach outside of their own class. Gu Qinghuan erased teacher and changed it to homeroom teacher. Jiang Chuchu frowned. Do you think the teacher isn't teaching well? Isn't our class's English pretty good? Xie Xiangque immediately retorted. Although she didn't beat Su Lin on the test, she was confident in Class 3's English results. Then it's not about English as a subject, it's about him being incompetent as a homeroom teacher? After Yu Xian finished speaking, she realized something and exchanged glances with Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu, and Qin Yu before falling silent. Su Lin's words from last night still rang in her ears. The teacher who had badmouthed Chen Zilin, and one of them was also the homeroom teacher, happened to be here. There's something going on. Ming Xiaolan's eyes were sharp. Do you know anything? Something's going on, Gu Qinghuan said. Anyway, let's check Class 12 first. The class monitor's words were so certain that the students all agreed and began discussing it in the class group chat. If they were going to investigate, they couldn't just ask everyone, that would be too obvious. Everyone first reviewed their connections, preparing to select 2 people to question different people. They also discussed how to ask questions, and how to frame them without arousing suspicion. Yu Xian watched the lively chat in the class group chat, then thought about it, and opened the chat box with Yu Yuan again. Yes, they were friends, and Yu Xian occasionally sent her pictures of sesame seeds. She typed, "Do you know what happened in our class?" Yu Xian saw the chat box say the other party is typing, but after a while, it disappeared, and Yu Yuan didn't send a message either. She was about to say something, but then deleted it. There was definitely something wrong. Yu Xian put away her phone. It didn't matter. She would knock on Yu Yuan's door again tonight.